A calamity has struck, and ferocious beasts roam unchecked, forcing humanity into a state of retreat for self-preservation. Feiyu finds himself reborn into the Liu family, precisely at the moment he was wrongfully accused. Scorn, derision, ridicule, and betrayal come pouring in. Feiyu resolutely decides to sever ties with these treacherous wolves, vowing never to associate with them again. At that moment, he awakens the Beastmaster system, which enables him to infuse mythical bloodlines into his beasts, allowing him to traverse the world with unparalleled might. Additionally, he acquires the SS level Invincible talent, Eye of Advancement, which grants him the ability to discern all enemy information and anticipate their moves. Furthermore, he can perceive the evolutionary paths of his contracted beasts, facilitating their cultivation with precision and speed. From the Radiant Hound to the Sun-Eater deity, from the enchanting fox to the nine-tailed celestial fox, from the seven-colored serpent to the immortal ancestral dragon. Just by standing there, Feiyu's legendary beasts instill terror in the hearts of the ferocious beast army. Meanwhile, those treacherous family members are filled with regret. Chapter 1. Severing Ties. Ouch! Feiyu suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. Goosebumps prickled every pore of his being. The lingering agony of the bloodthirsty demon tiger piercing through his chest remained vivid in his mind. Feiyu gasped for fresh air, surveying the familiar yet strange surroundings before him. Have I been reborn? Back to the Liu family. A quick glance revealed his current predicament. Recalling the injustices of his past life, a chill crept into his eyes. Just then, a sharp female voice pierced the air, directly assaulting Feiyu's ears. Feiyu, what are you shouting about? Have you lost your mind? Huh? Do you think that pretending to be insane will allow you to escape justice? I'll have you know, you lewd wretch, you actually recorded your second sister bathing. Not only did you film it, but you also spread it around. I will ensure your ruin. Stepmother Zhang Fengxia stepped closer to Feiyu, her facial muscles contorting grotesquely. Wrinkles danced across her face like a macabre performance. Spittle flew through the air, nearly splattering onto Feiyu, the rancid stench hitting him with full force. Feiyu frowned slightly, stepping back a couple of paces, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought I would return to this day? Truly a cursed fate. Before he could respond, his second sister, Liu Sahan, with reddened eyes, howled at him. How can I possibly live with this humiliation? You vile creature. I said you should be left to fend for yourself. Better yet, perish in the beast tide and be done with it. You scoundrel. I've always seen through you. As for Feiyu's biological father, Liu Guanzhong, witnessing his son's distress, he merely furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. His gaze towards Feiyu was filled with suspicion as he absorbed the changes in those around him. A cold smile emerged on Feiyu's face. His icy gaze swept over the raucous crowd, finally landing on his brother, Liu Qianjun. The once arrogant Liu Qianjun, who had been the epitome of hubris, did not join the others in condemning him at this moment. In his past life, Feiyu had silently expressed gratitude towards him. But now, he knew all too well that it was none other than Liu Qianjun who had recorded the bathing video of their second sister. Yet, not a soul in the Liu family suspected Liu Qianjun. Everyone directed their ire at Feiyu, not even bothering to question him, firmly convinced in their hearts that he was indeed the despicable culprit. Such conduct, such an attitude. Even after living two lives, Feiyu still felt a chill deep within his heart, momentarily breathless. He understood the reason behind it all. It was simply because his second sister, Liu Sahan, and Liu Qianjun were the biological children of Zhang Fengxia and Liu Guanzhong, whereas Feiyu was merely the offspring of Liu Guanzhong and his deceased first wife, thus naturally unappreciated. In fact, he was often served his meals in isolation, his utensils set apart, as if sharing them with others would somehow contaminate them. That it was as if Feiyu was born tainted, destined to die. Taking a deep breath, Feiyu steadied his emotions and coldly addressed Zhang Fengxia. It wasn't me. Think with that tumor on your neck. Liu Sahan's room has an en-suite bathroom. How could I possibly enter? Would you have allowed someone like me into Liu Sahan's room? Have you ever given me her room key? Speak up. Who had that opportunity? You all know in your hearts. As he spoke, Feiyu's calm demeanor gradually intensified with emotion. His pace quickened, and by the end, he was nearly shouting, releasing years of pent-up resentment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengxia was momentarily taken aback, her aggressive demeanor softening slightly. Her small, Pea-sized eyes scanned Lu Feiyu from head to toe, sensing that her stepson was somewhat different today. However, before she could utter a word, Lu Qianjun, who had been quietly lurking in the background, suddenly became agitated. He lunged forward, grabbing Lu Feiyu by the collar, veins bulging on his neck, his face reddening like a boiled pig's head. What nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for you, where would you have gotten the money to purchase a grade beast egg? Isn't it true that you exchanged the video of my sister for money? Still trying to argue back, still trying to shift the blame onto me. At this, Lu Feiyu was not surprised. Such accusations had already played out in his previous life. Only this time, he spoke with a tone that was far more assertive, no longer meek. In an instant, Lu Feiyu reached out and forcefully swatted Lu Qianjun's hand away from his collar. Crack! The sharp sound echoed throughout the room. Silence enveloped the space. Lu Qianjun winced in pain, releasing his grip, revealing a hand that was now swollen and bruised. The persistent sensation of pain caused him to grimace. Get out of my way! Lu Feiyu's low growl reverberated in the room. His expression remained calm, yet his tone was fiercely intense. Do you all doubt me? Present your evidence. Bring forth your evidence. Otherwise, stop barking like dogs. Zhang Fengxiao was startled by his imposing presence, instinctively glancing at her husband, Lu Guanzhong, only to find him equally astonished. Realizing that Lu Feiyu's transformation was not due to her husband's influence, she instantly gathered her confidence. With her hands on her hips, thrusting her chest forward, she spat. Who do you think you are speaking to your elders like that? I'm your elder. You are nothing to me. Such disrespect. If you maintain this attitude, you might as well leave my house. You're not welcome here. What a welcome turn of events. Hearing those cold words, Lu Feiyu broke into a brilliantly radiant smile. If you do not welcome me, I have no desire to stay either. From this day forth, the Lu family and I shall have no further ties. And if you continue to speak to me in that tone, I shall show you the true power of retribution. With those words, Lu Feiyu felt a sense of clarity wash over him, the darkness lifting away. Having made his declaration, he turned to leave. Just as he lifted his leg, he felt a tugging sensation in his right calf. Lu Feiyu lowered his head, only to find a golden retriever puppy playfully tugging at the hem of his trousers. The fluffy little creature nuzzled against Lu Feiyu's calf, attempting to impart a modicum of warmth and solace. Sensing Lu Feiyu's gaze upon it, the golden retriever released its grip and looked up, its mouth slightly agape, tongue peeking out. With an adorably anthropomorphic expression, it displayed a charming smile. Its distinctive black and white eyes brimmed with affection and camaraderie. I almost forgot about you, Boss Jean, Lu Feiyu said, bending down to scoop up the golden retriever, affectionately named Boss Jean. This was his first tamed beast, notable for its golden fur and an extraordinary fondness for banknotes, reminiscent of a greedy proprietor. Hence, Lu Feiyu bestowed upon it the name Boss Jean, hoping it would usher in good fortune. Cradling Boss Jean, Lu Feiyu turned to leave, his slender figure retreating without hesitation, leaving the onlookers with only a fleeting silhouette. Observing Lu Feiyu's departure, Lu Qianjun unconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengxiao regarded Lu Feiyu's decisive back with surprise, momentarily unable to reconcile it with the typically timid Lu Feiyu. A sense of unease gripped her heart. It seemed this once submissive stepson was exhibiting a newfound resolve. However, in the next instant, Zhang Fengxiao dismissed the thought with a derisive smile, defiantly addressing the varied gazes of the crowd as she continued to taunt the little guy thinks he's grown wings. In less than 3 days. Let's see if he dares to return. By then, he could forget about joining us for meals. She would never concede her errors, instead shifting the blame entirely onto Lu Feiyu. As she spoke, Zhang Fengxiao cast a fierce glare at Lu Qianjun. She was well aware that it was Lu Qianjun, not Lu Feiyu, who had been the one to take the clandestine photographs. Yet, being her own flesh and blood, she could not bring herself to chastise him, nor could she allow even the slightest whisper of suspicion to fall upon him. Thus, she made Lu Feiyu the scapegoat. It was not only she who understood this, every member of the Lu family was acutely aware. Yet, no one dared to challenge Zhang Fengxiao's decision, nor did anyone voice dissent. Just as their name suggested, in the eyes of the Lu family, one was as inconsequential as a feather, while the other was as invaluable as 1,000 weights. Chapter 2. The Beastmaster System. SSS Level Talent. As Lu Feiyu departed from the Lu family estate, the entire avenue lay deserted. The blazing sun poured its radiant beams upon him, prompting him to take a deep breath while squinting at the sky. He envisioned that his future life would undoubtedly blaze with the same fervor and vitality as today's sunlight. It was high time to sever ties, Lu Feiyu mused, recalling how his half-sister, Lu Fian, could no longer endure the favoritism and disdain she faced, and thus left home at a young age to forge her own path, disappearing without a trace since. Now it was his turn, as if sensing the shift in its master's emotions. The golden pup nestled in Lu Feiyu's arms let out a few excited yelps, playfully licking his arm, sharing in his joy. Suddenly, a series of mechanical voices resonated within Lu Feiyu's mind. Detection complete. The host is in a solitary environment. The Beastmaster system has awakened, detecting host's talent as sea level, which is incompatible with this system. Therefore, the host is granted one opportunity to draw for an SSS level Beastmaster talent. The Beastmaster space has been expanded 100-fold for the host. The spiritual energy within the Beastmaster space has been enhanced 100-fold. Special effects have been appended to the Beastmaster space. The mythical bloodline pool has been established within the Beastmaster space for the host. Note, the talent draw opportunity is only valid today. Upon acquiring a new talent, the original talent effects may be retained. Once the host becomes a Starlight Beastmaster, an additional talent draw opportunity will be granted. The voices ceased, leaving Lu Feiyu's mouth agape as if he could fit an ostrich egg inside. In this rebirth, he seemed to have gained an extraordinarily formidable system. It is noteworthy that this realm is a world of Beastmasters. A century ago, calamities descended, unleashing countless ferocious beasts upon humanity, forcing people to retreat into their shells for self-preservation. Yet, heaven also bestowed upon humanity a chance, the ability to awaken Beastmaster talents, contract beasts, and wield these fearsome creatures for their own purposes. Powerful beasts, when unleashed, possess the might to scorch mountains and boil seas, shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Among them, the exceptional can even revive the dead, halt time, and reverse reincarnation. Even the weakest among them far surpasses ordinary pets. Thus, the strength of a Beastmaster's contracted creature directly determines their contribution to society and their social standing. The ranks of Beastmasters are distinctly categorized into 10 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, starlight, bright moon, and sunlight. Each level is further divided into 9 tiers. Achieving the status of a gold Beastmaster grants entry into the middle class, ensuring a life free from want. His father, Lu Guanzhong, was a Beastmaster of this rank. Those ranked diamond and above are powerful enough to be coveted by various factions. The current leader of Changnan City is merely a diamond Beastmaster, wielding the ability to control the lives and deaths of millions. To advance in rank, a Beastmaster requires various resources, but more importantly, their innate Beastmaster talent. The talent levels range from E to SSS. Just days prior, Lu Feiyu successfully awakened his Beastmaster talent, Power Enhancement. Power Enhancement. In battle, it can amplify the strength of a July beast by 30% for 1 minute. Although merely an ordinary sea-level talent, it signifies his qualification to become a Beastmaster. However, when Lu Feiyu shared this good news with his family, he received only lukewarm remarks and a casual toss of 10 banknotes. Even after living 2 lives, Lu Feiyu vividly recalled the shock he felt upon receiving that 1,000 huaxia coins. The beast eggs are not inexpensive. That sum was barely sufficient to purchase the most inferior E-level beast eggs, which not only offered no potential for advancement, but also yielded combat power far inferior to their peers of the same rank. Moreover, a Beastmaster can only contract 1 beast per level. If Lu Feiyu were to spend that 1,000 coins on a beast egg and attempt to become a Beastmaster, his journey would be irrevocably stunted from the very beginning, leaving him hopelessly relegated to the lowest tier for life. With this thought, Lu Feiyu gazed at the multitude of needle marks on the back of his hands. In 3 days, he had sold blood on the black market 4 times. The first 2 times, he sold 400 cubic centimeters, then 300 cubic centimeters, and by the 4th time, his face had grown so pale that even the black market doctors hesitated to let him continue selling. They feared something might go awry. Nevertheless, due to Lu Feiyu's pleas and persistence, they reluctantly allowed him to sell 100 cubic centimeters, even kindly offering him milk and bread. Even a group of unscrupulous black market doctors were infinitely more considerate than his previous family. After all, even when Lu Feiyu's complexion was ashen, they never showed a hint of concern. Fortunately, Lu Feiyu possessed the rare panda blood type, valued several times more than ordinary types. After 4 blood sales, minus the fare for the final taxi ride when he could barely walk, he earned 380 huaxia coins. Ultimately, Lu Feiyu used this total of over 8,000 coins to acquire a decent D-level beast egg. Perhaps heaven, moved by his plight, finally allowed a glimmer of hope to penetrate his previously unfortunate life. The beast underwent a transformation, elevating from D-level directly to B-level. Its elemental attribute shifted from fire to the rare light attribute, significantly enhancing its value. It was even superior to the B-level beast egg that his brother, Lu Qianjun, had purchased for 100,000. In his previous life, Lu Feiyu had been immersed in joy, completely oblivious to the implications, and shared this news with his family. However, he did not anticipate that this solitary stroke of fortune would become the very reason for him to shoulder blame. Shaking off these distractions, Lu Feiyu quickened his pace towards the school. He found a modest inn near the school, paying 50 coins for a small dormitory without air conditioning or a private bathroom. In his heart, Lu Feiyu called upon the system. There was no response, only a shimmering blue screen manifesting before his eyes. Host, Lu Feiyu. Level, Black Iron Tier 1. Talent, Power Enhancement, C level. Power Enhancement. In battle, can amplify the strength of the contracted beast by 30% for 1 minute. Contracted beast, Radiant Hound, B level. Special privilege, 1 opportunity for SSS level talent draw. Lu Feiyu's consciousness sank into the last line of text. In that instant, a massive circular disc appeared before him. The disc was neatly divided into 10 sections, each representing an SSS level talent. This symbolized the most potent talents of Beastmasters. Lu Feiyu gazed at the disc, his desire ignited, and promptly chose to draw. Whichever talent it would surpass his current power enhancement by 100-fold. The golden pointer began to spin slowly, then rapidly, until it became a flickering blur. Suddenly, the pointer came to a halt. The system's melodious mechanical voice echoed in Lu Feiyu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSS level talent, Eye of Ascension. Eye of Ascension. 1. Doubles the training speed of contracted beasts. 2. Enables insight into all evolution paths of contracted beasts and the materials required for their evolution. 3. You can view the basic attributes of beast enemies. For the contracted beast, is 100% loyal. When the Beastmaster is attacked, the damage will be transferred to the beast. Chapter 3. The Mythical Bloodline Pool. With just a glance, Lu Feiyu was utterly astonished by the effects of this SSS level talent. He could scarcely believe that a single talent could possess 4 effects. This was a revelation that far exceeded Lu Feiyu's comprehension. Each effect was extraordinarily powerful, capable of eclipsing his original talent. The first effect doubled the speed of cultivation. What does that imply? With the same resources and the same level of beasts, Lu Feiyu would require merely half the time of his peers to advance. Over time, the disparity would become terrifyingly vast. Moreover, Lu Feiyu distinctly remembered that when the system first emerged, it mentioned that the concentration of spiritual energy in the beast space was increased by 100-fold. A 100-fold concentration of spiritual energy, combined with the doubled cultivation speed, left Lu Feiyu in a state of awe, imagining how swiftly the beast he had contracted would cultivate. The second effect, the ability to discern evolution routes and the materials required for evolution, was nothing short of miraculous. It is essential to understand that natural disasters have only ravaged the world for a century. While there is some understanding of beasts, it remains superficial. Most evolution routes for conventional beasts have only been partially explored, and those beasts with clearly defined evolution routes are invariably exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, the mutated beasts like Lu Feiyu's contracted beast, Jin Laoban, have no discernible evolution routes and can only rely on the Beastmaster to gradually explore them. A process that may take years or even a lifetime. The materials for evolution are paramount. Without the correct materials, even the right evolutionary path could lead to failure or regression in strength. In contrast, Lu Feiyu could entirely bypass this time-consuming process and precisely ascertain all the materials necessary for evolution. A boon that was almost beyond expression in terms of financial and temporal assistance. As for the third effect, the ability to inspect the information of beast enemies. This could be construed as a combat talent. Being forewarned of the enemy's skills and lethal moves would enable Lu Feiyu to preemptively devise strategies during combat, catching his foes off guard. The fourth effect was nothing short of extraordinary. The beast's unwavering loyalty aside, the ability to transfer damage could drive all beast masters to madness. It is vital to recognize that the most vulnerable point for a beast master is their own self. A beast master's strength is entirely contingent upon the power of their beasts. Although the beast master gains strength as their beasts advance, their physical resilience pales in comparison. Consequently, in life and death struggles, enemies often expend all their might to eliminate the beast master. Imagine the despair of an enemy who, after exhausting all efforts to breach Lu Feiyu's beast defenses, discovers that their attacks have no effect whatsoever on him. At that moment, their mindset would likely shatter. It can be asserted that with just this one SSS-level beast talent, coupled with his contracted beast, Jin Laoban, Lu Feiyu was brimming with confidence that he would excel in the upcoming examination 100 days hence. Not to mention the myriad enhancements provided by the system to his beast space. With that thought, Lu Feiyu felt no hesitation. He focused his mind, and his consciousness plunged into his beast space. Is this truly my beast space? Lu Feiyu exclaimed inwardly. His original beast space was merely a 3-square-meter iron shed, cold and desolate. To put it in simpler terms, it was roughly 1/3 the size of a student dormitory. It was so cramped that Lu Feiyu felt uncomfortable even standing inside, which is why Jean Laoban was reluctant to remain there. However, the current beast space bore no resemblance to its former self. The once tiny shed had transformed into an expansive field, lush with verdant grass, and the fragrant aroma of flora wafted through the air. Lu Feiyu looked up, greeted by the warm yet gentle sunlight, a cerulean sky adorned with lazily drifting clouds, radiating a sense of tranquility. This was not merely a 100-fold expansion, it had even undergone renovations. Beyond the aesthetic changes, Lu Feiyu, as a novice beastmaster, could also perceive that the spiritual energy within his beast space was bursting at the seams. The concentration was so rich that there was no need for Jean Laoban to cultivate. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged into him, visibly enhancing his vitality. Lu Feiyu was left in a state of disbelief. At this rate, if Jean Laoban remained here for just an hour, he would undoubtedly break through to the second tier of black iron. It was simply unfathomable. Observing Jean Laoban lounging contentedly on the soft grass, basking in the sun, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but feel that this creature was enjoying life far more than he was. Perhaps sensing Lu Feiyu's gaze, Jean Laoban lazily rolled over, presenting his rear, his tail wagging with a fervor that could rival a high-speed fan. After all, while beasts could remain in the beast space indefinitely, beast masters could not. Witnessing this, Lu Feiyu promptly scooped up Jean Laoban. It was not that he begrudged Jean Laoban his comfort. He was simply eager to explore the mythical bloodline pool that awaited him. As the duo traversed the vast expanse of the beast space, a pool of blood suddenly came into view at the heart of the wilderness. The blood within the pool shimmered like the finest ruby. Approaching, Lu Feiyu found that instead of any foul stench, the scent was surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of gardenias. Woof, woof, woof. Upon catching sight of the mythical bloodline pool, Jean Laoban leapt from Lu Feiyu's arms, barking excitedly, his tail wagging faster than the highest setting on a fan. Though he was barking at Lu Feiyu, his eyes were fixated on the mythical bloodline pool. Had he not awaited his master's permission, Jean Laoban would have already jumped in. Go ahead. Sensing the fervent desire within his beast, Lu Feiyu encouraged, his own anticipation building. What wondrous surprises would this mythical bloodline pool, brought forth by the Beast King system, bestow upon him? Upon receiving his master's command, Jean Laoban sprang forth, executing a perfect arc in midair before plunging into the pool. Remarkably, the blood within the mythical bloodline pool was extraordinarily unique. Not a single splash erupted. Only gentle ripples disturbed the tranquil surface. As time slowly passed, Lu Feiyu grew increasingly anxious. With no discernible movement, he began to question whether Jean Laoban was too foolish and had drowned in the pool. Just as Lu Feiyu's impatience peaked, the mirror-like surface of the water suddenly rippled. A golden-coated canine burst forth, its magnificent fur glistening under the sun like a radiant masterpiece. Chapter 4, A-Class Beast. The Qiang Hound. Gazing at the transformed Jean Laoban, Lu Feiyu was left utterly astounded. Before him stood the golden retriever, which previously reached only to his shins, now risen to a height that matched his thighs. Its stature had expanded more than threefold. The length of its body had undergone a remarkable transformation as well, perfectly complementing its newfound height, rendering the dog slender and robust. The well-defined muscles lay concealed beneath a fluffy coat of reddish-gold fur, seemingly unassuming. Yet, when the moment called for it, its latent power could erupt with astonishing ferocity. The once pure golden fur of the dog had now taken on a hue tinged with blood red, completely shedding its earlier adorably naive demeanor, replaced instead by an aura of handsomeness and lethal elegance. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu discovered that it was not merely the color of its fur that had changed. The hue of the dog's eyes had also shifted. The former light brown irises now gleamed with a radiant golden brilliance. At a glance, it appeared as if two blazing suns were igniting within its gaze. Truly magnificent, Gold Boss. Lu Feiyu gazed at his transformed beast, exclaiming with heartfelt admiration. This was undoubtedly the dream companion of every man. Upon hearing its master's call, the once aloof Gold Boss, who had been striking a pose, instantly sprinted over. It lowered its head, nuzzling against Lu Feiyu's thigh with its long fur, reminiscent of a child yearning for parental affection. The softness of its coat provided Lu Feiyu with an unparalleled tactile experience. While he caressed the reddish-gold fur of Gold Boss, he activated his SSS level talent, Eye of Ascendance. In an instant, detailed information about Gold Boss materialized before Lu Feiyu's eyes. Species, reddish gold sunhound. Attribute, light. Talent level, A. Realm, black iron tier 4. Skills, deathmatch and desperation, rare. Reddish gold scorch, rare. Blessing of light, rare. Deathmatch and desperation. Infused with the power of the sun, madness takes hold. The more grievously injured the beast, the stronger its physical prowess. The beast will not succumb to weakness from injury until death. Reddish gold scorch. The beast can summon the sun, burning its enemies. Those scorched will endure immense suffering, and their healing abilities will be significantly diminished. The burning effect bypasses most defenses. Blessing of light. The beast is immune to most control skills and possesses a formidable resistance against light and fire attribute attacks. Evolution path. Reddish gold sunhound, A. Solar divine hound, S. Sun-chasing wolf king, SS. Master of the day, SSS. Devourer of the sun, mythical. Note: only beasts infused with mythical bloodlines can transcend to the mythical level. Materials required for the first evolution: Great Sun Crystal, Fire of the Earth Veins, 10,000 Year Snow Lotus. Spirit Condensing Wood. Ascending 3 tiers. 3 rare skills, detailed evolution materials, and the potential to elevate the beast to the mythical level. This attribute panel left Feiyu utterly astounded. Truly, it was a testament to the ferocity of an SSS-level beast talent. Astonishingly, the little creature possessed 3 rare skills. Feiyu was deeply impressed. It is known that the skill ranks for beasts are categorized as ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, exceptional, epic, legendary, and supreme across 7 tiers. Rare may seem to occupy a middle ground, yet one must remember that Gold Boss was merely a black iron-level beast. Once it ascends, the potency of its skills will undoubtedly enhance. Typically, beasts at the black iron tier possess only 1 or 2 skills, and most are of the lowest ordinary grade. To have even 1 fine skill is considered exceptionally fortunate. Should there be an excellent grade skill, it would command respect at the black iron level. But what of Gold Boss? It boasted not 1, not 2, but 3 rare grade skills. What does it mean to be invincible? This is what it means to be invincible. 3 skills that encompass physical enhancement, range damage, and immunity to control, achieving a perfect balance between offense and defense, effective at all ranges. Feiyu could only declare it to be the pinnacle of excellence. He had never imagined that Gold Boss could become so formidable. Moreover, Feiyu noted that, after being baptized in the mythical bloodline pool, Gold Boss had surged from the initial black iron tier to black iron tier 4 in mere moments. For an ordinary beast, such an elevation would typically require months of arduous training. Yet, Gold Boss accomplished this feat in a matter of minutes. The disparity was evident. With such a realm advantage, combined with Gold Boss's 3 skills that could be deemed invincible at the black iron level, Feiyu was certain that in future school-organized competitions, he would effortlessly dominate others, acquiring abundant resources. If this continued, his cultivation speed would outpace that of his peers by countless folds. The following morning, Feiyu awakened from the small cot in the inn. He proceeded to the communal restroom to freshen up, pinching his nose as he awaited his turn at the toilet. What on earth did you consume last night, buddy? The stench reeks of garlic mingled with green onions. Ugh, Feiyu lamented internally, vowing that once he earned sufficient money, he would certainly upgrade to a better room. As for now, he could only endure. After finishing his business, Feiyu felt invigorated, slinging his bag over his shoulder and dashing toward the school. Following Gold Boss's recent ascension to black iron tier 4, he, too, as a beast master, had naturally attained the same level. His physical capabilities had seen considerable enhancement. Without elaborating further, he sprinted the nearly 1,000-meter distance while carrying his bag, arriving at the school with only a slight breathlessness, hardly breaking a sweat. At this moment, Changnan's first Beast Master High School was bustling with students. A sea of moving bodies, yet devoid of any rampaging beasts. This was due to the school's regulations, permitting beasts to be released from their spatial confines only during practical classes, with violators facing immediate suspension. Otherwise, managing the situation would become exceedingly cumbersome. Following the route etched in his memory, Feiyu arrived at Class 2 of the senior year. Before he could enter, he overheard someone boasting loudly. Hey, what level is your beast now? What level can it be? It's only been 5 days. Isn't it still Black Iron Tier 1? Oh, come on. I'm already at Black Iron Tier 2. I thought you were the same as me. What? You're still at Black Iron Tier 2? Are you even human? Hearing this, Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With such bravado, I assumed you'd reached bronze. Yet here you are, only at Black Iron Tier 2. Keep practicing, my friend, for I have already ascended to Black Iron Tier 4. As he pondered this, he strode confidently into the classroom. However, the moment Feiyu crossed the threshold, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, a myriad of scrutinizing gazes piercing through him like steel blades. The noise ceased. replaced by hushed whispers akin to ants scratching. Lu Feiyu has arrived. Did he really take that picture? Or was it his sister? What a beast. Hey, it might not be true. Do you have any solid evidence? Meow meow. Don't be swayed just because he is handsome. You can't judge a book by its cover. Exactly. Rumors don't arise from nowhere. If it were false, why only target Lu Feiyu and not anyone else? It was then that Lu Feiyu recalled that in his previous life, Zhang Fengxia had already informed the entire school about the incident involving his photo, all to eliminate any suspicion surrounding Lu Qianjun. This led to his inability to hold his head high in front of his classmates, resulting in immense psychological pressure that drove him to drop out, even missing the college entrance examination to venture into society. However, which adventuring party would accept such a young man with a checkered past? Chapter 5. The Homeroom Teacher. Ultimately, Lu Feiyu was accepted into a notorious adventuring group, becoming bait for monstrous beasts and perishing beneath their claws. June 7th. Lu Feiyu murmured, for it was the date of his demise in his previous life. It was also the day of Lu Qianjuan's college entrance examination. He, the sinner, met his end in the desolate wilderness, his remains devoured by savage beasts, with no one to claim his body. Meanwhile, Lu Qianjun strode confidently towards his examination, embodying the family's hope and welcoming a brand new life. One side shrouded in darkness, the other radiant with light. How profoundly unjust. How utterly ironic. Fool. Lu Feiyu inwardly berated his former self. Let them say what they will, why cower in fear? Steeling his resolve, he sat down at his desk amidst the curious gazes of his classmates. Just as he settled in, his deskmate and friend, Chen Yuanshan, leaned over and whispered, "Fei, are you all right? About those rumors." He paused, a look of helplessness flashing across his dark features. As a rather unrefined person, he truly struggled to find the right words of comfort. Yet, meeting Lu Feiyu's gaze, Chen Yuanshan resolutely declared, "No matter what others say, I believe in you. You are not that kind of person." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu felt an undeniable warmth in his heart. In both lives, only this deskmate had placed such unwavering trust in him. In his previous life, when he insisted on dropping out, it was Chen Yuanshan who fervently tried to dissuade him. He nodded slightly and murmured a thank you. At that moment, the sharp sound of high heels striking the tiled floor echoed from the classroom door. Lu Feiyu's eyes narrowed. A pair of long, slender legs clad in black stockings stepped inside, followed by the lovely visage of their homeroom teacher, Lin Wenhui. She ascended the podium with graceful strides. The murmurs in the classroom faded with her approach. Enough with the noise. Lin Wenhui snapped, her voice firm. Do you not know it's time for class? This session is practical training, and while you lot chatter away, others should be lining up outside. You truly are the worst class I have ever taught. The students promptly quieted and shuffled towards the exit. However, Lu Feiyu knew that this seemingly cold and irritable young teacher possessed a gentle heart. She was the only one who had tried to persuade him not to drop out after he expressed his desire to leave school. She had even visited him later, bringing gifts and offering him money. Yet, at that time, Lu Feiyu, filled with pride and insecurity, could not accept her kindness, especially from a beauty. To him, it felt like charity. How foolish he had been. Lost in thought, Lu Feiyu remained seated, silently mocking himself. In the vast classroom, he was the only one still sitting, staring blankly at Lin Wenhui. This scene caught Lin Wenhui's attention as she stood at the podium. Strangely, she saw a sense of desolation and fragmentation reflected in the face of this senior student, reminiscent of a discarded doll left to languish in the snowy winter. Its stuffing mingled with the snow, and even if it bore scars, no one would know. Reflecting on Lu Feiyu's family circumstances and the rumors circulating in the school, Lin Wenhui sighed softly, choosing not to say anything. Instead, she cleared her throat gently to rouse Lu Feiyu from his reverie before stepping outside. She understood that for a boy like him, the best protection was to act as if she knew nothing. Lu Feiyu followed her out, naturally strolling beside his friend, Chen Yuanshan. Practical training. I've been looking forward to this for 18 years. What are you looking forward to? You're just a black iron level 1 beastmaster. Aren't you just going to be a punching bag for everyone else? Hey, can you not be so hurtful? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the real knife. As he listened to the excited chatter of his classmates, Chen Yuanshan turned to Lu Feiyu and said, Fei, it seems we'll be practicing against Class 5. Isn't your brother in Class 5? With a blank expression, Lu Feiyu replied, I have severed ties with the Lu family. He is no longer my brother. Oh, how could that be? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Chen Yuanshan panicked, fearing he had touched a sore spot. Lu Feiyu shot him a puzzled glance. Why are you apologizing? To me? That entire family doesn't even amount to the worth of a single hair from your nose. Really? Should I be flattered? I'll just pluck a nose hair for you right now. Get lost. Joking with his friend, time passed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the practice arena. The training ground at Changnan No. 1 High School was set up like a coliseum. The expansive arena was lined with hundreds of platforms, each glowing with a shimmering light. These lights were manifestations of engraved formations designed to protect the audience from the residual effects of battles taking place on the platforms. Lin teacher, over here. As Class 2 of the third year entered the training ground, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 waved them over. Upon their meeting, the two teachers addressed their students. I'll state 2 points. First, give it your all. Second, do not control your beasts to attack the beast masters themselves. Do you understand? Understood. The students chorused in elongated tones. This was all standard protocol. After all, it was merely a training exercise, not a life and death battle. Who would be foolish enough to attack a classmate? Very well. The teacher from Class 5 nodded before continuing. Now, I will call out names. Those named should head to the platforms. Class 2, Song Miao Miao versus Class 5. Zhang Jun Class 2. Chen Yuanshan versus Class 5. Lu Jinhao. Class 2, Lu Feiyu versus Class 5. Lu Qianjun. Upon hearing this arrangement, Lu Feiyu felt no surprise. It mirrored his previous life exactly. In that lifetime, bolstered by family resources, Lu Qianjuan's beast had already advanced to Black Iron Level 2. His beast mastery talent was rated B, utterly overshadowing Lu Feiyu. Even though Jin Laoban's abilities surpassed those of his opponent, Lu Feiyu still faced a crushing defeat. Fate can be so cruel. As he stepped onto the platform, Lu Feiyu heard Lu Qianjuan's infuriating voice. With a mocking expression, Lu Qianjun surveyed Lu Feiyu with his small, beady eyes and exaggeratedly remarked, "Why is your clothing so wrinkled? Did you sleep under a bridge last night?" As he spoke, Lu Qianjun fanned the air before his nose, feigning a gagging motion. Ugh, how foul. Lu Feiyu stood on the platform, his face expressionless, observing the clownish antics of his opponent. Having left home the day before with only Jin Laoban, he indeed had not brought a change of clothes. However, it was merely late February, the weather was cool, and he had showered that morning, so there was no way he could smell bad. His opponent was clearly trying to mock him. Chapter 6, A Vicious Beating of Lu Qianjun. Hee, I was just joking. You don't smell bad at all. Lu Qianjun taunted in a sarcastic tone. I speak of your foul soul, you wretched creature who covertly films your own sister. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feiyu wore a peculiar expression. Are you insulting yourself? Or have you deceived even yourself with your own lies? The commotion and noise attracted the attention of the others present. Instantly, those piercing gazes once again subjected Lu Feiyu to scrutiny. In his previous life, he had been publicly slandered by Lu Qianjun, brutally beaten during training, his reputation shattered, and ultimately, he had despaired and chosen to drop out. No one could dissuade him. Not even the annual grand competition that he had missed. However, this time, the circumstances would be entirely different. With the prowess of a Black Iron Level 4 beast and an A-grade aptitude, Lu Feiyu stood unrivaled in Changnan No. 1 High School. Lu Feiyu's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through Lu Qianjuan's pig-like visage as he calmly stated, "You are merely a talker. You know all the truth of your situation." In response, Lu Qianjun scoffed, a disdainful smile spreading across his greasy face, which glimmered under the lights. Am I just a talker? Don't cry when I beat you down. You worthless fool. The resources you covet are easily within my grasp. We share the surname Lu, yet our statuses diverge vastly. You are but a pitiful nobody. Ha ha ha. His mockery was relentless, seemingly intent on dismantling Lu Feiyu's psychological defenses. As for combat, Lu Qianjun sneered inwardly. How could his Black Iron Level 2 beast fear Lu Feiyu? This was precisely the reason for his audacity in provoking Lu Feiyu. At that moment, the boisterous voice of the class teacher boomed. I told you to practice, not to chat. If you don't start now, I swear I'll come over and give you a thrashing, Lu Qianjun. Lu Qianjuan's expression soured, and he abandoned his taunts, immediately summoning his beast. With a thunderous roar, a black pig, adorned with sharp barbs on its back, materialized before him. Spiny porcupine. The barbs, like swords, could easily pierce the skin of beasts of the same rank. Upon seeing the black pig, Lu Feiyu's eyes momentarily flickered with a glimmer of light. Species, spiny porcupine. Attribute, Earth. Talent level, B. Realm, Black Iron Level 2. Skills, thick skin common, heart-piercing quills excellent. Evaluation, good for toothpicking. In stark contrast to the illustrious panel of his gold boss, Lu Qianjuan's beast appeared utterly pathetic. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyu summoned his own beast within his mind. Woof! A resounding bark echoed across the training ground as Gold Boss made its dazzling entrance. With a resplendent golden mane, it exuded an aura of majesty and dominance. Its pure golden eyes, no longer merely adorable, now gleamed with a chilling intensity. It could scarcely contain its desire to rend apart this foul-mouthed fat fool who dared to mock its master. Absolutely intolerable. Wow, so handsome. Wait, why does their beast look so magnificent and imposing? As a canine beast, why does mine seem like an utter fool? It's unfair. So grand, so large, so long. I want one. I meant the dog. A beast's looks matter little if its combat prowess is lacking. It would merely be a decorative candle, beautiful yet useless. Who is so sour? Why is it so bitter? Upon Gold Boss's appearance, it effortlessly attracted a multitude of admirers with its striking and powerful presence. Merely in terms of appearance, Gold Boss undoubtedly outshone Lu Qianjuan's black pig. Impossible. How has your beast transformed so drastically? The moment he laid eyes on Gold Boss, Lu Qianjuan's previously confident demeanor shifted drastically. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Just yesterday, he had witnessed Lu Feiyu's beast, which bore no resemblance to this. Not only had its fur color changed, but its size and demeanor were also entirely different. In response to his inquiries, Lu Feiyu dismissed him entirely, whispering to Gold Boss, "Go, finish that beast off in an instant. If you perform splendidly, I'll give you $1 to spend tonight." Hearing of a reward, Gold Boss was instantly invigorated. It loved money, even if it was just $1. "Spiny porcupine, launch your quills," Lu Qianjun hastily commanded. In an instant, the sharp quills on the black pig's body protruded outward, glimmering ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The quills detached from its skin, hurtling toward Gold Boss with a piercing sound that sliced through the air. This ferocious assault elicited gasps from the onlookers. Some timid girls even closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of such a handsome dog being injured by the sharp projectiles. However, in the face of such an onslaught, Gold Boss did not even bat an eyelash. With a mighty roar, it conjured a small crimson sun above the arena. Crimson sunburn. As soon as the sun appeared, the temperature on the stage soared dramatically, causing the very air to shimmer with heat. Rays of red light shot forth from the sun, directly targeting the black pig. The speed of the red beams far exceeded that of the flying quills. In the blink of an eye, the beams struck the pig's surface, igniting a torrent of flames that erupted from its skin. The dazzling flames, akin to a festering wound, ravaged the black pig's body, gradually eroding its life force. Roar! A piercing cry emanated from the black pig, overwhelmed by the searing agony. It could no longer maintain its stance and collapsed to the ground, its body writhing like a worm on the arena floor, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet, it was a futile effort. How could an A-grade beast's attacking skill be so easily thwarted? As for the quills that had soared through the air, they had long been reduced to ash the moment the crimson sun appeared, falling uselessly to the ground without inflicting a scratch on Gold Boss. My heavens! So powerful, so handsome and strong. I am truly envious. This crimson sun is too spectacular. A light attribute beast, so rare. The crowd gasped in awe at the completely one-sided battle unfolding on the stage. At this moment, almost everyone was captivated by Gold Boss's might. Even the previously skeptical students, after witnessing Gold Boss's prowess, became its fervent fans, cheering for it. Meanwhile, Lin Wenhui and the class teacher of Class 5 exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue at Gold Boss's effortless creation of a miniature sun. The students may have lacked the discernment to appreciate it, but how could the teachers not recognize the skill? This technique was undoubtedly above excellent, and it was likely rare. Such a level of skill was typically found only in A-grade beasts. The very first beast was indeed A-grade. This kind of potential was enough to capture the attention of any school. Chapter 7. Lu Feiyu, come to my office after class. As for Lu Qianjun, he gazed at the tumultuous scene in the arena, where the black pig rolled about, emitting desperate cries, his expression as dismal as a pig's head overcooked in brine, utterly devoid of color. All were B-grade beast masters. He had acquired even more and superior resources. His talent for beast mastery was also exceptional. Yet, why was there such a stark disparity when it came to combat? Lu Qianjuan's mind was perplexed, as he beheld Lu Feiyu's handsome yet serene countenance. The serpent of jealousy slithered once more into his heart. However, upon hearing the increasingly feeble cries of his beast, Lu Qianjun suppressed his discomfort and gritted his teeth, saying, "You mustn't relent." In response, Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "You must first concede for me to halt." Was the state of battle not evident enough? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianjuan's fury intensified. Each word he uttered was nearly forced through clenched teeth. "No, I need to hear you admit defeat." Lu Feiyu coolly shook his head. "Do not push your luck." Lu Qianjun roared, the veins on his forehead bulging like snakes. "Am I being excessive? I think not. However, I believe you are rather cruel to your beast. It is on the verge of death, and you still dither." Lu Feiyu retorted coldly. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward the black pig, its body charred, with large flakes of burnt flesh falling away, exposing the viscous muscle beneath. The injuries it sustained rendered the black pig nearly immobile. Nevertheless, the flames ignited by the blazing sun remained fervent. "You," in a fit of rage, Lu Qianjun glanced at his beast, which was on the brink of death. It had cost his father over 100,000 huaxia coins. If it perished, no matter how favored he was, he would surely face dire consequences. Furthermore, should his beast die, the psychological impact on him as its master would be considerable. Weighing multiple factors, Lu Qianjun sighed deeply, his demeanor akin to a frostbitten eggplant, as he lowered his head. I concede, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. In such a diminutive posture, all semblance of his prior arrogance vanished. This scene elicited a smile from Lu Feiyu. For 18 years, his brother had consistently sought to overshadow him, snatching toys, clothes, and meals, everything that belonged to Lu Feiyu. Even if Lu Qianjun had no need for it, he would seize it with unyielding force. After 18 years, Lu Feiyu finally heard his brother utter words of submission. Yet, it was insufficient. Such a faint confession, who could hear it? Thus, Lu Feiyu shook his head and said, "What? I did not catch that." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianjun, already battered by humiliation, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes red and bloodshot, glaring at Lu Feiyu as if wishing to devour him whole. This display made Lu Feiyu shake his head in disbelief. Is my little brother unable to endure this? This humiliation. He had suffered thousands of times over the past 18 years. Damn it, I'll fight you. At last, Lu Qianjun could no longer contain the fury within him, his rotund form lunging forth as if a mountain had descended upon Lu Feiyu. However, Lu Feiyu, now a fourth-tier black iron, possessed a physique unlike before. Merely sidestepping allowed him to evade the charge. In the same motion, he lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Lu Qianjun tumbling off the stage in a comically awkward fashion. This ridiculous display provoked unabashed laughter from the students present, each guffaw piercing Lu Qianjun's heart like needles. Lu Feiyu, cease this nonsense. At that moment, Lin Wenhui interjected, calling for Lu Feiyu to halt. As a guiding teacher, she could not stand idly by while one of her students incinerated another's beast. The school's regulations and moral standards forbade it. Moreover, she had already afforded Lu Feiyu ample time to vent his frustrations. When Lin Wenhui spoke, Lu Feiyu complied without hesitation. "Boss Jean," he called, prompting a resonant roar from Boss Jean. The blazing sun in the arena vanished, the searing heat dissipated, and the air returned to its normal state. The flames, which had savaged the black pig like a venomous serpent, evaporated in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had transpired at all. Only the charred remains and bloodied carcass of the black pig testified to Boss Jean's formidable power. Well done, as he stroked Boss Jin's soft fur, who approached him. Tail wagging, seeking praise, Lu Feiyu lauded him. Upon hearing his master's commendation, Boss Jean's tail transformed into a fan, spinning with exuberance. So affectionate. Oh dear. What should I do? I think I've fallen in love. Weren't you just calling him a peeping Tom? Oh, look at how strong he is. So handsome and so affectionate. There's no way he is a peeping Tom. It must be slander. How despicable to defame my brother. Exactly. In the world of beast mastery, strength is revered. As long as one demonstrates sufficient power and potential, all transgressions will be swiftly overlooked. Moreover, Lu Feiyu possessed not only strength and potential, but also striking good looks. This is no boast. Throughout his life, he had never encountered a man more handsome than himself. Thus, following an overwhelming display of dominance in battle, Lu Feiyu's reputation soared within both Class 2 and Class 5. Should he continue this way, he might entirely reverse the narrative. Strength reigns supreme, Lu Feiyu mused, leading Boss Jean down from the stage amidst the gazes of onlookers. Only one individual cast a venomous glare at him, none other than Lu Qianjun, who had been unceremoniously kicked off the stage. In this confrontation, he was not only outmatched by Lu Feiyu, but had also lost face before all in attendance. Reflecting on his pre-battle bravado and the disgraceful manner in which he had fallen from the stage, Lu Qianjun felt a desire to burrow into the earth. From this moment forth, he could never hope to lift his head high again in his class. This scandal would haunt him throughout his senior year. As battles unfolded in succession, Classes 2 and 5 occupied only 5 arenas. Once all participants had engaged their beasts, the 2 practical lessons neared their conclusion. Before the class ended, it was again time for the teacher to address the students, albeit this time, it was Lin Wenhui who spoke. Her beautiful eyes swept across everyone, finally resting on Lu Feiyu for a moment as she declared, "Students, after today's battles, I trust you now understand your current standings. Those lagging must strive to catch up. Those leading must maintain their momentum. In 3 days, the school-wide competition will commence. The top 10 will receive generous rewards. Everyone must work hard. Class dismissed. Lu Feiyu, please come to my office after class." The crowd, initially attentive to their teacher's admonitions, became restless upon hearing Lin Wenhui's words. Countless boys cast envious glances at Lu Feiyu's tall and upright silhouette, wishing they could take his place. Who is Lin Wenhui, after all? She is the universally acknowledged beauty among the teachers at Changnan First High School, an embodiment of every boy's fantasy. Who among us, during our school days, has not harbored peculiar thoughts about a beautiful teacher? Yet at that moment, Lin Wenhui audaciously summoned Lu Feiyu to her office. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Even his close friend, Chun Yuanshan, looked at Lu Feiyu with palpable envy, muttering under his breath, "We agreed to be mediocre together. How did you sneakily become so impressive? This is a betrayal of friendship. I fear not for a brother's hardships, but rather for the brother who drives a Range Rover." Just then, Lin Wenhui, her once placid demeanor now icy, commanded, "What are you all whispering about? Hurry back to class." Her frosty expression silenced everyone, compelling them to exit the training grounds in dejection. Only Lu Feiyu followed Lin Wenhui into her office. "No need to close the door. Leave it ajar," she instructed, halting Lu Feiyu's instinctive motion to shut it. She extracted 2 sheets of paper from the documents on her desk and looked at Lu Feiyu, saying, "Your beast is an A-grade, correct? This is a special subsidy for students who possess an A-grade beast. Please fill in your basic information." Lu Feiyu accepted the paper, which still bore a hint of warmth and the faint smell of ink. Observing the student engrossed in writing, Lin Wenhui's lips parted slightly, revealing a rare moment of hesitation. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "Having an A-grade beast as your first companion means that even if your talents are somewhat lacking, your future holds limitless possibilities. There is no need to concern yourself with trifles. Focus on your studies and training. Should you need assistance, the school is here to help." At this moment, Lu Feiyu completed filling out his and his beast's basic information. He looked up, returned the paper to Lin Wenhui, and smiled. "I understand. Thank you, teacher." Seeing that Lu Feiyu did not react sensitively to her concern, Lin Wenhui discreetly exhaled in relief. Boys of this age and background can be particularly sensitive. A single misplaced word might ignite them like a powder keg. Fortunately, this student was not one of those. Lin Wenhui placed the papers back into the drawer and waved her hand. "As teacher and student, there is no need for thanks. Return to class now. Everyone, focus on the blackboard and not on me." The 4 fundamental principles of beast mastery are. After school, Chun Yuanshan queried with curiosity, "What did Lin Wenhui call you in for?" Lu Feiyu relayed the truth. "What? A special subsidy?" Chun Yuanshan exclaimed, looking at Lu Feiyu in disbelief. "But that benefit was discontinued last night. Everyone who contracted an A-grade beast contacted their homeroom teachers immediately. Generally, students with A-grade beasts have already received their rewards today." How could Lin Wenhui? Mid-sentence, Chun Yuanshan seemed to grasp something, his gaze towards Lu Feiyu filled with even greater envy. "Your teacher is truly kind to you, even going out of her way to help you secure it." At these words, Lu Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, a warm current surging through his heart. He had been unaware of this matter, after all. The notion of possessing an A-grade beast had felt so distant from his previous reality. While B-grade beasts could still be purchased on the market, A-grade beasts were a rarity that could not merely be bought, regardless of wealth. Each one possessed formidable combat power and exceptional growth potential, an ideal companion for every novice beastmaster. There was once a son of a conglomerate in Changnan City who desperately sought an A-grade beast egg, spending nearly 10 million at an auction just to acquire one. This exemplifies the value of A-grade beasts and the formidable prowess bestowed by the mythical bloodline pool of the system. However, Chun Yuanshan did not pry into how Lu Feiyu had obtained his A-grade beast. As a friend, he understood the boundaries of inquiry. Everyone has their own privacy, especially regarding such intimate and precious matters. "By the way, have you severed ties with those people? Where are you staying?" After a moment, Chun Yuanshan seemed to remember something and asked Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu pointed towards a modest and not far ahead, nodding in acknowledgement. "This rundown place." Chun Yuanshan dashed over to inspect the inn's furnishings, exclaiming, "Is even washing up a problem?" Lu Feiyu nodded. "Not just washing up. Even using the restroom is a challenge. I plan to rent a small apartment, perhaps a bit farther from school, but it's cheaper. I'll buy a small pot and manage my meals to save money." He spoke candidly, as if he felt no shame regarding his humble living conditions. Hearing this, Chun Yuanshan's mouth fell open in astonishment. He looked at his friend, momentarily at a loss for words. At 18, he still enjoyed a life free of worries, fretting only over how much to spend on in-game purchases. Meanwhile, his friend was already facing the harsh realities of life. After some contemplation, Chun Yuanshan declared, "Come stay at my house, then. We can look out for one another. My place is quite spacious." Thus, Lu Feiyu was half-dragged, half-led to Chun Yuanshan's home. Upon entering, Chun Yuanshan kicked off his shoes and shouted, "Mom, my good friend is staying over for a while. He is amazing. He has an A-grade beast. Who knows, he might be the top student in just 3 days." Soon, a woman dressed in casual home attire approached, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Ah, Shanshan's classmate. No need to change your shoes. Come in and sit. Here. Have some freshly washed fruit. The room has been tidied up for you. Though the items are old, they are all clean, so no need to worry. Just make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Feeling the genuine warmth radiating from Qin's mother, Feiyu found himself somewhat uncomfortable. Throughout his life, he had never been treated with such gentleness. He was unsure how to respond, offering only a forced smile. A complex blend of warmth and melancholy swirled within Feiyu's heart. He felt touched by Qin's mother's kindness, yet saddened by the voids in his own life. Noticing Feiyu's discomfort, Qin Yuanshan grabbed the fruit platter and led him towards his bedroom. Come on, let us play a couple of games. It's been ages. He called out. Mom, call us for dinner later. Chapter 9. The Grand School Competition. Advancing to the top 8. 3 days later, Feiyu and Qin Yuanshan made their way to school together. The grand competition is today. Are you nervous, Fei? Qin Yuanshan inquired, observing his friend's calm demeanor, and continued talking to himself. Well, your beast is already at Black Iron Stage 5. What is there to be anxious about? I should be the one worried. Sigh. Why is my beast only at Black Iron Stage 2? It's infuriating when comparing ourselves. Before Feiyu could respond, Qin Yuanshan's words bombarded him like cannon fire. Indeed, in just 3 days. Relying on the 100-fold spiritual energy provided by the Beastmaster space, coupled with his SSS grade innate talent for beast mastery, and supplemented by the special grants personally bestowed by Teacher Lin, Boss Jean has astonishingly ascended another rank. To achieve such a feat of advancing a tier every 3 days, especially to the mid-tier of Black Iron, is nothing short of remarkable. This rapid progression, if revealed, would undoubtedly leave countless jaws agape. It is worth noting that once one reaches the 4th tier of Black Iron, the difficulty of cultivation doubles compared to the initial stage. For an ordinary Beastmaster, advancing a tier in half a month is considered exceptionally swift. Yet, Boss Jean accomplished his elevation in merely 3 days. A 5-fold disparity. What a terrifying concept. As the two engaged in jovial conversation, they strode into the classroom. At this moment, the atmosphere within was palpably different from before. Each individual brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming school-wide competition. This grand event not only rewards those who excel individually, but also bestows collective rewards upon classes that perform outstandingly as a whole. The mere thought of this ignited fervent glances towards Feiyu. He was the key to their class's potential success. In that instant, the disdainful attitudes of 3 days prior dissipated, as everyone eagerly approached Feiyu, feigning camaraderie as if they had been close friends all along. Brother Feiyu, we're counting on you. Go for it, Feiyu. Feiyu, I'm your devoted fan. If you secure a top 3 finish, I'll send you photos of me in women's clothing. Hee. Amidst the flattery, Feiyu responded with a smile, but upon hearing the last remark, his expression shifted slightly. Casting a wary glance at the effeminate boy who had spoken, sending a shiver down his spine. Noticing Feiyu's gaze, the boy flirtatiously winked. No, not a pretty boy. Feiyu silently lamented. At that moment, the sound of Lin Wenhui's high heels echoed from outside the classroom, instantly silencing the rambunctious crowd. Standing atop the podium, she surveyed the students from her elevated position and proclaimed, the rules for this school-wide competition differ slightly from previous years. The class with the best overall performance in practical training will directly advance to the top 8. The battles of the top 8 will occur simultaneously with the regular arena matches. Once the rankings are determined, the top 3 of the arena matches can freely challenge any member of the semifinals. If successful, they will replace that individual in the rankings. Our class's candidate is tentatively set as Feiyu. Anyone with objections, please raise your hand. The classroom erupted into a clamor. All eyes turned to Feiyu. Over the past 3 days, he had demonstrated an overwhelming superiority, utterly dominating all opponents. The colossal hound he had contracted was a being of an entirely different caliber compared to the other students' beasts. Perhaps only a class as elite as the first-year high school could boast individuals capable of contending with him. This meant that Feiyu had secured a direct ascent to the top 8, guaranteeing him a substantial personal reward. It is essential to note that, considering Chongnan No. 1 high school's generosity, even the reward for 8th place is exceedingly generous. Such treatment undoubtedly incites envy among his peers. While they fretted over how to triumph in the first round, Feiyu had effortlessly secured his place among the top 8. It was infuriating to compare themselves to him. However, despite their envy, no one dared voice an objection. After all, Feiyu's prowess was indisputable. His qualification was genuinely earned through his own strength. There was no room for disparagement. With no dissent, Feiyu's selection was confirmed. Lin Wenhui lightly tapped the podium to regain the students' attention. Feiyu, do not follow the class. Come with me. Class monitor, you lead the team to the training ground. After issuing her instructions, the students promptly set to work. Under Lin Wenhui's guidance, Lu Feiyu swiftly arrived at the practice arena. As they passed countless platforms, the two reached the farthest end of the training ground. At this moment, the gaze of many spectators was riveted upon Lin Wenhui and Lu Feiyu as they stood firmly on the practice field. Once they had settled, whispers began to circulate. Is this the strongest of Class 2? He is quite handsome. Hey, don't you know Lu Feiyu? He became famous just a few days ago. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the scoundrel who filmed his sister without consent? What are you talking about? Your information is outdated. He is now the owner of an A-grade beast and looks quite dashing. How could he possibly do such a thing? Exactly. I heard Lu Feiyu completely dominated everyone from classes 2 and 5 in the past 3 days. None could match him. Who was it that took those photos? What a slanderous rumor. I heard it was his younger brother, but I'm not too sure about the details. The cacophony of voices, carried by the gentle breeze, reached Lu Feiyu's ears. In just 3 days, his prowess and transformation had become widely known. There was no concealing it. However, Lu Feiyu had no intention of hiding. He must showcase his strength and talent, obliterating the stains and dirt that clung to his reputation. Stay safe, aim for 4th, and strive for 3rd. Lin Wenhui admonished as she turned to Lu Feiyu. As she spoke, she handed him several thin sheets of paper, signaling him to catch them. Upon inspection, Lu Feiyu realized they contained vague information about the strongest contenders from the other 7 classes. Lin Wenhui's thoughtfulness was evident. She understood that Lu Feiyu had no means of acquiring his opponent's information and took it upon herself to provide it. Thank you, teacher, Lu Feiyu expressed earnestly. Although these papers bore little relevance to him, given his SSS grade talent, Eye of Ascendance, the sentiment behind them moved him deeply. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's solemn gratitude, Lin Wenhui rarely smiled, waving her hand as she said, if you perform well, the teacher will also receive performance rewards. Give it your all. With that, she gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Her slender fingers glistened under the sunlight, reminiscent of freshly washed lotus roots, pristine and unblemished. Just then, a thunderous gasp erupted from the crowd. A piercing eagle's cry resonated through the air, followed by a tumultuous gust of wind that nearly knocked Lu Feiyu off his feet. The tempest arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. As Lu Feiyu looked up at the sky, awe filled his eyes. He beheld a magnificent, snow-white giant eagle soaring gracefully above the training ground, each feather shimmering with radiant brilliance. It was as if countless minuscule currents of energy flowed through its plumage, each one akin to a lethal blade, exuding formidable power. Wang Zhentian, Principal Wang. Lu Feiyu murmured in disbelief. This was the legendary Emerald-level master, second only to the mayor of Changnan City. He stood atop the pinnacle of Changnan City. This resplendent giant eagle was one of his representative beasts, the divine wind white eagle. Its speed was unrivaled in all of Changnan. Wang Zhentian had once been Lu Feiyu's inspiration. Standing tall like a spear, the wild wind billowed around him, making his attire appear as taut as ancient, weathered wood. The resonance of energy surged through the air, while Wang Zhentian's voice thundered above the howling winds and the clamor of thousands. Students, I hereby declare, the annual grand competition of our school officially commences. Without any superfluous words, he dove straight into the matter at hand, a hallmark of his military background. As his words echoed, a wave of applause surged through the crowd, shaking the very ground beneath Lu Feiyu's feet. However, his attention swiftly shifted to the small box before him, the number box, which would determine his opponent for the first battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feiyu strode forward decisively and drew a slip of paper. Boldly inscribed upon it was the number 2. The second arena, he mused. Casting his gaze towards the nearby platform, there stood a towering figure, a man as formidable as a mountain. Song Changfeng, the strongest of Class 8 in the 3rd year. Hailing from a family renowned for beast mastery, possessed an A-grade beast mastery talent. The moment Lu Feiyu laid eyes on him, information about the man flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, the specifics of students' talents were classified, and no teacher was permitted to disclose them. Thus, Lu Feiyu could only ascertain the grade of his opponent's beast mastery talent, remaining oblivious to its effects. Yet, he pondered, an A-grade talent, no matter how potent, could it possibly surpass his own SSS grade talent? As these thoughts whirled in his mind, Lu Feiyu found himself standing beneath the arena. To ensure the safety of the students during the competition, the arena had been reinforced and elevated significantly. However, this posed no challenge for Lu Feiyu. The power of beast mastery surged within him, a flash of crimson golden light illuminating the space. With an excited bark, his esteemed beast, Gold Boss, made a dazzling entrance. Lu Feiyu pressed down on Gold Boss's waist, effortlessly leaping onto its back. Onward, he commanded, and Gold Boss sprang forth, leaping onto the arena with a formidable bound. This spectacular entrance instantly captivated the attention of the majority in the audience. In the innermost section of the stands, a small area was designated for parents. Interested parents of third-year students could observe the battles and admire their children's prowess. Among them, Zhang Fengxia's aged visage crinkled like a freshly cooked tripe. She observed Lu Feiyu on the arena, effortlessly perched upon the majestic gold boss, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could this little rascal have transformed so drastically in just a few days? As her thoughts meandered, her gaze shifted to Lu Qianjun, who was currently struggling to ascend the arena, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. Merely climbing onto the platform had him utterly exhausted, especially with the wounds inflicted by Lu Feiyu 3 days prior still aching, causing him to grimace in pain. The contrast between his plight and Lu Feiyu's grace could not have been more stark. With this comparison, even his biological mother, Zhang Fengxia, couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful it would be if Lu Feiyu were her own flesh and blood. Yet, recalling the brash words Lu Feiyu had uttered before leaving home, her expression turned icy. She was determined to witness how her stepson would embarrass himself before the entire faculty and student body. She was well aware of Song Chongfeng's reputation as a star student at Chang'an No. 1 High School, capable of competing among the top students in the city, not someone a mere stroke of luck like Lu Feiyu could contend with. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Fengxia's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she fixated on the arena, murmuring, "Defeat him, crush him." Her frenzied demeanor even caused other parents seated nearby to shift away slightly, wary of her apparent madness. Chapter 10. The Arena Battle. On the platform, Lu Feiyu leaped gracefully off Gold Boss. As his feet made contact with the ground, a sense of solidity enveloped him. The moment he ascended the stage, Song Chongfeng, who had been waiting patiently, summoned his beast. A flash of earthy yellow light flickered rapidly, and a tremor reverberated beneath Lu Feiyu's feet. His gaze sharpened, and he scrutinized Song Chongfeng's beast, a colossal figure constructed from brown stones. Its dim yellow eyes fixated on Lu Feiyu, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Lu Feiyu was not one to be daunted by a mere beast. A mysterious glint flickered in his eyes, and the attributes of the stone giant materialized before him. Species, rock giant. Attribute, earth. Talent level, B. Realm, black iron stage 3. Skills, stony body, excellent. Stone spike, excellent. Rock shatter blast, outstanding. Evaluation, a meat shield with offensive capabilities, a hair's breadth away from A-grade qualification. A B-grade black iron stage beast possessing 3 skills was indeed impressive, although its skill intensity fell short compared to Gold Boss. It was exponentially superior to the beast of Lu Qianjun. Moreover, Lu Feiyu was aware that this rock giant had a detailed evolution path. With sufficient resources and an appropriate realm, it could ascend to S-grade. Such a beast, even at the black iron stage, could fetch millions of Huaxia coins. Truly, the beast mastery families were affluent. Lu Feiyu mused inwardly. Yet, Gold Boss was no less remarkable. Indeed, it far surpassed the rock giant. Victory in this battle was all but assured. As both combatants' beasts were prepared, the judge, seated securely in the elevated platform, promptly announced, "The battle begins." The clash was imminent. "Charge!" Lu Feiyu roared, opting for an offensive strategy. At the command of its master, Gold Boss let out a low growl and darted across the arena like a crimson bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Gold Boss's glimmering claws struck fiercely at the rock giant's waist. Flames and dazzling light flickered upon its claws. This strike augmented with burning and a hint of blinding effect. After 3 days of training, Gold Boss had learned to imbue its ordinary attacks with special effects. The terrifying learning capability of an A-grade beast mastery was on full display. Under the swift assault of Gold Boss, the rock giant evidently failed to react in time. Witnessing this, Song Chongfeng, who had maintained an aloof demeanor, now revealed a flicker of urgency in his eyes. As an observer, he could keenly sense the sharpness of Gold Boss's claws and the terrifying energy coalescing within them. Without hesitation, he unleashed his beast mastery talent in an instant. A-grade beast mastery talent, solid as a rock. Upon activation, all contracted beasts received a 50% increase in defense and entered a frenzied state, losing the sensation of pain. If the contracted beast was of the earth attribute, the defense boost escalated to 100%. The effect lasted for 3 minutes. It was precisely because of this talent that his family had sought out the rock giant, a perfectly compatible beast. In an instant, a blinding earthy yellow light soared into the heavens, enveloping the rock giant. Its figure began to swell at a visible rate, the already massive stones of its body grotesquely bulging outward. The originally brown skin now radiated with a dazzling golden hue, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. At this moment, the rock giant stood as an insurmountable mountain, emanating an unmatched authority. Furthermore, due to its sudden expansion, the attack that Gold Boss had aimed at its waist now barely reached its thigh. Bang! Gold Boss's sharp claws struck the rock giant's thigh, producing a muffled thud. Where the claws passed, 5 distinct gashes marred the robust leg of the giant. With a rustling sound, tiny fragments of stone cascaded down like raindrops onto the arena. The surging flames that enveloped Gold Boss surged upward like a malignant growth, spreading from the rock giant's thigh. In an instant, the fire engulfed the towering giant, which stood a full 3 meters high. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Song Chongfeng could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. He stared incredulously at his beast, now shrouded in flames, hardly believing his own eyes. The rock giant was renowned for its defensive prowess, and his beast's innate talent was supposed to enhance that defense by 100-fold. Yet, the adversary's golden dog had managed to breach his beast's defenses in an instant. As he felt the searing heat radiating from the flames before him, Song Chongfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. Were it not for his innate ability to render his beast immune to pain, he would have already lost. Fortunately, there was still a chance. Seizing the moment while Gold Boss was attacking, Song Chongfeng suddenly shouted, "Now!" Upon hearing their master's command, the rock giant let out an earth-shattering roar. The very rocks that formed its body began to disintegrate and spin apart. The rotation of the stones accelerated to the point where they became a blur to the naked eye. In the next moment, the stones surged forward at an unparalleled speed. The explosion of debris. Lu Feiyu observed the ferocity of the assault with an air of calm. He had comprehended the capabilities of his opponent's beast the moment he witnessed its skill. Even with the sudden outburst from the rock giant, Lu Feiyu could handle it with ease, for his contracted beast was already in sync with his intentions. Even without a word from Lu Feiyu, Gold Boss instinctively knew what to do. As the barrage of stones swept towards him with immense force, the ground of the arena buckled, sealing off all escape routes for Gold Boss. Yet, Gold Boss remained unfazed. Before it, a sphere of light blazed forth, startlingly bright. The power of the crimson sun revealed itself to the world. The intense illumination instantly forced the rock giant to shut its eyes tightly. However, the brilliance was merely the prelude. The ferocious heat and flames contained within the crimson sun were the true crescendo. Gold Boss's golden fur fluttered without wind, its fluffy mane billowing, presenting it as a veritable deity of war. Fiery tongues erupted from the radiant crimson sun, consuming the incoming stones as if they were mere serpents. In an instant, the sky of projectiles was reduced to ashes. How could such trivial stones hope to rival the crimson sun, having devoured the flying debris? The flames swirled in the air, enveloping both the rock giant and Song Chongfeng in a searing embrace, as if poised to consume them whole. Witnessing this, beads of perspiration trickled down Song Chongfeng's forehead. He understood that Lu Feiyu had shown him mercy, unwilling to harm his beast. Otherwise, should this torrent of flames descend, his beast would surely be left either dead or grievously injured. Thus, despite being born into a family of beast tamers and harboring a sense of pride, Song Chongfeng cast a grateful glance at Lu Feiyu before promptly raising his hand in surrender. The battle came to an end. No, that was not quite right. This clash on the arena could hardly be termed a battle. Rather, it was a blatant display of Lu Feiyu's overwhelming superiority over Song Chongfeng. From start to finish, the rock giant's desperate resistance seemed almost like a petulant display against the might of Gold Boss. Chapter 11. The Final Battle. Upon seeing the opponent concede, Lu Feiyu did not press the advantage. After all, they bore no animosity towards one another, and he immediately instructed Gold Boss to retract its powers. The blazing fire dragons dissipated, and the brilliant light vanished. Only the lingering heat remained on the arena, a testament to the terror of the preceding conflict. The swiftness with which this battle concluded left even the judge on the high platform momentarily stunned, glancing between Lu Feiyu and Song Chongfeng. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and swiftly waved the red flag, pointing at Lu Feiyu while proclaiming loudly, "In this battle, Lu Feiyu triumphs." As his words echoed through the arena, Lu Feiyu's name swiftly ascended to the top of the prepared screen. Beneath his name, 5 conspicuous red characters declared, "Advancing to the semifinals." Below his name, there was also a striking photograph of Lu Feiyu taken at the time of his enrollment, showcasing his remarkable handsomeness. Instantly, every gaze in the arena was drawn to the changes on the large screen. What a rapid battle. Had it only just begun a few minutes ago? A few minutes? 30 seconds. Goodness, look at who his opponent was, Song Chongfeng from the Song family. A prodigy from the Beast Tamer family, defeated so swiftly? Who exactly is Lu Feiyu? As praises for Lu Feiyu echoed in his ears, Zhang Fengxiao felt as if her face were being scorched by fire. Each commendation seemed to mock her for having overlooked such a remarkable talent. She abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "What is so impressive about it?" It's merely luck that his beast mutated. Such a mutated beast may appear strong now, but advancing in the future will be exceedingly difficult, lacking any development potential. Pure luck, pure luck. After venting her frustrations, Zhang Fengxia felt considerably lighter in spirit. However, she soon noticed the astonished expressions of the parents and students surrounding her, all staring at her in disbelief. Furthermore, the person who had been sitting next to her had quietly slipped away at some point. In the crowded seating, a deserted space had inexplicably formed around Zhang Fengxia. Even someone as thick-skinned as she felt a hint of embarrassment at this scene. Nevertheless, being Zhang Fengxia, she resolutely sat back down, determined to witness just how far her so-called luck-driven stepson could go. More so, she longed to see the expression of disappointment on Lu Feiyu's face after his inevitable defeat in the finals against the top genius from Class 1. Just the thought of it brought her immense satisfaction. On the other side, Lu Feiyu had already descended from the stage, standing among the victors, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battles among the other 8 finalists before the semi-final round commenced. Indeed, this opportunity to observe the duels of other opponents was quite rare, prompting Lu Feiyu to watch attentively from the sidelines. Remarkable, Lu Feiyu swept his gaze over the 3 stages before finally fixating on one of them, where a battle was nearing its end. Upon the stage stood a doll resembling an oversized version of a weather doll, wielding a long sword forged from ice. Surrounding it, countless snowflakes danced, freezing its opponent's movements. The long sword sliced through the air, casting a haunting glow that pointed directly at the enemy's chest. Its swiftness was so astonishing that it defied clear perception. Yet, the palpable intent to kill emanating from it was acutely felt even by Lu Feiyu in the audience. It was over, Lu Feiyu murmured to himself. Indeed, the beast confronting that puppet fell without even a chance to react, influenced by the swirling snowflakes. Is this the prowess of the first place in Class 1? An A-class beast? Lu Feiyu contemplated the information he had just witnessed. Species, Frost Assassin. Attribute, Ice. Talent level, A. Realm, Black Iron Tier 3. Skills, Mastery of the Long Sword, Superior. Domain of Snow, Excellent. Frigid Flash, Rare. Evaluation. The day the sword gleams is the day the enemy meets their demise. This was Lu Feiyu's first encounter with another's A-class beast, though it possessed 3 skills. The opponent only had 1 rare skill, which seemed significantly inferior to that of his own beast, Jin Laoban. Was it the influence of the mythical bloodline? Lu Feiyu speculated internally, feeling increasingly confident about the final showdown. It was simple. The Frost Assassin's skills were utterly countered by Jin Laoban. Light attributes inherently restrain ice and water types, and the opponent's domain of snow had a control-like effect that was suppressed by Jin Laoban's blessing of light. In this battle, Lu Feiyu felt a 99% certainty of victory. The remaining 1% was his concern about becoming overconfident. As Lu Feiyu's thoughts shifted, a girl radiating an aura of chilling detachment approached slowly from the edge of the arena. She regarded Lu Feiyu, who had been waiting, with a face devoid of expression, as if he were entirely invisible. The sole heiress of the Wang family. How aloof she is, Lu Feiyu thought to himself. Since she ignored him, he too would not deign to greet her warmly. The two stood at a distance, waiting for the conclusion of the remaining 2 battles. Soon, all contests were concluded. Lu Feiyu took to the stage once more to draw lots. This time, he was to face the first place from Class 6. However, this competitor's strength was even inferior to that of Song Chongfeng. Thus Lu Feiyu felt no pressure in the fight. In mere seconds, he effortlessly concluded the battle. Such speed once again elicited gasps from the audience. Even Principal Wang, who had been watching from the giant eagle, cast a satisfied glance at the promising youth of his school. Meanwhile, the Wang family's solitary daughter, Wang Shuiyo, had also finished her battle. Despite her victory, her face betrayed no joy. The pallor of her complexion was marked by indifference. To her, such victories were devoid of significance, hardly worthy of celebration. Or perhaps, within this school, no one had yet been born who could stir her emotions. Now, only Lu Feiyu and Wang Shuiyo remained in the winner's bracket. When the referee inquired whether they required a break, considering the toll of consecutive battles on their beast stamina, the two, who had never exchanged a word, simultaneously declined. With their choices aligned, the staff had no grounds to object. Instantly, on one of the arenas, a brilliant azure light erupted. The power of the defensive array was maximized to preempt any unforeseen incidents. Lu Feiyu and Wang Shuiyo ascended the stage, one to the left and one to the right. The final battle commenced. Facing the climactic showdown, Wang Shuiyo retained her icy demeanor, directly summoning her beast. As the Frost Assassin materialized, the temperature in the arena plummeted several degrees. Snowflakes danced and swirled in the air. Chapter 12, Life and Death Struggle. A bone-chilling cold gradually infiltrated Lu Feiyu's body, even stifling his thoughts under the influence of the extreme frost. Realizing this, Feiyu summoned his own beast. His beast's space boasted a 100-fold enhancement of spiritual energy. Even after a brief stay within, Jin Laoban, who had fought in 2 consecutive battles, was now invigorated, at the peak of his condition. His vigor was on par with that of the Frost Assassin, who had consumed elixirs. The moment Jin Laoban appeared, Feiyu felt as though a sun had materialized before him, radiating an astonishing warmth. The penetrating cold that seemed to seep into his very marrow swiftly retreated as if confronted by its natural enemy. Positions assumed, the battle began. Upon witnessing the summoning of their beasts, the referee from the elevated seat called out with fervor. This declaration sent the already taut atmosphere of the arena into a frenzy. In an instant, Jin Laoban summoned Qiyong, a blazing sphere of heat and light that emitted boundless warmth. The snow accumulated on the arena's surface rapidly melted away. Even the snowflakes drifting in the air dissolved, transforming into droplets that fell to the ground. The domain of snow was instantly neutralized by Jin Laoban's ability. Observing this, a flicker of emotional fluctuation crossed Wang Shuiyo's eternally frigid gaze. Yet, in the next moment, that ripple of feeling was forcefully suppressed. She slightly raised her delicate hand, causing the Frost Assassin to conjure a long sword forged from pure ice. With the sword in hand, the aura surrounding the Frost Assassin surged dramatically. An S-class beast talent. Innate sword heart. When the beast wields a weapon, its damage increases by 70%. When the weapon is a sword, the damage enhancement soars to 150%. Duration, 10 minutes. This enhancement of 1.5 times elevated the combat power of the originally Black Iron Tier 3 Frost Assassin to exceed that of Black Iron Tier 5 in that very moment. The dark blue gleam in the Frost Assassin's eyes flashed ominously, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. The next instant, her figure reappeared behind the tense Jin Laoban, her pure ice longsword thrusting with tremendous force towards his waist. The notion of a soft spot holds true for wolves, and similarly for canine creatures like Jin Laoban. However, sensing the chilling wind of the sword approaching from behind, Jin Laoban remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to evade. From a distance, he appeared almost dazed. This posture left the audience, who had anticipated an impressive display from Feiyu's beast, utterly disappointed. What is this? Such a lack of combat skill and awareness? An A-class beast? Indeed, a mere lackey can never rise above their station, no matter how fortunate they might be. Absolutely. Even with attribute advantages, this big dog was utterly powerless against Wang Shuiyo's Frost Assassin. This comparison is hardly fair. After all, Wang Shuiyo possesses the rare S-class talent, while Feiyu is only of C-class talent, quite ordinary. The disparity in beast talents is simply too vast for a contracted beast to rival its counterpart. Does this not clearly indicate that Feiyu is but a waste of space? Apart from his handsome appearance and a streak of luck, what merit does he possess compared to me? Suddenly, the audience's admiration for Feiyu shifted to disdain, as derisive remarks flooded the stands. Zhang Fengxia, seated among the parents, listened with immense satisfaction to the disparaging remarks surrounding her regarding Feiyu, secretly reveling in their disdain. Yet, only Wang Zhentian, standing at the highest vantage point, exhibited a flickering intensity in his gaze. From his elevated position, his keen perception allowed him to discern that the crimson-maned beast bore not a trace of fear or panic in its eyes. Rather, it radiated an overwhelming anticipation and a fervent will to fight. It was as if it had deliberately sustained its injuries. Indeed, Boss Jean had intentionally endured the blow, embracing the desperate struggle for survival. The more grievously wounded it became, the more formidable its physical prowess grew. In an instant, the frigid sword pierced through Boss Jin's elongated torso. Empowered by an S-rank Beastmaster talent, the ice-cold assassin's strike effortlessly penetrated Boss Jin's muscular and furry exterior, reaching deep into its vital organs. As the sword twisted, a torrent of blood and mangled flesh erupted forth, accompanied by fragments of internal organs that dripped from the gaping wound. The once majestic fur of Boss Jin was now stained with blood, rendering it a pitiful sight. Enough. Wang Shuiyo, observing the gory spectacle from the side of the arena, murmured to herself, attempting to restrain her beast from further action. Yet in the next moment, her typically tranquil eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Boss Jin's valiant counterattack. After sustaining its injuries, the beast's golden eyes were suddenly overtaken by a crimson hue, as if blood itself had ignited within them. From a distance, they appeared as 2 blazing flames, fervently ablaze in its gaze. Ignoring the gruesome wounds adorning its body, Boss Jin pivoted with ghostly agility, dashing forth like a flash of crimson lightning. Its razor-sharp claws lunged directly towards the long sword wielded by the ice assassin. The speed of this assault was astonishing, so much so that even the renowned speedster assassin could not react in time. How can it be so fast? This thought echoed in Wang Shui's mind, as well as in the minds of countless spectators in the parent section. The velocity of this strike was beyond what a low-tier beastmaster of the Black Iron rank could achieve. Clang! Bang! Two sharp sounds resonated across the arena. The sword, forged from pure ice, shattered under the full force of Boss Jin's claw, disintegrating into icy shards that scattered across the ground. The formidable force of the strike did not relent. After shattering the sword, it continued unabated, crashing down upon the ice assassin who had just unleashed the chilling flash. With a muffled thud, the ice puppet was sent soaring through the air, arcing like a broken kite, its chest visibly concaving. A deluge of ice shards accompanied its descent, and flames inexplicably ignited within the hollowed cavity of its chest, stymieing its internal ice powers from mending its wounds. Xiaobing. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shuio gasped, instinctively extending her right hand as if to catch her fallen beast. Yet the distance between them was a staggering several dozen meters. After all, Boss Jin's strike had ejected its opponent from the arena, disqualifying it from the fight. How could Wang Shuio possibly intervene? Moreover, Boss Jin seemed to have lost its senses in its fury, charging forward in a bid to engage once more, even after its adversary had been cast from the arena. In that moment, Lu Feiyu stepped in, blocking its path. Boss Jin, he called out sharply, instantly restoring clarity to the beast's crimson eyes, which once again gleamed with radiant gold. However, unlike its usual vibrant demeanor, it now appeared somewhat weakened. Indeed, while the desperate struggle for survival may have rendered it immune to pain, the toll on its stamina was inescapable. At that instant, a piercing eagle's cry echoed across the sky, and a fierce wind swept through as Wang Jintian leapt from the back of his eagle. A palm-sized, plush orb materialized on his shoulder, glowing with a gentle white light that split into two, one enveloping the ice assassin and the other enveloping Boss Jin. Lu Feiyu distinctly observed as the fist-sized wound on Boss Jin's flank began to heal at an astonishing pace. The white light coursed through the beast, restoring all its hidden ailments and injuries. Such formidable healing power, Lu Feiyu mused inwardly, casting a glance at the ice assassin, who appeared to have fully recovered as well, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, both he and Wang Shuio were schoolmates, familiar faces in their daily lives. Moreover, she was the sole daughter of the Wang group, a formidable entity with vast influence. Better to avoid provoking her. Having completed this, Wang Jintian turned his attention to the two combatants in the arena, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "You are both the most exceptional students I have ever encountered." With that, he initiated applause, signifying his admiration for the two. The crisp sound resonated far within the previously hushed arena. Indeed, the once boisterous training ground fell silent as Boss Jin's strike sent the ice assassin flying, creating a stillness reminiscent of an examination hall. The spectators' mouths gaped in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity as they beheld the imposing crimson beast and the striking young man beside it. What just happened? How did Lu Feiyu, whom we thought would surely lose, turn the tide and achieve such a resounding victory? They found themselves perplexed, yet under the principal's lead. The crowd began to join in applause. The combined clapping of thousands of students from the first and second years reverberated like thunder, shaking the very foundation of the training ground. Countless third-year students engaged in their own battles looked around in astonishment, unaware of the events unfolding. However, upon noticing the small text on the screen above, their shock was palpable, their eyes wide as saucers. Among them, Lu Qianjun was particularly affected. He stared at the screen displaying the words, Lu Feiyu, Finals Victory, 6 shimmering golden characters that seemed unbelievable, prompting him to rub his eyes in disbelief. Yet, when he opened them again and gazed upward with hope, those 6 words remained unchanged. In that moment, it felt as though something within Lu Qianjun had shattered. An overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him, threatening to topple him from his position in the arena. How could he be so strong? Lu Qianjun lamented inwardly, having once believed his younger brother merely lucked into acquiring a decent beast. However, winning the finals was tantamount to securing first place in the entire school competition. This not only promised immense rewards, but also signified that Lu Feiyu had captured the attention of prestigious universities and high-ranking officials in Chang'an City. Henceforth, he would soar to great heights, leaving the confines of the modest Lu family far behind. As he reflected on his past condescension towards Lu Feiyu, Lu Qianjun felt as if he had swallowed 1,000 tons of bitter gall. Regret coursed through him like an army of ants, overwhelming him from head to toe. In the parents' section, Zhang Fengxia sat in a daze, her expression resembling one who had just consumed something foul, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding parents who were enthusiastically applauding. She gazed incredulously at Lu Feiyu. How could it be that this stepson, whom she had never regarded with any esteem, had ascended to such remarkable heights in the blink of an eye? It felt like a dream. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her. She couldn't help but fantasize. If only she had treated Lu Feiyu with a little more kindness. Perhaps she could bask in a fraction of his glory at this moment. After all, nominally, she was still his mother. Alas, following this reverie, a long sigh escaped her lips. How could she not realize that her relationship with Lu Feiyu was even less significant than that of a passerby? Although she had no ties to him, his biological father, old Lu, was indeed present. Surely, he could extract some benefits from that boy with ease. With that thought, Zhang Fengxia's eyes sparkled anew, glinting with a ravenous and insatiable desire as she fixated on Lu Feiyu, eager to wring out the last vestiges of advantage from him. After all, the reward for achieving first place in the school-wide competition was exceedingly generous. On the arena, after concluding the battle, Lu Feiyu returned his beast to the space for it to rest comfortably. Having completed this task, he descended the platform, awaiting the conclusion of the ordinary group battles. Only after the top 3 of the ordinary group had challenged would the final rankings of the entire school competition be revealed. However, he assumed that no matter how audacious those challengers might be, they would not dare to challenge him, Lu Feiyu, given the undeniable prowess he had demonstrated. Each ranking he had earned was a testament to his blood and sweat in training, devoid of any embellishment. Yet soon, the self-assured Lu Feiyu experienced his first slap of reality since his rebirth. 3 students emerged victoriously from the ordinary group, all pointing their fingers directly at Lu Feiyu. Without exception, these 3 were exceptional students from Class 1, possessing formidable combat prowess. It was evident that they intended to employ a tactic of wheel warfare to suppress Lu Feiyu. I challenge Lu Feiyu. I challenge Lu Feiyu. I challenge Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu's expression shifted slightly, but before he could respond, teacher Lin Wenhui, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward. Her cold, beautiful eyes swept over the 3 students. And then she turned to Principal Wang, whispering, "This is against the rules." However, before the principal could respond, a brazen voice pierced through the air. "May I ask? Teacher Lin, what part of this is against the regulations? What rule states that one cannot challenge the first place? Which rule prohibits 3 individuals from simultaneously challenging the top contender?" A student with red-dyed hair that barely brushed his eyebrows approached, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you, Teacher Lin, trying to protect your student? Or is there some improper relationship between you two, making you reluctant to see your little lover suffer?" His lewd gaze flitted between Lu Feiyu and Lin Wenhui, his eyebrows raising in suggestive insinuations. Slap. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Wenhui delivered a resounding slap to him. Such slander was intolerable for any woman. Even Principal Wang frowned slightly upon hearing these words, casting a stern look at the student who had spoken. "You are disrespecting your elders. Regardless of your ranking, all rewards are hereby forfeited." Upon hearing this, the dyed-haired boy showed no trace of sorrow. Instead, he smiled broadly, as if he had not a care in the world. After all, he was Wanpeng, wealthy beyond measure and destined for greatness. Such trivial resources meant nothing to him. His disdain stemmed from the fact that this outsider had overshadowed their class. Thus, Wanpeng secretly promised the other 2 exceptional students from Class A that if they joined him in challenging Lu Feiyu, he would offer them exceedingly generous rewards, at least double what the school would provide. "Wanpeng, do not engage in such petty schemes that tarnish our class's reputation." To Lu Feiyu's surprise, Wang Xueyo, also from Class 1, approached and reprimanded him coldly. Upon hearing this, Wanpeng's previously jovial expression twisted into one of anger. "Shut your mouth, you worthless wretch. You let an outsider take first place and still have the audacity to confront me?" Lu Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Wanpeng was merely a sycophant of Wang Xueyo, unable to bear seeing his goddess defeated, and had come to annoy him. But it appeared their relationship was not merely one of admiration. There seemed to be animosity as well. "If you dare to curse in public again, you can leave." Hearing his niece insulted, Wang Xintian became serious. Indeed, he was Wang Xueyo's uncle. Witnessing the principal's stern demeanor, Wanpeng ceased his mockery, adopting a defiant stance as he gazed at Lu Feiyu on the platform, his tone dripping with contempt. "Are you brave enough to face me? You lucky fool." He instinctively wanted to retaliate with an insult, but remembering Wang Xintian's words, he suppressed himself and uttered something rather comical. However, Lu Feiyu found no humor in it. He surveyed the disdainful and scornful expressions on Wanpeng's face and the indignation radiating from teacher Lin Wenhui. Lu Feiyu leaped down from the high platform, a distance of nearly 3 meters, as if it were nothing, steadily approaching Wanpeng's arrogant visage. As he drew nearer, Lu Feiyu could even hear Wanpeng's slightly hurried breaths. A mocking smile graced Lu Feiyu's lips as he unabashedly declared, "You think you are worthy to challenge me?" At this proclamation, the audience erupted in astonishment. Those who had been seated, watching the spectacle, gasped in unison, "Goodness, has Lu Feiyu lost his mind?" How dare he provoke the Wan family? If the Wang family represented the foremost legitimate power in Chongnan, then the Wan family was the pinnacle of the underworld. Every conceivable crime, murder, arson, human trafficking, had been committed by the Wan family. And the fact that such a blatant evil force had not been eradicated spoke volumes about the terrifying powers backing them. Lu Feiyu, in his audacity, seemed oblivious to the gravity of his words, revealing his origins as a commoner, unable to discern the prevailing dynamics. Do not be foolish, you are no commoner. Moreover, this situation is not Wanpeng's fault. Why are you blaming Lu Feiyu? Young man, in this world, there is no right or wrong, only strength. Upon hearing this, Wanpeng, standing opposite Lu Feiyu, began to laugh. His laughter transformed from lightheartedness to boisterous guffaws, culminating in uncontrollable laughter that left him doubled over. Ha! Does your family operate a landfill? How can you be so full of yourself? If you're scared, just concede first place to me. Spare me your nonsense about worthiness. You are making me laugh to death. With that, he straightened up, exaggeratedly wiping non-existent tears from his eyes, his tone suddenly turning icy. If you are afraid, then leave. Do not occupy the first position. This last declaration was nearly a roar, resonating throughout the entire arena. In an instant, everyone was awestruck by his imposing presence. The training ground fell into a profound silence once more. Only Wang Zhentian, with a furrowed brow, cast a puzzled glance at Wanpeng, unable to comprehend the motives behind the Wan family's actions. He found it hard to believe that Wanpeng could act so brazenly before the Wan group without the express permission of the head of the Wan family. Lu Feiyu regarded the flushed Wanpeng with a disdainful expression, softly uttering 2 words, fool. After that, he swept his gaze across the remaining 2 students in Class 1, beckoning with his finger, and said, I suggest you all come at me together. Let us not squander each other's time. Time is precious and should not be wasted behind the likes of you fools. With those words, not only did those present fall silent, but even Wanpeng, who had been acting like a deranged individual, abruptly halted his exaggerated expressions. His eyes, filled with suspicion, scanned Lu Feiyu from head to toe, seemingly unable to fathom the source of his unwavering confidence. Before this confrontation, he had investigated Lu Feiyu's family background, a child who had always been neglected and overlooked. With merely a C-level talent, who had only achieved an A-level mutated beast by mere fortune. How could he dare to be so audacious? After a moment of contemplation, Wanpeng could not decipher the source of Lu Feiyu's confidence and dismissed it as madness. Very well, you've said it. A man's word is his bond. Don't let me look down on you, Wanpeng decisively declared, fearful that Lu Feiyu might reconsider. Initially, he had harbored concerns about whether the 3 of them could overcome Lu Feiyu's beast, but now, a 3-to-1 scenario seemed utterly foolproof. Lu Feiyu, do not be blinded by temporary courage. Lin Wenhui stepped forward, attempting to dissuade Lu Feiyu from his course of action. At the same moment, Wanpeng glanced over, exclaiming, Are you even a man? Lu Feiyu, ignoring Wanpeng's clownish demeanor, offered Lin Wenhui a reassuring look and whispered, Do not worry, I know my limits. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenhui's eyes betrayed her concern, yet she ultimately released her grip on Lu Feiyu, cautioning him, Be careful. If it's too much, just admit defeat. Lu Feiyu nodded and strode confidently towards the arena. Defeat? That was simply out of the question. Having just battled Wang Shuiyo, Lu Feiyu, under the enhancement of his SSS level talent and the adrenaline from intense combat, saw his beast, Jin Laoban, thrive under the nurturing aura of 100-fold spirit energy in the beast space, achieving another breakthrough. At that moment, Jin Laoban had ascended to the 6th tier of Black Iron, a significant enhancement in power. Now, he stood merely a step away from the late stage of Black Iron. Even without engaging in a life-or-death struggle, Jin Laoban could easily crush an Ice Snow Assassin. What's more, he faced 3 beasts that were inferior to the Ice Snow Assassin in strength. With his abilities of life-or-death combat and immunity to control, Jin Laoban had no fear of being outnumbered. Against these feeble adversaries, he would eliminate them one by one. Chapter 15, The Ambush. Upon ascending the arena and observing the eager summoning of their beasts by the trio, a glimmer of light flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. The information about his opponent's 3 beasts immediately registered in his mind. 2 B-grade beasts at the 3rd tier of Black Iron were hardly worth mentioning. Only Wanpeng's A-grade beast warranted a modicum of caution from Lu Feiyu. However, that was merely a slight concern. Species, Thunderous Wrath, Attribute, Electricity, Talent Level, A, Realm, 3rd tier of Black Iron, Skills, Wrathful Howl, Excellent, Partial Elementalization, Outstanding, Thunderous Fury, Rare, Evaluation, A Tempestuous Spirit favored by lightning. 3 3rd-tier Black Iron beasts, to Jin Laoban, who had already reached the 6th tier of Black Iron. It was but a trivial matter. The only aspect requiring vigilance was the beast's talents. After all, while not every student in Class 1 boasted an illustrious background like Wan Peng or Wang Xueyo, each of their families was significantly better off than Lu Feiyu's. The legacy of generations of exceptional beast genes had endowed the students of Class 1 with talents far superior to those of ordinary students. Perhaps, each of these 3 students possessed A-level talents. As for S-level, apologies, but throughout the entire school, and even in the whole of Changnan City, only Wang Xueyo held that distinction. Thus, she was able to overshadow Wan Peng, leading Class 1 into battle. This reality only fueled Wan Peng's ire, especially after this woman had lost to a nameless poor boy. Moreover, he bore the weight of his family's orders. This battle must be fought fiercely, drawing notoriety and capturing everyone's attention towards the Wan family. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Wan Peng's lips. As a malicious idea flickered through his mind, if my thunderous fury has a wider radius, it would be perfectly normal for it to accidentally strike the Beast Master. Wouldn't it? The might of thunder could undoubtedly smite that arrogant boy dead on the spot. After all, the Beast Master's physique is not particularly sturdy. Even if Principal Wang intervenes in time, the overwhelming terror of the thunderstorm would surely frighten that boy into a pitiful display before thousands of witnesses. While his thoughts raced, Lu Feiyu had already summoned his beast. The warm aura emanating from Jin Laoban, now at the 6th tier of black iron, seemed markedly more intense. Simply standing there, he resembled a radiant sun, exuding boundless light and warmth. Tear them apart, Jin. Before Lu Feiyu could finish his command, a thunderous roar erupted from the horizon. A terrifying energy brewed in the sky. At that moment, Lu Feiyu felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if something had locked onto him. He gazed upward. The once clear sky now roared with lightning like an enraged dragon. In that fleeting moment of looking up, a blinding flash filled his entire field of vision. The next instant, a torrent of thunder descended, encompassing both Lu Feiyu and Jin Laoban within its vast scope. Instinctively, Lu Feiyu took 2 steps back, but the ferocious lightning seemed to possess a life of its own, altering its trajectory to follow his movements. At that point, Lu Feiyu realized that Wan Peng's target was not his beast, but rather him. Such ruthlessness. A chill coursed through Lu Feiyu's heart, and the glint in his eyes now radiated unmistakable killing intent as he regarded Wan Peng. Just then, the violent thunder struck. However, at the very moment the lightning was about to hit Lu Feiyu, Jin Laoban leaped forward, positioning himself above Lu Feiyu. His bulging muscles resembled hills, and his soft fur provided protection. The torrential lightning, originally aimed at Lu Feiyu, was entirely absorbed by Jin Laoban's sturdy form. The acrid scent of charred flesh rapidly filled the air, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Wait, the referee hasn't even called for the start yet. How could Wan Peng strike first? Indeed, I saw it clearly. That lightning was directed at the Beast Master himself, not his beast. This is a violation. A serious violation. He should be disqualified. In that moment, everyone was incensed by Wan Peng's audacious and unrestrained actions. This time, he dared to attack Lu Feiyu on the arena. But who can guarantee that the next target of such an assault won't be themselves? It is a pity that such a violent strike, taken by the Beast Master in the mid-stage of black iron, would leave them either dead or grievously injured, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. Yet, though defeated, the unwavering loyalty of such a Beast Master is a rare gem, especially one that has only been nurtured for a mere few days. Indeed, how enviable Lu Feiyu is. His fortune is truly remarkable. Not only is his beast powerful, but it is also so fiercely loyal. After the anger subsides, one can only sigh in regret. Even if they were to rally behind Lu Feiyu, they could scarcely believe that his beast could retain any combat capability after withstanding such an onslaught. Yet, in the moments to come, Lu Feiyu would prove them wrong, and quite spectacularly at that. Upon the arena, Lu Feiyu's expression was darker than ever before as he gazed at the golden boss that shielded him. The once fluffy golden mane was now singed, revealing a myriad of scars on the skin beneath. The wounds, appearing in an instant, had been cauterized by the intense heat of the lightning. Congealed blood obstructed the wounds, greatly hampering the beast's movements. However, for the golden boss, who thrived in the face of dire battles, these were mere trifles. Not only would they not be fatal, but they would also propel its combat capabilities to unprecedented heights. Lu Feiyu could already sense that the golden boss's physical prowess had doubled from its usual state. It had reached the formidable strength characteristic of the late black iron stage. This battle will demand all my strength, Lu Feiyu softly declared, his gaze toward Wan Peng resembling that of a man gazing upon the dead. Upon hearing this, the golden boss's muscles swelled once more. It leapt back, and the hardened ground was forcibly cratered by its kick. Its form darted about the arena like a streak of crimson light. closing in on the three opposing beast masters within the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Wanpeng was filled with astonishment and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a pure beast could withstand such a blow and still possess such vibrant energy. However, he quickly regained his composure, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Attack!" At his urging, the other two, jolted from their stupor, unleashed their ultimate techniques. In an instant, thick vines erupted from the ground, coalescing into a sturdy cage intended to ensnare the golden boss. A wall of water surged forth, poised to intercept the golden boss's ferocious strike. Meanwhile, the thunderous fury opened its gaping maw, unleashing a sharp roar. The sound was thunderous and jarring, inducing a moment of disorientation in all who heard it. Yet, these actions were utterly inconsequential in the face of the golden boss at its peak. As it advanced, a massive sun of crimson hue materialized out of thin air. The blazing sun soared, its radiance fierce, flames spontaneously igniting. In a heartbeat, the scorching sunlight mingled with the billowing flames, enveloping the arena. The thick, black vines, upon contact with the flames, were instantly reduced to ashes without a hint of resistance. The wall of water, too, dissipated into steam the moment the crimson sun ascended, scattering in all directions. The searing steam even scorched the three opposing beasts behind it, causing blisters filled with bodily fluids to erupt on their forms, only to be ignited by the flames. An agonizing pain accompanied the fiery spread upon the three enemy beasts, leading to a resounding chorus of anguished roars echoing throughout the arena. Even those seated in the audience shuddered at the haunting cries. With widened eyes and strained necks, they peered toward the arena, where only a white mist and the raging flames were visible, obscuring the scene within. The crimson sun summoned by the golden boss, upon its emergence, exerted a domineering force that thoroughly subdued the three enemy beasts. They writhed in agony upon the searing ground, desperately rolling to alleviate their suffering. This sight left Wanpeng and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Their once proud beasts were rendered so feeble, they hadn't even had the chance to utilize their beasts' innate abilities. However, an even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. The crimson sun, suspended in midair, began to move with alarming speed. Its brilliance flickered, flames danced, and a wave of insatiable heat surged forth, showing no signs of halting. "This is bad." Wanpeng's pupils constricted at this sight. The once arrogant Feiyu was now marred by sheer terror. In that moment, he was no longer the pampered heir of the Wan family, but rather a mere mortal, vulnerable to the searing heat. "Stop, I concede." As he beheld the swiftly advancing crimson sun and felt the scorching wave approaching, Wanpeng sensed his hair beginning to singe. He distinctly smelled the acrid scent of his hair curling from the intense heat. In that instant, all arrogance and hubris fled from his heart. He exaggeratedly raised both hands, imploring Lu Feiyu with his gaze, fearful that the latter might unleash further wrath upon him. Yet, Lu Feiyu merely stood there, unmoving, his expression inscrutable. His eyes betrayed no emotion, as if he had no concern for Wanpeng's fate whatsoever. Witnessing this, Wanpeng teetered on the brink of despair. Meanwhile, the two students beside him were unable to withstand the oppressive heat and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to dehydration. Observing this scene, Lu Feiyu still did not command the golden boss to cease its actions. Those who collude with malevolent spirits are as contemptible as the vicious tiger itself and do not deserve pity. Suddenly, the crimson sun surged forward with explosive speed, charging directly at Wanpeng. The very air around them trembled under the extreme heat. Under such pressure, Wanpeng found himself unable to maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward in a manner reminiscent of a stray dog, kicked to the curb. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from above. "You audacious brat! How dare you harm one of the Wan family?" A chilling wind accompanied by an indescribable stench swept through the air. The potent gust of wind bore down upon Lu Feiyu, leaving him breathless. The force of this onslaught surpassed anything he could endure. Yet, this discomfort lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, the familiar cry of an eagle rang in his ears. A colossal eagle swooped down, its wings enveloping Lu Feiyu and his beast in a protective embrace. With a resounding thud, a powerful collision reverberated overhead, shaking the entire arena to its core. Only Lu Feiyu and the golden boss, shielded by the giant eagle, remained unscathed. At that moment, Principal Wang Jintian's cold voice echoed from above, "Master Wan, why have you trespassed into Changnan No. 1 High School?" As the words were spoken, the colossal eagle slowly spread its wings, granting Lu Feiyu a glimpse of the scene unfolding in the sky. There, a hairless giant bird stood in confrontation with the majestic white eagle. Surrounding the hairless bird were numerous yellow lumps protruding from its body. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feiyu soon realized that these lumps were filled to the brim with pus. No wonder they had a yellow hue, accompanied by a foul stench. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes, and the information about the hairless bird instantly materialized before him. Species, malignant tumor raven. Attribute, poison. Talent level, S. Realm, Emerald Tier 7. Skills, tumor burst, rare. Voodoo domain, exceptional. Forbidden healing dark poison, exceptional. Poison raven tide, exceptional. Evaluation, the cry of the poison raven heralds death. An Emerald Tier late-stage beast. In the entirety of Changnan City, those capable of possessing such a creature could be counted on one hand. Coupled with Principal Wang's prior remarks, it was evident that this individual was none other than the head of the Wan family, Wan Mingjia, an Emerald Tier Beastmaster. Only a short time and a slight opportunity stood between him and ascension to Diamond Tier. He was one of the foremost Beastmasters in Changnan City, his status second only to the mayor. What an audacious intrusion. Upon the back of the malignant tumor raven, a man with a scruffy beard sneered, "If I hadn't come, my son's life would have surely been lost. Is this the kind of student that Changnan No. 1 High School produces? Bold enough to lay hands on a classmate. Such malice. I dare say Changnan No. 1 High School is utterly ruined." Hearing these words, Principal Wang had yet to respond. But the students seated in the audience began to murmur discontentedly. How shameless. It's truly a case of throwing stones while hiding one's own hands. Yes, it was clearly Wan Peng who struck first. To call for a parent when one lacks skill. What a childlike act. Ha. Naturally, they dared not speak loudly. For the Wan family was notoriously infamous in Changnan, and whispering amongst themselves was one thing, but if the Wan family overheard, they would surely face dire consequences. The chatter of the students, though subdued, persisted, causing Wan Mingjia to furrow his brow and bellow, "Silence." The power of the Beastmaster surged through his throat, his voice crashing like waves, silencing all dissent. Witnessing this, Principal Wang's displeasure intensified. This was his school. It was not the place for outsiders to run amok. "You shall not speak so loudly here." Principal Wang's voice, though soft, managed to firmly suppress Wan Mingjia's outburst. Observing this, Wan Mingjia narrowed his eyes, regarding Wang Jintian with suspicion, and queried softly, "Have you broken through?" In response to his inquiry, Principal Wang merely snorted, offering no reply. Instead, he looked down from his elevated position at the three individuals who had fallen from the stage, his expression impassive as he declared, "Wan Peng, in the arena duel, you struck first and intentionally attacked a classmate, the severity of which warrants expulsion. Xie Xiaolin and Lu Jinhao, knowing of Wan Peng's misdeeds, yet failing to intervene and even aiding him in wrongdoing, face serious repercussions and documentation in their records." Chapter 17, Double Rewards. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was taken aback. For a student, a disciplinary record was already an exceedingly grave matter. Any respectable Beastmaster university would never accept a student with a tarnished record. Expulsion was the highest level of punishment that Principal Wang Jintian could administer. It was vital to note that such a record of expulsion would follow one for a lifetime. Given Wan Peng's family background, talent, and strength, it was not inconceivable for him to gain admission to the two most prestigious institutions in the capital. Yet now, all hope and dreams had been shattered. Clearly, Wan Peng and the Wan family had truly provoked his wrath. In response, Wan Mingjia, perched upon the back of the malignant tumor raven, wore an even darker expression, fixing his gaze on Wang Jintian's face as he enunciated slowly, "Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this." With that, he ceased his entanglement. With a sweeping gesture, a tempest arose, propelling Wan Peng onto the back of the raven. Following this, a hoarse screech echoed, a foul wind swept past, and the raven vanished, leaving the Wan father and son to retreat in disgrace. After all, Wang Jintian's current strength surpassed that of Wan Mingjia. In the world of Beastmasters, power reigned supreme. To possess strength was to wield authority and command over all matters. Today, Principal Wang demonstrated through his actions a vivid lesson on societal hierarchies to all the faculty and students. Emerald Tier 9 indeed. Lu Feiyu stood upon the arena, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The magnificent white eagle beneath Wang Jintian was evidently a top-tier emerald beast. From this, it could be inferred that even if Wang Jintian had not yet broken through to Diamond Tier, he was not far from it. His strength was second only to that of the mayor of Changnan City. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Lu Feiyu murmured, his heart brimming with admiration. He was confident that with the aid of the mythical bloodline pool and his SSS-level Beastmaster talent, he too would soon ascend to Diamond Tier, perhaps even beyond. Feathers, too, could soar to the heavens. As the Wan family head departed, the students in the audience collectively straightened their postures with joy. After all, having a domineering and protective principal was a remarkable blessing. Meanwhile, Wang Jintian guided the divine eagle in a slow descent. He turned his gaze toward Lu Feiyu, and a sudden smile broke through his stern visage as he proclaimed, "Lu Feiyu, First place in the school-wide competition, standing firm against 3 adversaries with unwavering composure. You are awarded 200 Spirit Beast Stones. Additionally, you receive 4 special resource exchange opportunities. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The reason was simple. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Compared to previous years, they had nearly doubled. Spirit Beast Stones were condensed forms of pure spiritual energy, directly absorbable by beasts, significantly enhancing their training speed. Each Spirit Beast Stone was valued at 1,000 Huaxia coins. How much were 200 worth? Lu Feiyu mentally calculated, arriving at a staggering figure, 200,000 Huaxia coins. He had never encountered such wealth in either of his lifetimes. Moreover, with the assistance of these Spirit Beast Stones, combined with his innate talent for accelerating training speed, he could swiftly elevate his tier in no time. Yet, what thrilled Lu Feiyu even more were the 4 opportunities for special resource exchanges. He had already learned through the Eye of Advancement that the special materials required for Gene Boss's next evolution were precisely 4 items. This was a perfect match. Lu Feiyu had previously fretted over how to acquire these 4 special resources. Now, it was as if a pillow was delivered to him just as he was about to doze off. Gene Boss's ascension to S-tier qualified Beastmaster was now all but assured. Not only was he astonished by the bountiful rewards, but even the other competitors and the audience could not help but exclaim in awe. Such a grand gesture. In the parents section, Zhang Fengxia's eyes nearly sparkled with greed as she calculated how to extract resources from Lu Feiyu. Sensing the restlessness in the arena, Principal Wang raised his hands to calm the crowd, making no other movements. However, all the clamor and noise vanished in an instant. Subsequently, he cleared his throat and spoke once more. Not only the first place, the rewards for the top 8 will also be doubled. Without granting the audience a moment to absorb this shocking news, he unleashed another significant announcement. The Changnan City Secret Realm Management Office, in support of the Beast Tamers of Changnan senior students, will hold a secret realm exploration competition in 10 days. At that time, the top 8 students from our school will represent us in the competition. The top 5 participants will receive extraordinarily generous rewards. Moreover, major universities will send representatives to observe the competitors' performances, potentially offering leniency in admissions or even guaranteed placements. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly was once again astounded. Even Lu Feiyu was taken aback. In his previous life, he had dropped out early and had never encountered such a grand opportunity. A secret realm. In this world of beast taming, it symbolizes both peril and opportunity. Although a moment's carelessness could lead explorers to a place of irrevocable doom, the resources within are abundant. Not only are there unique resources scattered throughout, but those fortunate enough might even discover remarkable beast eggs within the secret realm. Many have amassed fortunes from a single exploration. Furthermore, to ensure the sustainability of the resources within the secret realm, it is often sealed for several years after a period of opening. Thus, opportunities for exploration are exceedingly rare, so rare that a student like Lu Feiyu, who comes from a modest background, would hardly dare to dream of such a chance. Yet now, he found himself with a free opportunity to enter. How could Lu Feiyu not feel exhilarated? Moreover, he believed that 10 days would be ample time for him to nurture his prized beast into a black iron 9th tier, or even to the bronze realm. At that point, the modest secret realm exploration would be as simple as reaching into his pocket. As Lu Feiyu indulged in his daydreams, Principal Wang succinctly concluded the tumultuous school-wide competition with a few final remarks. Then, he glanced at Lu Feiyu and said softly, "Follow me." As he spoke, a majestic eagle bowed its head, extending its wings low, inviting Lu Feiyu to mount. The magnificent white eagle laid out a comfortable path for him. Is the principal summoning me? Though Lu Feiyu felt puzzled, he complied and ascended onto the eagle's back. After all, for someone of such stature, if there were any ill intentions, he would be powerless to resist. Furthermore, if the principal had nefarious designs, then Wang Mingjie would not have intervened when the time came. Chapter 18, A New Residence. The moment Lu Feiyu steadied himself, the giant eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The fierce winds at high altitude slicing against his skin like blades. Sensing Lu Feiyu's discomfort, Principal Wang immediately commanded, "Create a barrier." In an instant, the raging winds were obstructed by an invisible shield, and the discomfort vanished. "My apologies, Little White hasn't carried anyone in quite some time," Principal Wang chuckled, offering an apology to Lu Feiyu. He observed Lu Feiyu's handsome profile, reflecting on the child's background and the tribulations he had endured over the past 18 years, and sighed softly, "You just focus on your training. The school will handle the rest." "Thank you, Principal," Lu Feiyu sincerely replied, sensing the goodwill emanating from Wang Zhentian. As they spoke, the scenery around them shifted rapidly. Soon, the giant eagle descended, gliding towards a low hill near the school. to Lu Feiyu's astonishment. Atop the hill stood a striking white villa. This is a thought of incredulity flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind. Just as the thought materialized, a key was tossed into his hand. Following that was the gentle voice of Principal Wang. Before the college entrance examination, you shall reside here. It's close to the school. Safe and convenient. It has been unoccupied for a long time, so it might be a bit dusty. You don't mind cleaning it up, do you? Such a stroke of fortune. Lu Feiyu could hardly express his gratitude, shaking his head vigorously. Not at all, not at all. He hesitated momentarily and then looked towards Principal Wang, inquiring, isn't this house a bit too extravagant? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jintian interrupted. This house has been empty anyway. It's better to put it to use. Remember, when I, Wang Jintian, give something away, I never expect it back. Are you going to break that principle? Given Wang Jintian's assurance, Lu Feiyu promptly ceased his protests, though he vowed to remember this kindness deeply. I want to help you with moving or cleaning. You'll have to manage that yourself. By the way, have you decided how to utilize the special resource permissions? If so, just let me know directly. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the resources and spirit beast stones shortly. Wang Jintian casually inquired. Naturally, Lu Feiyu detailed the 4 resources required for the evolution of his prized beast. Wang Jintian nodded and then rode the giant eagle away. As the principal of the school and one of the city's foremost powers, he had countless matters to attend to. Nurturing talented juniors was but one of many responsibilities. Yet, for Lu Feiyu, receiving a villa out of the blue felt like a dream. In his rebirth, he had transitioned from a cramped hotel room to borrowing space in the home of Chen Yuanshan, and now to living alone in a grand house, all within a span of less than 5 days. As he pondered this, Lu Feiyu unlocked the door with the key. The iron gate creaked open, revealing a dry fountain and lush greenery. He swept through the yard and entered the house, meticulously examining its layout. Every amenity was present, necessitating no further purchases. Even the larger items were covered with dust covers, ready for immediate use upon removal. It was a quintessential example of a move-in ready abode. However, in the corners, there was indeed some dust and fine cobwebs. Lu Feiyu, not one to be finicky, summoned his prized beast to assist him in cleaning. The house was genuinely spacious. After about half an hour, Lu Feiyu and his beast had thoroughly tidied both the interior and the yard. Having a spacious new home brought immense joy to his already lively companion. The spirited beast darted from room to room, occasionally rubbing its dusty head against Lu Feiyu's waist to express its delight. It was time to inform the Chen family. As Lu Feiyu stroked his beast's furry head, he was in no way deterred by the dust. After all, after such a thorough cleaning, his own appearance was hardly pristine. He hurriedly took a shower and changed into the clothes that had been thoughtfully prepared in the wardrobe by Principal Wang, who had even stocked a full closet of garments for Lu Feiyu. However, just as he was about to step out of the yard, he heard a sound from outside, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground. Instantly alert, Lu Feiyu's mind raced. Could the Wang family's retribution arrive so swiftly? In the next moment, voices could be heard outside the door. The voice was familiar to Lu Feiyu. It belonged to the teacher responsible for his physical education classes at Chang'an No. 1 High School. Lu Feiyu, here is the reward for being the first in the school competition. Having said that, he knocked heavily on the iron door, producing a series of echoes. Although it was the voice of someone familiar, Lu Feiyu remained on guard. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed the identity of the physical education teacher before he felt reassured enough to open the door. Before him lay a mountain of spirit beast stones, each one a flawless diamond-shaped, transparent gem, exuding a captivating brilliance akin to crystal glass. At that moment, they were piled within a large box, releasing an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy that enveloped him in comfort. The heavy thud he had heard earlier was indeed the sound of the box being placed on the ground. In addition to this large box, the physical education teacher cradled 4 small boxes made of sandalwood, presumably containing the special resources needed for the evolution of his golden companion. Lu Feiyu hurriedly took the small boxes from the teacher's hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Upon hearing this, a sunny smile appeared on the teacher's dark visage. Train well, and if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Be cautious while living here alone. After bidding farewell to the teacher, Lu Feiyu momentarily set aside his intention to visit Chen Yuanshan's house. He was now eager to evolve his golden companion. For his mythical level bloodline golden companion, evolution was not contingent upon reaching a specific realm. As long as there were sufficient resources, he could evolve at any time he pleased. In contrast, other beast tamers, regardless of their innate talents, had to patiently wait until they advanced to the bronze or even silver level before initiating a second evolution. This highlighted the vast disparity between the two. Calling out to his golden companion, Lu Feiyu placed the box filled with spirit beast stones before it and carried the 4 small boxes into the house. Seemingly sensing its impending evolution, the Golden Companion. Despite the burden it bore, showed no reluctance. Instead, it dashed ahead, occasionally glancing back at Lu Feiyu, its tongue lolling out as if to ask, "Master, are you coming? You're so slow." Chapter 19, Evolution Again. S-Class Spirit Beast. Sensing the urgency within his Golden Companion, Lu Feiyu quickened his pace. The two of them swiftly entered the house. Lu Feiyu immediately opened the 4 small boxes he held. In an instant, sensations of intense heat and biting cold flooded his senses. The sun crystal, an irregular crimson crystal, within which dark streaks seemed to swirl, reminiscent of the profound sunspots. The earth vein fire, a black-brown clump of earth, its charred surface etched with faint red patterns. Akin to the unruly flames of the earth vein, the Millennium Snow Lotus, an ice flower that had survived for over 10,000 years in the extreme north, brimming with potent ice attributes, spiritual energy, and vitality. Lu Feiyu's gaze swept across the 3 exceptionally rare resources, finally resting on a small, withered branch. It appeared ordinary and ubiquitous, yet merely its presence evoked a sense of tranquility. The searing heat and extreme cold seemed to recede from him. The concentration would. Each of these treasures, if placed on the market, would undoubtedly start at no less than 200,000 huaxia coins. Had he attempted to gather these 4 evolution materials previously, he would have needed countless years. Yet now, he had accomplished it in a mere 4 days. Go, my Golden Companion. Show me your limits. Lu Feiyu carefully placed the 4 treasures before his Golden Companion. Simultaneously, he extracted 10 Spirit Beast stones from the box and struck them together forcefully. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual energy emanated from the Spirit Beast stones, elevating the spiritual energy concentration in the room several-fold. Regrettably, it was still inferior to the beast taming space. Lu Feiyu lamented internally. Were it not for the current limitations of his beast taming space, which could not store physical items, preventing him from bringing the 4 special resources inside, he would have undoubtedly chosen to evolve his Golden Companion within that space. Such an arrangement would undoubtedly enhance the evolution speed. Alas, only beast tamers of the Golden Realm could slightly connect the beast taming space with the real world, transforming it into a storage space. It won't be long, Lu Feiyu thought. The mere Golden Realm posed no challenge for him. As Lu Feiyu pondered, his impatient Golden Companion opened its mouth wide and devoured both the sun crystal and the earth vein fire in one gulp. Boom! Suddenly, crimson flames erupted from its abdomen, roaring like an ocean, forcing Lu Feiyu to stagger backward. The energy contained within these 2 treasures was overwhelmingly vast. Even the Golden Companion struggled to withstand it. Its red fur curled rapidly under the heat, turning to charcoal that scattered to the ground. The flames ravaged its body, penetrating its skin, inflicting torment upon the Golden Companion. A look of profound agony flickered across its face. At that moment, the Golden Companion lunged forward, capturing the Millennium Snow Lotus in its mouth. The icy power exploded forth within its maw, forcefully pushing back the encroaching crimson flames. Subsequently, a soft blue light enveloped the Golden Companion, gradually repairing its damaged form. Its muscles, continuously burned and restored, grew increasingly resilient and powerful. This process was excruciatingly painful, yet the concentration would steadfastly stabilize the Golden Companion's spirit, preventing it from succumbing to unconsciousness amidst the overwhelming agony. Approximately 3 minutes later, the Golden Companion suddenly raised its head and let out a resounding roar that echoed across the heavens and the earth. Roar! In the aftermath of its cry, the flames that had encircled it halted, as though bowing before a sovereign, and stood still around the Golden Companion, akin to subjects in reverence. In the next moment, the Golden Companion's previously bare body sprouted fur with wild abandon. This time, the crimson hue faded, replaced by a dazzling golden brilliance. At first glance, it resembled the sun hanging on the horizon, blindingly radiant. Moreover, the Golden Companion's body swelled once again. From its original 3 meters in length, it now reached 5 meters, towering to the height of Lu Feiyu's chest. Its form no longer resembled that of a mere dog, but rather a majestic lion reigning over the grasslands. Absolutely magnificent. My Golden Companion. Indeed, by following a handsome master, you too shall become increasingly splendid. This is what it means to be close to the red. Lu Feiyu marveled at the Golden Companion's current appearance, genuinely impressed. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's call, even though it had grown immensely, the Golden Companion approached like a well-behaved beauty. Its massive head gently nuzzled Lu Feiyu's chest, its long, unruly fur even brushing against Lu Feiyu's chin, sending a delightful shiver down his spine. My child has grown, Lu Feiyu exclaimed, then without hesitation, activated the Eye of Advancement to capture the detailed information regarding his Golden Companion post-evolution. In the next moment, The smile at the corner of his mouth abruptly froze, and his pupils quivered incessantly, as if witnessing something utterly extraordinary. No, this is just too bizarre, old Jean. After a brief pause, Feiyu managed to suppress his facial expression and gently patted Boss Jin's head, exclaiming in astonishment. Race, Sunlit Divine Hound. Attribute, Light. Talent level, S. Realm, Black Iron 9th tier. Skills, Endless Battle Intent, Exquisite. Solar Ascendance, Exquisite. Solar Guardian, Exquisite. Blazing Sun Burst, Epic. Endless Battle Intent. The beast can instantly enter a combat stance, during which its physical strength doubles and its combat instincts are significantly heightened. Solar Ascendance. The beast can summon sunlight, levitating in the air. The radiance produced will inflict penetrating damage on enemies, disregarding all forms of defense. Solar Guardian. Under the illumination of sunlight, the beast becomes immune to all control abilities, while its self-recovery capacity is greatly enhanced. Blazing Sunburst. The beast can detonate the summoned sunlight, causing a powerful explosion with extensive damage. After using this skill, the beast will enter a weakened state for 1 hour. Evolution Path, Sunlit Divine Hound, S rank. Sunchaser Wolf King, SS rank. Lord of Sunlight, SSS rank. Sun Devouring Deity, mythical rank. Note: only beasts containing mythical bloodlines can transcend to the mythical rank. Materials required for further evolution: Essence of the Blazing Sun, Spirit Light, or Sigh of the Gale. 3 Exquisite. 1 Epic. This skill configuration is nearly the pinnacle for an S-ranked beast. Without comparing it to other beasts, let us consider the malignant poison crow beneath, 1 Mingjia. It too possesses S-rank qualifications, but what are its skills? 1 rare level skill and 3 exquisite level skills, with not a trace of the epic level. In terms of skill potency and future growth potential, it pales in comparison to Boss Jean. Even though the malignant poison crow has a higher realm, should they be of the same tier, even if Boss Jean were merely at the first level of Emerald, he could still easily dominate the 7th level of the Emerald Poison Crow. Such is the might of epic skills. The disparity is monumental, enabling beasts to battle beyond their ranks. Chapter 20 Trends on Social Media. Furthermore, Boss Jin's 4 skills have once again created a flawless synergy. The Endless Battle Intent enhances physical attributes and combat instincts, granting Boss Jean an almost invincible close-quarters combat capability against opponents of the same tier. It also eliminates the injury prerequisite of the Desperate Combat skill, making it a perfect amplification skill. Meanwhile, Solar Ascendance and Solar Guardian are enhanced versions of the 2 remaining skills previously possessed by Boss Jean, both in terms of damage output and skill range. There has been a marked improvement. As for the final epic skill, that is the true surprise. Blazing Sunburst. Instant activation. Extensive and powerful damage. The mere combination of these words sends Feiyu's imagination soaring. He can hardly fathom the terrifying effect this skill will unleash once activated. The enemy might not even have time to react before being reduced to ashes by the overwhelming force of the Blazing Sun Burst. The skill's negative effect, in Feiyu's view, is negligible. After all, if such a trump card is deployed and the enemy still survives, it only proves that the enemy's strength far exceeds his own. In such circumstances, whether Boss Jean is weakened or not appears to have minimal impact on the battle's outcome. Simultaneously, Boss Jean successfully ascends to the Black Iron 9th tier, a leap of 3 minor realms. Moreover, Feiyu can sense that the energy within Boss Jean is exceptionally vibrant, seemingly on the verge of breaking through its restraints to ascend to bronze. Once he reaches the bronze realm, Feiyu will gain yet another opportunity to contract the beast. His combat power will double. The elevation of the beast naturally bestows significant enhancements upon the Beastmaster as well. Feiyu feels invigorated, as if his entire being has been infused with strength. The fatigue from his earlier cleaning efforts dissipates in an instant. This is the superiority of the Beast Mastery system. Even if the Beastmaster does nothing, as long as the beast improves, the Beastmaster will also experience an elevation. As the Beastmaster observes, the beast fights valiantly, risking life and limb to evolve and elevate its realm. Yet the Beastmaster must consider many factors, such as how best to witness the ascension of their beast. With Boss Jin's successful evolution, Feiyu sees no reason to linger at home. He retracts his beast into the beast space and strides briskly towards Chen Yuanshan's residence. The Shao Mountain Villa is not particularly close to Chen Yuanshan's home. Even though Feiyu possesses extraordinary physical attributes, he opts not to walk. Instead, he hails a shared electric scooter and, braving the howling wind, sets off towards his destination. The air is imbued with a sense of freedom. Upon entering the community, Feiyu boards the elevator, where several girls clad in high school uniforms are already present. They are intently engrossed in their phones, their faces alight with seriousness and anticipation. Occasionally, soft gasps of excitement escape their lips, completely unaware of Lu Feiyu's entrance into the elevator. Lu Feiyu presses the button for the 11th floor. And as the elevator doors close, a sensation of weightlessness briefly envelopes him, and the elevator begins its ascent with a slight jolt. Wenwen. What's the name of that boy from Changnan No. 1 High School? He is so handsome. Scroll down a bit. There must be something in the comments. Ah, found it. Class 2, Grade 3, Lu Feiyu. Upon hearing his name suddenly called from behind, Lu Feiyu instinctively turned to look, only to meet the gaze of a girl who had lifted her head. The moment their eyes locked, her light brown pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. A flush of color spread across her fair face, and she instinctively opened her mouth to exclaim, Lu, but then seemed to realize something, quickly raising her hand to cover her mouth. This action immediately drew the attention of the other girls. Wenwen, what's wrong with you? They too looked up, colliding with Lu Feiyu's gaze, unable to avert their eyes. Oh, it's you. It's you. You. Are you Lu Feiyu, the one from Changnan No. 1 High School, Class 2, Grade 3? In an instant, the cramped elevator was filled with the excited squeals of the girls. One particularly bold student even raised her phone, leaning towards Lu Feiyu and inquiring, Is this you? Lu Feiyu glanced down and saw the screen displaying the climactic final battle between him and Wan Peng along with their companions. The towering arena was engulfed in roaring flames. Reminiscent of a hellish myth, Lu Feiyu stood tall like a spear, his expression as cold as ice, looking down upon the three before him, who were trembling in fear, as if a sovereign surveying his realm. The angle of the shot was remarkable, capturing even the indifferent glint in Lu Feiyu's eyes. His cold, detached gaze, sharp jawline, straight nose, and thin lips, combined with the flickering flames around him, rendered him extraordinarily handsome. Witnessing this scene, a wave of embarrassment surged within Lu Feiyu. He felt as though he had been thrust into a spotlight he never sought. He was aware that every year, the entire school would record videos from multiple angles for promotional purposes. However, he never anticipated that just a few hours later, the video would be in someone else's hands. As he observed the eager expressions of several individuals, his voice trembled slightly. Where on earth did you get this video? Seeing that Lu Feiyu did not deny it, the girls became even more excited, exclaiming in unison, Senior, you don't know? Your video has already soared to the top of the trending searches in Changnan City. As they spoke, they scrolled back to the trending list on their phones and presented it once more to Lu Feiyu. With a swift glance, he felt his vision darken. The first entry on the trending list boldly proclaimed, Changnan discovers a top-tier handsome genius. 1 against 3, brutally overwhelming. He suppressed the rising tide of embarrassment within him and continued to look further down. Not only was it the top trending topic, astonishingly, 4 of the top 10 trending searches in Changnan City were related to him. Lu Feiyu mused internally about how he never expected to gain fame in such an unusual manner. After all, this battle, where he faced multiple opponents and triumphed with an overwhelming force, perfectly aligned with the ideals of young champions in the Beastmaster world. Coupled with his strikingly handsome appearance, he was merely a shade less attractive than the audience members. Who wouldn't be enchanted by a man who was both powerful and handsome? Thus, upon the video's release, it surged to the top of the trending list. Soon, netizens were nearly uncovering the color of the underwear Lu Feiyu wore that day. His family background was thoroughly investigated, laid bare for all to see. Even the incident where Lu Feiyu was falsely accused was meticulously examined by the keen-eyed internet users. In fact, they even managed to identify the mastermind, Lu Qianjun. Moreover, they uncovered how Lu Qianjun filmed it, what equipment he used, and how it spread, with various chat records circulating widely. Notably, the second trending topic discussed this matter. Unparalleled genius ignored? Who is the stalker? Come and see what it means to be blind to the truth. Lu Feiyu looked at these trending topics, amused yet incredulous, reflecting on how terrifying the online world truly was, devoid of any semblance of privacy. He had never anticipated that his grievances would be cleansed so thoroughly in such an absurd manner. With dozens of chat records presenting glaring evidence before his eyes, could the Lu family still deny their claims? Could they possibly slander Lu Feiyu again? Clearly, that was impossible. Even if the Lu family had the audacity, the netizens would not stand for it. Ding. As Lu Feiyu pondered, the elevator chimed lightly. It was not the 12th floor, but rather the 8th. The destination of the girls. As they were about to part from their idol, expressions of reluctance filled their faces. Suddenly, they produced a black marker and handed it to Lu Feiyu, pleading, Brother Lu Feiyu, could you please give me an autograph? With a genius like you signing, I'm sure I can awaken a great Beastmaster talent next year. I need your luck. Such a modest request posed no trouble for Lu Feiyu. He promptly signed his name on the backs of the 3 girls' clothing, waving his hand in farewell. The elevator continued its slow ascent. Ding. At last, they arrived. Lu Feiyu stepped out of the elevator and approached the door to Chen Yuanshan's home. Just as he was about to knock, He noticed the door was slightly ajar. He entered without hesitation. However, the moment he stepped inside, a voice, familiar yet detestable, echoed from within. "Where's Lu Feiyu? Ah, where have you hidden him? You little brat." His wings have truly grown strong. It was Zhang Fengxiao's voice. Lu Feiyu's brow furrowed tightly as he peered into the room. There stood Zhang Fengxiao, hands on her hips, shouting at Qin's mother like a shrew. Behind her, Lu Qianjun was cowering, his head hung low. From Lu Feiyu's angle, he could even see a vivid red handprint on the left side of Lu Qianjun's face. "I've already told you, Xiao Qin is not here. And I have no idea where he is," Qin's mother responded calmly, her tone measured. Qin Yuanshan, however, was not so patient. He was kind-hearted but not a fool. There was no way he would tolerate another woman spitting venom at his mother. He glared fiercely, ordering, "Get out. Get out. How did you treat Afei before? Now that he is doing better, you come rushing to find him. Do you have no shame? Get out of here." Zhang Fengxiao was not one to be easily dismissed with mere words. She stared back defiantly. Of course, what kind of decent person would associate with Lu Feiyu? You disrespect elders and show a lack of upbringing. How can a child raised by a mother act like that? Unlike Lu Feiyu, who has no mother. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Fengxiao felt an overwhelming force strike her waist, sending her crashing backward. In the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lu Feiyu retracted his foot from midair. That kick had clearly been his doing. Zhang Fengxiao, not being a beastmaster, possessed physical abilities akin to an ordinary person. With that single kick from Lu Feiyu, she collapsed to the ground, clutching her waist and crying out in pain, her face, round and fleshy, turning pale. Ignoring the gazes of others, Lu Feiyu stepped closer to Zhang Fengxiao. He crouched down, seizing a handful of her straw-like, unkempt hair, forcing her head to rise. Their eyes locked, his yellowed gaze penetrating and unyielding. "Didn't I tell you before? If I ever hear you speaking in that tone again, I will slap you." A terrifying aura emanated from Lu Feiyu, akin to an ancient ferocious beast that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Zhang Fengxiao, under his intense gaze, momentarily forgot her pain, turning her face away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Yet, the instant she averted her gaze, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap resonated throughout the living room, amplifying the already tense silence to the point where one could hear a pin drop. A distinct red handprint appeared on the left side of Zhang Fengxiao's face, her cheeks swelling visibly. "Mom." At the sight of this, Lu Qianjun, who had been lurking awkwardly nearby, let out a furious shout, immediately attempting to rush behind Lu Feiyu. However, in the next moment, Boss Jean made his entrance. His towering figure blocked the expanse of the living room, effectively dividing it into two separate spaces. His radiant golden eyes locked onto Lu Qianjun, as if poised to tear him apart at any moment. In that instant, the overwhelming presence of an S-rank beastmaster was fully unleashed, rendering Lu Qianjun too terrified to move an inch. After delivering that slap, Lu Feiyu relaxed his grip, unceremoniously throwing Zhang Fengxiao to the ground. He stood tall, looking down at her, declaring, "Get out, and don't let me see you again. If I see you again, it won't just be a slap." With those words, he turned to Lu Qianjun, stating, "You too." Lu Feiyu had finally come to a realization. This Zhang Fengxiao, much like Lu Qianjun, belonged to the dog zodiac. Merely speaking to them would not suffice. It was only through a firm hand, 2 slaps and a kick, that these dog-like creatures would truly remember their lessons. Thus, this time, he acted without restraint. Upon witnessing Lu Feiyu's reckless demeanor, any thoughts of extracting resources from him vanished from Zhang Fengxiao's mind. Initially, she had contemplated enlisting Lu Guanzhong's support to play the emotional card and squeeze the recently acquired rewards from Lu Feiyu. Surely, splitting it in half would suffice, right? Furthermore, she demanded that Lu Feiyu clear the online rumors and restore Lu Qianjuan's reputation, for her son could not withstand any tarnish. Zhang Fengxiao considered herself quite merciful, having left Lu Feiyu half of the spoils and only making such a minor request. Had it been in the past, she would have likely demanded 90%. However, to her astonishment, Lu Guanzhong, once so compliant, had changed. He even delivered a sharp slap to his son Lu Qianjun. Left with no choice, Zhang Fengxiao had to bring her son to extract resources. Yet, before she could utter a word, she received a kick, followed swiftly by a slap. Now, Zhang Fengxiao felt as if every part of her body was in agony, as though it were falling apart. In her heart, she cursed her own legs for not being longer, wishing she could escape more swiftly. Meanwhile, Lu Qianjun trailed behind Zhang Fengxiao, his face covered in dirt, departing in silence. Chapter 22, Bronze. A new Beastmaster qualification. As Lu Feiyu set out from the villa, he promptly informed Qin Yuanshan and his mother about his impending move. However, he had not anticipated that even before he could bid farewell, the Chun household would descend into chaos. Observing the disarray in the living room, Lu Feiyu felt a profound sense of guilt. After all, this was Chun Yuanshan's home, where they had graciously taken him in for 3 days, providing him with food and shelter. Chin's mother, noticing Lu Feiyu lacked clean clothes, even insisted on taking him to the nearby mall to purchase several outfits. Such gestures and attitudes made Lu Feiyu, who had not experienced familial warmth in 18 years, feel, for the first time, the radiant glow of maternal love. Yet now, before he could repay the Chin family for their kindness, his own issues had caused their home to become a mess. How could he not feel guilty? I'm so sorry. Auntie. Lu Feiyu lowered his head, his toes unconsciously rubbing against the floor, at a loss for words. Sensing his despondent mood, the fluffy golden boss approached him, gently nudging his back with its soft head. A warm sensation spread from Lu Feiyu's back throughout his entire body. Out with the old, in with the new, right? Little Fei, would you like to stay for dinner tonight? Chin's mother, noticing Lu Feiyu's demeanor, approached him with a warm smile. Her eyes filled with affection and devoid of any negative emotion. Previously, she had only heard from her son Chin Yuanshan about Lu Feiyu's family circumstances. Yet, she could hardly fathom that Lu Feiyu's stepmother was such a tyrannical individual. What could one expect from such a stepmother regarding the treatment of another's child? Without needing to ponder, she could feel the pain and suffering Lu Feiyu had endured in his 18 years. Therefore, she not only did not blame him, but felt a deep compassion for him. Her friend Chin Yuanshan also approached, speaking boisterously. Why are you apologizing, Ah Fei? It's not your fault. That old hag, ugh. Look at you now. Your future is limitless. There's no need to stoop to her level. Upon hearing their comforting words, Lu Feiyu's somber mood lifted slightly. He gazed at the smiles on Chin Yuanshan and his mother's faces and reached into his pants pocket. In an instant, the luminous glow of the spirit beast stones illuminated the entire living room. Lu Feiyu had intended to express his gratitude to the Chun family for their hospitality with these stones. Yet, in the chaos caused by Zhang Fengxia and her companion, he had momentarily forgotten about it. Fortunately, it was not too late. Auntie, this is a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu handed 5 spirit beast stones to Chin's mother. This is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself, little Fei. Chin's mother exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. Although she was not a beast master, she understood the value of such small stones. The 5 Lu Feiyu held were worth over 10,000 Chinese yuan. That could replace all the items in the living room. Seeing Chin's mother's reaction, he was not surprised and presented the explanation he had prepared. Auntie, these stones were rewards from school. I have plenty more. Besides, Chin Yuanshan needs them for his training, especially with the upcoming college entrance exams. Moreover, your kindness to me far surpasses the value of these stones. Lu Feiyu insisted, practically forcing the spirit beast stones into Chin's mother's hands. After all, while these stones were considered precious, they held little practical value for Lu Feiyu. In contrast to others whose beast spaces were barren and desolate, offering no benefits to their beasts, his was abundant in spiritual energy, rendering the use of spirit beast stones almost irrelevant. He could easily part with these 5 stones. Oh, you dear boy. Chin's mother held the spirit beast stones, feeling their lightness, yet they bore the weight of 1,000 sentiments. It was a sincere gesture of gratitude from a young man. Observing Lu Feiyu's smile, she no longer hesitated, simply saying, you must stay for dinner tonight. After dinner, Lu Feiyu patted his round belly and left on a shared bicycle with an air of nonchalance. 9 days later, within the beast space, Lu Feiyu beamed at the increasingly robust Golden Boss. After 9 days, just before the exploration of the secret realm, Golden Boss had finally ascended to the bronze rank. Achieving such a significant advancement in just 9 days was a feat that, regardless of location, even in a city brimming with prodigies, would be deemed extraordinary. Yet, with the combined influence of an SSS-level beast master talent and 100-fold spiritual energy, Golden Boss had accomplished it. Ascending to bronze meant that both its physical attributes and the energy contained within had been significantly enhanced. At this moment, Golden Boss had grown to such an extent that it towered over Lu Feiyu. As a beast master, Lu Feiyu found himself looking up at his own beast. Golden Boss now measured an impressive 10 meters in length, resembling an ancient beast, exuding an irresistible aura of grandeur. At that moment, Golden Boss gazed down at Lu Feiyu with its golden eyes, a regal air emanating from its every glance. Yet, upon seeing Lu Feiyu, the dominating expression on its face melted away, replaced by a goofy grin. Lowering its head, it nuzzled against Lu Feiyu's chest like a child seeking a hug. The hair is soft, with an exquisite texture. Lu Feiyu can sense that after Boss Jin's successful promotion, it is as if the sound of shackles shattering has distinctly resonated in his mind. He can clearly perceive that he is now capable of contracting a second beast at any moment. The time has come. With a single thought, Lu Feiyu withdrew his consciousness from the beast space. He glanced at the spirit beast stones in the corner of the room, where 185 stones remained, amounting to 370,000 huaxia coins. This sum was sufficient to procure a commendable B-grade beast egg. As always, he reasoned that since this item held no value for him, it would be wiser to convert it into currency to purchase the beast egg, thereby contracting a second beast and enhancing his immediate combat power in preparation for the exploration of the secret realm the following day. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyu sprang into action. Never one to dawdle, he swiftly moved a box and exited the villa. Given the valuable items he was carrying, he indulgently hailed a cab. His destination was none other than the Wanjin Pavilion in Changnan City. This establishment is renowned for being the most resource-rich location for beast-related commodities in Changnan City, making it an excellent place to acquire beast eggs. Chapter 23. The New Beast Egg. Upon his second visit, Lu Feiyu marveled at the imposing entrance of the Wanjin Pavilion. The last time he visited, his total assets scarcely exceeded 10,000. In just a few short days, he returned with nearly 400,000 in hand. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Upon entering the grand doors of the Wanjin Pavilion, a sales assistant approached him with utmost respect, displaying no impatience or disdain for his youthful appearance. With a flawless smile and impeccable etiquette, she continued, "Please allow me to convert these into cash." Lu Feiyu placed the box on the nearest table and opened it, revealing the neatly arranged spirit beast stones, which made the assistant's smile broaden even further. "Please wait a moment." She guided Lu Feiyu into the VIP room, personally offering him a cup of hot tea before swiftly departing with the box. After a brief interval, the sound of high heels echoed again. "Good day, sir. You have a total of 185 spirit beast stones, calculated at 2,000 huaxia coins each, amounting to 370,000 huaxia coins. If you purchase any other items from our store today, you will receive a 10% discount," the assistant cheerfully announced. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Feiyu's eyes. He had not anticipated such a promotional offer at the Wanjin Pavilion. Recognizing the opportunity to save money, he had no reason to decline. "Lead me to the beast eggs," he instructed. "Certainly, please follow me." The assistant's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. This transaction would yield 2 commissions, one for Lu Feiyu and one for her. A perfect win-win scenario. "Here, we house only B-grade beast eggs for your perusal," the assistant said, slightly bowing as she gestured, then stepping aside to allow Lu Feiyu the space to examine the beast eggs. Lu Feiyu gazed at the rows of beast eggs, each one gleaming with vibrant colors and pulsating with life. In that moment, a flash of white light flickered in his eyes. Instantly, information about the various beast eggs rushed through his mind. The Eye of Ascension, being an SSS-grade beast talent, naturally enabled him to perceive not only the information of matured beasts, but also the details contained within the beast eggs. Species, Shintai turtle. Attribute, gold. Talent level, B. Realm. Skills, iron spike shell, excellent. Strong taunt, excellent. Species, swaying 3-leaf clover. Attribute, wood. Talent level, B. Realm. Skills, swaying breath, excellent. Healing technique, excellent. As Lu Feiyu's gaze traversed the assortment of B-grade beast eggs, his brow furrowed deeper. Having experienced the formidable power of Boss Gene, these ordinary beast eggs seemed rather lackluster in comparison. Even those with excellent skills paled significantly in comparison to Boss Gene. However, higher quality A-grade beast eggs were simply not available on the shelves. They were exceedingly rare. Never mind, a mere enhancement through the mythical bloodline pool will suffice, Lu Feiyu mused. Regardless of the beast's inherent aptitude, an enhancement from the mythical bloodline pool would guarantee a qualitative leap in both skill strength and developmental potential. Nevertheless, he could not entirely suppress his hopes. Turning to the assistant, he inquired, "Do you have any less expensive A-grade beast eggs?" Initially, he posed the question casually. After all, A-grade beast eggs were a rarity, and even with a fortune of 1,000,000, one might not secure a purchase. How much less, so with merely 37,000 remaining in his pocket? He had previously considered that amount substantial, but now it seemed woefully inadequate. It merely underscored the elevated status of beast tamers, while the costs to enhance their strength were equally steep. To his astonishment, the assistant nodded in response. With a charming smile, she approached him, saying, "Sir, we do have one A-grade beast egg available. After expert appraisal, it has been confirmed as a genuine A-grade. However, its life force is extremely weak, and the chances of hatching are minimal. Therefore, it is priced affordably at only 350,000 huaxia coins." Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu's eyes brightened, and he promptly replied, "Bring it to me for inspection." He wondered if this beast egg bore any flaws that could escape his Ascension eye. Sensing Lu Feiyu's excitement, the assistant smiled gently and turned to retrieve a small jade box for him. Though she said nothing, She internally concluded that Lu Feiyu would never invest all his money in acquiring this faintly promising beast egg. It was simply too extravagant and unrealistic. However, despite her reservations, well-trained and adhering to strict protocols, she maintained her smile and opened the jade box. As the beast egg came into view, Lu Feiyu immediately exclaimed, "All right, no need to look further." Hearing this, the assistant thought to herself, as expected, and prepared to return the jade box to its original place. Yet, just as she turned, Lu Feiyu's excited voice rang out again. "This is the one. Wrap it up for me." In an instant, the assistant's movements froze, her abrupt action nearly causing her to twist her waist. She gazed incredulously at Lu Feiyu's confident expression, saying, "Sir, you must consider this carefully. This beast egg." Glancing down at the jade box, the assistant could clearly see that the beast egg inside appeared lifelessly dark. There was not a trace of vitality to be felt. The chances of it hatching were practically non-existent. If it were not for the authoritative expert's appraisal, the Wanbao Pavilion had long discarded this beast egg as mere refuse. Feiyu never anticipated that this very beast egg would find its way into her hands for sale. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feiyu interrupted Feiyu's forthcoming words, declaring, "I shall bear all the risks myself." Upon hearing this, Feiyu, the sales attendant, ceased her chatter, suppressing her astonishment as she turned to wrap the item. Demonstrating her professionalism, she had the jade box packaged within less than half a minute, along with the complimentary gift, placing it into Lu Feiyu's hands with a warm smile. "Good day, sir. The receipt and items have been placed in the bag. Our pavilion is pleased to present you with a box of vitality liquid. May you enjoy a delightful life." The total expenditure for this shopping trip amounted to 315,000 yuan, leaving you with a balance of 65,000 yuan. "Would you like to continue shopping?" Lu Feiyu shook his head repeatedly, clutching the bag tightly. The mere thought of the information he had just seen ignited a fervor within him, compelling him to rush home to contract the beast. After all, it was the bloodline of a true dragon. "Once again, I wish you a pleasant life. We welcome your next visit." Upon receiving Lu Feiyu's response, Feiyu promptly presented the prepared balance card with both hands. This was a unique feature of Wanbao Pavilion. Within the borders of Huaxia, their balance card was equivalent to any bank card, offering remarkable flexibility. Moreover, those holding this card could enjoy a 10% discount on subsequent visits to Wanbao Pavilion, which could be combined with other promotions. Thus, most patrons utilized the balance card for their purchases at Wanbao Pavilion. Lu Feiyu accepted the card and casually tucked it into his pocket, hastily departing with the bag in hand. Chapter 24, The New S-Class Beast. "You are incredibly fortunate. You managed to sell that item," exclaimed several idle sales attendants at Wanbao Pavilion, their faces filled with envy as they surrounded Feiyu. This beast egg, although classified as A-class, was essentially scrap. The commission was a staggering 50%. This meant that Feiyu had earned a whopping 150,000 yuan from this single sale, nearly equivalent to her entire annual salary. That young man must be some wealthy heir, dressed so plainly yet so extravagant in his spending, remarked one attendant. She was the first to see Lu Feiyu enter. However, upon noticing that his attire cost no more than 300 yuan, she refrained from approaching to assist. Now, reflecting on the commission Feiyu would receive, she felt a pang of regret, wishing she had acted differently. Hearing these comments, Feiyu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Her gaze trailed in the direction Lu Feiyu had departed, her curiosity piqued. This boy was not a stranger to her. She had been the one to assist him during his first purchase of a beast egg. At that time, Lu Feiyu had appeared pale and anxious, clutching the 8,000 yuan he spent on the beast egg as if it were a matter of life and death. Feiyu recalled that moment vividly. Thus, when Lu Feiyu reappeared at Wanbao Pavilion, she recognized him immediately, realizing he was the handsome student who had recently gone viral online. However, what surprised her was that the boy who had once struggled to part with 8,000 yuan was now effortlessly spending over 300,000 yuan on something deemed worthless. She mused to herself that he did not seem like the type to squander money frivolously. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu had returned to his villa in the foothills, cradling the jade box in his hands, his eyes brimming with elation. The information about the beast egg from Wanbao Pavilion replayed in his mind. Species, rainbow serpent. Attribute, poison. Talent level, A, realm. Skills, deadly poison, exquisite. Colorful scales, rare. Transformation into a dragon body, rare. Note: this beast contains a trace of true dragon bloodline. Note: to hatch this beast, a substantial amount of high-level beast essence is required. If the quantity or quality of the essence is insufficient, hatching will undoubtedly fail. Evaluation: true dragon bloodline is both a treasure and a curse. True dragon bloodline. Lu Feiyu felt a surge of excitement. In the world of beasts, Any creature associated with the dragon was a formidable force, dominating others of its kind regardless of level. Even a mere flood dragon possessed immense combat prowess. Typically, beast eggs containing dragon bloodlines were classified as at least S-class. And now, the beast egg in Lu Feiyu's possession contained a trace of true dragon bloodline. Due to the overwhelming power of this bloodline, it suppressed the egg's aura to the brink of silence, leading those appraisal experts to mistakenly deem it as worthless. Indeed, the so-called experts' words were meaningless. Lu Feiyu thought to himself, filled with delight. Beast eggs, like their beasts, could be stored within a beastmaster's space. Gripping the pitch-black beast egg tightly in his hand, Lu Feiyu concentrated, and in an instant, he found himself within the beast space. Without a moment's hesitation, he bypassed the approaching boss gene and headed straight towards the mythical bloodline pool. What essence could be more potent than the mythical bloodline? Lu Feiyu murmured, tossing the beast egg into the pool. With a splash, ripples spread across the once calm surface, creating concentric circles of light. Then, all returned to tranquility. However, having witnessed Boss Jin's earlier demonstration, Lu Feiyu remained unperturbed. He sat upon Boss Jin's lowered back, waiting in silence. 10 minutes passed without incident. Lu Feiyu remained unfazed. 20 minutes elapsed, still nothing occurred. He was calm. 30 minutes went by, and yet no sign of activity. Lu Feiyu stood up, peering into the depths of the mythical bloodline pool. Nothing had changed. The surface remained undisturbed, devoid of even a single ripple. An hour passed, and Lu Feiyu felt a trickle of cold sweat forming on his spiritual being. The beast egg he had purchased for over 300,000 yuan could not simply vanish without a trace, could it? He admitted to feeling a slight twinge of anxiety. Just then, Boss Jin, who had been following Lu Feiyu, suddenly let out a long howl. Roar! What was that? Lu Feiyu turned to look. At that very moment, a tremendous roar erupted from behind him. Boom! Lu Feiyu spun around abruptly. Before him soared a colossal flood dragon, its dark scales arranged like precious jade, shimmering with an eerie black glow under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, a faint mist of darkness emanated from its scales, akin to the ethereal call of death itself. Perched atop the dragon's head were two bulging protuberances, as if menacing horns could sprout forth at any moment. The instant Lu Feiyu laid eyes on the giant flood dragon, its detailed information materialized before him. Species, sky-invading flood dragon. Attribute, poison. Talent level, S. Realm, Black Iron 6th stage. Skills, Dragon Body, Excellence. Serpent Venom, Excellence. Dragon's Fury, Excellence. Transformation into Dragon, Epic. Dragon Body, Passive Skill. Triples physical attributes. The Beastmaster can freely control the size of their body. Serpent Venom, Passive Skill. The beast carries lethal serpent venom, capable of poisoning enemies upon attack, inflicting negative effects including, but not limited to paralysis, dizziness, bleeding, and weakness. Dragon's Fury, the true wrath of the dragon, instilling fear in all. The Beastmaster can emit an oppressive aura, intimidating foes and enforcing compulsory control, with the duration dependent on the strength of the enemy. While in a state of intimidation, the enemy's defense is significantly weakened. Transformation into Dragon forcefully activates the true dragon bloodline within, momentarily transforming into a true dragon. In this state, physical attributes are quintupled. Additionally, all other abilities are enhanced. Note, after forcefully transforming into a dragon, the beast will enter a weakened state for 6 hours. Evolution Path, Devouring Heaven Demon Dragon, SS rank, Dragon King of the 5 Elements, SSS rank, Immortal Dragon Ancestor, Mythical rank. Note, only beasts possessing mythical bloodlines can transcend to the mythical rank. The first evolution requires materials, high-quality venomous beast core, quintessence of 5 poisons, true dragon blood. Evaluation, only 1 step away from transformation into dragon. This panel is extraordinarily formidable. Lu Feiyu gazed towards the dark silhouette on the horizon, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Truly, it is the bloodline of a true dragon. The 4 skills are astonishingly formidable, each more remarkable than the last. Despite sharing the same configuration of 3 excellences and 1 epic with Boss Jin, the focus is entirely different. Chapter 25, Entering the Secret Realm. If Boss Jin is a pentagonal warrior, possessing no weaknesses, embodying a trinity of attack, defense, and healing, then Lu Feiyu's newly acquired beast is unequivocally an assault monster. All 4 skills are crafted for slaughter. A natural-born killer. The first skill, Dragon Body, is straightforward yet terrifyingly powerful. It directly triples physical attributes with no prerequisites. This implies that even in its normal state, the dragon's physical strength is sufficient to crush numerous beasts of the same realm. The second skill combines damage and control. While inflicting harm on enemies, it simultaneously applies a series of debilitating effects. Observing the extensive list of negative effects in the skill description, Lu Feiyu felt a wave of dread for the foes that lay ahead. The third skill is one of control and armor penetration, and it is a wide area skill. Under the wrath of the dragon, enemies within a 10-meter radius are instantly plunged into a state of intimidation. They are rendered immobile and incapable of retaliation. They can only await the demise that Lu Feiyu's beast will bring upon them. As for the fourth skill, the epic level skill, it astonishingly allows the beast, originally a dragon, to momentarily transform into a true dragon. The enhancement of physical attributes escalates from threefold to fivefold. Such an elevation, not to mention against foes of the same realm. Even those one tier above the dragon may find themselves outmatched in sheer physical strength against Lu Feiyu's beast. Moreover, after transforming into a dragon, the enhancement encompasses not only the dragon's body, but all its inherent abilities. The effect is nothing short of terrifying. Of course, such extraordinary effects come with significant drawbacks. A debilitating state lasting a full 6 hours is 12 times longer than Boss Jin's half-hour weakness. Come here. Lu Feiyu called out to the serpent dragon still soaring in the sky. Upon hearing its master's summons, the once imposing serpent dragon dove down. With its descent came the rushing sound of wind, and a shadow that blotted out the sun suddenly enveloped the area. I shall name you Black Scale, Lu Feiyu declared, gazing at the serpent dragon's inky black scales. Upon hearing this, the dragon emitted a long cry, gently nudging Lu Feiyu's forehead with its large head in a gesture of joy. To it, a name was inconsequential, as long as its master was pleased. It too found delight. Woof, woof. Suddenly, Boss Jin sprang forth from behind Lu Feiyu, barking at Black Scale several times. Its tail wagged vigorously, seemingly welcoming the new companion. However, Black Scale ignored the greeting entirely, turning its head away with an air of indifference. Quite aloof, indeed. After all, dragons are proud creatures and often look down upon other beasts. Witnessing this, Boss Jin was incensed. Please, it is a senior. How dare it show such disdain? Instantly, Boss Jin's golden eyes were filled with grievance as it looked to Lu Feiyu, expressing its discontent. Observing this scene, Lu Feiyu chuckled softly. He reached out, turning Black Scale's head to face him, and said, "You two must get along well." Upon hearing the master's command, Black Scale reluctantly extended its long tail, flicking it in front of Boss Jin as a means of responding to the greeting. Lu Feiyu then engaged the two beasts in playful activities within the beast space, fostering their bond. Under his careful guidance, the relationship between Boss Jin and Black Scale began to flourish positively. After all, as a beastmaster, his responsibilities extend beyond mere combat. He must also cultivate harmonious relationships among his beasts. The next day, Lu Feiyu rose early. After breakfast, he made his way to school. Today marked the long-anticipated day for the Grand School Competition, a day set for exploring the secret realm. Lu Feiyu had been eagerly awaiting this day. After all, he had nearly exhausted all the resources obtained from the Grand Competition, converting them entirely into combat power. Now he desperately needed new resources to enhance himself. It is essential to note that to evolve both beasts to SS rank, the 6 treasures required, even the least expensive among them, have a market value exceeding 500,000 Chinese yuan. The prices are utterly exorbitant. Moreover, 2 of those treasures are exceedingly rare, having not been available on the market for years. The only opportunity to acquire such resources lies within the secret realm. Upon arriving at the designated location, a bus was already waiting at the site. As Lu Feiyu entered the bus, he discovered that the other 7 participants had also arrived. It seemed everyone was equally eager. With a slight sigh, Lu Feiyu found his seat and settled in. As the participants gathered, the bus swiftly set off. The scenery outside whizzed by. Approximately an hour later, the bus came to a gentle halt. All secret realms in Changnan City are located outside the city. In fact, all secret realms worldwide lie beyond urban confines. Although secret realms are relatively stable, they are not without instances of chaos. The selected secret realm for this expedition is of the lowest tier. The event coordinator stood atop a platform, announcing loudly, "Inside, the realm is divided into Silver Zone, Bronze Zone, and Black Iron Zone. This time, all students will be assigned to explore the Black Iron Zone." Of course, since this secret realm has not been opened for a decade, the zonal divisions may not be entirely accurate. However, I have prepared return wristbands for everyone. Upon encountering peril, one need only tear off the wristband to be transported beyond the secret realm. As the person in charge spoke, a group of staff members descended to the stage, distributing wristbands to each student. Lu Feiyu donned the wristband on his left wrist, and an enigmatic ripple of spatial energy flickered across it. Once the formalities were concluded, a series of speeches from various leaders ensued. In Changnan City, not all leaders possessed the same decisiveness as Wang Zhentian. Lu Feiyu, who had arrived half an hour earlier, was left standing in place as a form of punishment. Seriously, my dude, can you talk any longer? He thought, glancing at the bald leader on stage, who was still spewing saliva as he spoke. Seemingly attuned to the students' growing discontent, the leader coughed twice and continued, I will only mention 2 final points. This pronouncement extended the proceedings by yet another half hour. However, he managed to endure it, gazing at the continuously flickering white light rings ahead. Feiyu wasted no time in stepping forward and plunging in. Instantly, his surroundings spun chaotically, and a wave of nausea surged from his abdomen to his throat. He forcefully quelled the discomfort within and raised his head to survey the area, quickly summoning Jean Laoban and Hylan. A vast, desolate expanse. Fine yellow sand stretched endlessly before him. Above, a blazing red sun hung high in the sky, radiating scorching heat. Merely moments after his arrival, Feiyu felt beads of sweat begin to evaporate from his body, soaking his clothes. Chapter 26. The Crimson Flame Desert. Delving deeper. The Crimson Flame Desert. How fortuitous. Feiyu surveyed his surroundings and, in conjunction with the map previously distributed by the staff, promptly identified his current location. This secret realm comprises 3 distinct sections: the Crimson Flame Desert, the Withered Wasteland, and the Stifling Rainforest. The Crimson Flame Desert and the Stifling Rainforest flank the secret realm, while the Withered Wasteland, situated in between, is the most perilous area, home to ferocious beasts of the silver rank. For the students, encountering such beasts is akin to facing death itself. If they cross paths with one, they might not even have time to activate their special wristbands to escape. In the Crimson Flame Desert, where Feiyu currently found himself, most beasts were of the Black Iron rank, with only a select few possessing silver rank strength. It can be deemed a paradise for novice trials. Moreover, with the special wristbands issued by the staff, as long as they remained cautious, the top students from Chongnan's various high schools would hardly encounter life-threatening situations. As he surveyed the boundless desert, knowledge related to this secret realm flashed through Feiyu's mind. At that moment, he felt the fine sand beneath him begin to shift slightly. Feiyu's gaze sharpened, and he looked down. In an instant, the yellow sand erupted, hurtling towards him like bullets. Amidst the swirling sands, a sharp tail pierced through the air, a foul wind rushing toward him. It was indeed a ferocious beast, launching a deadly assault from the outset. Yet, facing this brutal strike, Feiyu did not even bat an eyelid. He stood motionless in place. A thunderous roar erupted from his shoulder. There, a slender black line that had rested like a hair on Feiyu's shoulder suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a thread less than half a centimeter in diameter into a towering serpent nearly 20 meters long. It was none other than Hylan. The creature unleashed a tremendous roar, its mouth agape, sending tangible sound waves surging towards the desert scorpion. Dragon's fury. The roar resonated like that of a true dragon in wrath, leaving the attacking desert scorpion momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Laoban darted forward like a bolt of lightning. With a glinting claw, it swiftly severed the scorpion's raised tail in a single strike. Instantly, dark green blood gushed forth, pooling into the endless desert, vanishing without a trace. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Jean Laoban swiftly returned, its claws flashing in midair, leaving behind afterimages. Clang! The desert scorpion's proud, hardened exoskeleton crumbled like tissue paper beneath Jean Laoban's claws. In mere moments, a top-tier black iron beast met its demise. This creature, capable of slaying all participating students, fell before Feiyu in less than a second. An unabashed display of dominance. Such strength was truly invincible among third-year students. What a splendid bounty. Feiyu nodded, stepping forward to stow the scorpion's severed tail into his backpack. This was a valuable prize. Treasures from a top-tier black iron beast are worth no less than 10,000 huaxia coins. Having just entered the secret realm, he was already reaping a windfall of 10,000 coins. Feiyu felt a surge of elation. Shrink down, don't scare off the others, he instructed, glancing back at Hylan, now swelling like a dark cloud. Upon hearing this, Hylan obediently shrank back down, transforming once more into a slender black line resting on Feiyu's shoulder. Let us go, my treasures, Feiyu declared, propelling himself into the depths of the desert alongside Jean Laoban. He had ventured into the secret realm and was not content with merely slaying a few black iron beasts. For Feiyu, who possessed 2 S-rank beast tamers, even a top-tier bronze beast could be a worthy opponent. Thus began Feiyu's unique journey of slaughter. An hour later, Feiyu's backpack was already brimming. Inside, it contained not only various beast treasures, but also numerous special resources native to the desert environment. It was during this secret realm exploration that Feiyu discovered his Eye of Promotion possessed a commendable treasure hunting ability. Any special resource, no matter how concealed, would be outlined in a brilliant blue hue as long as it fell within his line of sight. With this ability, Feiyu amassed an impressive fortune along his journey. The special resources alone in his backpack held a market value of no less than 100,000 huaxia coins. Coupled with the treasures from the beasts, Feiyu had already earned 200,000 huaxia coins within a mere hour. At this pace, he would be able to gather the funds necessary for his 2 beast tamers to evolve to SS rank in less than 2 days. What a delightful experience! Feiyu marveled, quickening his pace. Suddenly, he paused, his ears perked slightly. He heard the sounds of battle. Feiyu initially wished to avoid involvement. Although this secret realm was open to third-year students free of charge, the opportunity to explore it was available to the entire society. Each spot cost a hefty 10,000 huaxia coins. Consequently, the combatants nearby could very well be members of the general public. These individuals varied widely, encompassing both virtuous and nefarious characters. Feiyu had no desire to stir trouble. He merely wished to quietly amass wealth, and thus chose to steer clear. However, fate had other plans. Just as he attempted to move away, the sounds of conflict grew increasingly distinct, as if directed at him. Feiyu could even see, not far ahead, a scene unfolding before him. 3 formidable figures led 3 distinct beasts, relentlessly assaulting a colossal desert python. The python's sandy yellow scales had shattered, revealing tender, pink flesh beneath. Its crimson blood soaked the yellow sand, the pungent scent of iron tainting the arid air, evoking a sense of nausea. Yet, despite its grievous injuries, it still had the strength to resist. The python lashed its long tail, sending the 3 attacking beasts sprawling. Then, with remarkable swiftness, it surged forward, charging directly at Feiyu. This was undeniably a ferocious creature of the Bronze Realm. Witnessing this scene, Feiyu sensed that something was amiss. He retreated slightly, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes as he absorbed the information regarding the python and the 3 beasts behind it. Once he gathered all the details, clarity washed over him. Species, Wrath of Thunder. Attribute, Electric. Talent level, A. Realm, Black Iron 4th stage. Skills, Furious Howl, excellent. Local elementalization, good. Thunderous Fury, rare. Evaluation, a temperamental beast favored by lightning. He would not forget this beast. It was none other than Wanpeng's companion. At this moment, the purple currents enveloping the Wrath of Thunder vanished, and the beast now appeared a dusty yellow, resembling an earth-type creature rather than one of the lightning element. Furthermore, Feiyu had never encountered the 3 beast masters before. However, he understood that this unfamiliarity stemmed from the presence of another illusion-type beast. Species, Thousand-Face Shadow. Attribute, Illusion. Talent level, B. Realm, Bronze 5th stage. Skills, Thousand Faces, excellent. Breath Concealment, excellent. Illusory Control, good. Evaluation, Master of Disguise. Chapter 27, Slaying Wanpeng. Indeed, the Wan family was ruthless. Feiyu mused. The 2 beast masters alongside Wanpeng had evidently attained the Bronze Realm. In their possession were at least 4 bronze-tier beasts. Moreover, Feiyu discerned that the fierce python, previously besieged by the trio, was a manifestation of one of their beasts. For the sake of a single student, the Wan family had mobilized so extensively. Feiyu felt a swell of honor. Having anticipated the situation, he promptly devised a plan. As he gazed at the python charging at him, he swiftly retreated, with Jean Laoban positioning himself protectively in front of Feiyu. In an instant, the already blazing desert was ignited anew by a radiant sun. The sun hung in the sky, its fierce rays pouring down like molten fire. The sunlight, sharp as a blade, caused the already wounded python to bleed profusely once more. Even the creature's aerial assault momentarily faltered. At that moment, Jean Laoban propelled himself upward with powerful hind legs, sending sand flying in all directions. The sharp glint of his claw sliced through the air, striking directly at the python's heart. With a single strike, a torrent of blood erupted like a fountain. The python's rigid body fell helplessly to the ground, while Jean Laoban descended gracefully, a massive heart pulsating on his left foreclaw. He had remarkably gained strength. Witnessing this spectacle, Wanpeng, disguised as a burly man, clenched his teeth in frustration, muttering, "How could a mere lackey possess such fortuitous luck?" However, recalling his plan, he discreetly signaled to the 2 companions beside him. Immediately, the trio began to close in on Feiyu, their faces adorned with dazzling smiles. "We owe our gratitude to this young brother for his assistance. Indeed, had it not been for you, we might have found ourselves in peril." None of them anticipated the python's ferocity. As they exchanged pleasantries, they unwittingly encroached upon Feiyu, forming a triangular formation that constrained his retreat. Observing this, Feiyu maintained a facade of innocence, akin to an unsuspecting student. Listening to their flattery, he sheepishly scratched his head and replied, It was you esteemed brothers who inflicted the wounds. How could I, with only a black iron tier beast, possibly slay it? Upon hearing this, the men exchanged glances filled with disdain, their thoughts echoing, "Fool! How could he reveal his strength in the secret realm?" Yet outwardly, the burly man closest to Lu Feiyu remarked, a talented youth, fighting beyond his rank. Impressive. He gave a thumbs up, placing a hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Seeing Lu Feiyu's unguarded demeanor, Wan Peng's heart swirled with cold amusement, the humiliation of 10 days prior flashing through his mind, making it difficult to maintain his smile. He could hardly wait to witness Lu Feiyu bleeding in the desert, weeping inconsolably. With that thought, a glimmer of delight crossed Wan Peng's face. He resolved to no longer bide his time, shouting, "Attack!" In an instant, the man who had initially placed a hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder transformed, his expression darkening, murderous intent surging forth. The ring on his finger glowed ominously with a black light. A violent spatial fluctuation emanated from the ring, locking down the surrounding area within a 5-meter radius. The reason Wan Peng and his companions orchestrated such a grand performance was to nullify the teleportation ability of the special ring that Lu Feiyu possessed. The Wan family sought nothing less than a guaranteed kill, had it not been for the thousand-faced shadow beast, which could only disguise itself as beings of equal or lower realm. Wan Peng would have considered bringing several silver-tier beast masters to encircle Lu Feiyu. However, given Lu Feiyu's seemingly foolish and unguarded demeanor, he believed that 2 bronze 9th-tier beast masters were more than sufficient to deal with him. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a slender black line darted like lightning through the vast yellow sands below. Black poison gas surged upward, swirling like a mist, eroding the bodies of all foes. However, if one were to stage a performance, it must be complete. Moreover, the toxin required a moment to take effect. Thus, Lu Feiyu played along with their scheme. And upon sensing the violent spatial fluctuations, he feigned shock, exclaiming, "What is happening? My ring has malfunctioned. Who are you?" Witnessing Lu Feiyu's panicked response, Wan Peng felt as elated as if he had just devoured an entire ice-cold watermelon in the desert. He suddenly dispelled his illusion, revealing his true self. His dyed hair swayed with the tumult of his emotions. With a sinister smile, Wan Peng declared, "It's me, Lu Feiyu. Did you not expect this? Here we are again. Have you thought about how you will meet your demise this time?" The 2 beast masters behind him crossed their arms, regarding Lu Feiyu with the gaze reserved for the dead, particularly one who looked at him with an unusual fury. After all, Lu Feiyu had slain one of his beast companions at that time, Wan Peng. Upon seeing Wan Peng's face, Lu Feiyu appeared as if he had witnessed something astonishing. His brow arching in surprise, he calculated the time and realized it was nearly ripe. The venom of the flood dragon was ferocious. From the moment of contact to its entry into the body, it required but a fleeting moment. Thus, he concealed the panic that had surfaced on his countenance. A trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "To see you again, and still so repugnant." As these words left his lips, Wan Peng's advancing steps faltered abruptly. Veins throbbed on his forehead, the once sinister smirk on his lips froze, and his entire expression became ludicrous, resembling that of a clown. Wan Peng had never anticipated that Lu Feiyu, facing imminent death, would still dare to be so brazen. Rage, akin to a venomous serpent, gnawed at his heart. Wan Peng immediately raised his arm, shouting, "What are you dawdling for? Bring me." However, midway through his command, Wan Peng's words suddenly choked in his throat. He gazed incredulously at his own arm, horrified to discover that no matter how hard he tried, his once obedient limb felt as heavy as lead, utterly immobile. What was happening? Wan Peng turned to the other 2 beast masters, only to find their faces equally etched with anxiety, desperately attempting to move their bodies. Yet, their feet remained stubbornly rooted in place. Not just the beast masters, even the summoned beasts they commanded were frozen in place, emitting helpless cries. At that moment, the only beings capable of movement were Lu Feiyu and his beast companion. The tide of battle had abruptly shifted. Chapter 28, Sudden Wealth. The Spatial Ring. Gazing upon Lu Feiyu, whose face bore a cold smirk and whose eyes concealed unmasked murderous intent, Wan Peng was genuinely alarmed. This was a secret realm, with no surveillance. The act of murder could go unnoticed. It was precisely for this reason that Wan Peng dared to act so brazenly against Lu Feiyu. Yet, to his astonishment, before he could even make a move, he found himself utterly immobilized. He was clueless as to how Lu Feiyu had managed this. Was not his beast of light or fire attributes? Such attributes were known for their rigidity and purity. How could they possibly carry venom? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Wan Peng's mind. Could it be that Lu Feiyu had ascended to bronze rank and contracted a second beast? How could that be possible so swiftly? After all, it had scarcely been 20 days since he awakened his beast mastery. In just 20 days, Lu Feiyu had somehow achieved bronze rank. Did he believe himself to be an SSS-grade beastmaster? Peng had initially dismissed the notion, but the evidence was laid bare before him, leaving him no room for disbelief. Moreover, he now felt that he was not just losing sensation in his arm. His entire upper body seemed to have vanished, devoid of any feeling. Not only that, but he was even struggling to breathe. Please don't kill me. Peng gasped desperately, seeking a breath of fresh air, yet all his efforts proved futile. The potent venom carried by an S-grade beast was beyond the resilience of a mere black iron beastmaster. Before long, Peng's face flushed crimson from oxygen deprivation. His speech fragmented and disjointed. His bulging eyes bore into Feiyu, filled with terror and supplication, as dark crimson blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. I'll give you money. Observing Feiyu's unwavering composure, Peng's fear only intensified. He even wished to kneel and beg for mercy. However, the flood dragon's venom had permeated his entire being. Even the simple act of kneeling was beyond his capability. At that moment, he was like a marionette, utterly unable to control his own actions, standing there vacantly as the lethal toxin eroded his body from the outside in, step by step consuming his vitality. Watching Peng gradually lose his life force, Feiyu exhibited not a flicker of emotion. Since the opponent had prepared to commit murder, he should also be ready for the consequences. Bang! Moments later, Peng's rigid form suddenly collapsed onto the soft yellow sand. He fell like a wooden stick, sliding downwards. Simultaneously, the wrathful thunder beast he had contracted perished at the instant of its beast master's demise. As for the other two bronze beast masters, despite their superior physical condition compared to Peng, they were still no match for their beasts, and they too followed suit into death shortly thereafter. Their contracted beasts also succumbed in an instant. This exemplified a flaw in the beastmaster system. 90% of a beastmaster's power derived from their beasts, while the beast masters themselves were exceedingly fragile. Consequently, a stealthy poison master like Blackscale was a veritable nightmare for all low-ranking beastmasters. However, for Feiyu, this issue was non-existent. After all, his Eye of Ascension could transfer the damage inflicted upon him to his beasts. As long as the beasts he contracted did not perish, he would never suffer. His approach was fundamentally one of invincibility. What a pity. Observing the giant python's heart gradually fading from the claws of the golden boss, Feiyu sighed. Beasts differed from ferocious creatures. Upon the death of a beastmaster, the corpses of their beasts would dissipate into nothingness. Thus, no materials would remain. Otherwise, just the 4 corpses of bronze-ranked beasts would yield a considerable fortune. Nevertheless, Feiyu's gaze flickered, and in a swift motion, he approached Peng's lifeless body. He bent down, undeterred by the grimness of the situation, and directly removed the ring radiating a ghostly light from Peng's hand. Grasping the ring, he expanded his mental energy to envelop it completely. In that instant, Feiyu felt a slight tremor in his mind as a space of 3 cubic meters materialized in his consciousness. Indeed, a glimmer of joy flashed in Feiyu's eyes. A spatial ring. The Wan family is truly affluent. Such a ring, capable of storing any inanimate object, was worth its weight in gold. Even a cubic meter-sized spatial ring would fetch no less than several 100,000. Not to mention the one Peng possessed, which was a full 3 cubic meters in size. It was undoubtedly worth 1,000,000 huaxia coins. Moreover, this spatial ring contained numerous resources necessary for black iron rank. Although the resources were not of high grade, their sheer quantity was impressive, collectively valued at around 2 to 300,000. I've struck it rich. Feiyu beamed, wiping the ring with his hand and donning it without a hint of reservation. He had been fretting over how to accommodate the various resources he would acquire with such a small backpack. Yet, lo and behold, just as he had dozed off, a pillow had been presented to him. Peng, the Good Samaritan, had directly gifted him his spatial ring. In return, Feiyu commanded the golden boss to dig a small pit in the yellow sand, where he buried the 3 corpses. Of course, he did not overlook the bodies of the other 2, thoroughly rummaging through them as well. Regrettably, being merely a lowly figure within the bronze realm, he possessed little of value. The most precious item, that singular ring, had succumbed to disrepair after just 1 use. Seizing the opportunity, Feiyu called out to Boss Jean. Simultaneously, the black-scaled creature transformed once more into a shadowy line, quietly resting on Feiyu's shoulder, poised to deliver a lethal strike to any adversary. The duo, comprising 1 man and 2 beasts, ventured deeper into the expansive Qian desert, which, in the eyes of others, was fraught with peril, yet to Feiyu, it bore no distinction from a familiar garden. As time drifted by, the spatial ring upon Feiyu's finger filled at a remarkable pace. Currently, the resources contained within amounted to a staggering sum exceeding 1,000,000 huaxia coins, an overnight fortune. Meanwhile, the nightfall gradually enveloped the desert, and the previously sweltering temperatures plummeted. It was time to depart, Lu Feiyu lamented. This free exploration of the secret realm would conclude at 8 o'clock in the evening, at which point the staff would tally everyone's gains and rank them according to their worth. The top 5 contenders would receive substantial rewards. However, the nature of these rewards remained shrouded in mystery, as the organizers had tantalizingly withheld details, merely stating that all would be revealed at the conclusion of the competition. In that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lu Feiyu as he extended his right hand toward the special bracelet adorning his left wrist, intending to exit the secret realm. However, the next instant, a fierce blue light, as brilliant as fire, shot skyward from the corner of his right eye. Lu Feiyu abruptly halted his hand and turned to the right. There, amidst the tranquil desert, a striking blue luminescence stood out vividly. A treasure had emerged? Lu Feiyu gasped in astonishment. He immediately abandoned his intention to leave and directed Boss Jean to investigate the phenomenon. As Boss Jean forged ahead to scout the path, Lu Feiyu treaded softly behind. Such a notable disturbance heralded the presence of formidable beasts guarding the treasure, at the very least, creatures of the late Bronze stage, if not those of the Silver Realm. Although official reports indicated a scarcity of silver beasts in the Qian Desert, one must not forget that this secret realm had lain dormant for a decade. In that vast, uncharted expanse, the birth of a silver beast was not beyond the realm of possibility. Heightening his vigilance, Lu Feiyu stealthily advanced. The resplendent blue light grew increasingly dazzling, even to the point of being somewhat blinding. Moreover, this phenomenon was not exclusive to Lu Feiyu. It was an inherent manifestation accompanying the emergence of the treasure. Lu Feiyu estimated that all living beings within a 10-mile radius would be able to perceive it, inevitably attracting countless entities drawn by this spectacle. Time was of the essence. With determination gleaming in his eyes, Lu Feiyu finally beheld the treasure's form. In an instant, his breath quickened. Before him lay a blue gemstone, roughly the size of a human head, radiating an ethereal glow. Surrounding it danced countless azure flames, akin to flickering will-o'-the-wisps against the night sky, exuding a sense of dominance rather than the eerie foreboding of the supernatural. This was none other than one of the 3 treasures required for Boss Jean's further evolution, the essence of the blazing sun. The flames encircling the stone indicated an elevation in temperature, a hallmark of the essence's very nature. It was imperative to seize this opportunity. Lu Feiyu's heart surged with excitement. Yet his movements remained deliberate and gentle, for he clearly observed that beside the essence of the blazing sun stood a towering figure constructed from crimson stones, a colossal golem. Its stone eyes glowed with fiery intensity, pulsating in rhythm with the creature's fervent emotions. Concurrently, its massive stone head rotated a full 360 degrees, seeking to obliterate any potential threats. Lu Feiyu crouched low, striving to conceal his presence, as the creature's information manifested before him. Species: explosive stone golem. Attributes: dual earth and fire. Talent level: A. Realm: Silver Stage 2. Skills: explosive stone body, excellent. Fiery fist, excellent. Burning stone charge, excellent. Erupting stone, rare. Evaluation: high attack and defense, appears somewhat lacking in intelligence. A Silver Stage 2 beast. It towered over Boss Jean by an entire realm. Compared to the black-scaled creature, it was an overwhelming adversary by 2 entire realms. Yet, faced with such a formidable foe, Lu Feiyu felt no inclination to retreat. After all, while the beast was undeniably powerful, it was not beyond his capacity to confront. Moreover, should the situation turn dire, Lu Feiyu could utilize the special bracelet to depart at any moment. There was no imminent threat to his life. Most importantly, Lu Feiyu's beasts possessed the epic skills of solar eruption and dragon transformation. In a full-scale eruption, he firmly believed that even a Silver Realm beast would not stand a chance against him. Crouched upon the cool yellow sand for a brief moment, Lu Feiyu formulated a plan. This stone entity, devoid of flesh and nerves, was likely impervious to toxins. Thus, a straightforward battle was in order. With this thought, Lu Feiyu rose to his feet. The black line upon his shoulder swelled, the dragon's form stretching freely in the air, its ink-black scales accentuating its 10-meter length. From a distance, it resembled a dark cloud descending upon the earth. Boss Jean, too, ceased to conceal its form. It stood tall and shook itself vigorously, shaking off the sand to reveal its splendid golden fur. The simultaneous appearance of both beasts immediately captured the attention of the explosive stone golem. It let out a furious roar, its stone fists ignited with blazing flames. The golem crouched low, preparing to launch itself toward them. In that moment, the black-scaled creature, spiraling in the air, suddenly opened its dragon-like eyes. The dark pupils shimmered with an eerie light against the night. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the explosive stone golem. akin to an ancient force reawakening. In an instant, its charge faltered, even the flames flickering within its pupils stilled momentarily. However, the stone giant was, after all, a beast of the silver realm, with raw power far surpassing that of the black-scaled creature. Thus, even under the weight of its bloodline superiority, Lu Feiyu's control over the dragon's wrath lasted but a fleeting second. Yet, for Boss Jean, that single second was more than sufficient. As its golden fur billowed autonomously, a radiant sun suddenly emerged in the inky blackness of the night, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the area surrounding Lu Feiyu as if it were midday. Even the brilliant blue light emanating from the essence of the blazing sun appeared utterly dim under the radiant brilliance of Boss Jean. Subsequently, the once stable sun suddenly began to expand at an alarming rate. Boundless light and heat radiated forth with its inflation. Countless fragments of flame cascaded from around the sun, searing hot like molten lava. In the blink of an eye, the sun, which had been the size of a round table, swelled several times over. The terrifying force and energy sent the recently revived exploding stone man fleeing in panic, devoid of any thought of resistance. Yet it was too late. The solar eruption. The explosion occurred in an instant. Bang! At last, the sun reached its limit. The energy and might contained within it had brewed to a zenith. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming white light burst forth. Scorching flames fell like rain upon the desert. At that instant, it seemed as though the sky itself was showering down crimson flames. However, any creature that came into contact with the descending fire would be instantly reduced to ashes. Accompanying the crimson flames were the almost frenzied shockwaves of the explosion. As a beast master, Lu Feiyu was naturally unaffected by the harm inflicted by his own summoned beasts. Thus, he stood closest, witnessing the spectacle with utmost clarity. He beheld the sun exploding high in the sky, its boundless sound waves and shock forces descending from above, overwhelming everything in their path. Within several miles, all life was extinguished. Even the countless yellow sands within the crimson flame desert were swept away by this horrific shockwave. A deep pit emerged at the center, with the fleeing exploding stone man long since reduced to mere fragments, with not even a trace of its body remaining. With a single strike, it had annihilated a silver-tier, ferocious beast. Chapter 30, Return. To be honest, the destructive power of the solar eruption surpassed even Lu Feiyu's imagination. He had thought that this skill would at most severely injure the exploding stone man. After all, it was a silver-tier beast, a full rank above Boss Jean. Yet, what he witnessed was far from mere injury. It had utterly obliterated the silver beast, leaving no chance of survival. Even the surrounding environment bore slight alterations from this strike. The magnitude of such an attack was nearly on par with that of a gold-tier ferocious beast. Truly, it was worthy of being an epic skill, this power. Lu Feiyu marveled. With the formidable control of the black scale combined with Boss Jin's explosive might, there was simply no rival among the silver ranks. Subsequently, he paid no mind to the essence of the blazing sun on the ground, but hastened to Boss Jin's side. At this moment, the once vibrant eyes of Boss Jin now revealed a weakness. The pupils that had always sparkled with dazzling brilliance were now exceedingly dull, and even the fur covering its body seemed to have faded a shade. This was the state of weakness following the forced use of an epic skill. No matter how powerful Boss Jin had been previously, it now struggled to maintain a standing position. You've worked hard. Lu Feiyu placed his hand gently atop Boss Jin's head, offering a few comforting rubs. Feeling the warmth of its master's hand, Boss Jin contentedly closed its eyes, its tail wagging slightly behind it. Let us return and rest well, Lu Feiyu murmured, withdrawing Boss Jin into the Beast Master's space. The abundant spiritual energy there would allow the summoned beast to recover more swiftly from its weakened state. After soothing Boss Jin, the black scale obediently returned to Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Only then did he turn to approach the essence of the blazing sun. Enveloping it in a specially crafted storage jade box, Lu Feiyu scanned the surroundings, ensuring nothing was overlooked before tapping the special bracelet on his wrist. Intense spatial fluctuations erupted once more, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. Amidst the vast yellow sands, no living creature remained. Only the deep pit at the center bore witness to the terror of the recent battle. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, several round tables were arranged in parallel. Behind each table stood a professional inspector. At this moment, darkness had fully descended. Countless incandescent lights illuminated the square like miniature suns, casting a bright glow. The faces of all participating contestants radiated excitement, unmistakably indicating their fruitful harvest from this exploration of the secret realm. These contestants were dutifully lining up at the round tables, presenting all their gains from the secret realm for evaluation, eagerly awaiting the inspector's judgments on their value. After all, this was paramount to their rankings. Meanwhile, On the elevated platform of the square, nearly all the high-ranking figures from Changnan City had gathered. Among them were evaluators from various universities, seeking to identify outstanding students before the impending college entrance examinations. However, the atmosphere on the platform felt notably tense and heavy. Notably, Wang Jintian's expression was the most grim. He quietly inquired, "Lu Feiyu has yet to return?" The subject of his inquiry was naturally the leading teacher from Changnan No. 1 High School. This teacher's face was equally pale, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead under the harsh lights. "And no, he hasn't." As soon as these words were spoken, a hush fell over the platform, and all present fell silent. How could they not understand? The Lu Feiyu that Wang Jintian referred to was the top student from Changnan No. 1 High School, and Wang Jintian held great expectations for him. Presently, half an hour had passed since the agreed departure time from the secret realm, yet the student had not returned. It was likely that he had encountered an unforeseen calamity within the secret realm. This was not merely speculation. Even Wang Jintian shared the same thoughts. His expression darkened, and his wolf-like gaze swept over the multitude of students below. Unsurprisingly, Lu Feiyu was not among them. Just then, a piercing laugh rang out behind Wang Jintian, followed by the mocking words of Wang Jiaming. "Oh, isn't this Principal Wang? Why does your face look so grim? Are you unwell? Oh dear, it seems quite serious. A beast master like you falling ill. Shouldn't you visit a hospital? We wouldn't want it to be something incurable or a chronic ailment." As he spoke, Wang Jiaming stepped into Wang Jintian's view, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone dripping with sarcasm. At this moment, Wang Jiaming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Wan Peng's attempt to assassinate Lu Feiyu was, after all, his directive. The mysterious ring capable of influencing the special bracelet had also been personally handed over by him to Wan Peng. He had even provided him with 2 bronze-tier experts, one to disguise and conceal, lowering Lu Feiyu's guard, and the other to lock onto his target from afar, ensuring they could locate Lu Feiyu amidst the vastness of the secret realm with precision. Although these 2 individuals were not particularly powerful, eliminating a mere black-tier beastmaster like Lu Feiyu was hardly a challenge. With such preparations in place, Wang Jiaming had no doubt that his son would succeed. And his actions. In the secret realm, he quietly orchestrated the demise of the insolent brat who had brought shame upon the Wan family, while simultaneously ensuring that Wang Jintian would lose face before the upper echelons of Changnan. A twofold victory. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Jiaming's smile broadened, and the humiliation of days past seemed to evaporate into thin air. His pearly white teeth glimmered ominously under the light. "You did this." A sudden spark of clarity ignited within Wang Jintian's mind upon seeing Wang Jiaming. Of course, with the Wan family's might and their ruthless disposition, they were indeed capable of such covert assassinations. As this realization dawned, the fury on Principal Wang's face surged forth, and an overwhelming aura erupted around him. In an instant, several spirit beasts materialized, encircling the bare figure before them. A veteran of the military, Wang Jintian had a fiery temperament and an extremely forthright nature. He was ready to strike without hesitation. The onlookers turned pale at this scene, while Wang Jiaming maintained his infuriating grin. "Principal Wang, one must speak based on facts and evidence. Just because you say I did it, does that make it so? Do you believe that all of Chang'an is under your thumb?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the man seated atop the high platform, Chang'an's mayor, Song Tonglin, the sole individual with diamond-level combat prowess in the city. His formidable strength overshadowed everyone present. Noticing the collective gaze directed at him, Mayor Song blinked, then spread his hands wide. "What are you looking at me for? If you want to roll around, do it far away and don't disturb my mood. What level are you all at? Yet you still act like children throwing tantrums over a fight. And you, Wang Jiaming, must you provoke others at their most vulnerable? Are you simply asking for a beating?" Clearly, he offered no support to either side, instead opting to quell the conflict with an unyielding demeanor. Just as Song Tonglin spoke, a sudden, intense spatial distortion erupted at the entrance of the secret realm, followed by a distinct figure materializing with rapidity. The newcomer was none other than Lu Feiyu. Chapter 31. The Mayor Takes Action. Lu Feiyu. The most astonished of all was not anyone else, but the notoriously arrogant Wang Jiaming. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu, he looked as though he had encountered a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief. The mocking grin and feigned nonchalance vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep-seated shock and incredulity. How could he still be alive? Did Wan Peng fail? Impossible. How could this brat survive an ambush by 2 bronze-level beastmasters? Countless thoughts tangled within his mind like a chaotic web. Suddenly, Wang Jiaming's gaze sharpened, a chilling light igniting in his eyes. His focus locked onto Lu Feiyu, for he sensed a familiar spatial fluctuation emanating from him. This wave was all too recognizable. It was the very signature of his son Wan Peng's spatial ring. Given its exorbitant cost, it had been a birthday gift from him to his son. which he had deliberately imbued with a unique perception to prevent it from being stolen. Yet now, how could this spatial ring be concealed on Lu Feiyu's person? A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Had Lu Feiyu killed Wan Peng? The moment this realization struck, Wan Jiaming trembled violently. Wan Peng was his only son, the sole remnant of his love for his deceased wife. He was his only bloodline in this world. How could it possibly be severed like this? In an instant, boundless killing intent surged within his eyes. In a heartbeat, an imposing aura erupted forth. As 6 spirit beasts emerged around him, the venomous crow screeched first, launching the initial offensive. Its malignant tumors burst forth, releasing a fetid yellow pus that surged towards Lu Feiyu like an elongated stream. The remaining 5 spirit beasts unleashed their lethal techniques as well. His movements were so swift that even Wang Zhentian, who had been standing beside him, failed to register the unfolding events. He had never anticipated that Wan Jiaming, the old fox, would act with such impulsiveness. Wang Zhentian wore a face of shock and anger as he beheld the magnificent attacks in the air, desperate to intervene. However, it was already too late. As for Lu Feiyu, he felt a chilling dread seep into his bones, the hairs on his body standing on end. As cold sweat drenched his back, the might of these assaults was overwhelming. He had no means of resistance. The disparity between bronze and emerald was a staggering 4 realms. Even with an SSS grade talent, one could not bridge such an insurmountable chasm. Sensing its master in peril, the black-scaled creature on his shoulder exerted every ounce of its strength to morph its form, swelling dramatically before coiling around Lu Feiyu in a protective embrace. Yet, at that moment, a cold snort seemed to pierce through the annals of time, shattering the space and resonating within the hearts of all present. Then, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. The cacophony of countless weapons clashing rang out in an instant, exploding in the ears of the spectators. A colossal figure, forged entirely from steel, loomed before them. One hand wielded a blade, while the other brandished a sword, towering with an air of superiority. Without a hint of movement from the giant, the weapons in its grasp unleashed a flurry of blinding strikes in a heartbeat. In an instant, thousands of sword lights cascaded down, hurtling towards Lu Feiyu. Yet, as these strikes neared him, they split into 2 streams. One aimed at the noxious tendril in the air, the other directed towards the surrounding spirit beasts. In a flash, the vile substance was shredded to pieces, dissolving into minuscule particles that vanished into the air. Meanwhile, those spirit beasts charging towards Lu Feiyu were met with the sword energy, which carved through their bodies, leaving gaping wounds that revealed bone. Blood streamed from their injuries, pooling into rivers that cascaded downwards, saturating the air with a pungent stench. Then, a magnificent red-feathered bird appeared, its plumage unfurling like a waterfall. The swirling flames, akin to a whirlwind, expanded in the air, evaporating the blood that lingered. All the students remained unaffected by the gruesome scene, merely taken aback by the awe-inspiring spectacle of the red-feathered bird and the steel giant. With a mighty cry, the red-feathered bird folded its wings, soaring towards the high platform. Mayor Song Tonglin sprang to his feet, leaping onto the back of the great bird, his gaze as sharp as ice. He looked down upon Wan Jiaming as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Who gave you the audacity to strike in my presence, especially against a student? Who in Chongnin does not know that I, Song Tonglin, am renowned for my admiration of talent? It seems your Wan family is truly courting disaster. As he spoke, the steel giant thundered forward, its weapons carving a chilling arc through the air, aimed directly at Wan Jiaming's rigid neck. Swish! The chilling aura of swords and blades flashed past. Wan Jiaming's body trembled violently as he felt an icy chill at his neck, leading him to believe that he was about to spill blood on the spot. However, the act of commanding beasts to attack others, while severe in nature, had not resulted in dire consequences. Under the current laws, although the situation was grave, it did not warrant a death sentence. As the mayor of the city, Song Tonglin could not simply act on his whims and execute a man at will. Thus, he merely regarded Wan Jiaming with a cold gaze and commanded, "Detain him. We shall review the matter later. I wish to see the extent of the Wan family's influence and whether they can secure your safety." As he spoke, several guards positioned nearby immediately advanced. With specially designed handcuffs, they sealed off all of Wan Jiaming's beast-controlling powers. In this predicament, even if he wished to summon his beasts, he was utterly powerless to do so. Before the eyes of the public, the head of the notorious Wan family, a dominator in Chongnan, was taken away to prison. Truly, the prowess of a diamond beastmaster was evident in both words and actions. Lu Feiyu mused. However, Wan Jiaming today seemed to have lost his senses, striking out without regard for the consequences. Could it be that his act of killing Wan Peng had been uncovered? That seemed improbable. He had securely stashed the spatial ring in his pocket. Nonetheless, such matters were not Lu Feiyu's concern. Even if the act of killing one pung came to light, it would stand as justifiable self-defense, and no one could contest it. As the target of the attack, all eyes in the venue were now fixed upon Lu Feiyu. In the face of such scrutiny, he remained undaunted, offering a respectful gesture of gratitude towards the mayor, who was perched upon the back of a large bird in the sky. He then strode forward to the round table, producing the spatial ring he had hidden on his person. In an instant, the once empty table was overwhelmed by a mountain of resources, an array of rare materials ranging from early black iron to late bronze tier beast materials. The sheer quantity and value left everyone astounded. The students below the stage, witnessing the resources piled before Lu Feiyu, could not help but reflect on their own meager gains from the secret realm, feeling an urge to find a piece of tofu to end their own lives. How could there be such a vast disparity among students in the same grade? At that moment, Lu Feiyu's nonchalant voice broke the silence. There are quite a few resources here. I hope the delay hasn't caused any issues? Upon hearing this, a collective question mark arose in the minds of all present. It was widely recognized that when one expressed a question mark, it was not indicative of their own doubts, but rather a reflection of their perception of another's questionable integrity. Come on, we've done enough posing already. With the mayor intervening and all, now you decide to pull off this grand act during the settlement phase? They thought. Those resources? A little too much. I'd say, more like 1 billion too much. In that instant, the gazes directed at Lu Feiyu grew more peculiar. Even Song Tonglin, hovering in midair, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. After 4 decades, it was his first encounter with someone who could outshine him in bravado. Only Wang Jintian wore a grin that radiated like blooming flowers, proud of his student. The various recruitment officials from prominent universities, exchanging glances filled with interest, recognized that a student capable of independently slaying a bronze-tier beast within 20 days of awakening their beast-controlling talent was a rare find. Even the typically drowsy representatives from the prestigious Capital University and Hucking University finally rose from their seats, keenly observing the spirited youth below. This child was indeed intriguing. Meanwhile, the staff behind the round table, witnessing the table brimming with resources, widened their eyes in disbelief, instinctively asking, "Are you certain this is the resources you acquired on your own in this secret realm?" It was not that they doubted Lu Feiyu, but the sheer volume and exceptional quality of the materials seemed far beyond what a student who had only recently become a beastmaster could achieve. His professional instincts compelled him to voice this question. The moment those words were uttered, the crowd erupted in a stir. Indeed, how could he possibly amass such a wealth of resources in less than a day? Whispers of skepticism rippled through the square. Seriously, how can he be so arrogant without even a grasp of his own capabilities? It's laughable. How could he present materials from late bronze tier? I possess an A-grade supportive cultivation talent, barely reaching late black iron. What gives him the right? They scoffed. If this is true, I'd livestream myself standing on my head while eating dung. Yet, the students from Changnan No. 1 remained silent. They gazed at the massive black dragon coiling above Lu Feiyu, its sinister scales glistening with an otherworldly sheen under the lights. As his classmates, they were acutely aware that Lu Feiyu's beast was, in fact, a large dog. This revelation meant that Lu Feiyu had successfully summoned a second beast, thus advancing to the bronze tier. This astonishing speed left them in awe and deep admiration. Simultaneously, the students from Changnan No. 1 cast glances laden with mockery toward others, eagerly anticipating the moment when Lu Feiyu would summon his second beast, relishing the astonishment on their faces. Reflecting on past encounters, where they had often been the ones left in shock by Lu Feiyu, they now looked forward to witnessing the incredulity of others. The high-ranking officials on the stage, however, maintained their composure, refraining from further comments, and simply awaiting Lu Feiyu's explanation. Lu Feiyu had anticipated such skepticism. After all, in the eyes of others, he was merely a fortunate individual with a C-grade talent who had stumbled upon a powerful beast, making his achievements seem implausible. Nevertheless, within the secret realm, Lu Feiyu had long been prepared to reveal everything. He had previously researched the history of beastmasters and discovered that there was more than one individual with dual talents. It was simply that his beast-controlling talent was a tad more formidable. Thus, in the face of doubt, Lu Feiyu chose not to explain. Instead, he summoned Boss Jean from the beast space. After resting for some time, although Boss Jean still appeared somewhat lethargic, its resplendent golden fur had regained its luster. The aura it exuded was unmistakably that of a bronze-tier beast, radiating an overwhelming presence. In an instant, the entire venue fell into silence once more. All eyes filled with disbelief. What had they just witnessed? A second beast. This meant that the youth before them was, in fact, already a bronze-tier beastmaster. At that moment, some students began to vaguely recognize Lu Feiyu's silhouette as familiar, and the golden-haired dog by his side seemed oddly reminiscent. After a moment of scrutiny, someone suddenly exclaimed, It's him. The sound was so thunderous that it instantly drew the attention of the entire assembly, as the crowd's gaze converged upon him. The previously speaking student flushed crimson but still pointed at Lu Feiyu, exclaiming, "He*s the protagonist from that video of Changnan No. 1 High School a few days ago. The incredibly handsome one." Among those present, nearly everyone had viewed that video. Yet, as Lu Feiyu made his entrance, he was ambushed by one Mingjia. Following the turmoil of the ambush, Lu Feiyu had moved to the forefront, leaving the others with little opportunity to glimpse his visage. Moreover, the ferocious giant serpent coiling above him bore no resemblance to the large dog from the earlier video, thus few connected the two. However, now, with the reappearance of the golden boss, despite alterations in fur and size, the differences were not significant. Lu Feiyu's strikingly handsome countenance was unmistakable. In an instant, following that shout, the already renowned Lu Feiyu among the student body was recognized by all. "Oh my goodness, it's really him. What the heck? Wasn't he said to possess a C-grade talent? 20 days to ascend a major realm, and you tell me that C-grade talent? Come on. Can a guy catch a break? He*s not only extraordinarily handsome, but also immensely powerful. Can't he spare a little dignity for the other male compatriots?" One voice piped up, "Hey, did you all notice that Lu Feiyu's black-scaled beast seems to resemble a dragon? A dragon lineage, starting at least at S-grade. No wonder he has access to such resources. I'm convinced." "Me too. Absolutely." In a heartbeat, public opinion had transformed dramatically. In the realm of beast taming, power reigns supreme. As long as one showcases the corresponding strength, all skepticism dissipates effortlessly. "Is it all right now?" Lu Feiyu gently stroked the head of the golden boss as it leaned closer, casting a soft gaze at the staff member. Of course, the staff member, not one to be obstinate, acknowledged Lu Feiyu's demonstrated prowess and refrained from further rebuttal. They promptly began assessing the value of the resources. 42 low-level special resources, totaling 700,000 Huaxia coins. 12 materials from black iron-grade fierce beasts, worth 100,000 Huaxia coins. 10 materials from bronze-grade fierce beasts, valued at 350,000 Huaxia coins. As the staff spoke, their gaze shifted to the remaining jade box on the round table, which was larger than a human head. Just the cost of that jade box alone was unlikely to be less than 10,000 Huaxia coins. Even with the box firmly closed, the staff could sense the intensely vibrant fire energy emanating from within. Such a fluctuation was not something low-level resources could produce. Could it be a mid-level special resource? The staff pondered, and amidst the collective attention, they slowly opened the jade box. Chapter 33, The Undisputed First. In the instant the box opened, a dazzling blue light surged forth, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant azure hue, even tinting the nearby lights with a shimmering blue. Simultaneously, the temperature in the square began to rise dramatically. The once pleasant night breeze became stiflingly hot. Glimmering blue flames, emanating from the jade box, rapidly appeared and spread outward. Noticing the anomaly, the staff swiftly closed the box and looked up at Lu Feiyu, eyes wide with astonishment. A mid-level special resource, the essence of the sun. Market price. The staff's voice faltered momentarily as their gaze swept across the crowd. Then they rose and proclaimed loudly, 1 million Huaxia coins. The total value of all resources is 2,150,000 Huaxia coins. This places you in first place. Upon these words, the previously quiet square erupted into a clamorous uproar. What is this? Over 200,000? The second place only has 40,000. That's a five-fold disparity. A complete obliteration. No way, such luck. The essence of the sun alone is worth 1 million Huaxia coins? I could do that too. Another scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. Brother, such top-tier mid-level resources are guarded by powerful fierce beasts, at least a bronze-tier fierce beast. If you tried, you'd probably end up as Dong. Moreover, with all those resources, he must possess a unique method. Don't be so envious. It's not something an ordinary person can achieve. After the commotion, Song Tonglin, standing upon the back of the red-feathered bird, was the first to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause drowned out the noise. With his lead, all the leaders and teachers on the platform joined in, marveling at the surprise this young man had brought them. The students below also clapped enthusiastically, with one student from Changnan No. 1 High School humorously shouting from the crowd, "Lu Feiyu, you are my idol. I want to bear your children." This statement sent the audience into fits of laughter. The applause surged like a tide, ringing in Lu Feiyu's ears. While he eagerly anticipated the rewards that Changnan would bestow upon him, Song Tonglin was similarly contemplative. Initially, the rewards agreed upon by the higher-ups were simple. Money. Indeed, it was that straightforward and reasonable. After all, who doesn't appreciate money? They had decided that the first-place winner would receive 1,500,000 Huaxia coins, the second place 80,000, and the third place 50,000. with the fourth and fifth receiving 30,000 and 20,000 huaxia coins respectively. Logically, these rewards were exceedingly generous and reasonable, especially for a student who had just become a beast master. 1,500,000 was indeed a substantial sum. However, now, the so-called rewards were evidently inferior to the value of the resources Lu Feiyu had acquired from the secret realm. What a disgrace. If this information were to leak, it would tarnish the reputation of the mayor of Changnan. Contemplating this, a flicker of pain crossed Song Tonglin's gaze. In that case, I shall make up for the shortfall myself. After all, this amount of money is nothing to a diamond-tier beast master like me. Resolving his thoughts, Song Tonglin raised his hands slightly and then pressed them down. Instantly, an invisible aura enveloped the assembly, and everyone halted their actions, attentively awaiting the words of the foremost combatant of Changnan. Lu Feiyu also gazed skyward, anticipating his rightful reward. Ahem, I must say, this cohort of students has brought me immense surprise. I can confidently declare that you are the finest students I have ever encountered. Pausing for effect, the students below clapped appreciatively. Lu Feiyu rolled his eyes, thinking that while Mayor Song was indeed formidable, he had a tendency to be rather long-winded. When entering the secret realm today, he had dragged them along for an entire hour. Old Wang was much better. He was straightforward and spoke little. Additionally, the special resource authorization promised to him by Principal Wang was actually for 4 low-level resources. However, he had not explicitly stated this, which Lu Feiyu learned later. Yet, the 4 special resources that Lu Feiyu had requested were all mid-level resources. It is essential to recognize that a low-tier special resource is valued at no more than 100,000 huaxia coins. In contrast, a mid-tier special resource ranges from 100,000 to 1 million huaxia coins. Nevertheless, Lu Feiyu boldly requested it, and Wang Zhentian, without a hint of hesitation, promptly fulfilled his request. Contemplating this, Lu Feiyu cast his gaze toward Principal Wang atop the platform, whose face, wrinkled and grinning like a chrysanthemum, radiated warmth and familiarity. Noticing Lu Feiyu's attention, Wang Zhentian responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up. Simultaneously, Song Tonglin continued his speech. Indeed, I see reflections of my younger self in some of you. The same charisma, the same exceptional talent. I often ponder whether, had I possessed ample resources in my youth, I would have advanced more swiftly, become stronger, and reached even greater heights. Alas, these questions remain unanswered. Time flows inexorably forward, and youth is fleeting. However, as pioneers, we can extend a modicum of assistance to you, the successors. At this juncture, Song's voice grew fervent. Thus, the rewards for this secret realm exploration are as follows. The 5th place will receive 300,000 huaxia coins. The 4th place, 600,000 huaxia coins. The 3rd place, 1 million huaxia coins. The 2nd place, 1,600,000 huaxia coins. And the 1st place will garner 3 million huaxia coins. Moreover, all participants will receive a consolation prize of 30,000 huaxia coins. Upon hearing these words, the students, who had been lulled into a stupor by the lengthy discourse, were suddenly invigorated. They had assumed that the rewards bore no relation to them, only to discover that merely participating in this round would earn them 30,000 huaxia coins. The official's generosity was indeed remarkable. Instantly, a thunderous applause erupted, far more vigorous than any prior occasion. Lu Feiyu, too, joined in the clapping. The funds were readily available, and what slight delay could possibly be deemed an issue? Certainly not. Rather, this was akin to a seasoned beast master imparting wisdom and hope to novice beast masters, an act of kindness from the mayor towards the future backbone of the city. Chapter 34, Recruitment from All Sides. The reward of 3 million huaxia coins, combined with Lu Feiyu's amassed resources amounting to 2 million, totals an impressive 5 million huaxia coins. Even after accounting for the essence of the blazing sun required for Boss Jin's evolution, that still leaves 400,000 huaxia coins. Without even considering the prospect of evolving both beasts, it would suffice to ensure the evolution of one. This means Lu Feiyu is on the brink of acquiring his very first SS grade qualified beast. Such a rate of advancement, in his previous life, was something Lu Feiyu would scarcely have dared to dream of, let alone imagine in such an astonishing manner. How fortunate it is to be sheltered by a sturdy tree, Lu Feiyu mused inwardly. In huaxia, the cultivation and resource allocation for top-tier talent is unparalleled across the globe. Had it not been for the series of initiatives by the school and the Changnan authorities, Lu Feiyu would likely still be fretting over Boss Jin's initial evolution, let alone aspiring to elevate it to SS grade. With this thought, Lu Feiyu's resolve solidified even further. Song Tonglin once again raised his hands to quell the roaring applause. His deliberate tone resonated through the air. Now, I declare the secret realm exploration competition officially concluded. Everyone, please evacuate in an orderly and safe manner under the guidance of the relevant teachers. The top 5 contestants, please remain for a brief moment. Upon hearing this, countless envious gazes gravitated towards Lu Feiyu. Surely, they understood that the decision to retain Lu Feiyu and the other top contestants was driven by the admissions officers of prestigious institutions. Without a doubt, Lu Feiyu's performance alone warranted a place among the top 10 universities in Huaxia. In fact, even the 2 most elite universities would vie for his enrollment. While they toiled over college entrance examinations, Lu Feiyu had already received acceptance letters from top-tier institutions. The disparity was staggering, igniting their envy. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Feiyu retrieved all the resources from the round table and stored them within his spatial ring. Subsequently, a staff member guided him and the other 4 award recipients towards the rear of the square. After traversing a darkened pathway, warm yellow lights illuminated their path, revealing an imposing building before Lu Feiyu. "Please enter," the staff member said softly as they opened the door for Lu Feiyu and his companions. Taking the lead, Lu Feiyu stepped inside and took in his surroundings. The spacious room featured 2 sofas on the left side and a redwood desk at the front, flanked by 2 leather-backed chairs. At that moment, the sofas and chairs were already occupied by individuals. As they entered, the conversations abruptly ceased, and numerous scrutinizing gazes fell upon them, most of which lingered on Lu Feiyu's face. Principal Wang, seated among them, turned with a hearty laugh and beckoned. "Feiyu, come here. Come here." He gestured for Lu Feiyu to approach and address Song Tonglin, who occupied another chair, saying, "I need not introduce this gentleman, Mayor Song, our city's most formidable beastmaster." Lu Feiyu bowed in gratitude towards Song Tonglin. "Thank you, Mayor Song, for your life-saving intervention." Having just been rescued, he was not one to lack gratitude, and his politeness was duly observed. Seeing Lu Feiyu's respectful demeanor, Song Tonglin smiled and replied, "It is of no consequence. Protecting the safety of every citizen is my duty as mayor. No need for thanks." After their exchange, Wang Zhentian stood once more and addressed the admissions officers seated on the sofas. "These are the recruiters from various universities. Do extend your greetings." He patted Lu Feiyu's shoulder, embodying the role of a caring mentor. Lu Feiyu readily complied, nodding as he said, "Greetings, esteemed teachers." At that moment, a teacher sporting a handlebar mustache rose enthusiastically and declared, "Indeed, true heroes emerge from youth. Lu Feiyu's performance today has truly opened my eyes. I, Zhang Jun, representing Moda University, extend an invitation for you to join our preparatory class, where you shall enjoy substantial resource support. Furthermore, upon your acceptance, the university will grant you the privilege to select 3 intermediate special resources annually, as well as an A-grade beast egg. Additionally, should you desire it, irrespective of your academic performance thereafter, you may remain on staff post-graduation." Moda University. Before Lu Feiyu could respond, the other students behind him gasped in astonishment. This was Moda University, renowned for its prime location in the economic center of Huaxia, offering vast potential for future development. In recent years, Moda University had exhibited remarkable growth, positioning itself as a contender for the top 5 universities in Huaxia, a veritable dream institution for nearly all students. Most crucially, the conditions offered to Lu Feiyu by the University of Magic City are exceedingly generous. Initially, there is a preferential allocation of resources for the preparatory class, followed by personalized attention. He is granted the privilege of selecting intermediate special resources 3 times a year, along with an A-rank beast egg. When calculated, this amounts to nearly 2 million Huaxia coins in annual resource subsidies. Over the course of 4 years, this totals to 8 million, approaching 10 million Huaxia coins. Furthermore, the University of Magic City has stipulated a mandatory condition for Lu Feiyu to remain as a faculty member post-graduation. This is an official position. In other words, regardless of Lu Feiyu's future performance, the University of Magic City will ensure his sustenance. Such treatment is beyond the wildest dreams of his peers, who are also among the top 5. However, in the face of such bounteous offerings, Lu Feiyu remains unperturbed. He understands that this is merely an appetizer. A far greater surprise lies ahead. As anticipated, when Zhang Jun spoke, the other representatives seated on the sofa could no longer remain still. They rose one by one to extend invitations on behalf of their respective institutions, and their proposals were not dissimilar from that of the University of Magic City. In fact, some institutions offered even more substantial benefits than those presented by the University of Magic City. Yet, amidst all this, Lu Feiyu maintained a polite smile, his gaze fixed on the 2 teachers who remained seated on the sofa, representatives from Beijing University and Huqing University. These 2 institutions are the ones Lu Feiyu truly aspires to attend. Though all 10 of the top universities in Huaxia are esteemed, the hard power of Beijing University and Huqing University is on an entirely different level compared to the other 8. Whether in terms of the number of secret realms, annual resource training, faculty strength, or teaching methodologies, they stand at the pinnacle of Huaxia. Notably, Beijing University places a greater emphasis on exploring the evolutionary paths of contracted beasts and other related theories, while Hucking University focuses more on practical combat. Seeing Lu Feiyu's indifference, the other teachers silently sighed. They knew that with Beijing University and Hucking University in the mix, the truly exceptional talents were beyond their grasp. Thus, one by one, they resumed their seats, shifting their attention to the 4 students behind Lu Feiyu. Chapter 35, Revealing Talent. The entire venue is abuzz. After the other teachers settled down, the representative from Beijing University gracefully stood up and addressed Lu Feiyu. Student Lu Feiyu, your performance has already met the enrollment criteria for our preparatory class at Beijing University. There are no additional special privileges, only the resources befitting a preparatory class student. At this point, the representative teacher, Feiyu, paused briefly, surveying the room before declaring with pride. However, our basic resource allocation is equivalent to, if not superior to, the special privileges offered by other institutions. Moreover, you should be aware that Beijing University is renowned for its exploration of the evolutionary paths of contracted beasts. Every preparatory class student is granted an annual opportunity to explore these evolutionary routes. This opportunity is invaluable and cannot be purchased. It is the exclusive right of Beijing University. As he spoke, his pride and confidence were palpable. Indeed, the conditions set forth by Beijing University would excite any beastmaster, as it presents a chance to delve into the subsequent evolutionary paths of their contracted beasts. For a beastmaster, this opportunity far surpasses any special resources. However, for Lu Feiyu, this holds little significance. His eye of advancement is far more potent than whatever Beijing University's exclusive rights could offer. While the latter might entail a risk of failure, Lu Feiyu can discern the evolutionary paths and the detailed materials required for each subsequent stage with a mere glance. It is simply incomparable. Simultaneously, a beastmaster from Hucking University also stood up and stated, "Our offerings are similar to those of Beijing University, providing only the resources that preparatory class students are entitled to. However, I can assure you that once you enter our preparatory class, you will have ample opportunities for combat and exploration of secret realms." At this point, all the recruitment teachers had laid out their exceptional offers to Lu Feiyu. Such conditions are extraordinarily favorable for a student endowed with merely C-rank beastmaster talent. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Lu Feiyu, eagerly anticipating his choice. Yet, Lu Feiyu merely smiled faintly, refraining from selecting any particular university, and instead stated, "In fact, I possess 2 beastmaster talents." Indeed, he intends to reveal to the world that he harbors 2 beastmaster talents. Only in doing so can he secure the greatest possible allocation of resources and facilitate his rapid growth. Otherwise, even if Lu Feiyu excels in performance, in the eyes of the higher-ups, he would merely be regarded as a student with C-rank beastmaster talent. They might nurture him with ordinary resources, but the prospect of receiving the most elite resources would be utterly unattainable. Thus, even though Beijing and Hucking Universities extended olive branches to Lu Feiyu, they only provided him with the most basic entitlements. They had better offers, but deemed Lu Feiyu unworthy of them. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's declaration, the previously animated room fell silent, all eyes fixed on him in disbelief, as if he were a creature of myth. The Hucking University recruitment teacher, who had just taken a seat, suddenly sprang up, bounding toward Lu Feiyu as if propelled by a spring, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "What did you say? Dual talents?" Not just him, but even the previously aloof and proud representative from Beijing University hurried over. His once indifferent eyes now gleamed with the fervor of a hungry wolf. Intently locked onto Lu Feiyu, "What is the level of your second talent? Is it also C-rank or something else?" It is crucial to note that this is a dual talent. Even if both talents are merely ordinary C-rank, their effects combined would be equivalent to an average S-rank talent. Such a talent, coupled with Lu Feiyu's previous performance in the exploration of secret realms, undoubtedly warrants their focused cultivation. Not only were these 2 teachers overwhelmed with excitement, but educators from other institutions were equally exhilarated. They could no longer concern themselves with the disparities between their schools and Hucking or Beijing. They too crowded around Lu Feiyu, exclaiming loudly, "Lu Feiyu, whatever you desire, we shall provide. In Hucking and Beijing, you may be just a minor prodigy, but here, you are undoubtedly the seed of greatness. Every resource shall be prioritized for you, and all obstacles shall yield in your presence." After all, based on Lu Feiyu's prior performance, they could hardly believe that his second talent would still be C-rank. Surely, it must be at least B or a rank. As for anything higher, they dared not even contemplate. Observing the fervent teachers, Lu Feiyu chuckled and continued, "My other talent is not C-rank." Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's words, the room fell into a hushed silence, as everyone feared interrupting him. Countless pairs of eyes were riveted on Lu Feiyu's lips, eager to learn the level of his second talent. As Lu Feiyu's slender lips parted, he softly uttered 3 letters, SSS. This declaration signified the tier of my second beast mastery talent. Upon hearing this, the already quiet room fell into an even deeper silence, as if all life had been extinguished. The sound of SSS lingered in the expansive chamber, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, unable to process the gravity of Lu Feiyu's words. What had they just heard? It was not AC. It was not AB. It was not an A, nor even an S or SS level talent. Instead, it was the legendary SSS level. Throughout the annals of beast mastery history, how many beast masters could claim to possess an SSS level? Only 2. The first, during the onset of calamity, when ferocious beasts ravaged the world, wielded absolute power to carve out a sanctuary for humanity, granting everyone a chance to breathe. This beast master became revered as the light of humanity, with statues erected in his honor across the capitals of nearly every nation. The second was the current pinnacle of strength within their homeland, single-handedly subduing the East and South, and battling foreign adversaries, instilling fear in all neighboring nations. Even the distant Eagle Nation across the ocean had tempered its arrogance, showing newfound respect towards their homeland. And now, the third SSS-level Beastmaster stood before them, a living testament to the emergence of a new legend. Moments later, the silence was finally broken by a trembling voice. Lu Feiyu, you're not joking, are you? It's truly SSS level? You didn't mistakenly add an extra S, did you? Lu Feiyu understood the skepticism. After all, dual talents were exceedingly rare, and an SSS-level talent had only appeared twice in over a century. With these two exceedingly rare phenomena converging upon him, it was only natural for others to harbor doubts. Chapter 36. I must urge you not to panic. Not only the admissions officers from various universities were taken aback. Sung Tong Lin, who had been peacefully seated, leisurely sipping his tea, found himself sputtering, spraying the contents of his cup onto Principal Wang's face upon hearing those 3 letters. However, at that moment, Wang Xintian had no time to dwell on such trivialities. He hastily wiped his face and approached Lu Feiyu, asking, Feiyu, is what you said true? Wang Xintian's voice trembled with anticipation, his gaze brimming with hope. If Lu Feiyu's words were indeed true, then his position as principal would bask in newfound glory and reputation. Furthermore, the government would undoubtedly allocate substantial rewards to Changnan No. 1 High School. Consequently, both teachers and students would gain access to abundant resources, leading to a transformative shift in their upcoming examination results. For a principal, this was the most coveted reward. Indeed, it is an authentic SSS level, Lu Feiyu confirmed with a nod, continuing, after awakening my first beast mastery talent, I sold blood several times due to financial constraints. When I fell asleep from exhaustion, I discovered that I had awakened my second talent. He recounted the prepared explanation. Upon hearing this, Wang Xintian nodded in agreement. That is correct. Most beast masters with dual talents awaken the second 1 days after the first. As for the assessment of beast mastery talent levels, he turned to the gathered teachers and proposed a credible solution. The talent stone will reveal all. This assertion garnered unanimous approval. The talent stone was the orthodox method in the realm of beast mastery for assessing a beast master's talent. Not only did it have the effect of awakening the talents, but it also emitted different hues corresponding to the various levels of beast mastery, from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, to violet, representing E to SS levels. The highest tier, SSS, radiated a brilliant spectrum of colors akin to a rainbow. Luckily, I have a talent stone on hand, announced Yang Xiaoyao, the admissions officer from Hucking University. A flicker of ethereal light danced at his fingertips as a fist-sized jade stone materialized in his palm. Although the talent stone was precious, it was customary for a top university admissions officer to carry one. Here, Yang Xiaoyao said, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Feiyu as he handed over the talent stone. His expression reflected that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure, shedding the previously indifferent demeanor. Lu Feiyu grasped the talent stone. It felt cool to the touch. This was not his first encounter with such an object, and he was well aware of how to activate it. He tightened his grip on the stone. Moments later, a gentle warmth spread from his palm throughout his body. Subsequently, a dim yellow glow emanated from his fingertips, casting a faint luminescence in the room. Sea-level talent. The result elicited no surprise from the onlookers, as Lu Feiyu's beast mastery talent was well known to be of sea level. Their anticipation lay solely in the forthcoming transformation. Yet, under the anxious and expectant gazes, the talent stone in Lu Feiyu's hand exhibited no sign of change whatsoever. In fact, even the dim yellow glow visibly faded. Witnessing this, not only did the others find it perplexing, but some also regarded Lu Feiyu with a mixture of disappointment and disdain. They lamented the loss of an SSS-level prodigy for their nation, and looked upon the youth with scorn for weaving such an easily debunked lie. Utterly foolish. Even Lu Feiyu himself felt astonished. After all, his second beast mastery talent was unequivocally an SSS-level talent, and its formidable effects could not be fabricated. Did this imply that the system had concealed the talent stone's assessment? Considering the hierarchy, his Beast Master King system far surpassed the talent stone by hundreds of times. If the system had chosen to obscure its presence, then it was only natural that the talent stone would fail to detect his second talent. However, with this thought in mind, Lu Feiyu had an inkling of how to resolve the situation. If you hide, I shall reveal. With a mental command. The power of beast mastery surged within him like a tidal wave, his eyes gleaming with determination. He unleashed the eye of advancement without hesitation. At the instant his beast mastery talent activated, the yellow glow at Lu Feiyu's fingertips erupted brightly. The once dim yellow light transformed into a blinding radiance, as if he were grasping not a talent stone, but the very sun itself. Following the brilliant yellow light, a myriad of other colors danced around Lu Feiyu, illuminating the entire room. The kaleidoscopic radiance emanated from LFI's palms, transforming the expansive room into a realm of resplendent, rainbow-like hues. The faces of all present shimmered with the brilliance of this luminous glow, their gazes directed at LFI undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Yang Xiaoyou, the representative of Huqing University, acted decisively. He stepped out of the room and retrieved his phone, dialing the university president. The phone emitted a series of beeps before connecting. Before Yang could utter a word, the robust voice of the president resounded through the device. If you're calling me this late, you better have something of significance. In the midst of their conversation, the earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast echoed from the phone. Yang Xiaoyou inhaled deeply, aware of the president's current preoccupations, and stated, I must inform you of something. Please do not panic. Upon hearing this, a light chuckle escaped the phone, followed by a haughty retort. There is nothing in this world that could rattle me. Xing. A student with dual innate talents has emerged from CHNGNN. Yang continued. His second talent is SSS level. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from the phone, followed by Xing Meng's frantic voice. Xiao Qing, resolve this swiftly and with haste. Yang Xiaoyou, you must secure this student for me. I shall come to CHNGNN at once to negotiate personally. He must be retained. The call abruptly ended, leaving no room for Yang to respond. He gazed at his phone, which emitted a series of beeps, and offered a wry smile. In his decade-long career, he had never witnessed President Xing Meng in such a state of agitation. Chapter 37. The Arrival of Two Esteemed Presidents. Listening to the beeping sound reverberating from his phone, Yang Xiaoyou's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. He chose to remain, patiently awaiting the completion of the call from the representative of Jingxing University. As anticipated, that president, too, was in a state of urgency, preparing to come to CHNGNN to discuss terms in person. Once their conversations concluded, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a myriad of intricate thoughts. They had initially believed their visit to CHNGNN would be a mere formality, considering that a small city like this rarely produced a student worthy of admission to the preparatory classes of Huqing University or Jingxing University. However, they were utterly astounded by the remarkable surprise that LFI had presented. As for the other university representatives, they harbored no intentions of notifying their respective institutions, for they understood that such exceptional talent could only be rightfully claimed by those two prestigious universities. Other schools simply lacked the qualifications and the stature to nurture a prodigy like LFI. Inside the room, LFI was invited to take a seat in a plush leather armchair, the soft backing allowing his tense body to relax slightly. Subsequently, SSS personally prepared a cup of hot tea for him. The steam rose gracefully, and the fragrant aroma suggested it was a rare brew. After taking a delicate sip, LFI felt a refreshing clarity wash over him, banishing the fatigue from a day filled with battles. What a delightful treat. He mused internally. Indeed, life was different after revealing one's talents. Upon entering, he had not even been offered a cup of tea, let alone a comfortable seat. Now, he reclined in an exquisite leather chair while enjoying a cup of tea of undoubtedly high value, brewed specifically for him by SSS and himself. Just the thought of receiving such attention from a city mayor and a diamond-tier beastmaster filled him with a sense of elation. Meanwhile, behind LFI, Yu gazed at him with a complex expression. She finally comprehended why she had been bested by this previously obscure student. It turned out he was not merely gifted with dual talents. One of those talents was the exceedingly rare SSS grade. The chasm in innate ability was sufficient to overshadow any disparity in resources. Furthermore, once this talent was unveiled, the elite resources that LFI would have access to would far surpass those available to her, the sole heir of the W-ing group. Thus, it was easy to envision the ever-widening gulf between her and LFI. With this thought, W-ing Su-Yu's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she felt an unfamiliar admiration for a peer for the first time. Not just her, but the other students present regarded LFI with eyes brimming with reverence. Were it not for the presence of various university officials, mayors, and educators, they likely would have rushed to embrace LFI with fervor. After all, what could possibly rival the strength and stature of LFI? He possessed an SSS-grade talent and dual innate gifts. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he had nearly secured his place as the most powerful being in the century to come. As LFI sipped his tea, a commotion was heard at the door. Yang Shi-Oi-O and his companion approached with expressions laden with complexity. Speaking in unison, "Fi, please wait here, the president will be here shortly." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment as all eyes turned to Yang Shi-Oi-O and his companion. These were the presidents of Hu-Ing University and Jingxing University. In the world of Beastmasters, only those with sufficient strength could ascend to the position of university president. In truth, the most powerful individuals within any institution typically held the highest authority. After all, this was a world where strength equated to power. Both presidents were undeniably formidable, each a veritable Hallyu-level Beastmaster, standing at the pinnacle of the Beastmaster community. Historically, only two such figures had ever existed. With this realization, the crowd found clarity. Both presidents were SSS-grade Beastmasters, implying that, barring any unforeseen events, the next Hallyu-level Beastmaster would likely be LFI. Given this context, it was entirely understandable that both presidents had rushed to CHNGN in to meet with him. Although they were typically preoccupied with countless responsibilities, at this moment, nothing could be deemed more important than LFI. After a moment of reflection, the other enrollment representatives withdrew their gazes from LFI. As for him, they conceded that he was beyond their reach. However, they remained confident in their ability to attract other students from CHNGN elsewhere. In the depths of CHNGN's most secure prison, a dimly lit cell echoed with the sounds of WNGMing, his hair disheveled and eyes bloodshot. Resembling a wild beast, he stared intently into the void ahead, seemingly anticipating something. Suddenly, before the prison bars, a figure slowly materialized in the previously empty space. Upon witnessing this, WNGMing's eyes widened in shock. He disregarded his wounds and lunged forward. The chilling metallic clinks of his shackles resonating sharply in the air. The jagged edges of the shackles cruelly lacerated his skin, causing blood to flow profusely. Yet, Benjamin remained utterly indifferent to his plight, fixating instead on the figure draped in a black cloak before him. The two locked eyes, and after a brief moment, the cloaked figure slowly began to speak. "Your performance has disappointed the sect greatly." His voice was akin to rusty metal scraping against metal, hoarse and grating. At these words, the crimson in Benjamin's gaze intensified, and drool dripped from his mouth, a testament to his fury. He had sacrificed his years of hard work and even the life of his own son for the beast sect, and all he received in return was disappointment. How could he not be enraged? The cloaked figure, utterly unconcerned with Benjamin's ire, continued, "Because of you, the sect's plans must be expedited. However, the beast god, in his mercy, is willing to grant you a chance for redemption. Tonight, eliminate Feiyu. Use his blood to appease the beast god." As he spoke, a hand emerged from within the cloak, extending with a blade-like gesture that sliced through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake. With a clang, the shackles shattered, breaking apart as if they were mere paper in the hands of the cloaked figure, a feat that would have easily confined a diamond beastmaster. Such strength was not something a mere beastmaster could possess. It was more reminiscent of an ancient, feral beast's might. Having completed his task, the cloaked figure tossed a vial of crimson liquid into Benjamin's hands. "Drink it, and you shall acquire power rivaling that of a diamond beastmaster. Naturally, your contracted beasts will perish instantly. You already knew this, didn't you?" Hee. With a chilling, sinister laugh, the figure gradually faded from view. Chapter 38, The Terrifying Reward. Inside the mystic square, within a spacious chamber, only Feiyu and an elderly man sat across from one another. Feiyu scrutinized the elder before him, whose hair and beard were entirely white, his face lined with deep wrinkles resembling the rugged ravines of the Lust Plateau. His eyes were half closed, giving him the appearance of a typical old man entering his twilight years. It was difficult for Feiyu to comprehend that this was the current president of the capital university, a moonlight-level beastmaster, Han Shoujing. Han Shoujing, in turn, measured Feiyu with his gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he raised a finger with a smile, stating, "Heaven bless China. I shan't speak of empty platitudes. Let me offer something substantial. Join my capital university, and you will immediately receive an S-level beast egg, without delay, each time you advance. The university will reward you with a beast egg, starting from at least A grade. Furthermore, every semester, you will have the opportunity to select 5 items from intermediate special resources. Should you require it, you can exchange 5 intermediate selection opportunities for 1 advanced special resource. Rest assured, for every beast you contract, our institution will have specialists predict its evolutionary path, ensuring its perfect evolution." As he concluded, his slightly squinted eyes widened ever so slightly, a glimmer of fierce brilliance flashing within them as he leaned slightly forward, gazing at Lu Feiyu. "What do you think? Even if Hucking University were to come, I assure you they could not offer anything better." Han Shoujing's tone brimmed with confidence. Not to mention, this was an S-level beast egg, and it came with a flawless evolutionary pathway. He could not fathom a beastmaster in this world who would refuse such temptation. Moreover, these generous rewards could only be provided by his capital university. After all, they specialized in beast mastery and the cultivation of various beast eggs, amassing a vast stockpile of them. Thus, even the exceedingly rare S-level beast egg was within their means. As for Hucking University, they were merely a pack of brutes. Thinking of the fury he would feel upon discovering that his old friend had poached someone so talented, Han Shoujing couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Truthfully, faced with such an offer, Lu Feiyu was indeed very tempted. He could overlook many things, but that S-level beast egg was something he simply could not disregard. For an S-level beast egg, it was nearly the pinnacle of rarity. While A-level beast eggs could still be procured on the market if one were wealthy and influential, S-level beast eggs were the exclusive domain of the elite. Even if one were to spend millions of Chinese yuan, it would not guarantee the sight of an S-level beast egg, let alone the ability to purchase one. It could be said that in all of China, the number of S-level beast eggs that appeared in a year could be counted on one hand, thus illustrating their extreme rarity. And Han Shoujing, right from the outset, had bundled together the beast eggs that would secure Lu Feiyu's entire future, including 1 S-level beast egg. Such extravagant generosity would captivate anyone. Moreover, Lu Feiyu's mythical bloodline pool would allow him to evolve his contracted beasts immediately after signing the contract. This meant that upon joining the capital university, Lu Feiyu's 3rd contracted beast would begin with SS level potential. This kind of enhancement left him in awe of his future strength and exhilaration. Furthermore, with each step taken, he would maintain an absolute leading position. He believed that the Chinese authorities would never skimp on him in the future, and perhaps there would even be opportunities to obtain S-level beast eggs. However, he refrained from responding to Han Shoujing, as the president of Hucking University had yet to arrive. There was no need for haste. Just as one would compare goods before purchasing clothing, choosing a university required careful consideration as well. Lu Feiyu silently praised his own sagacity. Noticing Lu Feiyu's silence, Han Shoujing, seated opposite him, began to feel anxious. After all, this was a beastmaster with SSS level talent, a dual-born talent. A student of such caliber could not be allowed to fall into the hands of Hucking University, for if word got out, it would cast a long shadow over the capital university for eternity. This was something Han Shoujing, who had devoted his life to the advancement of the capital university, could not accept. Thus, he hastened his tone, continuing, "Very well, I shall take it upon myself. Your monthly basic resource allocation for the preparatory class will be doubled. With such resources, even as a mere bronze beastmaster, you would find it more than sufficient, even if you were a golden beastmaster. Feiyu, our capital university is truly sincere." Han Shoujing's earnest words resonated within the chamber. This venerable figure, standing at the pinnacle of China, gazed at Lu Feiyu with unbridled anticipation. He was not mistaken. Students in the preparatory class at Capital University enjoyed a monthly allocation of 5 vials of spirit essence water, a unique resource extracted from countless spirit beast stones. Even the energy contained in the lowest grade spirit essence water was equivalent to that found in hundreds of spirit beast stones. With a doubling of the allocation, that amounted to 10 vials, containing energy comparable to that of 1,000 spirit beast stones. The market price alone exceeds 2 million huaxia coins. Moreover, the energy within the spirit essence water is exceptionally pure, making it easier for beast companions to absorb, providing remarkable assistance for their cultivation. Just 1 bottle is sufficient for a bronze-tier beast to cultivate under optimal conditions for an entire month, equivalent to 3 months of arduous training in ordinary circumstances. Due to its high technical requirements, this substance is primarily circulated within the prestigious capital university. Outside, no matter how wealthy one may be, acquiring it is nearly impossible. Principal Han, this, Lu Feiyu hesitantly began. It was not a lack of willpower on his part. Rather, the offer presented was simply too generous. What are you still hesitating for? An S-rank beast egg, spirit essence water. Which of these can your Hucking University provide? Upon noticing Lu Feiyu's wavering resolve, Han Shoujing's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy, and he seized the moment to press on. However, at that moment, a cold snort echoed from outside the door. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Instantly, a thick, metallic scent of blood filled Lu Feiyu's nostrils. He turned to see a burly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard striding in with a stern expression. Perched on his shoulder was a resplendent little bird, as green as bamboo, with a tail adorned in vibrant colors. A flash of light danced in Lu Feiyu's eyes as he recognized the information about this beast companion. Species, auspicious sound phoenix. Attribute, sound. Talent level, SS. Realm, crescent moon tier 3. Skills, harmonious melody, epic. True form of the phoenix, epic. Divine speed, epic. Annihilation lament, epic. Evaluation, I delight in its voice. Chapter 39. Only children make choices. I want them all. An SS level aptitude. For epic level skills. Strength at crescent moon tier 3. With just a glance, Lu Feiyu immediately identified the visitor's identity. A beast master of such caliber could only have arrived at Changnan in the dead of night for one reason, to seek out Lu Feiyu. Thus, the man's identity became apparent. Principal Xiongming of Hucking University. His name alone suggested a fierce and formidable character, a quintessential pragmatist in combat. In terms of combat prowess, Xiongming undoubtedly surpassed Han Shoujing, potentially ranking among the top 5, or even the top 3, throughout all of Huaxia. Yet, at this moment, his expression was far from pleasant. After recently quelling a beast tide, he had rushed over without even changing his clothes, eager to seize a talent, and had overheard Han Shoujing disparaging Hucking University. Who could endure such a slight? With a grim demeanor, he approached Han Shoujing, the scent of blood growing increasingly pungent. Observing his expression, Han Shoujing chuckled lightly, unperturbed, for the two were long-standing friends. He gazed at Xiongming and said, "What? Is there something wrong with what I said? Each field has its own expertise. When it comes to resource allocation and beast-related matters, Hucking University simply cannot compare to my capital university." Upon hearing this, Xiongming's expression darkened further. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, as Han Shoujing had spoken the truth. Stifling his frustration, Xiongming refrained from lashing out at his friend, instead pulling over a nearby sofa to sit down with a thud, akin to a bear collapsing, nearly tearing the fabric. It was evident that he was quite uncomfortable. He looked at Lu Feiyu without denying Han Shoujing's words, instead articulating the rewards he could offer. Various, undeveloped rare secret realms await you. As long as you desire and dare, you will always be among the first to enter. Furthermore, our university will arrange ample training facilities for you and your beast companion, ensuring that you become the most formidable combatant within your tier. Additionally, we possess the most advanced holographic simulation technology. There, you can engage in battles to your heart's content, unleashing your full potential without fear of any repercussions. Even skills with negative effects can be replicated one-to-one within the holographic system, ensuring no harm befalls your beast. At this point, Xiongming cast a sidelong glance at Han Shoujing and added, "This technology is unique in the world. Even the capital university does not possess it. Of course, we will also provide beast eggs, although the likelihood of obtaining an S-rank egg is slim. Special resources are limited to 5 items each semester." Upon hearing the rewards Xiongming proposed, Lu Feiyu's heart trembled once more. Truly, as one of the most powerful universities in Huaxia, the offerings were undeniably generous. The first exploration rights to secret realms. Each secret realm, upon its emergence in the beast world, had existed within the folds of space, maturing for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. The richness of resources within can only be imagined. Thus, those who are among the first to explore new secret realms, provided they possess sufficient strength, can acquire a multitude of resources long vanished from the world, such as S-rank beast eggs or various advanced and even top-tier special resources. In comparison to what the capital university offered, Hucking University's rewards held greater uncertainty and a higher ceiling. As for the holographic simulation technology, Lu Feiyu found himself exceedingly envious. After all, his current beast companions possessed a powerful skill that came with negative side effects. With the aid of holographic simulation technology, Lu Feiyu could thoroughly understand the effects and repercussions of that skill without endangering his beasts, thus enhancing his confidence in battle. Moreover, with frequent use of the skill, his beasts might even develop resistance to negative effects, potentially reducing the duration of their weakened state. Sighing heavily as the promises of both principals echoed in his mind, Lu Feiyu lamented, "What should I do? I want them all." Could he truly be blamed for his greed? It was entirely the fault of the 2 men before him, who had offered far too much. As Lu Feiyu grappled with his indecision, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Wait, I possess an SSS-level beast aptitude. And a dual soul talent at that. With such a qualification, even if I present some outrageous demands, the two principals surely wouldn't hold it against me. With this thought, Lu Feiyu's hesitation dissipated. He turned his gaze toward the two principals, his lips slowly parting. Observing Lu Feiyu's intent to speak, Han Shoujing and Xiong Ming straightened in their seats, their eyes fixed on him with unwavering anticipation. They were eager to hear from an SSS-level beast master with dual soul talent. Which university wouldn't covet such a treasure? Before the calamity, both the Capital University and Huqing University ranked as the top-tier institutions in Huaxia. After the disaster, both schools had sought to outshine the other, yet had failed to do so. Now, Lu Feiyu represented the key to tipping the scales in their favor. Feeling the weight of their expectant gazes, Lu Feiyu's resolve solidified. He slowly began. Principals, surely you wouldn't want your attempts to recruit me to become public knowledge, would you? The two principals exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving a significant question mark reflected in the other's eyes. At that moment, Lu Feiyu continued. Both conditions proposed by the principals are quite favorable, and I am fond of them. However, choosing any one school will inevitably leave one principal feeling sorrowful, which I am reluctant to witness. Therefore, I have a modest suggestion. Here, Lu Feiyu paused slightly, observing that the curiosity of the two principals had reached its zenith before he resumed. Is there a possibility that I could attend both schools? Could I not be a student at both institutions simultaneously? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiong Ming and Han Shoujing exchanged another glance, genuinely taken aback that Lu Feiyu would propose such an idea. Ah, the thoughts of the youth are indeed quite avant-garde, Han Shoujing mused, glancing at Xiong Ming, who appeared to be in contemplation. After a brief moment, Xiong Ming raised his head and nodded at Han Shoujing. He had just considered that such an exceptionally gifted student was a boon bestowed upon their homeland, and it was only fitting that they provide him with the finest resources. While Huqing University indeed excels in certain domains, it falls short in others compared to Capital University. Hence, why not have both universities collaborate, each nurturing Lu Feiyu in their respective areas of strength, thereby cultivating an unparalleled beastmaster? Seeing Xiong Ming's agreement, Han Shoujing felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest concern had been that Lu Feiyu would decisively choose Huqing University, disregarding Capital University. If that were the case, the institution to which he had dedicated his life would inevitably be viewed as inferior. However, with Lu Feiyu attending both universities, while it may not be as splendid as entering Capital University alone, it certainly was not the worst outcome. From Lu Feiyu's perspective, particularly regarding his training as a beastmaster, this arrangement could even be deemed optimal. Thus, Han Shoujing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the youth possess ideas far more progressive than we, the older generation. Let us proceed as you suggest. You will attend Capital University in your first year, and then Huqing University in your second, alternating thereafter. Lu Feiyu was taken aback by this response. He had merely proposed a small suggestion and had prepared himself for rejection. To his surprise, Han Shoujing agreed without even stipulating conditions. Lu Feiyu had thought that even if both principals acquiesced to his somewhat audacious request, they would likely reduce the resource allocation. Yet, Han Shoujing had not even broached that topic. Clearly, to attain the position of principal, one must possess both vision and composure. However, while Han Shoujing agreed, Xiong Ming was not pleased. He abruptly stood, his brow furrowed in agitation as he directed a tense gaze at Han Shoujing. Sensing the intensity of the situation, Lu Feiyu felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that complications might arise regarding his enrollment. Why must the first year be at your capital university? No, Lu Feiyu should commence at Huqing University. I must cultivate his combat awareness accordingly, lest I have to amend it later. Xiong Ming exclaimed with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu exhaled deeply, realizing that the dispute stemmed from this issue. He was indifferent about where he spent his first year. After all, resources would be dispensed simultaneously. He would benefit from both. Combat awareness? Without theoretical knowledge, mere practical experience is sheer folly. The two esteemed principals found themselves embroiled in a heated argument over which school Lu Feiyu would attend in his first year. Their faces flushed and their voices raised. Lu Feiyu observed, noting the veins bulging on Xiong Ming's forehead, his cheeks flushed, and spittle flying as his hands gestured animatedly, as if ready to engage in a physical confrontation. Meanwhile, although Han Shoujing remained seated, his reddened complexion betrayed his fervent defense of his position, albeit with a quieter tone compared to the more boisterous Xiong Ming. In this moment, the two principals resembled merchants bickering over a few coins in a marketplace rather than dignitaries of high status. Lu Feiyu sat quietly, watching the clash unfold, even mentally grading their arguments. Meanwhile, Wang Jiaming had consumed the entirety of the crimson potion. The blood-red liquid coursed down his throat, devoid of any foul odor, instead imbued with a hint of fruity sweetness. However, the instant it settled in his stomach, a jolt of agony seized him, causing blood to erupt from his ears, nose, and mouth, rendering him a ghastly apparition, as if clawed from the depths of hell. Excruciating pain roamed throughout his body, particularly in his head, where it felt as though countless ice picks were mercilessly piercing his brain. The coldness and suffering were unbearable. Furthermore, he sensed that the Beast Master contract deep within his soul was rapidly disintegrating, obliterating the intimate connection that once existed. He could even faintly hear the agonized cries of his contracted beasts echoing from the beast's space, their wails chilling him to the bone. In that moment, an overwhelming urge for vengeance surged within him. Wang Jiaming's crimson eyes gleamed with a ferocity that seemed ready to bleed. Enough! Silence! He roared, thrusting his hands forward. A resounding crash echoed before him, jolting Wang Jiaming back to a semblance of awareness. As he surveyed the scene ahead, his scarlet pupils dilated in shock. The reinforced steel door, imbued with unique properties, had been shattered, leaving a gaping hole from which steel shards fell like viscous blood. It dawned on Wang Jiaming that he was now imbued with unfathomable power and authority. With every movement, he possessed the strength of a diamond-tier beast master unleashing a full-force strike. A sinister smile crept across his face as blood dripped from his gums, staining his teeth crimson. He remained unfazed by the metallic taste in his mouth and muttered, "Lu Feiyu, Song Tonglin, await my return. I shall ensure you understand the meaning of true suffering." At that moment, his voice echoed with a grating harshness, reminiscent of the black-robed figure. As he spoke, he bent his legs, and the muscles in his calves bulged like hills. With an explosive force, he propelled himself forward, his speed rivaling that of a high-velocity sniper bullet. In the midst of his charge, he noticed that Changnan Prison was eerily silent, as if all its inhabitants had succumbed to an unnatural slumber. However, this turn of events may be fortuitous, as it better suits him to carry out an assassination on Lu Feiyu. Contemplating Lu Feiyu's actions, a boundless killing intent flickered in Wang Jiaming's blood-red eyes as he swiftly darted towards the secret realm square. With the physical prowess of a diamond-ranked ferocious beast, he traversed half the city in mere minutes, arriving near the conference room etched in his memory. With a mere thought, he found himself levitating in midair, as though something beneath him was lifting him aloft. Suspended above the ground, his gaze sharpened, allowing him to clearly perceive the scene within the conference room. Two middle-aged men were vehemently hurling insults at each other, while Lu Feiyu observed their argument with keen interest. Is Song Tonglin not present? Ha ha ha, how fortunate. These two old fools seem to possess little strength. They shall accompany Lu Feiyu to the grave. As he spoke, Wang Jiaming crouched low and surged downward. His speed was such that it generated shockwaves through the air. The thunderous noise instantly drew the attention of everyone in the conference room to the window. From Lu Feiyu's eyes, Wang Jiaming caught a glimpse of unmistakable astonishment. Witnessing that bewildered expression, a sense of delight surged within him. You never anticipated your fate would unfold in such a manner today. I, Wang Jiaming, shall slay you in the very moment of your life's pinnacle, avenging my son's blood feud. Chapter 41. Isn't he always so brave? Lu Feiyu was indeed taken aback. He felt utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what thoughts resided in Wang Jiaming's mind. Was it filled with glue or excrement? How dare he attempt to assassinate me beneath the very noses of two prominent crescent moon-level beastmasters? No, with Song Tonglin, a diamond-ranked beastmaster, capable of rendering Wang Jiaming utterly immobile, how could he possibly confront two who are even more powerful, who bestowed upon him such audacity and confidence? Was it Liang Jingru? Surely, in the eyes of Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng, Wang Jiaming would barely be regarded as more than a large insect. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the sudden ambush, both Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng exhibited a flicker of surprise. It had been quite some time since they had been caught off guard, as previous assailants had all met grim fates. Intriguing, Xiong Meng, seasoned in battle, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Almost instantly upon Wang Jiaming's movement, his companion, the auspicious songbird, emitted a melodious trill. The sweet notes resonated like heavenly music, transforming into tangible sound waves that enveloped the entire conference room. Lu Feiyu felt a warm sensation enveloping him from all directions, instilling an unparalleled tranquility within his heart. Moreover, he sensed a significant enhancement in his physical attributes within the realm of sound. The imminent sense of danger posed by Wang Jiaming dissipated in an instant. A group buff skill? Quite impressive, Lu Feiyu mused inwardly. With two Crescent Moon Beastmasters present, he had no concerns for his safety. Go, Shaoqing. With a command from Xiong Meng, the auspicious songbird transformed in midair into a streak of azure light and darted outward. Its speed surpassed even the sound of shattering glass. As the clamor of glass breaking echoed through the room, Lu Feiyu beheld a flurry of sound notes morphing into short swords, aimed directly at Wang Jiaming's airborne form. In midair, Wang Jiaming's forward momentum suddenly halted, and he instinctively shielded his head with his arms, feeling his meridians writhe like serpents beneath his skin, as though he were on the brink of catastrophic explosion. Simultaneously, the auspicious songbird flapped its wings, ensnaring Wang Jiaming's contorted body within the confines of its wings and frame. Controlling Wang Jiaming, the songbird retreated, returning to the conference room, where it casually discarded the already unconscious Wang Jiaming. His body collided forcefully with the cold floor, the jarring impact jolting him awake. However, the scene that greeted his eyes left him wide-eyed with fury. Before him stood Lu Feiyu, the very nemesis he despised, gazing down at him with a mocking expression. Beside him, a middle-aged man queried with an air of incredulity, "Has he always been this brave? I expected he would possess some strength to dare to kill in my presence, yet this is his level?" Perched on the man's shoulder was a small azure bird, emitting soft chirps as if echoing its owner's sentiments. This bluebird radiated an aura so terrifying that Wang Jiaming found himself paralyzed with fear. He recalled that just moments ago, it was this very bird that had rendered him unconscious with a mere casual strike. That overwhelming might reminded him of the scene from years ago when he first encountered the man in black. Equally formidable, equally insurmountable. Upon hearing Xiongmeng speak, Lu Feiyu found himself at a loss for words. To mention that the individual confronting them was the leader of the most powerful force in Changnan's underworld would lead others to believe that the people of Changnan are all fools, allowing such a person to rise to the ranks of a crime lord. Han Shoujing stepped forward, scrutinizing Wang Jiaming with a discerning eye, and remarked casually, "Just a discarded pawn of the 10,000 Beasts sect, hardly worth our attention. He must have ingested some inferior blood-enhancing potion, for his mind seems addled." Likely heard of Lu Feiyu's talent and sought to eliminate him preemptively. Upon hearing this, Xiongmeng chimed in, "Indeed, with a talent like Feiyu's, assassination is inevitable. Look at you, reacting so slowly. How can you safeguard him? Thus, he must spend his first year at Hucking University, no debate." Upon hearing this, Han Shoujing was about to argue, but upon witnessing Wang Jiaming sprawled on the ground, utterly unable to resist, he sighed deeply. Ultimately, he had been slow to react, and there was truly no basis for contention now. He waved his hand dismissively. "Do as you wish. After all, I am your elder. You show me no respect whatsoever." Xiongmeng disregarded the latter part of his statement, excitedly embracing Lu Feiyu and exclaiming, "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be a member of our Hucking preparatory class. When can you enroll?" Lu Feiyu pondered momentarily before responding, 3 days from now." Upon hearing this, Xiongmeng's eyes lit up as he enthusiastically clapped Lu Feiyu on the shoulder. "Good lad. Decisiveness is commendable. I like it." Meanwhile, Wang Jiaming, lying helplessly on the ground, contemplated the 3 ultimate questions of his existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? As an assassin, why were the 3 before him ignoring him entirely? Even when dealing with a stray dog on the street, one would be more serious than they were with him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the frenzied and bloodthirsty desire to kill surged once more within Wang Jiaming. He twisted his body, preparing to pounce on Lu Feiyu, intent on taking him down with him. However, in that instant, Xiongmeng, standing beside Lu Feiyu, casually delivered a kick that sent him flying. "Shaoqing, help him regain his senses," Xiongmeng commanded. In an instant, the clear calls of the bird resonated throughout the conference room. The tangible sound notes gently brushed against Wang Jiaming's body, and the crimson hue in his eyes faded at a visible pace, until clarity was restored. "Pray tell, how did you establish a connection with the Beast sect?" Xiongmeng inquired, pulling a chair closer and settling down with an air of authority. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when the veins in Wang Jiaming's body swelled violently, and an uncontrollable torrent of dark blood erupted from his mouth and nostrils. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wang Jiaming's body disintegrated, a cloud of blood mist and shredded flesh scattering in all directions. The foul stench of blood quickly filled the conference room. Fortunately, Xiang Yin Fei Luan promptly summoned a realm of notes, ensuring that the 3 individuals remained unblemished, devoid of even a single drop of blood. TSK. The Beast sect always manages to evoke such revulsion. Xiongmeng rose from his chair in disgust, exclaiming, "What irritates me most is that these individuals can be found everywhere." Lu Feiyu seized this opportunity to ask, "Principal, what exactly is the Beast sect?" This faction is only briefly mentioned in our textbooks. As an ordinary person in his previous life, Lu Feiyu was utterly unfamiliar with the Beast sect. He had never anticipated that even the immensely powerful Wang Jiaming was merely a pawn in their game. No wonder Wang Jiaming and the entire Wang family have been acting so frenzied lately. Chapter 42, A Shopping Spree, an extreme anti-human organization. dedicated to hunting down genius individuals from various nations, orchestrating beast tides, and executing acts of terror. Xiongmeng succinctly summarized, continuing, with your talent. It is likely that you will encounter the beast sect. But fret not, with me and the school shielding you. What turbulence can a rat in the gutter possibly stir up? As he spoke, Xiongmeng cast a glance at Han Shoujing, stating, keep an eye on this child. I am curious to see how many rodents from the beast sect are lurking in Chang'an. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished from the conference room. Always so impatient, Han Shoujing remarked before turning to Lu Feiyu, you must be weary. It would be best to rest early. Come, lead me to your residence. I shall borrow a place to stay. Lu Feiyu nodded in agreement. He certainly would not decline such a formidable bodyguard. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu acquiesce, Han Shoujing summoned his flying beast. Unlike others, his flying beast was a towering silver giant, adorned with a myriad of variously shaped weapons interlaced upon its back. The frigid aura of steel enveloped them. It is indeed impressive, but where does the flying aspect manifest? Lu Feiyu pondered. Yet, before Lu Feiyu's bewildered and astonished gaze, the giant's form rapidly transformed, each segment of steel contorting and reshaping. Ultimately, it morphed from a giant into a steel flying vessel. The underside of the vessel even boasted 2 exhaust ports, exuding cobalt blue flames that provided immense propulsion. Race, shape-shifting divine iron. Attribute, gold. Talent level, SS. Realm, first stage of the bright moon. Skills, ever-changing, epic. Divine iron body, epic. Mastery of various weapons, epic. Heaven-slaying strike, epic. Evaluation, an intriguing plaything. The flying vessel was neither too large nor too small, just sufficient to accommodate both Lu Feiyu and Han Shoujing. Once they stood within the cabin, a powerful wave of air erupted from the vessel's base. Subsequently, the steel flying vessel streaked through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow as it sped towards the villa in the foothills. Upon reaching the villa, Lu Feiyu found a clean room for Han Shoujing before returning to his own quarters. The day's events had been overwhelmingly profound, and he required a moment of solitude to process it all. After a while, Lu Feiyu retrieved his phone and glanced at the message from the bank. 3 million had arrived. Instantaneously, he felt a surge of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number of the sales representative, Feiyu, from Wanbage. As the foremost chain store in Huaxia, Wanbage was naturally open 24 hours a day. Although it was nearing midnight, the store remained operational. Whether or not Feiyu had finished her shift was beyond Lu Feiyu's contemplation, as he only possessed her contact information. Nevertheless, he surmised that even if she were asleep, the prospect of a 3 to 4 million transaction would surely rouse her. Lost in thought, the call connected. Lu Feiyu heard Feiyu's slightly nasal greeting, hello? It appeared she was indeed in slumber. Lu Feiyu promptly introduced himself. This is Lu Feiyu. Upon hearing his name, Feiyu sprang from her bed, her tone transforming into one of professionalism. Greetings, Mr. Lu. How may I assist you? To this young man who had earned her a commission of 15,000. Feiyu remained exceptionally enthusiastic. I have a transaction worth 4 million. Are you interested? If not, could you provide me with the number of your colleague? Lu Feiyu was direct, for customers are indeed kings, especially those like him who wield considerable wealth with minimal demands. Truly a premium client. 4 million. Feiyu's voice escalated to a sharp pitch. For someone of her position as a junior sales representative, a year's worth of sales might not even reach 1 million. She had not anticipated Lu Feiyu's opening offer to be 4 million. How substantial would her commission be? Calculating swiftly in her mind, she realized that at a 1% commission rate, 4 million would yield 50,000, a sum nearly equivalent to half her annual income. More importantly, if her total sales exceeded 5 million within the year, she would be promoted to a mid-level sales representative, consequently elevating her commission rate. With this thought, Feiyu's breath quickened, and she adopted her most professional demeanor. I am available, Mr. Lu. Please tell me what you require, and I shall deliver it to you immediately. Such a significant transaction warranted home delivery. As they spoke, Lu Feiyu could hear the sound of clothing rustling through the phone. Lingguang mine essence. And the sigh of the gale. Lu Feiyu articulated, specifying the 2 rare resources needed for Boss Jin's further evolution. The former was a precious, or that could only be found within high-quality spirit beast stone veins, rich in pure and abundant spiritual energy. Valued at approximately 600,000 Huaxia coins. This was the cheapest among the 6 special resources. Conversely, the Sigh of the Gale was a top-tier resource among intermediate materials, priced at double that of the Lingguang mine essence. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's request, Feiyu eagerly responded, very well, Mr. Lu. The price for these 2 special resources, after discount, is 168,000 Huaxia coins, a savings of 12,000 from the market price. Lu Feiyu nodded silently, recognizing that she had indeed afforded him a considerable discount. However, the special resources required by Boss Jin were merely the appetizer. The resources needed for the evolution of the black scales constituted a veritable bottomless pit. In addition to the 5 poisons essence, which was an intermediate special resource. The high-quality poison attribute beast cores and the true dragon's blood are undeniably exceptional and rare resources, commanding exorbitant prices. Each item alone is worth no less than several million huaxia coins. Surely, I can purchase at least one of them, Lu Feiyu mused, conveying his wishes to Feiyu. Moments later, Feiyu's voice resonated once more. Mr. Lu, the preferential price for the essence of the 5 poisons is set at 700,000 huaxia coins. The high-quality poison attribute beast core is priced at 1,800,000 huaxia coins. Furthermore, the Changnan warehouse currently has no stock available. If you require it, I can procure it from another warehouse for you. As for the true dragon's blood, it stands at 5 million huaxia coins. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu silently calculated in his mind and felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, the remaining funds would suffice to acquire both the essence of the 5 poisons and the beast core. However, the true dragon's blood was beyond his wildest dreams. Just a single unit of this extraordinary resource was worth more than all his possessions combined. In this world of beast taming, anything associated with dragons is exorbitantly priced, let alone the blood of a true dragon. A single beast can only produce 7 or 8 drops of blood in a short span, and with each drop lost, the beast falls into a weakened state. Should 3 or more drops be lost within a brief period, it could even suffer damage to its origin, resulting in a decline in its realm. Therefore, the price for high-quality blood is exceedingly steep. Chapter 43, Prepared. Then I shall take the essence of the 5 poisons and the beast core. By the way, I also have various resources worth 1 million here. Please come to procure them, and bring along a few more people, Lu Feiyu decisively stated. Thus, he expended a total of 4,180,000 huaxia coins to acquire the evolution resources from Boss Jean. The only item lacking for the evolution of the black scale was the true dragon's blood. However, let us not forget that he had one opportunity to exchange for a high-level special resource at each of the 2 universities, Huqing and Jingqing. This implies that as long as Lu Feiyu successfully enrolls, the further evolution of the black scale would be a matter easily resolved. Having addressed the issue of beast evolution, Lu Feiyu finally exhaled in relief. He glanced at the bank notification on his phone, a faint smile of bitterness appearing on his face. The money had barely settled into his hands before it was spent. Not only had he exhausted the 3 million awarded by Changnan's official rewards, but he had also completely utilized the various resources he obtained within the secret realm, converting them into huaxia coins. Moreover, even with this expenditure, he had sacrificed his meager savings of 60,000 huaxia coins. At this point, he was left with little more than his life. Such money truly cannot be squandered. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Lu Feiyu let out a sigh of existential contemplation. If other beast tamers were to overhear this, they would undoubtedly give him a thorough scolding. It is well known that in the outside world, raising a beast with SS qualifications incurs costs in the tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Yet, such a colossal investment does not guarantee that the beast will stabilize its evolution to SS level. A failed evolution would lead to the complete waste of rare materials, not to mention the possibility of the beast experiencing a decline in its realm or even facing severe life-threatening situations. It can be said that every SS-level beast is a trifecta of talent, luck, and opportunity, each element indispensable. Even diamond-tier beast tamers may not possess a single SS-level beast. However, in Lu Feiyu's case, he spent less than 5 million huaxia coins and nearly had 2 beasts simultaneously evolve to SS level. Such a disparity would undoubtedly infuriate other beast tamers. The order was substantial, and Feiyu, the sales assistant, took it to heart. Consequently, the operations at Wanbao Pavilion were swift. Shortly after hanging up the phone, Lu Feiyu heard the roar of engines outside the villa. He opened the door to find Han Shoujing already seated in the living room. The latter nodded slightly at Lu Feiyu, signaling that there was no danger outside. This sight further assured Lu Feiyu, who walked into the courtyard and peered through the ornate iron gate. He saw Feiyu standing by the car, her arms laden with items, her face alight with anticipation as she looked toward him. With a creak, Lu Feiyu opened the iron gate and reached for the items. Mr. Lu, here are the spiritual essence of the mind and the gale wind sigh. This package contains the essence of the 5 poisons and the high-quality poison attribute beast core. Feiyu explained while handing over the items. You may verify the goods on the spot. Any dissatisfaction can result in a return or exchange. Lu Feiyu opened the bag, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes as he confirmed that the contents were indeed what he sought. He nodded and handed Feiyu the bank card he had prepared. This contains 3 million. Simultaneously, a burst of light flickered in his hand as he retrieved a plethora of resources from his spatial ring, instantly filling the once empty ground. These resources should amount to over 1 million. Please tally them up and provide a price. Certainly. Please hold on, Feiyu replied. Undeterred by the chaotic arrangement of resources on the ground, she bent down and meticulously examined each item. Moments later, a figure that Feiyu had anticipated emerged from her lips. The total comes to 112,000 huaxia coins. This price was 3,000 less than what the plaza staff had offered. However, since they were the ones acquiring the goods, they naturally could not purchase at market price. Otherwise, where would Wanbao Pavilion find its profit? To be frank, Feiyu felt that this price was already quite generous. Hence, he did not haggle and simply nodded. Good. Let this money be used to purchase these resources. He weighed the bag in his hand and indicated, I still have over 60,000 huaxia coins stored with you. So let that be included. The amount is sufficient. Perfectly so. Feiyu smiled brightly, her head bobbing in agreement. All right, you may return now. Feiyu waved his hand and promptly turned to re-enter the house. Feiyu lingered for a moment, gazing at Feiyu's straight back, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the timid youth who had handed her 8,000 huaxia coins just days prior. A sense of astonishment washed over her. What a remarkable transformation in merely a few days. After a brief moment of reflection, Feiyu called out to the driver of the truck, and together they began transporting the resources. Meanwhile, Feiyu had already stepped into the villa. Upon noticing Han Shoujing still on guard in the living room, a warm feeling surged within him as he nodded in acknowledgement before retreating further inside. At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the scene of Boss Jean evolving into an SS-level beast, summoning both Boss Jean and Black Scale from the beast space. Feiyu observed that, after a lengthy period of rest, Boss Jean had already recovered from its weakened state and was brimming with vitality once more. As soon as it appeared in the room, it wagged its tail and dashed toward Feiyu. With a thud, a muffled sound resonated in his embrace. A flicker of pain crossed Feiyu's face as he patted the head of the dog he was holding. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? You can't just crash like that. You'll break my bones. At this moment, Hylan returned to Feiyu's shoulder. Its ink-black eyes regarded the slightly bashful Boss Jean, who was flustered due to the mishap, with a glimmer of mockery, as if to say, You fool. All right, it's time to attend to serious matters, Feiyu said. Suppressing a smile, he gently pushed aside Boss Jin's fluffy form and extracted a jade box filled with resources from the paper bag. Upon opening the jade box, a tempest erupted within the previously tranquil room, causing Feiyu's garments to flutter wildly and his hair to dance chaotically. Simultaneously, a sigh that seemed to emanate from the primordial ages echoed throughout the room. The Sigh of the Gale, a supreme intermediate special resource. It harbors the ultimate wind energy, and its sound, akin to a sigh, possesses a profound ability to calm the spirit. Although it was unclear why Boss Jean, a beast of the fire attribute, would require such an item, the revelation from the Eye of Ascension indicated that there must be a reason. This also illustrates the arduous nature of exploring the evolutionary paths of contracted beasts. Often, the attributes required for a beast's evolution do not align with its inherent traits. In some cases, they may even be diametrically opposed. Thus, a minor evolutionary path may necessitate tens of thousands of experiments. The associated costs and losses are, as one might imagine, substantial. It is only due to Feiyu's acumen that he could discern the evolutionary trajectory of his contracted beast. Otherwise, for a peculiar beast like Boss Jean, achieving a single evolution would be no less challenging than ascending to the heavens. Chapter 44, Further Evolution. SS Rank. The Sigh of the Gale, in its form, resembled a fist-sized, misty azure gas. Within this gaseous mass, countless fine threads surged and emitted fierce winds. Concurrently, Feiyu retrieved the essence of luminous or in the essence of the fiery sun. However, it was evident that Boss Jean was solely interested in the essence of the fiery sun, displaying a neutral attitude towards the luminous Oregon. In fact, in the presence of the Sigh of the Gale, it exhibited overt disdain. Now that all the resources are gathered, why aren't you consuming it, old Jean? Feiyu queried, pulling Boss Jin's head closer and presenting the Sigh of the Gale near its mouth. Boss Jean turned its head away defiantly, pursing its lips. Observing this scene, Feiyu furrowed his brow and implored, Boss Jean, this Sigh of the Gale is exceedingly precious. Consuming special resources is a delightful affair. Eat it. Seeing that Boss Jean remained unmoved, Feiyu feigned anger, raising his voice. Eat. Damn it. Why won't you eat? Eat. Eat. Faced with the master's ire, Boss Jean, though reluctant, had no choice but to obediently straighten its head, closing its eyes and furrowing its brow in a distinctly human manner. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the azure mist from Feiyu's hand. Seeing this, Feiyu hurriedly shoved the luminous ore and the essence of the fiery sun into Boss Jin's mouth, then swiftly retreated a few steps. According to his experience, Each time a beast evolved, the commotion was considerable, and there was a possibility of losing control over its abilities. While he was not particularly worried about being harmed, the black-scaled creature upon his shoulder lacked any immunity to damage. Thus, prudence was warranted. Standing by the door, Feiyu quietly observed the changes in Boss Jean. Boss Jean stood still, its eyes wide open, gazing back at Feiyu. The human's gaze met the dog's. After a few minutes of waiting, Feiyu saw no signs of any anomaly. Did I purchase a counterfeit product? He pondered anxiously. Utilizing the eye of Ascension, he scrutinized Boss Jean. On its information panel, the words evolving stood out prominently. Suppressing his doubts, Feiyu examined Boss Jean closely once more. Finally, he noticed a peculiar change. The abdomen, once encased in muscle, now appeared slightly sagging, as if it had developed a small belly. The entire dog seemed less sleek and graceful than before, appearing somewhat bloated. Furthermore, at the moment Feiyu observed this phenomenon, Boss Jean's belly suddenly expanded significantly. Now, it was not just its abdomen. The entirety of its form resembled a balloon on the verge of bursting, straining outward in all directions. The long fur surrounding Boss Jean stood erect under immense pressure, resembling a multitude of steel blades. Its skin stretched to its limits, revealing the intricate networks of veins and arteries beneath the surface. Feiyu could even see the azure threads swirling within the sigh of the gale, frantically coursing through Boss Jean's body. It was the gale. The gale was inflating Boss Jean to such an extent. Feiyu's eyes remained fixed on the transformation unfolding before him. In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. A dull sound erupted within the room. Boss Jean's body, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the gale, began to fracture. Its form, under the influence of the tempest, slowly drifted upward. Countless droplets of blood spilled from its rupturing surface, gleaming like minuscule suns in their golden hue. These blood droplets, as they fell through the air, radiated immense heat. When the torrid waves met the surging winds, they instantaneously ignited into blazing golden flames. The wind, propelled by the fire's vigor, surged towards the struggling Boss Jean, suspended in midair. In an instant, the golden flames coalesced into a sphere, enveloping Boss Jean perfectly. The flames danced in concert with the howling wind, resembling a colossal entity breathing rhythmically. With the enhancement of the Eye of Ascension, Feiyu could discern the azure luminescence of the essence of the fiery sun and the milky white halo of the luminous or within the resplendent golden fireball. The former fortified Boss Jean's control over flames and light energy, while the latter gradually mended its shattered form. Witnessing this spectacle, Feiyu felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. He knew that this evolution had succeeded. After all, this evolutionary path was guided by the SSS grade beast talent. In terms of both safety and future developmental potential, it was undeniably robust. As Feiyu anticipated, a few minutes later, the dazzling golden fireball began to dim. The howling winds also gradually subsided. The true form of Boss Jean post-evolution finally came into view. Its once massive body, measuring 10 meters in length, had not only failed to grow further during this evolution, but had actually shrunk slightly. Feiyu estimated that Boss Jean was now only about 6 or 7 meters long. However, the most significant transformation was not its size, but rather its fur color. The once resplendent golden coat had now been imbued with a profound azure hue. Its long fur flowed like ethereal clouds drifting in the rainy weather of Jiangnan, elegant and buoyant. Moreover, Boss Jean now hovered in midair, relying entirely on its newfound capabilities, clearly demonstrating its ability to fly. Feiyu activated the Eye of Ascension to examine the enhancements of this SS-grade Boss Jean. Species: Sun-Chasing Wolf King. Attribute: Light. Talent level: SS. Realm: Bronze Stage 7. Skills: Sun Chaser Body, Epic. Heart of the Scorching Sun, Epic. Domain of the Sun, Epic. Instantaneous Eruption of the Sun, Epic. Sun Chaser Body. The Beast Master possesses a 50% damage reduction against light and fire attribute attacks. The beast exhibits exceptional immunity to abnormal states. Its physical constitution is doubled, and in battle, its speed triples. The beast can manipulate flowing winds, granting it brief hovering ability. Heart of the Scorching Sun. Each attack from the beast is imbued with the effect of searing sunburn, significantly reducing the enemy's recovery capabilities and inflicting extreme torment and irreparable damage to their soul. Domain of the Sun. Summons the sun to punish all that exists. Furthermore, within the domain of the sun, the beast gains the ability to teleport short distances. Note: each teleportation consumes a certain amount of the beast's stamina. Instantaneous Eruption of the Sun. The beast can detonate the sun it summons, causing a powerful explosion of considerable radius. Note: each release consumes a substantial amount of stamina. Evolution Path: Sun Chaser Wolf King, SS level. Sovereign of the Sun, SSS level. Devourer of the Sun God, mythical level. Note: only beasts possessing a mythical bloodline can transcend the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution: remnants of the setting sun, eternal soul crystal, essence of the flame dragon. 8 high-quality light, fire, attribute beast cores, or 1 top-tier quality beast core. Chapter 45, Terrifying Abilities. My goodness, Boss Jean, you are indeed remarkable. Lu Feiyu gazed at Boss Jin's opulent information panel, unable to restrain his admiration. This enhancement surpasses that of S-level qualifications by an extraordinary margin. Each capability demonstrates exponential growth. The Sun Chaser body amplifies both Boss Jin's offensive and defensive capabilities to their utmost. A 50% damage reduction against both light and fire attributes renders Boss Jean a nightmare for beasts of these 2 attributes. Not to mention, Boss Jean possesses doubled physical constitution and a 3-fold increase in speed during combat. A 3-fold speed. Such swiftness is nearly ghostly within the same realm. Enemies find it exceedingly challenging to even catch a glimpse of Boss Jean in the heat of battle. Moreover, this ability has also incorporated the crowd control immunity effect from a previous skill. The fusion of the 2 skills has elevated Boss Jean to the epic realm. Most critically, the current Boss Jean can strike airborne foes. Thus, when encountering flying adversaries again, Boss Jean can actively engage in combat. As for the Heart of the Scorching Sun, the most brutal skill often boasts the simplest of descriptions. The mere aspect of soul damage is sufficient to propel this passive skill into the epic tier. For the majority of beast masters and ferocious beasts, the soul is an elusive and difficult domain to enhance. Yet, each of Boss Jin's strikes can inflict profound pain upon the enemy's soul. This is akin to dealing true damage. Furthermore, while inflicting immense harm, it subjects the enemy to unparalleled agony. Quite brutal indeed. Lu Feiyu finds it highly appealing. The domain of the sun, building upon the existing aerial prowess, endows Boss Jean with an even more terrifying mobility. Teleportation. Instantaneous movement. Although it does consume a certain amount of stamina, for Boss Jean, who can inflict soul damage, having a chance for a surprise attack is enough to incapacitate the opponent entirely. Even if he cannot overpower them, it serves excellently for escape. Retreating when outmatched is not a disgrace. The true disgrace lies in being unable to escape after being defeated. In a life-and-death struggle, losing face is trivial compared to losing one's life. Regarding the instantaneous eruption of the sun, it directly mitigates negative effects. Now, Boss Jean can unleash such a terrifying attack with merely a considerable amount of stamina. This signifies that Boss Jean can now comfortably endure the consumption and overwhelming might of epic-level skills. Additionally, Lu Feiyu noticed that Boss Jin's realm had remarkably ascended from Bronze Stage 1 to Stage 7 after this evolution, leaping across 6 minor realms, bypassing both the early and mid stages of Bronze to land directly in the late stage. Such a pace of cultivation would surely evoke envy among other beast masters. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu could sense that Boss Jean still harbored an abundance of unabsorbed spiritual energy within. Given some time for complete digestion, ascending to the Silver Realm is undoubtedly within reach. The only aspect that left Lu Feiyu dissatisfied was that the special materials required for further evolution had reverted to 4. Moreover, the quality of the resources needed was astoundingly high. Lu Feiyu had not only never seen 2 of them, but he had never even heard of them. Nevertheless, judging solely from the 8 high-quality beast cores, Lu Feiyu recognized that the financial expenditure required to evolve Boss Jean into an SSS-level beast would be a staggering figure. With a heavy sigh, Lu Feiyu beckoned for Boss Jean to descend from the sky. He gently rubbed Boss Jin's now stern wolf visage, which had lost its previous roundness, and remarked, "You are no mere beast master. You are a veritable gold-devouring beast." As an SS-level beast, Boss Jean allowed Lu Feiyu to fondly caress its face without a hint of impatience. Its striking azure eyes glimmered with light as it gazed at Lu Feiyu, seemingly conveying, "Please do not disdain me. I am easy to care for." Subsequently, Boss Jean lowered its head slightly, casting a glance at the black-scaled creature lying on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, and playfully swatted at it. "Take that, you small fry. A mere S-level beast daring to look down upon you, Boss Jean." Of course, Boss Jean was mindful of its strength. The swat was neither swift nor forceful. The black-scaled creature reacted instantly, leaping high into the air and then hiding behind Lu Feiyu. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Witnessing this scene, Lu Feiyu felt a twinge of headache and urgently intervened. When will Boss Jin's mischievous nature ever change? It lacks the demeanor befitting the leader of beast masters. Stopping Boss Jin's playful antics, Lu Feiyu cradled the black-scaled creature in his hands, sensing its emotional downturn, and immediately reassured, "It's all right. In just a few days, it will be your evolution day. Trust me." Upon hearing these words, the black-scaled creature, which had been hanging its head low, suddenly lifted it. A spark of excitement flickered in its inky black eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on its fearsome countenance. It nudged Lu Feiyu's chin with its head, sending a chill from its scales. This sensation was entirely different from that of Boss Jean, yet it possessed a unique charm. Once Lu Feiyu had calmed the black-scaled creature, he shot a sharp glare at the grinning Boss Jean standing nearby before pushing open the door and striding into the living room. The commotion during the beast's evolution was not insignificant. Han Shoujing, who was stationed in the living room, had likely sensed it. To spare the elder any worry, Lu Feiyu decided to step out and provide an explanation. Upon opening the door, Lu Feiyu was taken aback. Seated upon the sofa in the living room were not just Han Shoujing, but also the blood-soaked Xiongming. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, both their gazes turned towards the entrance, with Han Shoujing immediately inquiring, "Is everything ready?" Lu Feiyu nodded, beckoning Boss Jean and Hyland to emerge from within. There was no need to conceal his beast evolution from these two esteemed principals. After all, a moonlight-level beast master possesses an incredibly keen perception, making it impossible for him to remain undiscovered. Moreover, if either of them harbored ill intentions towards him, they wouldn't even need to intervene personally. As exemplified moments ago when Wang Jiaming attempted to assassinate him, they could have simply allowed that to unfold. Furthermore, he required the resources and support from the two prestigious universities in Jingqing. Thus it was paramount to present himself in the most favorable light. Having recently undergone a beast evolution, Lu Feiyu approached, while Boss Jean obediently followed in his wake. His earlier mischievous demeanor now completely vanished. "Ah, an evolution. That is indeed splendid. Wait, isn't your beast already at the S rank? Can it evolve further?" Han Shoujing remarked, shifting his gaze towards Lu Feiyu's rear. However, halfway through his sentence, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. His previously narrowed eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized Boss Jean from head to toe. The more he looked, the more brilliance ignited in his eyes. And he couldn't help but murmur, "Remarkable. Truly exquisite." Chapter 46, The Astounded Principle. Han Shoujing was not merely a moonlight-level beastmaster. He was also a foremost scholar in the field of beast evolution. With a mere glance, he could discern a beast's innate quality and even categorize it with precision. Now, he gazed at Boss Jean with an almost obsessive admiration, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. With his discerning eye, how could he fail to recognize the exceptional caliber and talent of Lu Feiyu's beast? In terms of quality and aura, it rivaled even those SS-level beasts he had contracted. Yet, it was essential to note that his own beasts were already at the Moonlight realm, whereas Lu Feiyu's beast was merely at the most a bronze rank. Nevertheless, the confidence and arrogance exuding from its very bloodline were unparalleled, rivaling any beast he had ever encountered. It was indeed the Cr. Me de la Cr. Me. "How did you achieve this? Is it a gift?" Han Shoujing inquired, directing his attention back to Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu nodded, realizing that he had to disclose the nature of his talent to the two principals. Observing Lu Feiyu's affirmation, Han Shoujing's expression turned serious. As he grasped the formidable nature of the talent, it could actually disregard the beast's realm, allowing for evolution to occur. This singular effect alone was sufficient to place him among the ranks of S-level beast talents. Furthermore, he was aware that all SSS-level talents possessed multiple effects. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Feiyu, his demeanor growing increasingly grave, assuring him, "Rest assured, aside from myself, Xiongming, and the Supreme Chancellor, no one else shall ever learn of your talent's effects. The information regarding your beast talent will be classified as top secret, sealed for eternity." Though Xiongming did not speak, he nodded in agreement, sitting beside Han Shoujing. While he was unaware of the true strength of Boss Jin's bloodline talent, Han Shoujing's reaction led him to form certain hypotheses. Seeing their assurances, Lu Feiyu also revealed the effects of his Eye of Ascendancy. Naturally, he deflected any mention of the peculiarities surrounding the beast space brought about by the system, for the revelation of an SSS-level talent was one thing. But the existence of the system itself was strictly confidential. This was something that belonged solely to Lu Feiyu. He would never disclose this matter to anyone. Doubling his cultivation speed, instantly discerning the subsequent evolution path of contracted beasts, evolving them as long as the necessary resources were gathered, not being constrained by the beast's realm, even probing into the fundamental attributes of others' beasts, anticipating their moves, transferring damage, absolute loyalty. With each revelation, the two principals repeated his words, their mouths agape in disbelief. By the time Lu Feiyu concluded, Han Shoujing and Xiongming's jaws hung open as if they could accommodate a dinosaur egg. At that moment, they had completely shed the dignity and restraint characteristic of their high status, their minds racing with thoughts of, what manner of anomaly is this? Will it allow other beast masters to live in peace? It is worth noting that among the previous two SSS-level beast masters before Feiyu, their beast talents were purely combat-oriented. Once activated, being invincible within the same realm was commonplace, and surpassing realms in battle was a regular occurrence. However, regardless of how extraordinary others' beast talent effects were, those beasts still had to diligently cultivate and evolve step by step. Yet with Feiyu, it appeared as though all previous rules of cultivation had been rendered obsolete. One by one, the beasts under his command soared through the ranks like rockets. Within less than 20 days of awakening his beast talent, Boss Jean had progressed to the 7th tier of bronze, a leap of 15 ranks, nearly achieving a new tier each day. Such speed was utterly inhuman. After a considerable pause, the two principals finally regained their composure from their astonishment. They closed their mouths, exchanging glances, from which they could discern a profound sense of defeat reflected in each other's eyes. In particular, Han Shoujing, in comparison to Feiyu's beast talent, felt as though his lifelong pursuits and research had been rendered laughable. The pathways he had spent decades meticulously seeking were effortlessly discernible to Feiyu with a mere glance. Alas, Han Shoujing sighed deeply, casting a gaze toward Feiyu that now held an ambiguous sentiment. It was no wonder that when he had dangled the lure of a custom beast evolution path, Feiyu had remained unmoved. He had assumed it was due to steely resolve, not realizing it was because he simply found it unworthy of his attention. Noticing the profound astonishment etched upon the faces of the two principals, Feiyu felt a tad embarrassed and scratched his head, sensing the need to say something. Thus, he humbly remarked, "Actually, it's not so remarkable. Although I cultivate faster, my combat prowess doesn't see much enhancement, and my performance in real battles is rather average." Upon hearing this, the carefully composed demeanor of Han Shoujing and Xiongming crumbled once more. Especially Han Shoujing, who, at his age, felt his blood pressure rising, the veins on his head pulsating. No combat enhancement, so you simply crush them with your realm, correct? Your 7th tier bronze beast facing off against a group that hasn't even reached the 7th tier of black iron. What need is there for a combat boost? And that S2 against 1. Realm and quality are indeed absolute combat enhancements. If Han Shoujing felt this way, one could only imagine the explosive temperament of Xiongming. His fists, as large as sandbags, were tightly clenched. Were it not for the fact that this was one of his students daring to show off in front of him, he would have already swung a punch. Lacking any enhancement in combat power, one must compensate with fighting techniques and awareness. Thus, in Hucking's practical classes, you shall double your efforts. Xiongming's voice resonated deeply. Upon hearing these words, Feiyu's expression turned grim. However, Han Shoujing's voice soon followed. Theoretical knowledge is immensely beneficial for tapping into the combat potential of your beasts. Since you believe your combat power is insufficient, you might as well forego your weekends and come to Jingqing University for some lessons. At this, Feiyu's face grew even more sorrowful. He had not anticipated that a casual comment of his would deprive him of his weekends. Take, for instance, your beast. It is of the light attribute, correct? Such beasts can fully utilize the manipulation of light, refracting and reflecting it to achieve an effect akin to invisibility, thereby gaining the upper hand in combat. Although this technique may not be classified as a skill, it is exceedingly useful. Han Shoujing continued. He was the foremost authority on beast theory within Huaxia, and his knowledge flowed effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Feiyu's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Indeed, if Boss Jean were to master this technique, his strength would surely enhance. With this thought, the lingering resistance in his heart vanished, and Feiyu respectfully nodded, saying, "Thank you, esteemed principals, for your guidance." Hearing this, the two men, who had been awaiting Feiyu's plea for mercy, were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected Feiyu, a prodigy who overshadowed his entire generation, to endure such a rigorous curriculum. A university student would struggle to cope without weekends, let alone a high schooler like Feiyu. With such talent, he should have been brimming with confidence, yet here he was, displaying remarkable resilience. It seemed that Feiyu's ascent to this point was not solely due to his gifts, but also his mental fortitude. A myriad of thoughts swirled in the minds of the two men, and they gazed at Feiyu with newfound admiration. Chapter 47. Teachers Promoted. Friends advanced. After a leisurely chat, the three retired to their rooms for the night. With two powerful beast masters guarding him, Feiyu slept exceptionally soundly. Upon awakening, dawn had broken. He routinely strolled through the beast space and was astonished to discover that Black Scale had broken through two minor realms overnight. At that moment, it had already reached the 8th tier of black iron. Meanwhile, Boss Jean was steadily digesting the abundant residual spiritual energy within, achieving another small breakthrough. It seemed that Boss Jin's advancement had indeed spurred Black Scale on. A smile crept onto Feiyu's face. This was a good thing. Healthy competition was something he would not interfere with. Awake? Here's your breakfast. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything. Xiongming said, glancing at Lu Feiyu. Staring at the table laden with food, Lu Feiyu fell silent. Who eats this much so early in the morning? Nevertheless, appreciating the gesture, he expressed his thanks and began to eat. During their conversation, he learned that Han Shoujing had business to attend to in Beijing, leaving Xiongming as the sole guardian in Changnan for the next few days. After finishing his meal, Lu Feiyu made his way to Changnan No. 1 High School. In truth, he no longer needed to attend classes. However, today he had been specially invited by Wang Jintian to represent the students and say a few words. Given Wang's unwavering support for him in recent days, Lu Feiyu naturally agreed. When he arrived at the school, all the students had gathered in the square, with Principal Wang already prepared with a microphone. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu's arrival, he cleared his throat into the microphone. With a few light coughs, the previously noisy square fell into silence. Principal Wang commanded great respect at Changnan No. 1 High School. Yesterday, the secret realm exploration competition concluded successfully. Our school secured first place with an overwhelming advantage, he proclaimed. As a result, the official Education Resource Management Department of Changnan will increase our resource allocation by 50% this year. At this juncture, Wang Jintian deliberately paused to await applause. The students in the square erupted into enthusiastic applause, genuinely excited about the enhancement of resources that would benefit each of them. Sensing the students' fervor, Wang Jintian smiled before continuing. To whom do we owe most of this success? He extended the microphone forward, anticipating the students' response. As expected, the entire student body shouted in unison, Lu Feiyu. In this digital age, where information travels swiftly, Lu Feiyu's feat of acquiring 2 million resources in the secret realm had spread throughout Changnan. His dual beasts and ascension to bronze beast master had become a benchmark for countless parents encouraging their children. Look at Lu Feiyu. He is just like you. Yet he is already a bronze. Of course, his dual innate talents and the rare SSS grade beast mastery were the talk of the town. This was a matter that neither Lu Feiyu nor the Huaxiao authorities intended to conceal. Firstly, Huaxiao needed a symbolic young figure to lead a generation. People tend to follow the crowd. An exceptional leader can undoubtedly inspire an entire generation to improve. Secondly, failing to disclose Lu Feiyu's talents would fail to explain how he managed to gain admission to both Jingqing University and Huqing University. As long as the specifics of his abilities remained undisclosed, he would not become a target for adversaries. Thus, whenever parents used Lu Feiyu as an example, students would retort, "You should consider what talents he has. Blame yourselves for not passing down an SSS grade talent." As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Wang Jintian promptly handed the microphone to Lu Feiyu. With the main attraction on stage, the clamor in the square intensified. Faced with the gaze of thousands, Lu Feiyu remained unfazed. After all, anyone who had attended school knew that student representatives spoke from a prepared script. All he had to do was read it aloud. The content was standard fare, filled with positivity and motivation, aligning with the values of the masses. Yet, the same message delivered by different voices could yield varied effects. Since Lu Feiyu had just brought tangible benefits to the students, their enthusiasm was palpable, with cheers ringing out continuously. Only Lu Qianjun from Class 5 of the senior year wore a dark expression, glaring at the seemingly radiant Lu Feiyu on stage. His teeth ground together, producing a clattering sound as if he wished to devour Lu Feiyu whole. The space around him, once tightly packed, had been conspicuously vacated, as everyone tacitly ignored him. Occasionally, a glance in his direction was filled with disdain and contempt. Since the inter-school competition, a palpable tension had settled in the air. The scandal involving Lu Qianjuan's clandestine actions and the subsequent framing of Lu Feiyu has been thoroughly exposed. Almost every student in the entire school is now acutely aware of Lu Qianjuan's notorious name. At this moment, he finds himself at Changnan No. 1 High School, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, met with universal disdain and contempt. Contemplating his current predicament alongside the brilliant future that awaits Lu Feiyu, he is overwhelmed by emotion and bursts into tears. This is no way for a person to live. 2 streams of clear tears meander down his dark, pig-like face, and his unabashed sobs only serve to push the already distant crowd even further away. Now, he can only weep bitterly from the sidelines. If he were to confront Lu Feiyu directly, he would not have the audacity to do so, even if he were granted tenfold courage. On stage, after delivering his speech, Lu Feiyu descends amidst thunderous applause. Wang Jintian, known for his decisive demeanor, does not waste time during meetings, swiftly declaring the assembly's conclusion shortly after Lu Feiyu's address. Following the meeting, at Wang Jintian's behest, Lu Feiyu enters the office, only to be astonished to find all the teachers of Class 2, including his homeroom teacher Lin Wenhui, gathered within. Even more surprising is the presence of his friend, Qin Yuanshan, who appears rather awkward among the teachers. Upon seeing his friend, Chen's eyes brighten, and he exchanges animated glances with Lu Feiyu, his expression suddenly brimming with life. All present are educators who have significantly contributed to Lu Feiyu's growth. Here, this is the school's reward. Please accept it, Wang Principal states, extracting several envelopes from a cupboard and distributing them to the teachers. He pauses before Lin Wenhui, reflecting, Ms. Lin has been with our school for some time now, diligent, earnest, and passionate about both the institution and her students. This has not gone unnoticed by our leadership. Thus, we have unanimously decided to promote Ms. Lin to the position of Deputy Director for the senior year. At this announcement, the other teachers in the office erupt in disbelief. What do you mean? She's been here for some time. Which of us does not have more experience than Lin Wenhui? They whisper among themselves, realizing that until now, she has merely been an ordinary teacher. Yet Lin Wenhui, not even 30 years of age, has just become a deputy director. Not only will her salary and year-end bonuses double, but she will also now be eligible for advancement to director, vice principal, and even principal. It is indeed a meteoric rise. Damn it, the disparity between people is infuriating. The teachers lament internally. They are all too aware that Wang Principal's choice to promote Lin Wenhui is not due to her beauty, but rather because she is Lu Feiyu's homeroom teacher. When one ascends, all connected flourish. Perceiving the envy in her colleagues' gazes, Lin Wenhui is momentarily taken aback, her beautiful face reflecting sheer astonishment. She never anticipated such a generous reward from the school. After a brief pause, she finally responds, somewhat stammering, Principal, thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. Simultaneously, her sparkling eyes turn toward Lu Feiyu, filled with delight. The student who once caused her such concern has grown at a pace she could scarcely have imagined. The transformation in Lu Feiyu brings her immense joy, a sense of fulfillment surpassing even her own promotion. Witnessing Lin Wenhui's ascension to deputy director fills Lu Feiyu's heart with happiness. Whether in this life or the next, this remarkable teacher has significantly aided him, and he has always held gratitude for her. Now, as she rises due to his influence, her future shines brightly ahead. The gratitude he harbors within is ultimately rewarded in a different form. After recognizing the teachers, Wang Jintian turns his attention to Chun Yuanshan. You possess considerable talent and a commendable character. You will be assigned to Class 1 for further studies, with resources equivalent to those of your peers. At this pronouncement, Chun Yuanshan, who had been exchanging playful glances with Lu Feiyu, suddenly freezes in disbelief, pointing incredulously at himself. He exclaims, Me, Class 1. Witnessing his friend's reaction, Lu Feiyu, feeling somewhat exasperated, pats Chun on the shoulder. If the principal says you're in, then you're in. No need for all this fuss. What's the matter? Is Class 1 too small to accommodate your illustrious self? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun Yuanshan quickly responds, I'm in. Of course I'm in. Haha. He casts a grateful glance at Lu Feiyu. Although somewhat dim-witted, he is not foolish. He understands that his average background and qualifications would not have afforded him entry into Changnan No. 1 High School's prestigious Class 1 without Lu Feiyu's influence. After all, Class 1 is a special elite class, populated by students of exceptional talent or wealth. The school's resource allocation to them is double that of regular classes. With only 80 days until the college entrance examination, the prospect of receiving double resources for that duration, coupled with the additional 50% increase due to Lu Feiyu's influence, means that Chun Yuanshan has essentially secured nearly 100,000 Huaxia coins worth of resources, a sum of no small significance. Recognizing the gratitude in his friend's eyes, Lu Feiyu smiles, reflecting that while Principal Wang may have a military background and a stern demeanor, he is not lacking in social acumen. Those closest to Lu Feiyu within the school have all reaped benefits. After finalizing the arrangements, Wang Jintian waves his hand, ushering out the onlookers from the office. He then personally prepares a cup of tea for Lu Feiyu and invites him to sit. Lu Feiyu, foregoing pleasantries, lifts the cup to his lips. The tea does not quite compare to that served by the mayor, and after a sip, he sets the cup down with a brief internal assessment. Wang Jintian, oblivious to his thoughts, continues to beam at Lu Feiyu, saying, Feiyu, you are the pride of Changnan City and indeed the pride of Changnan No. 1 High School. I believe that soon, everyone in the world will recognize the name of Changnan No. 1 High School because of you. Herein lies a token of the school's heartfelt appreciation and unwavering support for you. 88,000. Wishing you a prosperous journey. The people of Huaxia indeed cherish auspicious meanings in their homophones. Lu Feiyu, significantly in need of funds, graciously accepts the gift without hesitation. He believes that one should never decline the goodwill of others. Instead, he intends to cherish it in his heart and repay it tenfold or even 100-fold when the time is right, thereby fulfilling their expectations. Much like what Lin Wenhui and Chun Yuanshan have experienced today. What he finds most distasteful are those who, despite their desire, feign modesty and shun genuine gratitude. Thank you to the school for its nurturing. Thank you, Principal, for your guidance. In the days to come, I shall not disappoint anyone's expectations. Lu Feiyu solemnly accepted the bank card and declared with conviction, a man's word is his bond. Once I master my beast taming skills, this 880,000 will surely multiply and return to Changnan No. 1 High School. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang waved his hand dismissively, saying, you need not prove yourself to others. Just ensure you remain true to yourself. Feiyu, you may disappoint anyone, but never let yourself down. Do you understand? Sensing the warmth in the principal's words, Lu Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to Principal Wang, he turned back to Class 2 of Senior Year 3. If all went according to plan, this should be his final day attending classes here. Thus, he listened intently, as time flowed like water, seemingly irreversible, marking the conclusion of his high school journey. Lu Feiyu casually declined the advances of several girls who confessed their feelings for him, striding forward without a backward glance. What a joke! Women would only impede his progress in beast taming. The following morning, Lu Feiyu requested Xiongming to alter his appearance using beast taming techniques. Subsequently, he made his way to the Adventurers Guild Recruitment Hall in the western part of the city. Upon entering, he did not rush to seek out the well-known adventurer teams to sign up, but rather sat vacantly on the cold, iron bench within the hall. His countenance was marred by disappointment and confusion, resembling a naive piglet awaiting slaughter as it entered the workforce. He was waiting for the adventurer team from his past life that had compelled him to become human bait. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sharp sound of hard leather shoes echoed in Lu Feiyu's ears. A pair of polished shoes reflected his bewildered gaze. Then, a gentle voice floated down to him from above. Young man, would you care to try joining my greedy wolf adventurer team? Upon hearing that familiar voice, etched into his very bones, Lu Feiyu's dazed expression immediately sharpened. In the reflection of the shoes, he could distinctly see a surge of murderous intent emanating from his eyes. However, when he raised his head, his expression shifted yet again. His bewildered eyes, akin to a harmless fawn lost in the depths of the forest, elicited a chuckle. See, can I? I'm just a bronze. Observing Lu Feiyu's pitiful demeanor, a glimmer of disdain flickered beneath the man's gaze, though a charming smile graced his lips. Of course, my friend. The Greedy Wolf Adventurer Team is a haven for newcomers, and you can trust us. Do not hesitate. Let us sign the contract. From this day forth, our fates are intertwined, and we shall be each other's most reliable companions. Chapter 49. The Greedy Wolf Adventurer Team. Gazing at the radiant smile adorning Zhang Xiaojing's face, Lu Feiyu suppressed the urge to eliminate him on the spot. In his previous life, it was this very man who had drawn him into the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Team. During their first encounter, the other had exhibited the same warm enthusiasm. However, once Lu Feiyu signed the contract, Zhang Xiaojing had promptly shed his gentle facade, revealing his true, predatory nature akin to that of a greedy wolf. He had compelled new members of the team to coat themselves in materials that greatly attracted ferocious beasts, then inflicted several gruesome wounds upon them. Blood would gush from the wounds, enhancing the allure of the materials to the maximum extent. Consequently, countless low-level ferocious beasts would be drawn in by this peculiar scent, mercilessly slaughtering the human bait until naught remained. Even the anguished cries for help were drowned out by the sounds of the beast's rampage. A life could be extinguished so casually. Only then would Zhang Xiaojing and the core members strike to capture the beasts. As for why they did not intervene, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lu Feiyu's lips. If they saved the bait, Zhang Xiaojing would be obligated to cover medical expenses for the human feet. But if they did not, it would merely result in the loss of a resource, with the maximum compensation being a few tens of thousands for funeral expenses. If the individual had no relatives or friends, they could even save that money. Today, Lu Feiyu had come specifically to annihilate the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Team. Not only did he intend to eliminate Zhang Xiaojing, but he also aimed to slay all those complicit followers. With this thought in mind, Lu Feiyu nodded decisively in response to Zhang Xiaojing's eager gaze. Brother, I am willing to join the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Team. Seeing Lu Feiyu nod, the smile on Zhang Xiaojing's face widened even further. He yanked Lu Feiyu from the chair and headed towards the recruitment desk. Let us go, my good brother, to sign the adventurer contract. By the way, my surname is Zhang. Just call me Brother Zhang. I am the team leader. Although my strength is not remarkable, I am at silver rank 9, which is quite decent among low-level adventurer teams. We also have several good brothers who are silver rank, along with a few like you who are bronze beast tamers or even iron rank tamers. Our Greedy Wolf Adventurer Team prides itself on being inclusive. As they walked, Zhang Xiaojing enthusiastically introduced the team's composition. His tone was warm, making him seem no different from a trustworthy elder brother. However, Anyone with a modicum of social experience would discern that his recruitment process was alarmingly frivolous. He hadn't even inquired about anything. The tamer's rank, the characteristics and abilities of their contracted beasts, and their prior battle experiences. These were all questions that should have been asked. Yet, Zhang Xiaojing did not utter a single word on the matter, directly dragging Lu Feiyu to the front desk. It is important to note that once one joins an adventurer team, not only must the team provide basic salaries, but they are also responsible for covering any injuries sustained. Therefore, legitimate adventurer teams typically conduct thorough vetting processes when recruiting members, assessing everything from character to strength. Presently, Zhang Xiaojing was moving at a speed that suggested he feared Lu Feiyu would escape. However, this suited Lu Feiyu just fine. So he said nothing and allowed Zhang Xiaojing to lead him along. Upon reaching the front desk, Zhang Xiaojing produced a paper contract from his bag and handed it to the staff. After confirming its legality, the staff stamped it with an official seal, indicating that the contract held legal weight. This contract was indeed above reproach. Lu Feiyu harbored no doubts and signed swiftly, casting an eager glance at Zhang Xiaojing. His expression vividly portrayed that of an innocent student, blissfully unaware of the world's complexities. Seeing how easily he had ensnared a beast tamer, Zhang Xiaojing nearly burst into laughter, eager to express his excitement. Let us go, Brother Lu. I'll take you to see the outside of the city. With that, Zhang Xiaojing threw his arm around Lu Feiyu's neck, practically dragging him out of the hall, fearful that Lu Feiyu might hesitate. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, Zhang Xiaojing's eyes glinted with a hint of malicious intent as he drove Lu Feiyu over bumpy terrain until they finally arrived at the Greedy Wolf adventurer team's hideout, a remote and desolate forest. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiaojing exited the vehicle first, with Lu Feiyu closely following. As he opened the car door, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted Lu Feiyu's senses, causing him to furrow his brow. A dark line on his shoulder writhed slightly, slipping down his sleeve and disappearing into the ground, vanishing completely. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for, you foolish pig? As Lu Feiyu continued to fidget in the passenger seat, Zhang Xiaojing's eyes widened in fury, his previous warmth and enthusiasm evaporating, replaced by a predatory savagery. The muscles in his face quivered with each roar of anger, a thunderous bellow that seized the attention of everyone present. Oh dear. Brother Zhang has brought yet another pig for slaughter. How swift you are, truly deserving of your reputation, just as our supply of meat is nearly depleted. Two men closed in, flanking Zhang Xiaojing with cruel smiles etched across their faces. Their gazes upon Lu Feiyu were not those of comrades in an adventuring party, but rather that of butchers eyeing a slab of meat. What are you doing? Lu Feiyu trembled as he leaped from the vehicle, his back nearly pressed against the door in the face of the advancing men. Yet, in stark contrast to his quivering form, his eyes remained chillingly calm. He discreetly scanned the three men before him, noting the absence of one member from the Greedy Wolf adventuring team he recalled. Just then, a sharp female voice pierced through from behind the car. Ha! Look at this young lad. I hope he doesn't wet his pants out of fright. Turning around, Lu Feiyu beheld a woman clothed in a blood-red coat, dragging a mangled corpse towards him. Upon catching sight of Lu Feiyu's face, her eyes sparkled with delight as she licked her lips and remarked, "This lad is quite handsome. Let me have a taste before we get down to business." At her words, the three men erupted into raucous laughter, their gazes unabashedly roaming over Lu Feiyu's form. You can have your fun, but don't kill him. A corpse won't attract valuable beasts. With the four core members from his memories finally assembled, Lu Feiyu's frantic demeanor began to wane, giving way to a profound and chilling indifference. Should even one of them survive, he would feel an insatiable discontent. Thus, Lu Feiyu gestured grandly, summoning his beast, Gold Boss, from the space of beast mastery. With its azure fur dancing in the blood-stained wind, its streamlined form exuded an exquisite elegance. However, upon witnessing the emergence of Lu Feiyu's beast, the four surrounding Zhang Xiaojing, far from feeling fear, burst into boisterous laughter. Ha! This brat actually thinks he can resist. A mere bronze beastmaster? Resisting 4 silver beastmasters? What folly! He would do better to surrender and spare himself further torment. The woman in red, licking her lips again, threw Lu Feiyu a flirtatious glance. Oh, handsome, I do adore your fiery spirit. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu chuckled. Even with his disguise, could he truly conceal his damned handsomeness? Yet, as he gazed at the woman's corpulent form and the makeup that had begun to slide off her face, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Nevertheless, Lu Feiyu had no intention of engaging in a verbal duel, sensing the murderous intent radiating from his master. Gold Boss let out a low growl. In an instant, it transformed into a gust of wind, charging straight at the woman in red. Simultaneously, a blazing orb of crimson sunlight rapidly ascended in the depths of the forest. Boundless light and heat surged forth, igniting the surrounding trees in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the once dark woods transformed into a fiery inferno. What astonishing speed! Be careful. This kid is up to something, Zhang Xiaojing shouted, enduring the searing pain coursing through him. The three men immediately summoned their beasts, but before they could retaliate, they all felt the ground beneath them rumbling ominously. What? Zhang Xiaojing looked down, his eyes widening in shock. He distinctly saw the solid earth beneath him trembling and fracturing. Cracks expanded at a visible pace, revealing deep, ink-black scales. The serpentine scales stood erect, glinting with a sharp, cold light. Just as doubt crept into Zhang Xiaojing's mind, the tremors beneath his feet intensified, nearly unbalancing him. With a resounding boom, a massive black-scaled body erupted from the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. An 80-meter-long dark dragon coiled through the low air, its inky eyes shimmering with lethal intent. Dragon transformation. In this state, the black-scaled creature's length swelled to an exaggerated 80 meters, resembling an ominous storm cloud looming over a city, an imposing sight. In this form, the dragon's power surged, rendering the ability to rend the earth and shatter mountains a trivial task. What manner of monster is this? Attack it! Zhang Xiaojing shouted. His figure lifted into the air as he struggled to regain his balance. Meanwhile, the three beasts he had contracted unleashed their most potent attacks, sending gusts of wind and shards of ice crashing against the dragon's formidable scales. However, the black dragon remained unyielding, its form unshaken in the air. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a roar that resonated through the heavens. This thunderous bellow, reminiscent of the very depths of hell, awakened the most profound terror within every onlooker. In a daze, they seemed to witness an immense black dragon piercing through the heavens, roaring in fury. Dragon's wrath. In this transformed state, the dragon's wrath controlled time, amplifying its effects. Even silver-tier beast masters and their beasts found themselves immobilized for an excruciating 3 seconds. During those fleeting moments, the black dragon unleashed a cloud of black mist that poured from its mouth. Upon contact with the air, the mist hissed ominously, and a thick fog began to rise, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Simultaneously, an unusual fragrance blanketed the secluded forest. In an instant, the once cacophonous sounds of cicadas, birds, frogs, and all manner of small creatures fell silent. The forest had descended into an eerie, deathly stillness. This was no mere serpent's poison. In its dragon state, it was the genuine article, dragon poison. Contact meant death. Touch brought annihilation. There was no room for retreat. 3 seconds were ample time for the black mist to descend, ensnaring Zhang Xiaojing and his companions. As the mist made contact with their skin, it penetrated through their pores. In an instant, steam billowed from Zhang Xiaojing's eyes, nose, mouth, and tongue. His muscles and organs were visibly corroded at an alarming rate. Within mere seconds, the 3 large men vanished without a trace, leaving behind a vast clearing littered with the remnants of half-eroded bones. Instantaneous annihilation, truly worthy of its formidable skill that could inflict 6 hours of negative status. Once unleashed, directly empowering the black-scaled creature at the 9th tier of black iron to possess the capability to slay a top-tier silver beast master represents a staggering elevation of nearly 2 major realms. One can only remark upon the terrifying might of the true dragon bloodline. Just then, the figure of the golden boss re-entered Lu Feiyu's line of sight, grasping the neck of the woman in red with one claw as it charged forward. With a resounding thud, upon nearing Lu Feiyu, the golden boss released its grip, unceremoniously tossing the red-clad woman before him, while simultaneously retracting the summoned daylight creature. This was the live bait Lu Feiyu had deliberately spared. Concurrently, the black-scaled creature descended slowly from the air, its eyes blazing with indignation as it fixed its gaze upon the golden boss, seemingly intent on avenging the earlier slap it had received now that it felt empowered. Cease your antics. Lu Feiyu sensed the creature's intentions and interjected. Upon hearing this, the golden boss puffed out its chest with a smug air, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Witnessing this scene, Lu Feiyu swiftly kicked the golden boss in its rear, causing it to yowl in pain. Meanwhile, the woman in red lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly youthful lad had nearly annihilated their entire adventurer group with a single strike. It was well known that the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Group, despite its notorious reputation, exercised considerable restraint, never provoking silver-tier or higher beastmasters, nor those lower-tier beastmasters who appeared to come from respectable backgrounds. Thus, even with a history of countless transgressions, they had managed to survive unscathed until now. But who was this young man, akin to a harbinger of death, that had suddenly emerged? Or had they crossed paths to invoke his wrath? Even the dimmest of minds would comprehend at this moment. Lu Feiyu was unequivocally here for them. As she pondered, a sudden pain surged through her abdomen, and before she knew it, she was propelled backward several meters. Gradually, Lu Feiyu's indifferent voice drew nearer. Are there any other survivors? He lowered his head and seized a handful of the woman's disheveled hair. The sharp tug on her scalp elicited a grimace, causing her limbs to flail helplessly in the air. And no, that's all of them, she stammered through gritted teeth. Although she had anticipated this outcome, a flash of fury surged within Lu Feiyu upon hearing her words. Those whom they had harmed were merely 18 or 19-year-old youths, just stepping into the world, whose bright futures had been utterly obliterated. He stood, delivering a forceful kick that sent the woman tumbling into the raging inferno. Chapter 51, Another Slap. The surging flames purged all impurities. Listening to the cries from the fire gradually diminish until they vanished, Lu Feiyu felt a profound sense of contemplation. In his previous life, he had dropped out of school early, struggling through the harsh realities of society, enduring disdain, and had never been accepted by any adventurer group. He had only managed to perform menial tasks in restaurants, completely disconnected from the realm of beast masters. Thus, when the greedy wolf adventurer group sought to recruit him, his heart swelled with excitement. Did he truly fail to perceive the group's underlying issues at that time? Certainly not. Yet, for Lu Feiyu then, the greedy wolf adventurer group represented his only hope of continuing his journey as a beast master. Even if it meant stepping into a pitfall, he was willing to leap into it. Much like those stricken with terminal illnesses who fervently seek divine intervention, yearning only for hope and solace. Everything is settled. From this moment forth, I am solely myself. Lu Feiyu sighed deeply, resolutely casting aside the remnants of his former life. At that moment, a refreshing bird call echoed from the sky. The auspicious phoenix descended gracefully, slightly bowing before him as an invitation to mount. With a small leap, Lu Feiyu ascended onto the broad back of the phoenix. Its soft feathers enveloped his feet, securely anchoring him, rendering him impervious to the fierce winds of flight. In this regard, neither the black-scaled creature nor the golden boss could compare. They were not yet worthy of being classified as competent flying beasts, particularly the black-scaled creature, which Lu Feiyu had previously attempted to mount, its scales smoother than freshly polished tofu, proving utterly unsuitable for standing. Well done, decisive in your actions. You are a fine prospect. Once Lu Feiyu stabilized himself, Xiongming offered high praise, his eyes gleaming with admiration. From the moment Lu Feiyu set forth, Xiongming had trailed closely behind, intent on safeguarding this SSS grade student. Despite initially believing that no matter how formidable Lu Feiyu's talent, he was merely a bronze-tier beastmaster, Xiongming had prepared himself for any eventuality. However, to his astonishment, Lu Feiyu not only triumphed, but did so with remarkable ease and swiftness. In the blink of an eye, his two beasts had seized complete control of the battlefield, leaving the enemy with no room for resistance. As a staunch advocate of decisive action, Xiongming reveled in Lu Feiyu's no-nonsense approach, appreciating his willingness to eliminate threats without hesitation. Regarding the enmity between Lu Feiyu and the opposition, Xiongming held no curiosity. After all, every student deserves their privacy. He simply needed to know that Lu Feiyu's actions were justified. You can head to school today, he remarked. Lu Feiyu stood firm. The resolution of matters had transpired more swiftly than he had anticipated, having cleared up a series of affairs left behind in Chongnan within less than 2 days. Is there anything else to tidy up? Xiongming inquired, beckoning to Xiaoqing. Instantly, the scenery around them morphed dramatically, propelling them at remarkable speed toward the low-hill villa. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Feiyu replied, "Let us return the villa keys to Principal Wang. After all, they belong to him." Upon hearing this, Xiongming nodded, falling silent. A few minutes later, they arrived at the low-hill villa just outside the city. The auspicious phoenix gracefully lowered its wings, gradually decelerating and descending. The once fist-sized villa came into clearer view before Lu Feiyu. Suddenly, his expression shifted from neutral to cold as he noticed 4 figures standing before the villa's iron gate, none other than Lu Guanzhong, Zhang Fengxiao, Lu Qianjun, and Lu Sahan, members of the Lu family. At that moment, these individuals were craning their necks to peer through the iron gate, glancing anxiously towards the depths of the villa. Lu Guanzhong's face was etched with agitation and discomfort, while Zhang Fengxiao incessantly chattered, her words laced with reproach. That little brat. He would rather admit someone irrelevant like Qin Yuanshan into Class 1 than consider our Qianjun. Has he forgotten that Lu Qianjun is related to him by blood? She scolded vehemently, delivering a slap to the back of the previously silent Lu Guanzhong. You are utterly useless. I sent you here earlier, yet you refused to come. And now, look at this. He's not even a shadow in sight. After being slapped by her, Lu Guanzhong's already frayed nerves erupted in fury. His face turned an intense shade of crimson, with veins on his forehead bulging like great serpents. How dare you say that? Speak, speak. Was it not you who caused Feiyu to run away from home and sever ties with us? Huh, they've cut off all relations with us. Yet you shamelessly come looking for them. You have no shame, while I still possess some dignity. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fengxiao let out a cold snort. All right. You want to preserve your dignity. You're so high and mighty. If you care so much about your pride, why are you here today? You act like a harlot, yet wish to maintain a facade of virtue. People like you are even more shameless than I. As the exchange escalated, Lu Sahan, who had remained silent until now, shouted, Stop it. Dad, Mom, when we see Xiaoyu later, let's lower our heads and admit our mistakes. Xiaoyu is gentle. He responds to kindness and will forgive us. Otherwise, how will Qianjun manage in school? The college entrance examination is approaching. We cannot idly watch as Qianjun's future crumbles. At this proclamation, the previously heated argument ceased abruptly, and both parents turned their gazes toward Lu Qianjun's location. There, Lu Qianjun appeared oblivious to their quarrel. His eyes vacant and dazed, as if the world around him bore no relevance to him. He was a picture of utter bewilderment. Since returning from school yesterday, he had remained in this state. This demeanor had caused great distress among the Lu family. They had employed various methods, even spending lavishly on low-grade resources to nourish the soul. Yet, their efforts were in vain. He remained in this dazed stupor, sometimes bursting into fits of silly laughter, drool and snot marring his face and clothes. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it, and the Lu family quickly thought of Lu Feiyu. Even the proud Lu Guanzhong set aside his vanity and sought Lu Feiyu's assistance. They believed that with Lu Feiyu's current status and identity, he would undoubtedly possess the means to restore Lu Qianjun to his former self. However, just as the Lu family lapsed into silence, a fierce wind howled through the air. Instinctively, everyone looked upward. They beheld a colossal azure bird descending from the heavens. Following this, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure leaped down from the back of the giant bird. It was none other than Lu Feiyu. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu, the thick-skinned Zhang Fengxiao rushed forward. A rare smile adorned her face, her teeth glinting ominously in the light. Feiyu, it's been so long since you came home. Everyone is eager to see how you've been. As she spoke, she continued to flatter. Look at you. All grown up. Why hold grudges against family? Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Her words faltered as a fiery pain radiated from her right cheek. From a distance, one could clearly see the vivid imprint of a hand on her face. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu shook his right hand, unrepentant as he declared, Old dang, have I not told you? Each time I see you, I will strike you. Why can't you ever learn? Chapter 52, Severing Ties. Lu Feiyu, shaking his hand, wore a brazen smile. By the way, what were you saying just now? The searing pain on her face made it impossible for Zhang Fengxiao to maintain her smile. She instinctively wanted to retaliate. But considering Lu Feiyu's current position and the imposing giant bird he commanded, she forcibly suppressed her rage and forced another smile, saying, Feiyu, I was wrong before you. Slap. Another crisp slap landed, this time on her left cheek. Instantly, her left side swelled visibly. With both cheeks puffed up, she resembled a desiccated pig's head. Hey, can't you understand? Each time we meet, I'll hit you. I blink, and we meet again. Lu Feiyu laughed, swinging his arms. You. The fiery pain in her cheeks nearly drove Zhang Fengxiao to the brink of madness. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Lu Sahan, who had been waiting in the background, could no longer remain passive. She pulled her mother behind her and, with an awkward smile on her face, bent slightly to placate Lu Feiyu. Xiaoyu, we were wrong before. But we are family after all. This isn't right, is it? We apologized. What more do you want from us? You've merely endured some discomfort at home, yet Qianjun is nearly turned into a fool. Lu Sahan, being young, already looked down upon her brother. After witnessing her mother being slapped twice in front of her, her pride, accustomed to being high and mighty, was further inflamed. As her emotions surged, she began pointing her finger at Lu Feiyu's nose, exclaiming, Do you have any humanity left? Spittle flew as a foul odor filled the air. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? You think that because you apologized? I must forgive you? How delightful. His expression turned cold as he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. The forceful blow struck Lu Sahan squarely in the abdomen. Though a beastmaster's physical constitution does not match that of a beast, it far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Lu Feiyu's foot landed mercilessly on Lu Sahan's midsection, causing her eyes to bulge in shock as her body was propelled backward several meters, blood gushing uncontrollably from her mouth. Damn it, Lu Feiyu is going berserk today. He is going wild. No one shall impose moral constraints on him. Not even Jesus could stop him today. With a maniacal grin on his face, Lu Feiyu strolled leisurely to Lu Sahan's side. Oh dear, I truly apologize, Miss Lu. I inadvertently lost control of my foot. My sincerest apologies. Observing Lu Sahan clutching her abdomen in pain on the ground, clearly injured internally, Lu Feiyu continued, I've apologized. You're not still harboring resentment against me, are you? I am a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see anyone lying on the ground like a dog. Here, take this for your medical expenses. As he spoke, a glimmer of light flashed from the space ring on his finger, and 10 red bills appeared in his hand. With a grand gesture, he tossed the bills into the air, where they floated down to land on Lu Sahan's face, stained with blood. This 1,000 yuan was the money the Lu family had once given him to purchase beast eggs. You've gone too far, Lu Feiyu. She is your sister, your kin. You share my blood. Do you comprehend the bond of family? As his wife was slapped and his daughter struck, Lu Guanzhong, who had been enduring like a silent ninja turtle, could no longer restrain himself. He stormed forward, glaring at Lu Feiyu, and shouted in rage. Before the man who was his father in blood, Lu Feiyu's face remained adorned with a cold smile. Family? Do you even deserve such a title? The only true kin I had perished 15 years ago. Who was responsible for her demise? Was it not you, Lu Guanzhong? An affair during marriage. The mistress, Zhang Fengxia, brazenly forced her way into the family with her child. This infuriated Lu Feiyu's mother to the point of fainting on the spot. And her health deteriorated day by day until she ultimately passed away. From that moment onward, Zhang Fengxia successfully ascended to her coveted position. Thus began Lu Feiyu's tragic existence. And now, Lu Guanzhong dares to speak of family? What a farce. You speak of blood ties? Lu Feiyu's smile faded, and he gripped a sharp dagger from his spatial ring in his left hand. A flicker of madness and liberation crossed his face. I shall return this to you. With that, the blade gleamed coldly as it swiftly descended upon his right wrist. The cut was merciless. Instantly, a piercing pain radiated from his wrist, and crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. The splattering blood quickly stained Lu Guanzhong, transforming into withered roses devoid of life as it dried upon his outer garments. His expression of shock and anger froze, disbelief evident upon his face. Lu Guanzhong could never have anticipated that Lu Feiyu would go to such lengths, publicly slashing his wrist, deliberately bleeding out. This was a resolute declaration to sever all ties with him. The thought of Lu Feiyu's SSS-level talent and the brilliant future that lay ahead filled Lu Guanzhong with profound distress. If only he had treated Lu Feiyu better before, or at least intervened slightly when Zhang Fengxia and her cohorts bullied him. Knowing Lu Feiyu as he did, the latter would never have been so heartless today. How foolish I have been. Lu Guanzhong berated himself internally. He still wished to salvage the situation. But a towering figure had already positioned himself between Lu Guanzhong and Lu Feiyu. Xiongmeng, with a grim countenance, stood before him. His nearly 2-meter stature and robust physique exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. This matter ends here. Should I ever witness you harassing my student again? As Xiongmeng spoke, he abruptly ceased, his iron grip seizing Lu Guanzhong by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. His gaze, devoid of compassion, swept over Lu Guanzhong and his companions. The pressure increased, leaving Lu Guanzhong's complexion ashen, his legs flailing helplessly in the air like a spinning top. The murderous aura cultivated by Xiongmeng through years of battle was palpable, evoking a terrifying sense of dread that swept over Lu Guanzhong. He feared he might meet his end right there. Just as Lu Guanzhong was on the verge of asphyxiation, Xiongmeng suddenly released him, allowing him to collapse onto the ground. Lu Guanzhong, now gasping for air, greedily inhaled the surrounding atmosphere, his eyes wide with terror as he glanced at Xiongmeng. He scrambled backward on all fours, not daring to linger for even a moment. Get out of my sight. Xiongmeng's thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the ground beneath them. Witnessing his formidable presence, Lu Guanzhong and his companions dared not tarry. They fled, with Lu Guanzhong clutching Lu Sihan, and Zhang Fengxia dragging Lu Qianjun away in haste. In an instant, the once bustling villa entrance was left with only Lu Feiyu and Xiongmeng. Xiongmeng observed Lu Feiyu's bleeding wrist and shook his head. There is no need to harm your own body. As he spoke, he summoned his healing spirit beast. As a Hao-level beastmaster, Xiongmeng's spirit beast possessed a comprehensive array of abilities: healing, crowd control, powerful offense, stealth, and more. A delicate green sprite appeared before Lu Feiyu, its semi-transparent wings shimmering as it gracefully hovered around him, emitting a radiant green light that danced toward Lu Feiyu's wrist. In an instant, the grievous wound vanished, and the flow of blood ceased. Had it not been for a lingering ache at his wrist, Lu Feiyu would scarcely have believed he had been injured at all. He smiled and said, "Some things must be done. If not dealt with decisively, they will only be emboldened to climb higher, becoming a nuisance. Besides, with you as the principal, I trust you won't allow my blood to be shed in vain." Upon hearing this, Xiongmeng chuckled, "You rascal, very well. Hurry and pack your things, we must depart." Following this brief interlude, Lu Feiyu returned the villa keys to Principal Wang. Subsequently, he and Xiongming booked their flight to the capital. Changnan is situated in the southern part of Huaxia, while the capital lies in the northern direction, making the journey quite extensive. Therefore, they opted for modern transportation. After all, while the spirit beast could fly swiftly, it should not be overexerted. Lu Feiyu felt no remorse. But Xiongming, as a beast master, was certainly more concerned about efficiency. It was not that spirit beasts were unaffordable. Rather, modern transport offered superior cost-effectiveness. By the time Lu Feiyu arrived in the capital, twilight had begun to settle. Since the calamity struck, unleashing ferocious beasts upon the land, the existing flight routes had become obsolete due to the threat posed by airborne monsters. Humanity spent decades establishing new, safer flight paths. Furthermore, to ensure safety, the speed of flights had significantly decreased compared to before. Otherwise, Lu Feiyu and Xiongming would have arrived by the afternoon. I'll take you to the student dormitory first. It's all prepared for you. Tomorrow morning at 8, a teacher will escort you to your class. Before bed, feel free to explore the capital and experience the city. Just don't stay out too late. We have an early start tomorrow. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me. Upon reaching Hucking University, Xiongming spoke about the necessary precautions while guiding Lu Feiyu to the student dormitory. Along the way, numerous university students gazed at Lu Feiyu with astonishment. They were curious if the rumored possessor of the SSS-level dual talent truly had 3 heads and 6 arms. After all, if he looked like everyone else, how could his talent be so extraordinary? Doesn't he just look like a slightly more handsome version of us? Nothing special about him. One student muttered as he watched Lu Feiyu's departing figure. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Feiyu, under Xiongming's guidance, entered the dormitory. Originally, the dormitory was designed for 2 people, but since you are a latecomer, you will have it all to yourself. Quite comfortable, isn't it? Xiongming remarked. Lu Feiyu surveyed the interior of the dormitory, nodding in agreement. This was far from mere comfort. This is simply an explosion of comfort. It is not the typical bunk bed with a narrow upper sleeping area and a desk below. In this spacious dormitory, there stand 2 expansive beds on either side. In front of the beds lies a double-door wardrobe, the interior of which is astonishingly vast, capable of accommodating at least 3 individuals, if not more. In the center of the room are 2 long desks positioned side by side, impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Even the most fastidious individual would find no fault with this dormitory. Moreover, as Lu Feiyu took 2 steps inward, his head bobbed like a pendulum in disbelief. Remarkably, this dormitory not only boasts an independent bathroom, but also features a petite kitchen and an open balcony. Is this truly a student dormitory? Such comfort is rarely found even in ordinary residences. The only fitting description is sheer delight. It has been thoroughly cleaned and is ready for immediate use. Xiongming casually sat on one of the beds, stating, "The mattress and bedding are all brand new, so you needn't worry. You also have the privilege to exchange for special resources at the Resource Management Office. Decide for yourself what you wish to exchange. After all, your innate talents are far more useful than any guidance from instructors. The campus map and student card are in your wardrobe. Both cabinets belong to you. Feel free to use them." Sitting on the bed, Xiongming pondered for a moment, ensuring nothing was overlooked before standing up. "All right, let us proceed this way. Make sure to rest well." Lu Feiyu personally escorted the principal to the door and only returned to the dormitory after watching his figure disappear. The first thing he did was open the wardrobe and retrieve the map and student card. Once he confirmed the location of the Resource Management Office, Lu Feiyu wasted no time and set off towards it. He was eager to evolve his black scale beast into one with SS-level aptitude. The ferocity of the black scale, akin to a dragon, made him wonder just how formidable it would become once it successfully evolved into the celestial demon dragon. Lu Feiyu was filled with anticipation. He hurried along, finally arriving at his destination. The Resource Management Office resembled a library, albeit with a significant distinction. While the library housed a myriad of books, the shelves in the Resource Management Office displayed an array of rare resources, from the lowly to the most prestigious. This exemplifies the might of the highest institution of learning in Huaxia. The Resource Management Office consists of 4 levels, each corresponding to different tiers of resources. At the entrance of each level, specialized machines scan student cards. Without proper authorization, entry is utterly unattainable. Furthermore, when students exit, they must pass through a specially designed gate. Any instance of theft or misuse of school resources results in severe penalties, ranging from disciplinary actions to expulsion, and may even incur legal repercussions. Beep, beep, beep. The machine emitted 3 soft beeps, and Lu Feiyu successfully stepped into the 3rd level. Here, the shelves were adorned with advanced special resources. Among them was the last resource required for the evolution of the black scale, true dragon blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feiyu approached the shelf that housed the blood of ferocious beasts. The towering shells were crafted from solid spirit wood, a material that prevents the spiritual energy and unique power of various rare resources from leaking. Even when stored for millennia, the items on these shelves remain as fresh as ever. The value of this wooden shelf alone exceeds 1 million huaxia coins. Lu Feiyu swiftly scanned the entire shelf. The true dragon blood held a distinguished status and was prominently displayed on the topmost tier. Several jade vials stood in a row, and in front of them was a sign denoting the source and attributes of the blood contained within. Four-winged bone dragon, renowned for its formidable physique. Recommended for the evolution of beasts with strong physical attributes. Tianmu Qinglong, a wood attribute true dragon, skilled in healing and control. Its traits are gentle and highly accommodating. Recommended for the evolution of wood and water attribute beasts. Extinguishing flame dragon, a fire attribute true dragon, adept at wielding flames. Highly unstable. Beasts below the emerald rank are prohibited from use. Lu Feiyu meticulously examined the inscriptions on each sign. Although the evolution of the black scale did not specify which attribute of true dragon blood to use, he surmised that utilizing blood of the same or similar attributes would yield superior results. Ultimately, Lu Feiyu's gaze settled upon the last jade vial. Its emerald body was crystalline and translucent, allowing him to see the viscous, ink-like true dragon blood within, resembling a carbon ball. Toxic Fire Demon Dragon, a dual attribute true dragon of toxic fire. The conflicting natures of toxic and fire are exceedingly perilous. Only beasts with true dragon bloodlines should attempt to use it. Upon reading the inscription, Lu Feiyu felt no hesitation and promptly retrieved the vial from the shelf. This was precisely tailored for the black scale. It possessed the toxic attribute and required true dragon blood. As for the dangerous conflict of toxic and fire, Lu Feiyu believed the black scale could endure it. It would merely entail a modicum of suffering. Besides, this young dragon, not yet a month old, could surely withstand a little hardship. Many beast masters would envy the opportunity to endure such trials. As his thoughts swirled, the jade vial was cradled in Lu Feiyu's hand. The cool touch felt exquisite. After acquiring what he desired, Lu Feiyu immediately turned to descend. Passing through the security gate without incident, he did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he followed the map's guidance toward the breakthrough room within Hucking University. When beasts reach their later stages, both breakthroughs and evolutions can manifest significant phenomena. Some of these phenomena can even pose a threat to the lives of beast masters and those nearby. Therefore, Hucking University has specifically established breakthrough rooms for student use. Of course, such facilities can typically be found in major cities. However, Lu Feiyu had previously been financially constrained and had to conduct his breakthroughs at home. Now, as a student in the preparatory class at Hucking University, he enjoyed the privilege of complimentary access to the breakthrough room. Why not take advantage of something free? Embracing the spirit of utilizing complementary resources, Lu Feiyu scanned his student card and entered a tranquil breakthrough room. The breakthrough room was spacious, approximately 30 square meters, containing both a large and a small chamber. The walls of the room were made of transparent material, allowing beast masters within the small chamber to observe the condition of their beasts and any phenomena occurring in the larger room, ensuring timely intervention should danger arise. Summoning both the black scale and boss gene from the beast space, Lu Feiyu sensed the excitement emanating from the black scale, as if it could perceive the impending events. "Come on," Lu Feiyu called, leading the black scale into the larger chamber. With a flicker of light from the spatial ring on his finger, 2 jade boxes and a jade vial simultaneously materialized in his hands. Lu Feiyu proceeded to open them one by one. The high-quality dark attribute beast core was dark brown. Its surface uneven, resembling the skin of deep-fried pork, adorned with protrusions. The essence of the 5 poisons, a pitch-black substance, shimmered with an ethereal glow, emanating an odd aroma mingled with a foul stench that assailed the nostrils. The grand finale, of course, was the blood of the true dragon. Lu Feiyu swiftly removed the stopper from the jade vial. With a soft pop, the solid mass, previously as stable as charcoal, rapidly transformed into a liquid state. The flowing black liquid swirled within the vial, and amidst the rippling waves, shadows of black mist and flickers of flame seemed to dance together. "Open wide. It's about to spill out," Lu Feiyu exclaimed, noticing the liquid accumulating perilously close to overflowing. The true dragon's blood was exceedingly precious, allowing for no waste whatsoever. Heeding his master's command, the black-scaled creature immediately opened its maw wide. Lu Feiyu, with a swift motion, plunged the entire jade vial into the creature's mouth. Simultaneously, he stuffed the beast core and the essence of the 5 poisons into the creature's still open jaws before hastily retreating. Standing side by side with Boss Gene, he meticulously observed the transformations occurring within the black-scaled beast. The once tightly interlocked black scales suddenly bristled upright, each scale resembling a formidable weapon gleaming with a cold light and an aura of lethal intent. Beneath the scales, a thick black mist billowed outward from the flesh. As the fog thickened, viscous black liquid began to plummet from the air, and upon contact with the ground or walls, it swiftly corroded deep pits into the surfaces. The immense heat generated during this erosion caused wisps of white mist to rise. The intertwining black and white vapor rendered the entire room eerily indistinct. However, with the aid of the Ascension eye, Feiyu maintained clarity of vision. He observed the triangular scales rapidly morphing into a pentagonal shape. Concurrently, countless scales began to stack and compress in layers. From what Feiyu could see with the naked eye, his beast's surface had accumulated 4 layers of scales. The interlacing of these scales formed intricate and enigmatic patterns, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. Furthermore, he noticed 2 bulging mounds on the black-scaled creature's head, from which a pair of magnificent horns burst forth, resembling those of a noble deer. Dragon horns. In that instant, as the dragon horns emerged, the black-scaled beast let out a thunderous roar that echoed to the heavens. An overwhelming aura combined with the true dragon's might surged forth, causing the vast room to tremble violently. As the dragon's roar reverberated, the mist dissipated, and the extraordinary phenomena ceased. The black-scaled creature had completed its evolution. Gazing at the colossal black dragon soaring in the air, Feiyu's heart surged with excitement. This was a bona fide dragon, an invincible entity within its realm. He immediately activated the Ascension eye to absorb the specifics of the evolved black-scaled beast. Chapter 55, The Corrupting Celestial Dragon. Legendary Skills. Species, Corrupting Celestial Dragon. Attribute, Poison. Talent level, SS. Realm, Bronze Stage 6. Skills, True Dragon Form. Epic. Corrupting Celestial Poison Flame. Epic. True Dragon's Pressure. Epic. Devouring Heaven's Power. Legendary. True Dragon Form. Passive skill. The True Dragon Form is impervious to all evils. The beast is immune to all abnormal states, with physical attributes increased by a minimum of 3-fold, with specific enhancement strength determined by the size of the beast. Corrupting Celestial Poison Flame. The beast can exhale a toxic dragon flame that incinerates all. Those struck by the poison flame will have their life force forcibly drained for the beast's use. Note: once life force is drained, it cannot be naturally restored. True Dragon's Pressure. The wrath of the true dragon intimidates all beasts. The beast can emit true dragon pressure, causing any with a bloodline rank lower than the beast to succumb to panic, with attack and defense reduced by 50% and experiencing dizziness for 2 seconds. Devouring Heaven's Power. The beast possesses the ability to devour all, rapidly enhancing itself and elevating its realm. Evolution Path. 5-Element Dragon King, SSS level. Indestructible Dragon Ancestor, mythical level. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can transcend the mythical level. Materials required for further evolution. 5-Element Spirit Core. True Dragon Blood of the 5 elemental attributes. Evaluation. Devour Heaven. Devour Heaven. Upon seeing the detailed information about the black-scaled beast, Feiyu's eyes sparkled with delight. The realm had surged directly from Black Iron Stage 9 to Bronze Stage 6, a remarkable leap across 1 major realm and 5 minor realms. The first 3 skills had all advanced to the epic level, significantly enhancing their potency. Moreover, each of these 3 skills boasted formidable effects, consolidating physical enhancement, attack, control, and enemy debilitation into one. The practical efficacy would undoubtedly be exceptional. As for the final skill, Devouring Heaven's Power, it had astonishingly reached the legendary tier. This was a first for Feiyu, witnessing a legendary skill in a beast of SS level aptitude. Yet, this skill seemingly provided no immediate enhancement to the black-scaled beast's combat capability. Was it thus useless? Clearly not. Any discerning eye could recognize the sheer might and terror inherent in this skill, the ability to plunder all and accelerate the cultivation speed. This meant that, as long as ample resources were available, the black-scaled beast could elevate its realm at an astonishing pace. The combat power derived from this realm elevation was comparable to that of an epic skill, if not superior. Finally, he need no longer worry about being beaten by Boss Jean. Feiyu beckoned for the black-scaled beast to come closer. Smiling as he thought to himself, it was likely that the black-scaled beast would soon retaliate against Boss Jean, especially considering the terrifying energy contained within the spirit water from the capital university. Once the black-scaled beast surpassed Boss Jean in realm, it would surely seek retribution for the frustrations of the past few days. Lost in these thoughts, Feiyu suddenly sensed the aura emanating from the black-scaled beast surging dramatically. His gaze sharpened, and he activated the Ascension eye once more to peer at the black-scaled beast. To his astonishment, its realm, previously at Bronze Stage 6, had instantaneously surged to Bronze Stage 7, breaking through to the late Bronze Stage. The creature's aura continued to rise. Was it digesting the residual energy from the special resources? Feiyu marveled. After all, within the evolution resources for the black-scaled beast, there resided 2 high-tier special resources, whose energy was as formidable as mountains and seas. It was implausible that all that energy could be consumed in a single evolution. Part of that energy would lie dormant within the beast, gradually merging with its flesh and blood over time, enhancing the beast's realm, typically measured in years. Yet now, the black-scaled beast's digestion rate was almost instantaneous. With each passing second, its aura climbed higher. Every minute, it was poised to break through a minor realm. This absorption rate was astonishingly swift. This rapidity left not only Feiyu, the beast tamer, in awe, but even Boss Jean, who had been standing beside Feiyu, stared in disbelief at his junior. Approximately 10 minutes later, the acceleration of the black-scaled beast's realm subsided, and its aura gradually stabilized. Feiyu cast a glance at his current realm, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was not bronze. Rather, it was silver, and not merely at the initial stage of silver, but at the mid-level of silver. He had somehow leaped directly from the 6th tier of bronze to the 6th tier of silver, spanning an entire grand realm. Black scale, could it be that you are truly a genius? Feiyu marveled as he caressed the dragon's lowered head, a genuine joy illuminating his face. With black scale's advancement to silver, he, too, ascended to the 6th tier of silver as a beastmaster. His physical prowess significantly enhanced, and he was now granted an additional slot for a contracted beast. This meant that he could now contract a 3rd beast at any moment. Upon hearing his master's praise, Black Scale raised its head slightly, releasing a low growl. Simultaneously, its jet-black eyes shifted past Feiyu, glaring at the gold-clad proprietor hiding behind him. The grudge from yesterday was like a thorn in its side. In an instant, its body swelled with power, and its massive tail swept through the air with immense force. The wind howling sharply and creating a series of sonic booms. Stop, stop, stop! Seeing the 2 beasts poised to clash again, Feiyu quickly intervened, exclaiming, "If you want to fight, take it back where you came from. Don't embarrass me here." His commanding shout abruptly halted the escalating actions of the 2 beasts, and he swiftly returned them both to the Beastmaster's space. With Black Scale's evolution completed, Feiyu also successfully broke through to become a Silver Beastmaster. The weight that had burdened his heart lifted instantly, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. His next objective was to wait for the weekend to visit the capital university to retrieve the beast egg and resources. Feiyu meticulously outlined his forthcoming goals. Today was Thursday, which meant that after enduring the classes tomorrow, he could contract his 3rd beast, an awe-inspiring beast egg with an initial S-grade qualification. After undergoing the baptism and enhancement in the mythical bloodline pool, upon contracting, it would achieve an SS grade. Economical yet powerful, it was all about that exhilarating feeling. Lost in such thoughts, Feiyu hummed a light and joyful tune as he made his way back to the dormitory with a buoyant step. After visiting the resource management office and the breakthrough room, he returned to his dormitory building, where the night had deepened considerably. Naturally, he would not wander aimlessly in the capital at this hour. However, as he approached the entrance of his dormitory, his steps came to an abrupt halt, for there stood a refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, awaiting him. The sound of Feiyu's footsteps drew the attention of the previously quiet man. Upon recognizing Feiyu's face, a warm smile spread across his countenance as he quickly approached, saying, "You must be Feiyu, right? I am Zheng Wenhe from Capital University. You may call me Teacher Zheng." As he spoke, he produced his staff ID card to verify his identity. Chapter 56, A New Beast. The Miraculous Heavy Rain. Principal Han sent me to deliver something to you. With that, Zheng Wenhe handed a bag to Feiyu, softly adding, "An S-grade beast egg." Instinctively, Feiyu accepted the bag, his gaze dropping to scan the contents within. It contained a square box crafted from sandalwood, intricately carved with delicate patterns. At that moment, a gentle and warm luminescence emanated from within the box. This glow evoked a sense of familiarity. The principal also mentioned that when you visit the university on Saturday, you may take any resources you require. Now, let us exchange contact information so you can reach out to me if needed, Zheng Wenhe continued. Following his suggestion, Feiyu took out his phone, and the 2 exchanged contact details. Subsequently, Zheng Wenhe declined Feiyu's polite invitation to come inside, turning to leave. He was not a child. He understood that Feiyu would undoubtedly wish to examine the newly acquired S-grade beast egg immediately. It was inappropriate for him to be present. After bidding farewell to Zheng Wenhe, Feiyu dashed back to his dormitory. He eagerly withdrew the wooden box from the bag and opened it without hesitation. In an instant, The previously subtle white light transformed into a blinding brilliance, illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. Feiyu squinted slightly as the eye of advancement quietly activated. The mild discomfort caused by the dazzling light vanished, revealing every detail within the room. The comprehensive information regarding the beast egg materialized before Feiyu's eyes. Species: enchanting demon fox. Attribute: charm. Talent level: S. Realm. Skills: power of the demon fox, exquisite. Charm technique, exquisite. Pale waterfall, exquisite. Deathly kiss, epic. Evolution path: enchanting demon fox, S grade. Celestial spirit fox, SS grade. Savior holy fox, SSS grade. Evaluation: almost reaches the pinnacle of terrestrial beast eggs, a rare treasure. Could it be an enchanting beast? Upon discerning its detailed information, an uncontrollable smile spread across Feiyu's face. Enchanting-type beasts often possess abilities closely linked to the soul and profound control. This form of control is not the mere fleeting grasp that Black Scale exhibits for a second or two. It can extend for minutes, hours, or even days of absolute domination. The most formidable enchanting beasts can even sway enemy beasts permanently with just a glance, turning them to their side. The practical effects and strategic significance are immensely powerful. Moreover, Feiyu noted the evolution path ahead of this beast. It seemed that this beast would even develop healing abilities. If that were the case, it would indeed be a rare dual-attribute beast. With this thought, Feiyu grasped the still-glowing beast egg tightly. With a mere thought, Feiyu and the beast egg simultaneously appeared in his Beastmaster space. Without hesitation, he cast the beast egg into the mythical bloodline pool. As the beast egg plunged into the pool, it seemed to enter a mysterious and wondrous realm. It sank slowly, becoming enveloped by the pool's waters. Its dazzling white light swallowed by the crimson liquid, leaving only a faint, ethereal glow rippling across the surface. This luminescence appeared to resonate uniquely with the water, creating a distinct harmony. Feiyu watched intently, anxiety coursing through him as he observed the changes within the mythical bloodline pool. This was the most significant disturbance he had witnessed since contracting 3 beasts. What kind of surprise would this new beast bring him? Suddenly, the deep glow emanating from the pool's bottom vanished abruptly. At that moment, even the previously clear sky within the Beastmaster space turned ominously dark. Ink-like clouds thickened, crackling with lightning and booming with thunder. Simultaneously, a fierce wind arose, causing Feiyu's clothes to flap wildly. With a patter, and then a rumble, the rain began to fall swiftly, first as individual droplets, then merging into streams, and soon transforming into sheets of torrential downpour. In an instant, the heavy rain poured relentlessly within the Beastmaster space, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of boundless water mist. Feiyu stood there dazed, as torrents of rain cascaded over his soul and body. Soaked to the skin, he felt no chill at all. Instead, upon contact, the rainwater rapidly integrated into his body, sending waves of warmth coursing through his limbs and bones. This sensation, it felt as if one had trudged through several miles in the biting cold of winter, only to return home and indulge in a thoroughly invigorating hot bath. Feiyu sensed that every cell within his body, even his very soul, was exuding a euphoric cry of comfort. Moreover, this sensation was not exclusive to him alone. Feiyu's gaze swept over Boss Jean and Hei Lin, discovering that their faces too were alight with expressions of sheer delight. To his astonishment, he also noted that Hei Lin, who had previously stagnated at the 6th tier of silver, had begun to ascend. Silver tier 6, silver tier 7, silver tier 8, in a mere span of moments. It had crossed 2 minor realms, reaching silver tier 8. It was only 2 steps away from breaking into gold. Not just Hei Lin. Boss Jin's realm was also on the rise. The residual energy from its evolution seemed to have been completely unleashed at this moment. In less than a heartbeat, it successfully broke through the bronze realm, leaping to silver tier 5. It had traversed a staggering 6 realms. Boss Jean consumed all the energy that would typically require months to fully digest, vanishing in an instant. Feeling the transformation within its body, Boss Jean could not contain its excitement and began to shout joyously in the rain. Upon reaching silver, it felt invigorated once more. However, Feiyu had no time to indulge in the commotion of Boss Jean. His eyes remained fixated on the ripples upon the surface of the mythical bloodline pool. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had never before manifested. It was undoubtedly a result of the evolution of this beast egg. To manifest such power immediately after evolving was exhilarating. Feiyu's anticipation for the full extent of this beast's abilities grew ever stronger. Under Feiyu's unwavering gaze, the ripples on the surface of the pool became increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, a wave surged skyward, and along with the rising spray, a pure white fox, as flawless as jade, soared into view. In that instant of its appearance, the raging wind ceased, the rain hung still, the dark clouds dispersed, and all anomalies vanished. In the sky, the sun re-emerged, casting warm rays upon the earth. The air, saturated with humidity, reflected dazzling rainbows of vibrant colors under the sunlight. A rainbow. The appearance of a rainbow heralded the birth of a rare beast. Lu Feiyu gazed at the figure, resembling exquisite mutton-fat jade, in the air, as a wealth of information unfurled before his eyes. Race, celestial spirit fox. Attribute, charm, special. Talent level, SS. Realm, black iron tier 8. Skills, spirit fox body, epic. Heaven and earth immunity, epic. Spirit enchantment technique, epic. Celestial fortune, legendary. Spirit fox body, doubles physical attributes, immunizes against all abnormal states, isolates all impurities, maintaining an absolutely pure form. Heaven and earth immunity. When faced with a lethal attack, the beast will split a false self, sacrificing it in place of its true self. Note, each use of the immunity ability will result in the subsequent celebratory rain disappearing. Spirit enchantment technique. The beast can charm an enemy's beast, forcibly compelling it to serve its master for half an hour. Celestial fortune. With a single charm, it enchants those below, enthralls nations, and captivates the heavens, drawing upon the world's spiritual fortune. Each time the beast ascends to a major realm, the heavens will shower down celebratory rain. Anyone who comes into contact with this rain will be graced with good fortune and a temporary enhancement. Note, the enhancement effects of the celebratory rain will scale with the beast's realm. Note, enhancement effects include but are not limited to cultivation realm, cultivation speed, soul strength, and physical strength. Evolution path, celestial spirit fox, SS rank, savior holy fox, SSS rank, nine-tailed celestial fox, mythical rank. Evaluation, the darling of heaven and earth. The embodiment of fortune. Chapter 57, the invincible support effect. Upon witnessing the capabilities of the celestial spirit fox, Lu Feiyu's jaw dropped. Nearly capable of accommodating an entire duck egg. Goodness, does your power truly possess such formidable strength? Setting aside the spirit fox body, which is a body enhancement skill almost all beasts with S-rank aptitude possess, the doubling of physical attributes could enable the beast to contend with most close-quarters combat. Yet from the second skill onward, the effects became increasingly extraordinary. Heaven and earth immunity. A single opportunity for invulnerability. In other words, it grants a second life. Furthermore, due to the damage conversion effect of Eye of Advancement, this effectively means that Lu Feiyu also possesses a second life. Wow. This revelation instantly bolstered his sense of security. It could be said that in Huaxia, while there might be someone capable of attempting to assassinate him once, many powerful figures within the country would undoubtedly not grant that individual a second chance. What does this equate to? Within the borders of Huaxia, Lu Feiyu now possessed an invulnerable golden body. Although there were slight negative effects, these paled in comparison to the value of life itself. The third skill, spirit enchantment technique, was truly otherworldly. To describe it merely as a control skill would be a gross understatement. This was not control, it was a genuine act of seducing the enemy. It should be noted that given Lu Feiyu's current realm, how many beasts did his opponents possess? Merely 1, 2, or 3. To sway one beast would equate to a substantial reduction in their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu would gain considerable combat prowess. This addition and subtraction, when rounded, would yield a 100% enhancement in combat capability. Moreover, once an enemy's beast was seduced, it would almost certainly deliver a lethal blow to its own master at the first available opportunity. As a beast master, one's most trusted companion is undoubtedly their beast. It can be said that most of the time, beast masters do not guard against their own beasts. Under such circumstances, an attack would likely result in the death of 99% of beast masters on the spot. The effect was terrifyingly profound. Thus, upon witnessing this ability, Lu Feiyu immediately resolved to adopt it as his ace in the hole. He would refrain from its use unless absolutely necessary. Once deployed, the enemy must face death. Otherwise, should the effects of the skill become known, and the world becomes aware, with precautions in place, attaining such excellent results would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As for the final legendary ability, it directly explained the origin of the recent torrential rain. So it was you, little one, who orchestrated this. Lu Feiyu cast a glance at the fox coiled in his hand, gently stroking its fur, as pure and white as jade, devoid of any dust. The texture was slightly cool, exquisite to the touch, akin to a precious gem. The effects of this ability had already been experienced by Lu Feiyu and the other beasts, and could only be described in 2 words, invincible. Pei Lin had ascended 2 realms. This was a significant advancement within the late stages of silver. For an ordinary beast, Even with an abundance of resources, achieving a 2-realm leap would likely require months of cultivation. Yet, how long had Heilin taken? Not even a minute. Boss Jean was even more extraordinary. In less than a minute of heavy rain, it had directly ascended 6 realms. Among them was a breakthrough into a major realm. While it was aided by the immense energy stored within, the sheer speed of their advancement was nothing short of miraculous. However, the auxiliary effects of this celebratory rain should not be overlooked. As for Lu Feiyu, perhaps due to being a soul entity within the Beastmaster's space, he felt that his soul had become more resilient and powerful than before. For a Beastmaster, a formidable soul signifies greater contracting qualifications. If he were to experience a few more such celebratory rains, Lu Feiyu was confident he could contract 2 beasts within a single realm. Such an enhancement is incredibly extraordinary for any Beastmaster. If this were to spread, even the high-ranking Beastmasters would likely be driven to madness. After all, a single contract slot for a beast represents a powerful force and a more diversified combat system. Truly a treasure. No wonder even heaven and earth are enamored by you. Lu Feiyu sighed softly, his gaze landing on the pure white fox curled up in the crook of his arm. Its curled form, when looked down upon, resembled a cute little dumpling. Its entire body was pristine white, its fur as lustrous as jade, taking on a rounded shape. Henceforth, I shall name you Baiyu Tuan. Lu Feiyu gently lifted Baiyu Tuan by the nape, inspecting it in midair before placing it back in his embrace. So, it turns out you are but a little girl. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu turned his attention to Heilin and Boss Jean, admonishing, "This is my little sister. I must warn you not to bully her. Otherwise, Lu Feiyu let out a couple of light snorts, the underlying threat in his words unmistakable. Both Heilin and Boss Jean immediately exclaimed in unison, expressing their unwavering commitment not to mistreat Baiyu Tuan. After all, they had just benefited from her celebratory reign, which had elevated their realms, and would naturally avoid inciting her displeasure. Particularly Boss Jean, who rushed over, circling Baiyu Tuan and panting excitedly. His tongue lolled out, eyes squinting, while his tail wagged so rapidly it left behind a blur akin to helicopter blades. It seemed he was on the verge of becoming a devoted admirer. However, the previously tranquil Baiyu Tuan, nestled in Lu Feiyu's arm, appeared disturbed by the commotion. Turning its head towards the rambunctious Boss Jean, it emitted a soft whimper, woo-woo. The sound conveyed both vigilance and discontent. Upon hearing this, Boss Jean froze, incredulity washing over him as he gazed up at Baiyu Tuan. His large dog eyes reflected clear confusion and shock. Was he, Boss Jean, being rejected? Even his tail, which had been moving like a helicopter rotor, suddenly stilled, leaving the dog looking as lifeless as a helicopter in freefall. Witnessing this, Heilin, who had often been at odds with Boss Jean, quickly approached, erupting into laughter. Chapter 58, Holographic Simulation Technology. Lu Feiyu chuckled at Boss Jean's pitiful expression. This big dog was truly a delightful character. Subsequently, he engaged in a discussion with his 3 beasts, emphasizing the core message of mutual love, harmony, and non-aggression. The principal theme was to prioritize peace. While these concepts might seem trivial, they were essential lessons for a Beastmaster. After all, each beast has its own unique personality, and daily interactions inevitably lead to friction. During such times, it is the responsibility of the Beastmaster to mediate disputes, ensuring fairness. After attending to these matters and playing with the 3 beasts to foster their bond, Lu Feiyu exited the Beastmaster space. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Lu Feiyu awoke from his slumber. As he finished his morning routine, a knock at the door coincidentally sounded. He opened the door to find a stranger, a middle-aged woman, standing outside. It was Li Wan, the instructor of the preparatory class at Hucking University. Guided by Li Wan, Lu Feiyu soon found himself in the legendary preparatory class. The spacious classroom contained only 18 desks, each adorned with a futuristic pure white helmet. Taking a seat, Lu Feiyu followed Li Wan's gentle instruction to sit down. At this moment, the remaining seats in the classroom were already occupied. The students, who had been classmates for several days, regarded Lu Feiyu with curious eyes. Some had grown up together in the Beijing courtyard, forming close friendships. Thus, when Lu Feiyu, an outsider, entered the classroom, whispers began to ripple through the air. With his current hearing, even the faintest sounds were clear to him. Is that the SSS level? What a privilege. Even the instructor came to greet him. Not only is he SSS level, but he also possesses dual talents. Truly impressive. Isn't the other talent just C level? What is the difference? The younger brother is already feeling sour this early in the morning. Have you heard? This student seems to have directly reserved a slot for the nascent secret realm at the beginning of this month. What? Isn't that treatment reserved for the top student in our preparatory class? Even if he is SSS level, is it fair to take up that slot? Exactly. So, All our efforts over the past 10 days were for nothing? Upon hearing the last two remarks, Lu Feiyu's ears perked up. The opportunity to explore the nascent secret realm is this month? I've taken someone else's spot. No wonder I felt several unfriendly gazes upon entering the classroom. So that's it. Just then, Li Wan, standing at the podium, cleared her throat to quell the various murmurs and spoke. Classmates, let us welcome our new student. Lu Feiyu, a bearer of SSS level talent. He, like you, is a hope for the future of our nation. Additionally, I am not sure where you heard the rumors, but Lu Feiyu does not occupy any slots for the nascent secret realm. There is no conflict. Hucking University would never engage in the unjust act of depriving students of their rewards. Upon hearing Li Wan's clarification, the classmates, who had harbored some resentment towards Lu Feiyu, suddenly brightened, applauding enthusiastically. Now, without further ado, let us commence today's holographic simulation training. Li Wan, undoubtedly a capable instructor at Hucking University, wasted no time in getting to work. Lu Feiyu observed as the others donned their pure white helmets. Mimicking them, he placed the helmet on his head. The moment he did, an enveloping sensation spread from his head. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, collecting blood and mental energy samples. Please relax. In the next instant, Lu Feiyu felt a slight, almost imperceptible pain at the back of his head. Sample collection complete. Student identity confirmed as Lu Feiyu. Wishing you fruitful results in the holographic simulation training. The mechanical voice promptly ceased, and the darkness before Lu Feiyu dissipated, revealing an expansive, boundless grassland. Strong winds blew, causing the fine grass beneath his feet to sway, gently grazing his skin with a remarkably realistic tickling sensation. Had it not been for Lu Feiyu's awareness that this was a holographic simulation training, he would have undoubtedly believed that he had suddenly traversed to a vast grassland. What astonishing technology! He marveled inwardly, casting his gaze around. He soon noticed Li Wan and other students by his side. Yet, unlike Lu Feiyu's expression of wonder, the faces of these students bore an expression that was already accustomed to the extraordinary. Today's training theme was the practical siege combat training for Beastmasters. The Beastmasters would simulate how to break through and even counterattack when surrounded. As she spoke, Li Wan turned her gaze towards Lu Feiyu, explaining, "You simply need to summon your contracted beast in your mind, and it will materialize here." After saying this, she scanned everyone with a sharp glance. "Now, heed my command. Lu Feiyu, Qian Xiaofeng, Yang Yuelin, you three will act as the surrounded." The remaining students quickly formed teams of 5 to create assault squads. Under Li Wan's direction, all students began to pair up. The first to engage in practical training was a tall, slender student named Qian Xiaofeng. The other groups observed, aiming to identify his mistakes during combat. However, all the students were from the preparatory class, each possessing at least an S-level talent, with nearly 10 boasting SS-level talent. Furthermore, the various resources provided by the school significantly mitigated the influence of family background on the development of a Beastmaster's strength. Consequently, although there were discrepancies in their abilities, the gaps were not substantial. In a scenario of 1 against 5, not only was a counterattack impossible, even a successful escape was a far-fetched notion. Thus, even if Qian Xiaofeng exhausted every means, he barely managed to run 100 meters before his contracted beast was obliterated by the other's beasts. The same fate befell another classmate, Yang Yuelin. As they stepped down from the battlefield, both wore expressions of resigned smiles and looked at Li Wan, lamenting, "Teacher, this is far too difficult. What significance does this trial hold? It's an utterly impossible task." Not only did the surrounded students think this way, but even the surrounding team also questioned the purpose of this trial. A 5-on-1 situation, wasn't that sheer oppression? Could anyone truly defy the odds and face 5 opponents simultaneously? How could that be possible? Hearing this, Li Wan smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, merely signaling Lu Feiyu to step forward for the practical training. Meanwhile, all the other students gazed at Lu Feiyu with curious and inquisitive eyes, eager to witness the prowess of this so-called genius Beastmaster, lauded by many, and whether he could successfully evade in such an arduous trial. Chapter 59, Escape. Impossible. Lu Feiyu took a few steps forward, his heart brimming with ease. He had attentively observed the earlier combat and concluded, "Why run? I'll simply unleash my might." In this Hucking preparatory class, most students remained at the Black Iron stage. Only a few had barely reached the bronze level, acquiring their second contracted beast, which was already an extraordinary pace. Yet, this speed paled in comparison to Lu Feiyu, who had already attained the 8th stage of silver, merely a hair's breadth away from gold. Such a vast disparity in realms, combined with his 3 SS-level contracted beasts, rendered this situation akin to fishing in a barrel. As Lu Feiyu contemplated, the 5 students who would confront him had already encircled him, 2 of whom were notably bronze-level Beastmasters. Their contracted beasts exuded formidable power. Can we win? One student inquired, but before he could finish, another retorted, win? How could we possibly win in a 1-on-5 scenario? Indeed, even an SSS level talent could not match such combat prowess at this stage. Talent is merely potential. It must be transformed into strength, and in actual combat, it might not surpass that of the others, let alone in a 1-on-5 situation. Almost all students doubted Lu Feiyu's chances. After all, the dismal defeat of Qian Xiaofeng and Yang Yuelin was still fresh in their minds. To face 5 opponents was undoubtedly akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating one's capabilities, leaving no room for resistance. So that's how it is. I understand now. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, their face alight with the joy of realization. All eyes turned towards him as he confidently proclaimed, this practical simulation is surely the school's way of tempering Lu Feiyu's SSS level talent. Overconfidence leads to downfall. The school intends to use this simulation to caution Lu Feiyu that no matter how gifted one may be, one must tread carefully. Upon hearing this, others pondered, hey, would you look at that? Wang Shiyao actually made a few sensible remarks this time. It seems we're merely a piece of the school's game with Lu Feiyu. How tragic. However, witnessing an SSS level genius face setbacks does have its charm. I can hardly wait to see Lu Feiyu's disappointed or even tearful expression. With such a handsome face, wouldn't it be adorable if a few tears fell? So cute, I want to pinch his cheeks. As the crowd chattered excitedly, Lu Feiyu began to summon his beasts one by one. When the golden wolf appeared, the crowd gasped in admiration at its elegance and swagger. But when the black-scaled beast emerged, their jovial expressions froze, their smiles becoming comically rigid. This newcomer, a fledgling beast master, had actually contracted a true dragon. How could that be allowed? This was a beast with a baseline SS level talent. How could a rookie beast master dare to make such a contract? Where did he even find the means to do so? It's only natural for an SSS level talent to possess some extraordinary features. Otherwise, how could he possibly be worthy of such a high rank? Wang Shiyao gritted his teeth, the muscles on his face tensing as he forced himself to find solace in his thoughts. He admitted he felt a twinge of jealousy. However, when Lu Feiyu summoned the jade-white orb, a profound silence fell across the vast grassland. The previous whispers and envious murmurs faded into oblivion. Even the omnipresent winds seemed to pause in that moment. The entire grassland became eerily silent. After a brief interval, Wang Shiyao, who stood on the sidelines, struggled to close his mouth, which had unconsciously fallen agape. His usual eloquence was replaced by a stammer. Three contracted beasts. How is that possible? Could he be at the silver level? How could he attain silver? Is he even human? Is this real? His astonishment was entirely warranted. One must understand. Even among the most gifted students in this preparatory class, they had barely reached the bronze level, and many were still far from the mid-bronze stage. Let alone the seemingly unattainable silver realm, which they believed would only be achieved around the time of the college entrance examinations. Yet here was Lu Feiyu, who had awakened his beast talent less than a month ago and had already reached the silver realm. In just a month, he had traversed 2 major realms, black iron and bronze. Was this something an ordinary person could accomplish? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Lu Feiyu. Their gazes akin to those directed at a monstrous aberration. Even the self-proclaimed erudite instructor, Li Wan, wore an expression of astonishment. Prior to this moment, she had been utterly oblivious to the fact that Lu Feiyu had achieved the rank of silver. The information relayed to her by the principal had indicated that Lu Feiyu was merely in the late stages of bronze. This implied that, since entering the school, Lu Feiyu had managed to transcend an entire realm in just one night. My heavens, Li Wan marveled internally. She began to question whether this trial could still fulfill its intended purpose, to temper the excessive arrogance of prodigies and encourage all students in the preparatory class to focus on their cultivation. At that moment, Lu Feiyu's voice, laced with mirth, reverberated across the grassland. It's about time. I'm going in. This proclamation, accompanied by his demeanor, suggested that he was not the one encircled, but rather, it was he who had ensnared the 5 students within his grasp. Upon hearing these words, the 5 students attacking Lu Feiyu exchanged alarmed glances, and each summoned their beasts to unleash their most potent attacks. In an instant, icy blades, fireballs, wooden cages, and other assaults came raining down. Yet, Lu Feiyu merely stood his ground, his eyes unblinking. Above him, the black-scaled creature, which had been circling, suddenly let out a fierce howl. Its enormous form, originally nearly 20 meters long, swelled dramatically, expanding to 100 meters in the blink of an eye. From a distance, the black scales resembled a dense gathering of dark clouds. The entire grassland dimmed instantaneously, as if it had plunged into eternal night. All light was eclipsed by the vast bulk of the black-scaled beast. Its roar, imbued with the fury of a true dragon, surged forth like a tidal wave, compressing the air beneath and obliterating all attacks in midair. Simultaneously, the myriad beasts that had previously surrounded their master now struggled to maintain their forms, trembling uncontrollably as if ensnared by an inescapable terror. Chapter 60. The Black Gold Card of Wanbao Pavilion. Not only the beasts, but even the Beastmasters found themselves paralyzed in the wake of this overwhelming sound wave. They felt as though the roar had surged from the heavens, striking at the very depths of their souls and awakening their most profound fears. Their bodies betrayed them, rendered immobile. One student, his eyes wide with dread, was so overtaken by fear that he forgot he was in a simulated environment and instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he realized that his once obedient legs were now nearly impossible to lift. Moving even a single step became a Herculean challenge. This plight was shared by all 5 students who had been assaulting Lu Feiyu. They trembled uncontrollably, their jaws clattering together with a disconcerting noise. Even those students not at the epicenter of the battle felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon hearing the earth-shattering dragon's roar. They instinctively summoned their own beasts, ready to fight. What a formidable presence. Undoubtedly, a true dragon, Wang Shiyao murmured, gazing at Lu Feiyu with envy. Who among the Beastmasters would not covet a true dragon as their companion? Yet, even as a scion of a prestigious family, he lacked such fortune. A controlling dragon? What remarkable command over its powers. Coupled with the offensive capabilities of other beasts, there was no need to flee. They could annihilate all 5 without breaking a sweat. Others echoed their agreement. However, in the next heartbeat, every pupil constricted in shock. In the sky, the black scales, resembling descending storm clouds, stretched freely. The dragon's head held high, and another furious roar resonated throughout the heavens. But this time, what erupted was not merely a sound wave. Instead, it unleashed a torrent of frenzied, fiery wrath. The obsidian flames, akin to ink, engulfed the entire sky. In an instant, the black scales descended like a demonic sovereign, wielding immense power. Boom! As the devouring flames converged to a critical mass, they no longer lingered in the air, but transformed into a deluge of black fire rain, cascading down upon the earth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The very air, caught in the violent heat and rapid friction, emitted a horrifying sound. In the blink of an eye, the inferno had arrived. The 5 students, along with their contracted beasts, were gripped by panic, the scorching air accompanied by the demonic flames. They felt as though they were inhaling not air, but a toxic miasma corroding their insides. In a mere moment, the devouring flames engulfed the ground, erasing the 5 and their beasts entirely, leaving not a single remnant behind. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu clearly observed that in the most intense blaze, tendrils of blood-red threads flowed upward from the flames, connecting the inferno to the black scales. These threads pulsed with an overwhelming vitality. As the life force surged through the threads, the energy expended by the black scales in that strike was rapidly replenished. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its peak state. This spectacle left the onlooking classmates utterly astounded. Each of them gaped, their mouths agape, their expressions betraying unmasked astonishment. To annihilate 5 Beastmasters with just a single beast. What a prodigious display of power. After a prolonged silence, someone finally conceded in awe. Others exchanged glances, sharing wry smiles. Prior to the commencement of the battle, they had approached with the intent of witnessing Lu Feiyu's blunders. Yet the outcome was far from what they anticipated. Not only had he not intended to flee, but he had also engaged in direct combat, facing 5 adversaries at once, without even utilizing half of his strength. With merely 1 beast, he had obliterated 5 individuals. The vast disparity in power ignited a newfound reverence for Lu Feiyu among those who had only just met him that day. At that moment, even if Lu Feiyu were to claim the secret realm quota intended for his preparatory class, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. It was rightfully his. Damn it, I must have it. Suddenly, Wang Shiyao bellowed, capturing everyone's attention. Curious gazes turned toward him, eager to hear his forthcoming declarations. However, Wang Shiyao, brimming with fervor, took a few steps forward to build up momentum, then slid to his knees on the soft grass, gliding a considerable distance until he reached Lu Feiyu's feet. With an ardent expression, he clutched Lu Feiyu's leg tightly, exclaiming, "Idol, please give me an autograph, the one with the serial number. From now on, you shall be my #1 idol, and Wanbao Pavilion will treat you as a distinguished guest, offering you the most generous discounts." His antics left not only Lu Feiyu dumbfounded, but also caused the others to facepalm, their expressions a mix of disbelief and exasperation. How has the heir of the Wang family turned out so eccentric? Wanbao Pavilion is undoubtedly doomed. You must admit, Wang Shiyao's audacity in business far surpasses our own. A chorus of voices chimed in agreement. From their conversation, Lu Feiyu gleaned the true identity of the male student before him, Wang Shiyao, the son of the esteemed master of Wanbage, endowed with an SS-level beast mastery talent. He was also the designated successor to lead Wanbage in the forthcoming generation. Please rise. Lu Feiyu extended a hand, pulling him up from the grass with a casual smile. We are classmates. There is no need for such formality. Kneeling like that would be quite embarrassing for me. Just a signature, and I shall provide it once we step outside. After all, being the son of Wanbage. His warm demeanor towards Lu Feiyu was not lost on him. Lu Feiyu, not one to be easily swayed, refrained from dismissing the generous overture. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Am I the first to ask for your autograph, idol? Just as Lu Feiyu was about to nod, he recalled the 3 girls he had encountered in the elevator after the recent school-wide competition and shook his head instead. No, you are the 4th. Wang Shiyao's jovial grin remained undiminished as he responded. The 4th is splendid. It signifies prosperity throughout the 4 seasons. Count me in. An autograph is but a trivial matter, although the signature might fetch a staggering sum in the future. Wang Shiyao's primary objective was to capture Lu Feiyu's attention in a manner that would leave a lasting impression. Should calamity ever befall Wanbage, he would not hesitate to seek Lu Feiyu's assistance. In Wang Shiyao's perspective, Lu Feiyu was destined to ascend rapidly as one of the foremost beast masters in China and the world, truly unparalleled. However, a mere impression would not suffice to warrant Lu Feiyu's aid. Friendship, after all, is forged gradually. Hence, Wang Shiyao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he clasped his hands together and declared, Since brother Lu holds me in esteem, I, Wang Shiyao, am not one to be stingy. Today, I shall personally present you with a Wanbage black gold card. Upon hearing this proclamation, Lu Feiyu was momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment as he regarded the suddenly earnest young man. It was indeed the illustrious black gold card of Wanbage, commonly recognized. A standard user with a Wanbage balance card enjoys a 10% discount. It was through such discounts that Lu Feiyu had been able to procure evolution resources for Boss Jean and the Black Scale, successfully elevating them to SS level. Following the standard balance white card, the green card offers an 8% discount and is reserved for those who have spent over 30 million. Next in line is the gold card, which boasts an extraordinary 65% discount, essentially half price. Obtaining a gold card requires not only a spending threshold of hundreds of millions, but also a high social standing. Thus, gold card holders are both affluent and esteemed, capable of securing loans of billions of Huaxia currency with ease. The apex of exclusivity, the black gold card, is granted by Wanbage to those who have made significant contributions to Huaxia or have rendered immense favors to the establishment. Globally, the number of black gold card holders does not exceed 100, and Wang Shiyao, as the future leader of Wanbage, possesses the authority to bestow only 2 such cards. Yet, here he was, prepared to relinquish one merely for a signature? This card represents a 39% discount on purchases. To put it plainly, acquiring a black gold card means that for every item Lu Feiyu buys at Wanbage, the establishment would incur a considerable loss. Such a sacrifice is undeniably substantial. Are you certain? The weight of this offer prompted Lu Feiyu, who typically shunned imposing on others' kindness, to seek clarification. Wang Shiyao replied earnestly, A fine steed deserves a heroic rider. A prestigious card is bestowed upon a remarkable person. In all of Huaxia, there are but a handful who can bear the title of remarkable as you do, idol. As soon as these words left his lips, Lu Feiyu had yet to respond when the surrounding classmates erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Good heavens, Wang, are you that adept at flattering? One exclaimed. No wonder Wanbage has flourished. Just look at his audacity and charm. I'm not even envious of the fortune they amass. At that moment, their instructor, Li Wan, approached, clearing her throat to command attention. Quiet down and stand in line, everyone. This practical training is designed to remind you self-important students that there is always someone greater. You may be seen as geniuses or prodigies in the eyes of many, but to the top-tier talents, you are nothing of consequence. Have you witnessed Lu Feiyu's prowess? He is the idol you should aspire to emulate. Her serious tone silenced the previously chattering crowd. Lu Feiyu realized that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman possessed an unexplainable authority when she spoke with such gravity. No wonder she was the class instructor for the preparatory course. He mused. Just then, Li Wan turned to Lu Feiyu. Feiyu, come, let us have you demonstrate for them once more. The students collectively groaned, not wishing to be treated like mere pawns, easily dispatched by that formidable black dragon. The day of simulated combat training concluded swiftly, with every student having met their demise at Lu Feiyu's hands multiple times, regardless of their attempts to band together in numbers. In this instance, not only was Wang Shiyao impressed, but all the students in the preparatory class found themselves utterly in awe of Lu Feiyu. Even Li Wan, typically stern in demeanor, wore a faint smile when regarding him. In just one day, Lu Feiyu had conquered the entire Hucking preparatory class with his prowess. Of course, Lu Feiyu himself was not without gains. In fact, he experienced significant growth. Unlike other students who faced instant elimination, Lu Feiyu allowed his beasts to engage in combat freely throughout the day. Aside from the mesmerizing techniques of the White Jade group, he had employed all manner of skills and abilities repeatedly, providing him with a clearer understanding of his current capabilities. In summary, he found himself utterly invincible. Within the same tier, he was unmatched. As for those above him, Lu Feiyu's gaze turned toward Li Wan. During the final moments of the practical training, she had instructed all students to exit the holographic simulation, leaving only Lu Feiyu behind. She intended to ascertain the extent of his true power. Ultimately, without allowing the White Jade group to employ its captivating abilities, Lu Feiyu relentlessly pushed Li Wan's beast to the pinnacle of the golden 9th rank, nearly enabling it to contend with beasts of the Platinum realm. This remarkable combat prowess, spanning an entire tier, left the self-proclaimed erudite Li Wan exclaiming in disbelief at such abnormality. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lu Feiyu had yet another card up his sleeve. Should Bai Yutuan employ the spirit enchantment technique, even a platinum beastmaster would be caught off guard, likely facing dire consequences. In fact, if Lu Feiyu seized the opportunity, he could potentially behead the beastmaster in the blink of an eye. At that moment, all the beasts under his command would perish instantaneously. As Lu Feiyu mulled over this, he suddenly perceived an unusual sound nearby. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the noise. A cherubic face adorned with a friendly smile materialized before him. Wang Shiyao, squinting his eyes into mere slits, rubbed his hands together and said to Lu Feiyu, "Idol, what about the autograph we agreed upon?" As he spoke, he presented a pen and laid a sheet of gold foil on the table. "Writing on gold, is it?" Lu Feiyu marveled at Wang Shiyao's extravagance and did not decline. He swiftly inscribed his illustrious name upon the gleaming gold. Subsequently, he handed the engraved gold foil to Wang Shiyao. "Truly, my idol, your calligraphy is so graceful and dashing. For a fleeting moment, I felt as if I beheld Li Tai Bai descending from the heavens, equally poised and expressive." "Stop, stop, stop!" Lu Feiyu interjected, halting his flattery. He was well aware of the reality of his own handwriting. While it could not be described as ugly, it certainly bore no resemblance to beauty or the art of calligraphy. Though his words were abruptly interrupted, Wang Shiyao was not in the least bit vexed. Instead, he cheerfully produced a black gold card from his pocket, eager to press it into Lu Feiyu's hands. Chapter 62. The Rain of Celebration Falls Again. Wang Shiyao was mentally prepared for Lu Feiyu to decline, ready to insist several times before finally relinquishing the card. However, to his surprise, Lu Feiyu exhibited no intention of refusal at all. Upon seeing the black gold card, Lu Feiyu's eyes sparkled with interest as he swiftly reached out, snatching the card away before Wang Shiyao could register what had happened. This left the carefully prepared pleasantries lodged in Wang Shiyao's throat, causing him to cough awkwardly. How is this not following the script? Wang Shiyao pondered. "My good brother, I owe you a meal someday," Lu Feiyu remarked, clutching the black gold card with a smile. Despite its radiant and sharp aura, it felt remarkably smooth and extraordinary to the touch. As for pleasantries and refusals, Lu Feiyu was not one to engage in such trivialities. He prioritized securing the valuable item first. Other considerations could wait until the appropriate moment. "Ha ha ha, brother Lu, you are truly straightforward. I like that. Whenever you have time, you may choose any restaurant in the capital city." Wang Shiyao quickly responded, bursting into laughter. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, deepening their mutual understanding. Eventually, Lu Feiyu excused himself, citing urgent matters. This was not merely a pretense. He genuinely had pressing obligations. It was already Friday, and the following day marked the beginning of the weekend, a time he had arranged with Han Shoujing to study theoretical knowledge at the capital university. Additionally, they were to acquire the promised 5 special resources and 10 bottles of spirit essence. Once he utilized all these resources, Lu Feiyu believed his strength would surely advance to a new level. Faced with the upcoming adventure in the Birth Secret realm, he would feel far more confident. 2 fleeting days passed, and Lu Feiyu found himself seated in the dormitory prepared for him at Capital University. This dormitory differed significantly from Hucking's. It was a genuine single-occupancy room. Although the sizes were comparable, the layout was far more spacious and comfortable. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that after 2 days of theoretical study, the inherently intelligent Jean Laoban had completely mastered the application of light reflection and refraction. In battle, he could achieve invisibility. Moreover, after repeated tests by the relevant researchers, Blackscale had definitively established its optimal length, 140 meters. This length balanced power and agility, resulting in formidable combat capabilities. As for Bai Yutuan, its abilities were somewhat unique, with limited room for enhancement. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu did not wish to reveal Bai Yutuan's astonishing capabilities. Thus, for the past 2 days, it had acted like a mascot, often resting on Lu Feiyu's shoulder to bask in the sun or dozing in his arms. This leisurely, carefree lifestyle made Jean Laoban envious to the point of drooling. And this enhancement was not the entirety of it. The 3 SS-level beasts, renowned for their rapid cultivation speed, were further nourished by the spirit essence and the 100-fold spiritual energy of the beast space, resulting in an astonishingly swift elevation in their ranks. Now was the day for Blackscale to break through to the Golden Realm. With this thought, Lu Feiyu's mind focused, and his consciousness descended into the beast space. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 beasts stood before him, resolutely awaiting his command, their faces brimming with anticipation. They seemed to understand that today was no ordinary day. After all, the transition from silver to gold represented a watershed moment for both beasts and beastmasters alike. For a beast, ascending to gold meant joining the ranks of mid-tier beasts. Not only would their existing abilities see significant enhancement, but those with extraordinary potential might even awaken latent powers hidden deep within their bloodlines. For the Beastmaster, upon reaching the Golden Realm, the internal beast space would expand several-fold. Additionally, the beast space would no longer be limited to storing only beasts and beast eggs. It could now accommodate all inanimate objects, effectively granting the Beastmaster a large-capacity spatial ring, immensely practical. Of course, such a monumental advancement would not come easily. Many Beastmasters remained stuck at Silver 9th rank for their entire lives, unable to progress further. Yet, once one became a Golden Beastmaster, their social standing would soar. Any organization would eagerly extend an olive branch, and their compensation would be doubled compared to that of a Silver Beastmaster. Thus, even Blackscale, in just 2 short days, could not leap from Silver 8th rank to Gold. According to the school's announcement, the next expedition into the Birth Secret Realm was scheduled for Monday, which was tomorrow. Time was exceedingly tight, and the task seemed impossible to accomplish. However, with Bai Yutuan's assistance, everything was transformed. Lu Feiyu intentionally restrained Bai Yutuan's advancement, planning to unleash the reign of celebration when Blackscale reached Silver 9th rank, thereby facilitating its breakthrough to the Golden Realm. "Let us begin," Lu Feiyu declared, casting a steady gaze over his beasts. Upon receiving his permission, Bai Yutuan emitted a few soft sounds, its aura beginning to surge dramatically, encountering no obstacles or constraints whatsoever. Its realm ascended directly from the 9th level of black iron to the 1st level of bronze in a single bound. In the blink of an eye, dense clouds once again shrouded the air surrounding the beast tamer. The clouds stretched for miles, thunder rumbled, and lightning flickered. A torrential downpour arrived in an instant. The deluge obscured Lu Feiyu's vision. The large raindrops fell with the ferocity of hailstones. This commotion was far greater than the last. Without Lu Feiyu's prompting, several beasts remained steadfast, diligently absorbing the unique energy contained within the rain. The energy was abundant, vast as the sea, surging into the bodies of the beasts like a frenzy. Among them, Blackscale exhibited the most dramatic response. Centered around it, countless raindrops whirled past like a tornado. A vortex composed of the torrential rain converged around Blackscale. The immense suction even caused Lu Feiyu to struggle to maintain his footing. The energy, rich to the extreme, inundated Blackscale's form, nourishing it inch by inch. As a beast tamer, Lu Feiyu could distinctly sense the shackles within Blackscale, the layers of restraint, being fiercely assaulted. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds grew increasingly resounding. Ultimately, they even suppressed the thunderous roars echoing from the horizon. Simultaneously, Blackscale raised its fearsome dragon head. The pentagon-shaped black scales shimmered with brilliance under the onslaught of the rain. A thunderous dragon roar resounded through the heavens. At the sound of the dragon's roar, all fell silent. Even the thick clouds at the horizon were forcibly dispersed. The torrential rain abruptly ceased. The second celebration rain came to an end. Lu Feiyu surveyed the changes in the realms of his beasts. Blackscale had remarkably reached the 1st level of gold. Golden Boss had ascended to the 8th level of silver. Bai Yutuan, having the lowest realm, experienced the most rapid enhancement, leaping several levels, having just transitioned to the 1st level of bronze. At this moment, it had already attained the 7th level of bronze, nearing its later stages, poised to break through once more in the near future. Even Lu Feiyu himself felt his soul strengthen significantly. He estimated that with 3 more such celebratory reigns, he would gain another opportunity to contract a beast. This realization sent a jolt of excitement through him. However, what thrilled him even more was the astonishing change on Blackscale's information panel. Chapter 63, A New Legendary Ability. In addition to the changes in realm, A new ability had unexpectedly appeared on Blackscale's information panel. This was a capability that only exceptionally gifted beasts could awaken upon reaching gold. As an SS-class beast with true dragon bloodline, Blackscale was capable of unlocking new abilities. Feiyu was not taken aback. In fact, he would have been surprised had no new ability manifested. What truly exhilarated him was the terrifying effect of this ability. Domain of Calamity. Legendary, you are both Calamity and Legend. The beast will unleash the Domain of Calamity, imposing multiple negative effects on all enemies within the domain, while simultaneously dealing a death sentence to a randomly selected enemy within the domain every minute. Death sentence. When an enemy's power does not exceed that of the beast by a major realm, they will immediately perish. This effect ignores any defensive skills below legendary level. Note: unleashing and maintaining the Domain of Calamity will significantly deplete the beast's stamina. My goodness, Blackscale, you are defying the heavens. Feiyu gazed at the 4 lines of text before him. Unlike the previously encountered devouring power and Bai Tuan's fortuitous luck, this legendary ability was undeniably offensive in nature. The ability to simultaneously afflict multiple enemies with various negative effects was already formidable, akin to an unrestricted area control ability with damage. The death sentence effect was even more astonishing, prompting Feiyu to exclaim its invincibility. As long as the enemy was not above one major realm, they would perish with a mere glare. Such a straightforward and brutal effect. Who would dare to contest it? Furthermore, this ability bore no adverse effects, merely requiring more stamina. I expend a bit of stamina, you lose a life. That seems entirely reasonable. Upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Blackscale, Golden Boss swiftly darted behind Feiyu, not granting Blackscale any chance to display its might. After examining the changes in his beasts, Feiyu redirected his gaze to the various transformations within the beast space. He observed that his already vast beast space, several times the size of that of a beast tamer of the same realm, had expanded once more. He rapidly traversed every expanse of land with his beasts: forests, swamps, lakes, grasslands, deserts. To his astonishment, there was even an ocean. Feiyu was utterly stunned as he gazed at the boundless waves in the distance. He pondered just how immense his beast space had become. It was impossible to quantify, entirely unfathomable. Excitedly, Feiyu mused, with such a vast beast space, how many special resources and ferocious beast parts could it accommodate? Mother need not worry about my space ring being insufficient anymore. After completing everything, Feiyu spent some time playing with his beasts before withdrawing his consciousness from the beast space and returning to reality. Gazing at the dormitory where he had resided for 2 days, he felt no lingering attachment and promptly turned towards Hucking University. Tomorrow morning marked the day for exploring the nascent secret realm. He could not afford to be late for the first exploration. The capital boasted a highly developed transportation system, and the 2 universities were not far apart. Feiyu soon arrived at the dormitory within Hucking University. To his surprise, he found someone guarding the entrance. It was none other than Wang Shiyao. Brother Lu, you finally arrived. Something major has happened. Upon hearing footsteps, Wang Shiyao immediately approached. Looking at Feiyu's puzzled expression, he continued, tomorrow's exploration of the nascent secret realm is said to be extremely perilous. Even gold-level beast tamers may not emerge unscathed. Moreover, the team leader is a senior from the 4th year, Chao Huayan. He is notoriously unsympathetic, despite his status as a peak platinum beast tamer. He never extends consideration to junior students. It is even rumored that he has previously forced weaker individuals to take the brunt of danger. At this point, Wang Shiyao paused, casting a worried glance at Feiyu. The top student from our class has already voluntarily withdrawn from this exploration, given the immense risks involved. With your qualifications, there is no need for you to take such a gamble. We can bide our time and develop further before fighting again. Listening to Wang Shiyao's barrage of words, Feiyu's expression remained unchanged. Thank you for your concern. However, it is impossible for me to back down. Otherwise, who will compensate for the S-class beast egg I lack? Indeed, Feiyu had now ascended to the rank of gold beast tamer and had awakened a 4th contract opportunity for a beast. Consequently, he placed great importance on this exploration of the nascent secret realm, eager to acquire an S-class beast egg. After all, he was beginning to regard A-class beast eggs with a degree of disdain. Upon hearing Feiyu's words, Wang Shiyao struggled to contain his expression. Still S-class beast egg? Would you like me to supplement one for you? Could it be that this esteemed possessor of SSS level beast talent is truly so arrogant and oblivious? Countless thoughts flitted through his mind. Nevertheless, Wang Shiyao persisted in his persuasion. Brother, you are my own flesh and blood. Such an S-class beast egg is a coveted treasure for students like us in the preparatory class, is it not? Even if by some stroke of luck you were to encounter one, If Chao Yanhua doesn't snatch it away, I'll write my surname backward. With our qualifications, there's truly no need to take such risks. After all, having already handed over the black gold card, he naturally did not wish to witness Lu Feiyu perish during the exploration of the secret realm. Ah, wait. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Wang Shiyao. What had Lu Feiyu said? He desires an S-class beast egg? What could this mean? Has he perhaps broken through again? But how? It has barely been a month since he awakened his beast talent. In less than a month, brother, you've become a golden beast master? Are you leaving any room for others to thrive? With this thought, Wang Shiyao's expression transformed numerous times, ultimately settling into one of disbelief as he gazed at Lu Feiyu. He swallowed twice, cautiously inquiring, brother, do enlighten me. Have we experienced another breakthrough? A significant one, at that? In response, Lu Feiyu nodded directly. There was no need for concealment. Once the practical training commenced, one's abilities would be laid bare before their peers in combat. You're not joking, are you? Wang Shiyao prided himself on his quick wit and sharp tongue. Yet, the instant Lu Feiyu nodded, he found his words faltering. How could it be? Just 2 days apart, merely 2 days. Not 2 months. How could he have advanced to the golden beastmaster level? Moreover, his demeanor was so nonchalant, as if he had merely experienced a bout of indigestion that morning. Chapter 64, The Newly Born Secret Realm. Wang Shiyao regarded Lu Feiyu with incredulity, scrutinizing him as if attempting to unravel some grand mystery. After a moment, he let out a long sigh and continued his entreaty. Lu, my brother, gaze upon your talent. There is no need to rush within this month. Why not wait until next month's secret realm exploration? We can bide our time and avoid unnecessary risks. In a few months, dealing with someone like Chao Yanhua will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. There is truly no need to suffer under him now. Do you not find my reasoning sound? Upon finishing, Wang Shiyao looked at Lu Feiyu with a pitiful gaze. His lips pressed together, as if to convey that should Lu Feiyu remain unyielding, he would begin to whine and plead like a child. If such a demeanor were to grace the visage of a cute and charming young lady, it might indeed be a sight to behold. However, Wang Shiyao was a robust young man, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing the same, a veritable square of a man. The sight of such an expression on his face was utterly unbecoming. Seeing him in such a state, Lu Feiyu closed his eyes in resignation and sighed deeply, replying, You speak most wisely. I am no fool. I shall not undertake actions without assurance. Rest easy. Noticing Lu Feiyu's unwavering determination, Wang Shiyao ceased his objections. Once or twice was acceptable, but to press the matter further would only breed resentment. However, as the young master of the Wanbao Pavilion, he was meticulous in his planning. Prior to their meeting, he had already prepared a second course of action. Thus, with a flicker of light from his spatial ring, a stack of colorful documents appeared in Wang Shiyao's hand. He glanced around furtively, as if he were a thief, and quickly thrust the documents into Lu Feiyu's grasp. These are the beast talents and information of several senior students from the 4th year, including Chao Yanhua. Brother Lu, peruse them and dispose of them afterwards. I hope they prove useful to you. Of course, if they go unused, that would be even better. Clutching the hefty stack of papers, Lu Feiyu felt a twinge of gratitude. Wang Shiyao had provided both the black gold card and this intelligence, making him feel slightly embarrassed. Therefore, Lu Feiyu earnestly nodded and patted Wang Shiyao's shoulder. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Wang Shiyao felt speechless. Just last Friday, Lu Feiyu had promised him a meal. Now, nearly a week later, this was their first reunion. When next time would come remained uncertain. Seeing Wang Shiyao's expression, Lu Feiyu added, I promise it will happen next time. You must believe me. All right, brother Lu. Do take a rest. Wang Shiyao waved dismissively. Without further ado, he turned and departed. A night passed without incident. Lu Feiyu awoke early and arrived at the designated location set by the school, the Secret Realm Station. This was the entrance to all newly born secret realms within Hucking University. Standing before the gates of the Secret Realm Station, Lu Feiyu gazed upward. The sky here was unlike the clear blue of other places. It exuded a profound darkness. Flashes of sparks flickered across the black sky. Instead of stars or a bright moon, glowing entrances to the secret realms dotted the inky expanse. This was a station entirely constructed from immensely powerful spatial abilities, capable of attracting all nearby entrances to newly born secret realms. It served as a cornerstone for the establishment of Hucking University. Oh, so this is the renowned genius of our Huaxia, Lu Feiyu? The audacity and ambition of an SSS-level talent indeed set you apart. Yet, the newly born secret realm is not a child's plaything. The danger of death lurks at every turn. Perhaps it would be best for you to return whence you came, country bumpkin. Just as Lu Feiyu stood firm, a flippant and insolent voice arose from behind him. Turning to look, he saw a stout man with short, dark hair, a mocking smile plastered across his face. His eyes and lips radiated disdain, as if he regarded Lu Feiyu, this newcomer, with utter contempt. Accompanying him were two lackeys, their faces adorned with similar scornful grins. Chao Yanhua. Comparing the man before him with the portrait in the colorful documents, Lu Feiyu confirmed his identity. Just as others had described, he truly resembled a rabid dog, attacking indiscriminately. Though Lu Feiyu was uncertain why such animosity was directed at him, he was not one to remain silent in the face of provocation. He retorted on the spot. Upon hearing this, Chao Yanhua's previously jovial expression darkened abruptly. His brow furrowed, thick and unruly, as his jaw clenched with visible tension. He had never anticipated that this mere preparatory student would dare to retort against him, a senior in the 4th year. How audacious! How could a silver-level beastmaster show such disrespect to a platinum-level beastmaster? His eyes grew increasingly sinister as he regarded Lu Feiyu, as if gazing upon a corpse. Very well, he uttered for words laden with menace, then turned and strode purposefully into the depths of the secret realm. Following closely behind him were his two lackeys, who mimicked his every step. One of them, as he passed by Lu Feiyu, squinted his eyes and made a slashing motion across his throat. The clownish antics of these individuals evoked no ripple of disturbance within Lu Feiyu's heart. Should this matter be brushed aside, then all would be well. However, if Chao Yanhua and his companions dared to provoke him further within the secret realm, or even conspire against him in the shadows, Lu Feiyu would not hesitate to show them the reason why flowers bloom so vividly. Meanwhile, the scene of Lu Feiyu's altercation was witnessed by several students arriving from behind. Although they did not partake in this farce, their gazes towards Lu Feiyu were filled with sympathy and confusion. To them, it appeared that Lu Feiyu had unwisely drawn the ire of Chao Yanhua, signaling the end of his journey in the secret realm. After all, within Hucking University, Chao Yanhua's tracking prowess was unrivaled among all undergraduate students. Once he set his sights on someone, even in the vast expanse of the secret realm, evasion from his relentless pursuit was utterly impossible. Perhaps Chao Yanhua would not dare to slay Lu Feiyu, but he could certainly ensure that Lu Feiyu would be unable to explore the secret realm, thereby forfeiting a golden opportunity for self-enhancement. Ah, the folly of youth. Impulsive young men, indeed. The upperclassmen shook their heads in regret as they passed Lu Feiyu on their way into the secret realm. Chapter 65, Abundant Rewards. The nascent secret realm is fraught with peril. Should danger arise, swift retreat is imperative. According to the school's estimates, the strongest beasts within this secret realm are of platinum to diamond caliber. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Within the realm, mutual slaughter among students of the same institution is strictly forbidden, and violators will be held accountable. At the entrance, a teacher spoke sternly, his gaze lingering momentarily on Chao Yanhua's face, as if issuing a warning. In response, Chao Yanhua merely smiled nonchalantly. Mutual slaughter? He was well aware of how far one could push before the school would intervene, and how far one could go without consequence. While he could not kill Lu Feiyu, could he not still torment him? Moreover, if he were to be even more ruthless and eliminate him within the secret realm, who could prove it was he, Chao Yanhua, who had struck the fatal blow? The students entered in batches, with the preparatory class leading the way. After outlining the precautions, the teacher beckoned Lu Feiyu forward. He then affixed a badge to Lu Feiyu's chest, instructing, "This item can withstand attacks from beasts of diamond rank and below. Once the badge shatters, it will automatically teleport you out of the secret realm. Of course, you can also manually crush it to exit at will. The badge offers no defenses against the powers of beast tamers." Lu Feiyu nodded in understanding. Truly, as the foremost university in China, their methods of safeguarding students surpassed those of the Changnan city authorities by leaps and bounds. With formidable defensive capabilities and the advantage of automatic activation, it far outstripped the manual use of Changnan's special wristbands in terms of safety and expedience. Once adorned with the badge, Lu Feiyu wasted no time. He stood tall and resolute, plunging directly into the nascent secret realm, which shimmered with an ethereal glow. Contrary to his expectations, he did not experience the anticipated dizziness or sensation of teleportation. Instead, a blinding flash of white light engulfed him. When he opened his eyes once more, the familiar warmth of the campus was nowhere to be seen. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find the air thick with black-green miasma obscuring his vision. Simultaneously, he felt a heavy, sticky pull beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he was dismayed to discover that he stood firmly ensnared in the mire. At that moment, his feet were completely submerged in the viscous black swamp. However, Lu Feiyu remained unperturbed. He understood that struggling fiercely would only cause him to sink deeper. Moreover, he was a beast tamer. Such trivialities required no personal intervention. With a mere thought, he summoned all three of his beasts from the beast space. Upon sensing their master's plight, Golden Boss let out a mighty roar, and then ascended abruptly into the black-green air like a radiant sun. Its dazzling light dispelled the surrounding miasma, and the intense heat radiated from the sun, causing the moisture in the swamp to evaporate rapidly. Feiyu could even see the swamp bubbling beneath him, the sticky sensation and pulling force dissipating quickly. Sensing the opportune moment, Feiyu exerted himself and pulled his legs free from the now drying mire. At this juncture, Golden Boss rushed to Feiyu's side, eager for praise. Its head held high. It seemed to await a pat from Feiyu. Ever the affable companion, Feiyu obliged, stroking Golden Boss's head and remarking, "Well done." However, only Feiyu could elicit such behavior from Golden Boss. Had it been another beast tamer, the swamp would have transformed into scalding boiling water, cooking their legs alive. Yet, Feiyu remained indifferent, for his eye of Ascension allowed him to transfer any harm he sustained onto his beasts. And as a light-type beast, Golden Boss found the swamp's temperature to be less than that of bathwater. Truly, the nascent secret realm posed considerable challenges. Having resolved the crisis, Feiyu once again scanned his surroundings. With the sun's illumination, visibility had markedly improved. In his field of vision, countless azure glimmers danced about. For a fleeting moment, he almost believed he had submerged into the ocean, surrounded by undulating waters. Yet, these shimmering azure lights were not water. They represented one high-value special resource after another. At that instant, under the influence of the Eye of Ascension, each resource was distinctly marked. With a mere glance, Feiyu could see at least 50 to 60 kinds of special resources encircling him. The density of these resources was something he had never dared to dream of before. Even the most rudimentary special resources, when combined, would amount to several 100,000 huaxia coins. Moreover, judging by their vibrant blue hue, these resources were undoubtedly among the finest of low-level special resources, perhaps even intermediate ones. We struck gold. Feiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he commanded Blackscale to enlarge, using its massive dragon form to crush all obstacles in his path. Golden Boss then swiftly approached, leveraging its speed to grasp one special resource after another in its claws, presenting them to Feiyu. Meanwhile, the white jade ball nestled comfortably on Feiyu's shoulder, its protective powers ensuring he always had a second chance at life, rendering him impervious to assassination. The deathly swamp, cloaked in darkness for millennia, had finally encountered its most formidable adversary. With a resounding crash, the weighty object fell to the ground. The fetid mire splattered upon the ground. A toad, its body riddled with pus-filled boils, fell helplessly to the earth. The boils burst, releasing a yellowish-white liquid that flowed in all directions, resembling a small lake. In that moment, a pallid, lifeless gaze emanated from its eyes. It never anticipated that, as a platinum beast, it would be bested by an opponent who was merely a gold-ranked beastmaster during a surprise attack. Yet, in the next instant, dark, malevolent flames surged from the air, crushing the vile toad's life in an instant. Where the fire dragon passed, nothing could survive. All was transformed into the vitality of black scales, replenishing the toll of its prolonged battles. Only a round, glistening beast core lay quietly on the ground, harboring the essence of this platinum beast, the first platinum beast it had slain. Feiyu picked up the beast core from the ground, marveling at his own progress. In such a brief span of time, he had become capable of independently slaying platinum beasts, and with such effortless ease. The enchanting control of the white jade sphere, coupled with the overwhelming offensive capabilities of Gold Boss and Blackscale, could almost eliminate any beast with a mere flick of a finger. Platinum, it seemed, was not so formidable after all. Suddenly, Feiyu's ears perked up. He distinctly heard faint sounds of pleading coming from a nearby thicket. Upon hearing this, Feiyu paused momentarily, instinctively moving toward the source of the sound. However, just as he lifted his foot, the white jade sphere, resting comfortably on his shoulder, stirred. Its sleek, jade-like fur brushed against Feiyu's neck, sending a chill coursing through his body. Startled, Feiyu's foot halted midair. Am I being enchanted? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he quickly deduced the peculiar state he had just experienced. That so-called plea for mercy was evidently a ruse employed by a beast of the enchantment type, designed to confuse the mind. Fortunately, the white jade sphere was itself a beast of the enchantment type, capable not only of resisting such effects, but also of pulling Feiyu out of that abnormal state. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity. Feiyu pondered, signaling Gold Boss and Blackscale to remain vigilant. He then lowered his foot, allowing his expression to turn vacant and dull, as if he were a mere puppet, and swiftly advanced toward the direction of the sound. Since his adversary sought to enchant him, Feiyu resolved to play along and catch them off guard. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, Feiyu suddenly detected an unusual fragrance wafting through his nostrils. momentarily disorienting him once again. Thankfully, the white jade sphere provided timely warning, allowing him to extricate himself from that disconcerting state. Glancing ahead and confirming that Gold Boss and Black Scale remained unaffected, he pressed onward. The alluring scent became more pronounced, leading him to feel as though he were traversing through a sea of flowers. Why haven't they shown themselves? How vigilant they are, Lu Feiyu mused. The very moment that thought crossed his mind, vibrant colors suddenly illuminated the previously shadowy marsh. Instinctively, Lu Feiyu looked ahead, spotting an unusual creature perched on a high branch not far away. Hairless and segmented by various bright patches, it scrutinized Lu Feiyu intently. A short, trunk-like appendage resembling an elephant's snout protruded slightly forward, twitching as it seemed to scent Lu Feiyu and his beasts, attempting to gauge their current state. As the creature assessed Lu Feiyu, he quietly activated his Eye of Ascendancy, taking in its information. Species, Dream Phantom Baku. Attribute, Enchantment. Talent level, S. Realm, Platinum rank 8. Skills, Enchantment Song, Exquisite. Dimming Breath, Exquisite. Dream Weaving, Epic. Dream Devouring, Epic. Seemingly convinced that a gold-ranked beast master could never escape its abilities, the Dream Phantom Baku relaxed its guard. Its gaze brimmed with amusement and disdain. As if appraising a mere trophy, its sharp eyes meticulously scanning every inch of Lu Feiyu's body. Simultaneously, the creature's vibrant patches began to glow intensely. Magnificent images emerged around it, rapidly converging toward Lu Feiyu. The Dream Phantom Baku's figure became obscured within these myriad visions, rendering it indistinguishable. In an instant, countless images converged to form a formidable cage that descended from above, seeking to ensnare Lu Feiyu completely. Each tableau bore an irresistible allure, capable of ensnaring an ordinary beast master with a single glance. Once entranced, they would succumb to the beautiful dreams, unable to extricate themselves, becoming sustenance for the Dream Phantom Baku. However, all of this was aimed at ordinary beast masters and their typical beasts. Lu Feiyu's contracted 3 beasts each possessed an extraordinary resistance to all anomalous states. Thus, the enchantment capabilities of the Dream Phantom Baku could not entice them in the slightest. Consequently, when the cage of images descended, Black Scale's body expanded several-fold, followed by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the dense forest and marsh. In that moment, the once tranquil marsh trembled under the force of the roar. Countless birds hidden in the forest took flight in a flurry, and large volumes of murky water were violently disturbed by the shockwave of the roar. Even the Dream Phantom Baku, concealed within the images, was taken aback by this resounding dragon's roar, momentarily pausing in the air. Yet, before it could react, a brilliant white light surged past, followed by a searing wave of heat that swept toward it with overwhelming might. The intensity of the explosion was akin to that of a falling sun. The radiant sun exploded. The terrifying power unleashed by the sun's detonation shattered the magnificent images into countless fragments, like glass struck by a violent impact, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, the Dream Phantom Baku's form tumbled through the air multiple times, its once vibrant colors now marred by a grim shade of gray. Its exposed skin was drenched in blood, countless gory lacerations crisscrossing its entire body. In the blink of an eye, this Platinum rank 8 beast had sustained grievous injuries. Yet, this was not the end. As the Dream Phantom Baku broke free from the images, Black Scale's obsidian eyes immediately locked onto it. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of demonic flames imbued with venom, sweeping toward the Dream Phantom Baku as if a demonic dragon had descended upon the earth. The creature sensed the explosive power hidden within the approaching inferno. The ethereal dream beast's mesmerizing, dual-hued eyes abruptly sharpened, as it valiantly suppressed the agony coursing through its form, once more conjuring magnificent images to shield itself from the encroaching abyssal flame. However, in the next fleeting moment, the dream beast's expression froze, its head bowed. Fear and disbelief etched across its visage. It became painfully aware that, unbeknownst to it, a claw imbued with a deep azure hue had, at some point, pierced through its very chest. At this moment, the claw was stained with iridescent blood, and nestled within its grasp lay a pulsating heart, beating fiercely. That heart, unmistakably, belonged to the dream beast itself. When had this occurred? As a creature of mesmerizing prowess, its sensory perception was exceptionally acute. Yet it had been utterly oblivious to the approach of this azure wolf. Its face was a canvas of confusion, and the act of weaving dreams gradually slowed, as the once mighty life force began to wane swiftly, having lost its heart. Ultimately, its form collapsed weakly to the ground, succumbing to the relentless onslaught of the abyssal flame. When the inferno dissipated, all that remained was a beast core glimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Well done. Lu Feiyu collected the beast core and placed it within his spatial ring. Having secured 2 platinum-grade beast cores in quick succession, his spirits soared. Chapter 67. The School Takes Action. The Beast Core, a treasure forged from the essence of ferocious beasts above the Golden Realm, is known as a low-grade beast core when belonging to the Golden Realm, valued between several hundred thousand to millions of huaxia coins. The platinum-grade beast core, classified as a mid-grade core, commands a value exceeding 1 million huaxia coins, with a cap at 2 million. The diamond-grade beast core, naturally categorized as a high-grade core, has a market price starting at 2 million huaxia coins. Furthermore, beast cores from the star-shattering realm and above are collectively referred to as top-grade cores. Even the most inferior among them boasts a market value exceeding 10 million huaxia coins, inciting frenzied competition upon their emergence. Thus, the 2 beast cores Lu Feiyu acquired in such a brief span had already netted him an income of at least 2 million huaxia coins. The speed of this financial gain rivaled that of a bank heist. Moreover, through combat with these 2 ferocious beasts, Lu Feiyu had clarified his current combat capabilities. Armed with the terrifying prowess of the black-scaled and gold boss, he could effortlessly crush platinum-grade beasts, his strength extraordinarily formidable. Just as Lu Feiyu had secured the ferocious beast cores, an unmistakable sound of footsteps approached from behind, unmasked and resounding. Clapping accompanied the echoing footfalls, creating an especially jarring contrast in the aftermath of battle. It seems I underestimated you. Truly, a student with SSS-level talent. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Feiyu immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. Turning around, he was greeted by the loathsome visage of Chao Yanhua. Surprised? I found you. As Lu Feiyu turned, Chao Yanhua's face erupted with a grotesque joy. He clapped once more, saying, Junior, it's not that I harbor any ill will towards you. In fact, as a student with SSS-level talent, someone as opportunistic as I would be eager to curry favor with you. However, there's a price on your head, and I have no desire to kill you, but the offer is simply too enticing. At this juncture, he shifted his tone, an exaggerated grin stretching across his face, his eyes glimmering with a terrifying crimson light. Moreover, to slay a genius like you would be an unparalleled thrill. Just the thought of your agonized screams sends shivers down my spine. At that moment, Chao Yanhua abruptly closed his eyes, emitting a series of delighted growls. Lu Feiyu had little interest in witnessing his perverse display any longer. He gazed skyward, subtly signaling to Gold Boss and Blackscale to remain vigilant. They instantly understood. Just then, Chao Yanhua's eyes snapped open, the terrifying brightness within them intensifying. This visage reminded Lu Feiyu of the late Wan Jiaming from Changnan. Connecting it to Chao Yanhua's earlier words, it became evident that Chao Yanhua was likely another agent of the Beast sect infiltrated within Hucking University. With this realization, Lu Feiyu's heart surged with vigilance. Wan Jiaming had relied on inferior blood-enhancing drugs to elevate his platinum late-stage power to that of someone comparable to the Diamond Realm. Given that Chao Yanhua was already a top-tier platinum beastmaster, should he consume such a potion, his true strength would likely far surpass that of Wan Jiaming. Seemingly sensing the wariness etched on Lu Feiyu's face, Chao Yanhua's expression brightened even further. It seems you've deduced my identity. Very clever. Such a smart child. I shall take good care of you. As he spoke, a deafening sonic boom erupted from the front. In an instant, Chao Yanhua's figure vanished. Lu Feiyu's pupils constricted sharply. And the next moment, a fist as large as a sandbag, accompanied by a gust of bloody wind, hurtled directly towards his face. The speed had clearly surpassed the limits of the Platinum Realm. Indeed, a Diamond Beastmaster. Roar. Witnessing his master under attack, Gold Boss, the swiftest, leapt to interpose itself between Lu Feiyu and Chao Yanhua. Its fluffy fur transformed into a series of needle-like spikes under its command. Bang! Chao Yanhua's fists collided violently with Gold Boss's formidable body, unleashing a thunderous roar. In an instant, Gold Boss was sent flying several meters, fur raining down like droplets, with a few drops of blood spewing from its mouth. Despite its exceptional talent, the chasm between Golden and Diamond realms was insurmountable, far beyond what mere talent could bridge. Nevertheless, its intervention provided Lu Feiyu with a fleeting respite. Blackscale descended from the heavens, its massive body crashing down with tremendous force. Even in its frenzied state, Chao Yanhua was compelled to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Feiyu leapt atop Blackscale's neck, gripping the upright scales tightly to steady himself. The moment had arrived. Strike now. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyu shouted from his perch on Blackscaled. Heh, you do find yourself in quite the predicament. As he called out, a warm chuckle descended from above. Soon after, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall landed upon the auspicious phoenix, declaring, no need for such sarcasm. My beast was injured for the school's sake, and compensation must not be lacking. Lu Feiyu merely rolled his eyes, directing Blackscaled to retreat, seizing the chance to pull the previously injured gold boss onto Blackscaled's back. At this moment, Boss Jean appeared somewhat listless. However, fortunately, there was no cause for alarm. Fear not. The essentials will undoubtedly remain intact for you. Yet, at present, I must attend to the refuse within the school. Xiongming's words drifted down from the air. Simultaneously, several beasts of varying forms swiftly manifested around him, encircling Chao Yinhua completely. How could this be possible? Chao Yinhua gazed at the beasts, exuding an aura reminiscent of the full moon, teetering on the brink of despair. Truth be told, he had never faced an adversary of such celestial caliber before. The overwhelming aura of terror nearly rendered him incapable of standing firm. Could it be that I have been discovered long ago? Chao Yinhua abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens, fixing his stare upon the principal above. At this moment, the crimson murderous intent in his eyes had considerably diminished, replaced by unparalleled panic. He had joined the 10,000 Beasts sect in pursuit of a better life, not to meet an untimely demise. In truth, it was merely that Lu Feiyu was the subject of my vigilant care. I personally oversee him every time he descends into the primordial secret realm. Xiongming replied coldly, his eyes filled with chilling intent to kill. This response only served to infuriate Chao Yinhua further, nearly driving him to the brink of vomiting blood. Why? Why does this brat receive such favorable treatment? Even the principal, who is perpetually occupied, must safeguard him day and night. Chapter 68. Compensation and Challenge. Chao Yinhua also considered himself one of the notable talents at Hucking University. Yet even to catch a glimpse of the principal was as difficult as climbing the heavens. Yet this Lu Feiyu had the audacity to have the principal willingly act as his bodyguard, providing protection at all times. Such a stark disparity in treatment made Chao Yinhua seethe with frustration. The changes in his countenance were numerous, and the regret upon his face became increasingly evident. Concurrently, the crimson murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. At that moment, Chao Yinhua resembled a pitiful little beast, small and helpless, entirely devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Principal, could you grant me another chance? I possess a wealth of information regarding the 10,000 Beasts sect. I can redeem my past transgressions and prove my worth. I implore you. Chao Yinhua rasped, his voice dry and coarse, reminiscent of a vengeful specter from the depths of hell. Yet, before a beast master of the lunar grade, even a specter must bow low. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyu stepped forward from behind Xiongming, arms crossed and voice dripping with mockery. Senior Chao, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you vow to cherish me? Come now. I am right here. I've just given you an opportunity to show me your affection. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Strength means nothing without power and influence. You pitiful wretch. A mindless fool, no matter how strong, is merely cannon fodder. Hearing Lu Feiyu's taunts, Chao Yinhua's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, wishing fervently to tear the loquacious youth apart. However, circumstances were beyond his control. Given the current situation, even if Lu Feiyu approached him and slapped his face twice, he would have to endure it obediently. Thus, even as Lu Feiyu mocked him closely, he could only force a strained smile and continuously apologize. Junior, oh no, Brother Lu. I beseech you to overlook my faults and speak a few kind words on my behalf. At that moment, Xiongming, who had remained silent, waved his hand and said, Enough, Feiyu, stop teasing him. The members of the 10,000 Beasts sect are destined to perish. As for the so-called information, as he spoke, Xiongming waved his large hand. A shadow leapt swiftly from behind him and, in the blink of an eye, landed atop Chao Yinhua's head. Lu Feiyu observed closely. It was a spider covered in gray fur, initially no larger than a palm. Yet, in an instant, its form dramatically expanded. The gray hairs on its 8 long legs began to grow wildly, each strand becoming as hard as iron, radiating a cold, bluish-gray light. In the blink of an eye, the 8 long legs enveloped Chao Yinhua's head completely. The coarse gray hairs pierced through his skin like steel needles. Instantly, blood gushed forth, spraying into the air like a fountain. Simultaneously, the spider's abdomen rhythmically swelled and contracted, as if it were siphoning Chao Yinhua's brain and soul. A wretched scream echoed through the forest, resembling the wail of a tormented ghost. Chao Yinhua, in agony, clutched his head and rolled helplessly in the swamp. Yet, with every roll and friction, he only exacerbated his injuries. Before long, his cries diminished, and his struggles became faint. Lu Feiyu looked down to see Chao Yinhua's once robust physique, now emaciated and frail. His cheeks were hollowed, and he breathed like a whisper. His ribs pressed against his skin, creating deep furrows. In a mere few seconds, a master of diamond-level combat prowess had been utterly drained by a single spider. This terrifying display of power made even Lu Feiyu gulp involuntarily. Most critically, He could clearly see that Qiao Yanhua's once crimson eyes were now dull and lifeless. The man had become a mere shell, as if his soul had been devoured, reduced to a mindless husk. Witnessing this, Lu Feiyu instinctively activated his Eye of Ascendance to observe the eerie gray-furred spider. Species, soul-devouring demon spider. Attribute, soul. Talent level, SS. Realm, lunar grade, 2nd tier. Skills, heart-piercing fur, epic. Soul-devouring power, epic. Memory extraction, epic. Soul link, epic. Evaluation, your soul is merely an appetizer. Upon glimpsing the memory extraction skill, Lu Feiyu suddenly understood why Xiong Meng dismissed the information spoken by Qiao Yanhua with such indifference. It turned out that Xiong Meng had no need for others to provide information. He could acquire what he desired with his own hands. Oh, so it appears that the prestigious institutions in the capital have been infiltrated by such scum. Having consumed Qiao Yanhua entirely, Xiong Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, the icy demeanor on his face growing more pronounced. Then, he turned his piercing gaze toward Lu Feiyu, his expression softening just a touch. This time, you acted as bait to assist me in uncovering the traitors within the 10,000 Beasts sect, earning a significant accomplishment, which can be exchanged for a high-level special resource. As for the injury to your beast in the line of duty, you may exchange it for a mid-level special resource. What do you think? Lu Feiyu found this arrangement exceedingly satisfactory. Indeed, Hucking University proved to be generous. After all, he had done little, suffering only minor injuries to Boss Jean in the process. In exchange, he received both a high-level special resource and a mid-level special resource. This transaction was nothing short of advantageous. He even found himself wishing for the 10,000 Beasts sect to send more assassins after him. Just one individual this time? What sort of jest is that? If others see this, they might think the 10,000 Beasts sect has no one left. It would be best if they sent several. 10 at once. After all, the one taking action is Principal Xiong. The one who has suffered an injury is Boss Jean, yet it is Lu Feiyu who stands to gain. No problem, right? He can collect the resources himself later. Seeing Lu Feiyu nod, Xiong Meng continued. You must be seeking an S-rank beast egg, am I correct? As far as I know, you have already reached the golden rank. At this point, even though Xiong Meng is a seasoned educator and the president of a top university in China, he could not help but emphasize the word golden. The reason for this was simple. Lu Feiyu's rate of advancement is astonishingly rapid, so much so that it surpasses everyone's expectations. While his peers are still grappling with the black iron rank, and some are even elated to have broken through to bronze, Lu Feiyu has already shattered through the 3 realms of black iron, bronze, and silver, ascending to gold with an unmatched momentum. This speed astonished not only Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing, the 2 presidents, but even the chief executive of China was left utterly astounded. Simultaneously, foreign powers could no longer remain complacent. Should Lu Feiyu continue to develop at this pace, in just a decade, or rather, in merely 3 years, the entire power structure of the world would be irrevocably altered. This was something that other nations could not tolerate. Decades ago, China had already produced an SSS-ranked Beastmaster. At that time, due to the calamity that had befallen the nation, China had suffered grievously and seen its national strength severely diminished, unwilling to sacrifice the lives of its citizens. Yet, upon the emergence of that Beastmaster, he single-handedly repelled all surrounding foes that resembled greedy wolves, ensuring a period of stable development for China for several decades. Now, the national strength is at its zenith, widely recognized as among the top 2, if not the first. It is fair to say that the mightiest Beastmaster in the world resides within China, and it is foreseeable that the future's most formidable Beastmaster will also emerge from China. This is an unsettling reality for all other nations, particularly the Eagle Nation, which has long proclaimed itself the beacon of humanity and is now in a state of acute anxiety. Today, the Eagle Nation, in alliance with dozens of other countries, has formally issued a joint challenge to China. Chapter 69, Space System S-Rank Beast Egg. We have heard with joy of your nation's acquisition of an SSS-ranked Beastmaster. Our nation, along with the Never-Setting Sun Nation, the Snow Bear Nation, the Eastern Japan Nation, and 93 other countries, extends an invitation for a friendly competition. As Beastmasters, we ought to promote the spirit of combat and enhance our practical abilities. Therefore, we propose a mixed battle points system for this competition. The location will be set in the uncharted seas of the initial secret realm, with rankings determined by points earned through defeating opponents. The time will be at noon on March 25th, Beijing time. The stakes involve the rights to resource gathering in the open sea for the next 20 years. We hope your nation will graciously accept our invitation. This video has already topped the trending charts across various social media platforms, garnering attention that eclipses all other hot topics. Almost everyone in China has viewed this video and is aware of the situation. The ensuing discussions are particularly fervent, even spawning heated debates. Damn it. Isn't this just blatant bullying? Only a fool would participate. The one above is correct. Everyone knows Lu Feiyu is going to take on 93 opponents. How is that even feasible for a human? Does anyone up there have any guts? They've thrown down the gauntlet, and you're still hesitating? Just go for it. Stop shouting from up there. If you can do it, then you should step up. Why should others fight for you? Are you just a spectator? I'll take you and your whole family down. Everyone, calm down. The rights to the open sea resources for 20 years. My goodness. If we actually secure that, I can hardly imagine how powerful China will become in the future. We would undoubtedly be the world's #1. The second, and even the 100th wouldn't be fit to carry our shoes. Those above are short-sighted, only thinking about resources. That's what winners consider. 1 against 93, regardless of being an SSS rank talent, I don't have high hopes. Exactly. What if we fail to secure the open sea resource rights and lose a top-tier genius in the process? We'd be losing both the lady and the soldiers. But if we don't engage, we'll look like turtles retreating into their shells. What a disgrace. What is your pride worth? Is it worth more than a strand of hair from an SSS rank talent? Damn it. Whether we participate or not, it's like they're roasting us over a fire. Truly a bunch of despicable creatures. After Lu Feiyu finished watching the video and reading the comments, his brow furrowed slightly. The mixed battle system is the easiest to manipulate. Not to mention, the mere fact that over 90 countries have united to besiege him constitutes an undeniable force. Even Lu Feiyu himself does not dare to underestimate these top-tier talents nurtured by their respective nations. In a one-on-one scenario, he is confident in defeating or even killing his opponent in an instant. However, facing 90-plus adversaries, that would daunt anyone. Even ants can bring down an elephant, let alone over 90 top talents. I understand this may put you in a difficult position, but the rights to resource gathering in the open sea for 20 years are of utmost importance to China. To be candid, the individual in need is currently at a crucial juncture, requiring resources in astronomical quantities. Should you agree, the official will immediately provide you with an S-rank beast egg. Should you successfully secure first place, you will receive another S-rank beast egg as a reward. Of course, if you are unwilling, we will not pressure you. You will receive all necessary resources regardless, and your advancement will not be hindered. Personally, I even hope you do not participate, as the risks involved are indeed significant. Even if you possess SSS rank talent, well. Xiongming trailed off, his words unspoken, casting a worried glance at Lu Feiyu. In response, Lu Feiyu did not immediately agree or refuse, but instead stated, I wish to see that beast egg first before making a decision. He needed to assess the attributes of the beast egg to determine its suitability for the mixed battle. After all, one's life is singular. Even possessing SSS rank Beastmaster talent, Lu Feiyu is mindful of this. But wait, Lu Feiyu has 2 lives. Thanks to the White Jade Sphere granting him a second chance at survival. However, that only protects him from a single fatal blow. It does not equate to rebirth or transmigration. Should he truly be unable to withstand the odds, death would still claim him. That is certainly no issue. Seeing that Lu Feiyu did not refuse, Xiongming let out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Lu Feiyu grew somewhat complex, as he grappled with the conflicting emotions of pushing his student into a perilous situation. I have brought the beast egg. Take a look. The authorities are indeed quite concerned about your safety, specifically providing you with a space system beast egg. If we cannot win, we can certainly make our escape, right? Suppressing his complicated feelings, Xiongming spoke while retrieving the beast egg from his spatial ring. Unlike ordinary beast eggs, which are diminutive, this particular beast egg gave Lu Feiyu an immediate impression of grandeur. Xiongming cradled the beast egg in both hands at his abdomen. Even so, the egg completely obscured his upper body and face. Judging by its length, it was at least 1 meter long, with a width of around half a meter. The egg was entirely black, its surface intermittently shimmering with dark luminescence, exuding an air of mystery and enigma. From Lu Feiyu's perspective, this beast egg appeared. It is akin to the high walnut from Plants vs. Zombies, albeit in a darker incarnation. Principal, you truly ought to have mentioned that it belongs to the space category. You have set my heart racing. I shall comply. This group of foreign provocateurs has dared to challenge your grandfather, Lord Lu. I must ensure they learn the meaning of dragon scales that must not be touched. A glimmer of light flickered in Lu Feiyu's eyes as the essential information about the pitch-black beast egg flashed before him. Once he confirmed that this beast egg indeed belonged to the space category, he readily acquiesced. For, as Xiongming had articulated, space beasts excel in speed. Whether it be in retreat or in ambush, they are among the elite. With this beast in his possession, Lu Feiyu harbored no fear of being besieged. If he could not defeat them, surely he could escape, could he not? Chapter 70, The Shattering Sky Divine Eagle. However, Lu Feiyu would not acquiesce so easily. He added, aside from this beast egg, I require 10 million huaxia coins for my training and growth over the next few days. 10 million may sound like a substantial sum, and indeed it is. For an ordinary person, the total income of an entire lifetime, perhaps even their descendants, might not amount to such a figure. Nevertheless, Lu Feiyu and Xiong Meng did not deem this demand excessive. After all, this undertaking was a gamble of his very life. A venture to secure resources for the nation and uphold its dignity. A genius's life traded for 10 million huaxia coins is, in truth, a modest price. Thus, upon hearing Lu Feiyu's request, Xiong Meng did not hesitate to comply. Not a problem. I will have the funds transferred to your account immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu nodded and took the beast egg from Xiong Meng's hands. The enormous beast egg, reminiscent of a high walnut, appeared substantial but felt remarkably light in his grasp. Almost weightless. This left Lu Feiyu in awe. Species, interdimensional flying eagle. Attribute, space. Talent level, S. Realm. Skills, swift wings, exceptional. Rending feathers, exceptional. Instance space, exceptional. Spatial forbidden, epic. Evolution path, interdimensional flying eagle, S level. Shattering sky divine eagle, SS level. Master of the realm, SSS level. God of infinite skies, mythical level. Note, only beasts containing mythical bloodlines can transcend the mythical level. Evaluation, swift as a phantom. With the new S-level beast egg secured, the date of the grand competition loomed ever closer. Today marked the 20th of March, with only 4 or 5 days remaining until the date set by the Eagle Nation. With this thought, Lu Feiyu had no desire to linger in the secret realm. Informing Xiong Meng of his departure, he vacated the secret realm and returned to his dormitory. Seated upon his bed, Lu Feiyu's thoughts grew heavy as his consciousness swiftly traversed into his beast space. The languid golden boss, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy, was now lively and spirited. Accompanied by his 3 beasts, Lu Feiyu hurried towards the mythical bloodline pool. He cradled the beast egg in his hands and tossed it into the bloodline pool. The beast egg floated delicately, akin to a feather, before finally breaking the still surface of the pool. The moment the egg met the tranquil waters, ripples surged forth as if the pool had opened a gaping maw, swallowing the 1-meter-high beast egg into its depths. True to the swift characteristics of a space beast, the incubation of this egg was remarkably rapid. Mere moments after its integration into the pool, even as the ripples from its entry were yet to dissipate, a terrifying wave of spatial energy emanated from the deepest recesses of the pool. A piercing cry erupted, reverberating through the heavens, as a silver-black figure shot forth from the depths with the swiftness of lightning. Its velocity was astounding, trailing a vortex of water in its wake. The splashes of water and the gleaming silver-black feathers shimmered under the sun, creating a dazzling spectacle. Lu Feiyu activated his Ascension eye, his vision enhancing several-fold as he gazed skyward. There, a colossal bird, with wings fully outstretched and spanning approximately 10 meters, soared freely through the sky. Its silver-black feathers, unlike the deep, ink-like scales of black, radiated an inexplicable luster, bestowing it with an unmistakable sense of sci-fi elegance. The feathers of this giant bird did not adhere closely to its body like those of other avians. Instead, they inclined at nearly a 45-degree angle to the right, with the tips bifurcating into 2 short and 1 long silver-black spikes. Merely gazing upon it invoked a sharp and lethal aura that pierced the atmosphere. Judged solely on its appearance, this creature could be deemed a pinnacle among the finest, even as the lowest E-level beast. Its extraordinary and unique visage would likely entice affluent buyers willing to pay handsomely for mere admiration. Moreover, this was an authentic SS-level qualified beast. Species, shattering sky divine eagle. Attribute, space. Talent level, SS. Realm, black iron 6th stage. Skills, shattering sky divine feathers, epic. Speed of the void, epic. Sovereign of the skies, epic. Absolute forbidden domain, legendary. Shattering sky divine feathers. The feathers of the beast embody the power to shatter the sky. In combat, they can be detached and launched, disregarding all defenses, inflicting true damage upon adversaries. The beast can recall its feathers at will, causing additional penetrating damage upon retrieval. Speed of the void. The beast harnesses spatial power, quadrupling its speed when activating this ability, and can traverse through spatial crevices. Sovereign of the skies. When positioned at high altitudes, the beast's physical attributes double, gaining immunity to unusual attack states. Absolute forbidden domain. In the realm of space, all is forbidden. The beast manifests a spatial domain, nullifying all escape methods while summoning countless spatial whirlwinds to mercilessly annihilate foes until none are left alive. Note, in determining the beast's abilities, all entities other than the beast master and their contracted beast are considered enemies. Exercise caution in utilizing this ability. Note, This ability demands immense energy. Forcibly invoking it at the beast's current strength will result in a state of extreme weakness. Evolution Path: Shattering Sky Divine Eagle, SS level. Lightning Sky Sovereign, SSS level. Master of Electric Sky Deities, mythical level. Note: only beasts containing mythical bloodlines can transcend the mythical level. Evaluation: Embodiment of Speed. The Pinnacle of Space. 3 epic abilities and 1 legendary skill. Indeed, a legendary capability, focused on damage. Frankly, even though Feiyu had already acquired 3 SS-level qualified beasts, he was still profoundly astonished by this information panel. First and foremost, the initial ability represents the Shattering Sky Divine Eagle's most formidable offensive potential in its ordinary state. True damage, impervious to all defenses. This means that even if you are a solar-level beast, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities, you will still suffer from the onslaught of the Shattering Sky Divine Eagle's feathers. Of course, for entities of solar-level caliber, such injuries may seem insignificant. However, one must remember, to inflict harm upon another and to render them utterly powerless are 2 entirely different matters. Moreover, the Shattered Sky Divine Feather inflicts damage in 2 distinct phases: piercing and retraction, each capable of dealing exorbitant damage to the adversary. When these 2 phases combine, foes of the same realm may well meet their demise on the spot. The terror and dominance of this ability are self-evident. The speed of breaking through the void can be described as the very essence of the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle's core capabilities. Its effect is straightforward, an unparalleled velocity. What? You say that mere speed alone does not equate to epic strength? Then, consider the ability to traverse through spatial rifts, disregarding all obstacles, rendering enemy attacks unable to lock onto their target. Is that sufficient? Feiyu can only affirm, it is more than enough. With the skill, he can indulge freely in the chaotic brawl of the 25th Secret Realm, reveling without restraint. How could the enemy possibly capture Feiyu amidst the turbulent currents of space? Chapter 71: Flight and Beast Mastery. With this skill in his possession, Feiyu can be said to possess an overwhelming sense of security. He may strike when he wishes and depart at will, embodying the very essence of freedom. At that time, the encirclement aimed at Feiyu will inevitably devolve into a personal showcase for him. The so-called alliance of 93 nations is a complete farce. As for the aerial dominator, it merely enhances physical attributes. Its effectiveness among SS-grade beast masters is rather mediocre, neither exceptional nor poor, lacking any significant merit. What excites Feiyu the most is undoubtedly the 4th skill, a legendary ability. Moreover, it is purely a killing power. The absolute forbidden domain, summoning countless spatial torrents to annihilate all enemies. Merely gazing upon this simple yet brutal description of the ability leaves Feiyu in awe. To the death and beyond. What a tyrannical power. Furthermore, within the absolute forbidden domain of the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle, at the very moment this domain is established, all means of escape will be nullified. All enemies will be left to helplessly witness their own bodies and their beasts being shredded into fragments by countless howling spatial torrents. This sense of despair, this terror, this helplessness, upon contemplating this, Feiyu cannot help but feel pity for his future adversaries. The only 2 regrets are: first, the definition of enemies by this ability is excessively broad. Aside from Feiyu himself and the beasts he has contracted, everyone else is considered an enemy. This consequently means he can only utilize this skill in places devoid of civilians or friends. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the imminent chaotic battle within the secret realm presents an excellent opportunity for its use. The second regret is that this ability inexplicably carries a negative effect. Even the usage description mentions extreme weakness. Feiyu estimates that using it once within a day would be quite fortunate. Fortunately, according to the ability's description, the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle can mitigate this negative impact through its own realm. Perhaps, once it reaches the Golden Realm, it will be able to wield this terrifying power without restraint. Come. After examining the abilities of the newly contracted beast, Feiyu shifted his gaze from the information panel. He looked at the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle, which was still soaring freely in the sky, and called out. In an instant, a silver-black streak descended from the sky, arriving before Feiyu. The speed was so astonishing that it left behind afterimages in the air. What remarkable swiftness! Feiyu marveled, gazing at the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle, which bowed its head in loyalty. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out to pat its head, fearful that the feathers adorning its crown, sharp and spiky, might yield 100 bleeding punctures upon contact. With a keen perception of her master's thoughts, the Shattered Sky Divine Eagle let out a sharp cry, and the form of its feathers swiftly transformed. The 3 small spines at the tail merged into one, and the sharp angles disappeared. Its feathers now exuded a soft sheen, making one yearn to caress them. Such a feature. Upon witnessing this transformation, Feiyu no longer hesitated and gently stroked its head. To his astonishment, the seemingly soft feathers emanated a powerful suction, firmly gripping his hand. Goodness! Mother need no longer worry about me being blown away. Feeling this, Feiyu was overwhelmed with joy. With his hand as a fulcrum on the eagle's head, he vaulted onto its back. The moment his bottom made contact, the immense suction held him in place. A comfortable and soft sensation spread through his body, bringing great delight. Take off. Feiyu clapped the eagle's back. Instantly, a gust of wind howled, causing his hair to stand on end. At the same time, the scenery before his eyes began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Feiyu was astonished to find himself soaring 100 meters above the ground. At such an altitude, the fierce winds roared like a giant's lament, stirring the soul. However, thanks to the miraculous suction of the shattered sky divine eagle's feathers, Feiyu's form remained utterly stable, not even swaying an inch. He stretched his neck, gazing with keen interest at the scenery along the horizon. He had never felt the pure white clouds to be so close. In an instant, a sense of freedom and exhilaration welled up within him. He, Feiyu, was also a master of a flying beast. Let us go. Show me what lies beyond the spatial rift. Feiyu once more tapped the eagle's back, exclaiming almost in a roar. It was not his intention to shout so loudly, but the wind was so fierce that unless he raised his voice, no one would hear him. Responding to his command, the shattered sky divine eagle let out a resounding cry, as if reminding its master to hold on tightly. The next moment, the scene before Feiyu shifted rapidly, and intense spatial fluctuations surged towards him like an unceasing tide. Concurrently, the howling wind came to an abrupt halt. The roaring sound dissipated, leaving no trace of noise in his ears. This stark contrast between extreme motion and utter stillness, compounded by the constant pressure of the spatial waves enveloping him, nearly induced a feeling of nausea in Feiyu. Fortunately, soon the same spatial fluctuations surged upward from the shattered sky divine eagle beneath him. After the two waves collided and dissipated, they could scarcely exert any further influence on Feiyu. At last, he adapted to the sensation of traversing through the spatial crevice and found himself with the capacity to observe what this so-called spatial rift truly resembled. He raised his gaze, and everywhere he looked, there were incessantly swirling black torrents, overwhelming Feiyu's senses. This spatial crevice resembled an inverted cylindrical passage, its interior a pure black base, filled with chaotic currents. Additionally, flashes of vibrant colors occasionally darted before Feiyu's eyes. He understood that upon colliding with such a colored block, he would immediately traverse back to the present world. After experiencing this for a while, the novelty that once filled Feiyu's heart quickly faded. He directed the fragmented sky divine eagle back into the beast master space, landing at the initial spot, in front of his other beasts. Feiyu bestowed a name upon it, Kongyu. From now on, you shall be called Kongyu, a spatial-type beast with its uniquely remarkable feathers. The name Kongyu was indeed most fitting. In fact, considering its flying capabilities, Feiyu had contemplated naming the fragmented sky divine eagle Feiyu. However, upon reflection, he pondered, how could a beast share the same name as its master? Wouldn't such news incite laughter from others? Thus, the name Feiyu became Kongyu, which was both appropriate and melodious. Chapter 72, Eldest Sister. Upon hearing Feiyu's naming, Kongyu's sharp eyes brightened, its feathers spreading once more as it let out a resounding eagle cry, appearing utterly delighted. As customary, Feiyu played with his beasts for a while to foster their bond. He then exited the Beastmaster space and returned to reality. Immediately, Feiyu took out his phone. Upon seeing the bank information displayed on the screen, a smile crept across his face. 10 million huaxia coins. Coupled with the various resources he had obtained from the Birth Secret Realm, he had amassed approximately 15 million huaxia coins. Such a fortune, along with the super discounts attached to the black gold card gifted by Wang Shiyao, 39% off. This meant that the 15 million huaxia coins in Feiyu's possession could be utilized, as if they were 40 million within the Wanbao Pavilion. Such a substantial sum of money was sufficient for one of his beasts to evolve to SSS level. At that time, his strength would undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement. As for which beast to elevate, Feiyu had already made up his mind. Since he was to enhance, he would uplift the strongest among them. That is to say, the Black Scale. Moreover, the Black Scale's skill, the devouring power, would allow it to swiftly digest the immense energy contained within the evolution resources, transforming it into its own strength. And in the grand battle 5 days hence, every increment of strength would equate to an additional layer of security. As for the other beasts, Feiyu was confident that after the next grand battle, evolving them all once more would pose no challenge. With this thought in mind, Feiyu rose from his bed, gulping down a bottle of mineral water to calm his excited heart. He then picked up the black gold card and bank card, donned a mask, and set forth towards the Wanbao Pavilion in the capital. At this level of special resources, Lu Feiyu felt compelled to personally visit the Wanbao Pavilion to ensure everything was in order before he could rest easy. The capital boasted a well-developed transportation system, and within half an hour, Lu Feiyu had arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion. Perhaps due to having drunk too much water, as soon as he exited the taxi, Lu Feiyu felt a pressing urge from his prostate that surged to his head. That acute sensation propelled him into the Wanbao Pavilion, completely disregarding the enthusiastic inquiries of several salespeople as he hurriedly dashed toward the restroom. The sound of water gushing forth was akin to a waterfall crashing against cliffs. Once he had relieved himself, Lu Feiyu exhaled deeply, adjusted his pants, and proceeded to the sink outside the restroom to wash his hands. While washing, he heard a muffled sound of crying from outside, followed by a man's furious voice. "What are you doing? You've been here a month and Haven Tea made a single sale. Are you here to collect a salary as a charity case? Useless." Lu Feiyu paid no heed to the tirade. He was not a saint, after all, and could not concern himself with such trifles. He shook off the water from his hands, took 2 paper towels from the nearby dispenser, dried his hands, and swaggered out. Upon seeing a customer exit, the previously irate man immediately smoothed his expression into a friendly smile for Lu Feiyu. At the same time, the girl who had been scolded lifted her head, her teary eyes gazing at Lu Feiyu. Initially, Lu Feiyu cast a casual glance, yet at that moment, he found himself frozen in place, his heart racing with shock. "Sister?" Lu Feiyu stepped forward, incredulously gazing at the tear-streaked face of the woman before him. Her features were unmistakably those of his elder sister, Lu Fian. After the union of Lu Guanzhong and Zhang Fengxia, their treatment of Lu Fian had been equally brutal. Perhaps due to her striking beauty, Zhang Fengxia was even harsher with her than with Lu Feiyu, often resorting to beatings and withholding food as a norm. Consequently, during Lu Feiyu's tender years, Lu Fian had left home early, vanishing without a trace, as if she had disappeared from the world altogether. Lu Feiyu had nearly forgotten his sister, with whom he shared the deepest blood ties. His remaining memories of her were filled with warmth. She had been exceptionally kind to him, embodying the saying that an elder sister is like a mother. She would always ensure he tasted any good things first. Thus, Lu Feiyu had been utterly devastated by her disappearance. In his naive youth, he had even harbored resentment towards her for not taking him along. Yet now, reflecting on it, that 12 or 13-year-old girl had struggled to survive alone in the world. How could she possibly have taken along a younger boy? The odds of both surviving would have been minuscule, perhaps less than 1 in 10,000. They might not have even gotten far before being intercepted by patrolling officials and sent back home. The ensuing torment awaiting them would have been far more severe. Therefore, upon seeing Lu Fian once more, Lu Feiyu felt an exhilarating joy. She could be considered his only remaining relative. He had previously thought her to have long since passed from this world. I am not the person you think I am." Lu Fian quickly lowered her head, her body slightly turning to the right, attempting to conceal the visible red handprint on her cheek with her cascading hair. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feiyu's elation instantly cooled. His heart ignited with a volcanic rage. His gaze turned as cold as steel, sweeping across the man's face, as though he wished to carve him into pieces. The man, adorned with tattoos on his neck, suddenly felt as if a steel blade had pierced his brow, his body covered in cold sweat. He forced a smile, attempting to explain. "Sir, you must be mistaken. Lu Fian has no parents or relatives. She is merely an orphan." Indeed, it was her. Hearing this explanation only solidified Lu Feiyu's suspicions. He stepped closer, nearly pressing against Lu Fian, lifting her chin with his hand. He gazed deeply into her tear-filled, reddened eyes, and asked each word with precision. "Why are you avoiding me?" As he spoke, his hand brushed against the red mark on her face. The tattooed man's calloused hand struck fiercely, leaving Lu Fian's cheek swollen and reddened. Even on her right cheek, faint trails of blood began to crawl down, presenting a ghastly sight. "What is happening?" As Lu Fian continued to cower, Lu Feiyu refrained from pressing her too hard. He merely turned away, directing a gaze at the tattooed man as if he were inspecting a corpse, and sternly inquired. At that moment, the tattooed man finally regained his composure, cursing inwardly. How could I be intimidated by this little brat? He scorned Lu Fian's dismal circumstances, questioning what sort of formidable character her brother could possibly be. Why should he treat him with such deference? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the tattooed man wore a brazen smile and proclaimed, "In our Wanbao Pavilion, the worthless deserve to be beaten. Not satisfied? Then quit. There are plenty of people eager to take your place. And you little wretch, look at your pitiful appearance. If you aren't going to buy anything, then don't waste my time here at Wanbao Pavilion. It's ridiculous. I can't fathom how security allows such riffraff to roam free." As he spoke, he scrutinized Lu Feiyu's attire from head to toe, observing that not a single designer label adorned his person, and that his entire outfit likely cost less than 2,000 yuan. The disdain in his eyes intensified. In fact, as he continued to speak, he spat contemptuously at Lu Feiyu's feet, leaving no room for misinterpretation of his scorn. Upon hearing these words, Lu Feiyu remained calm, but Lu Fian was incensed. She raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, yet her tone unwavering. I am not worthless. It is you who deliberately suppress me, relegating me to the discarded beast egg area. What sane person would spend tens of thousands to purchase a defective beast egg? Is it not entirely reasonable to lack performance under such circumstances? In response to Lu Fian's accusations, the tattooed man merely chuckled dismissively, his predatory gaze roaming over Lu Fian's exquisite features before settling on her heaving chest, which quivered with indignation. He discreetly swallowed hard and retorted, what deliberate suppression? Don't be ridiculous. This area is unassigned. You lack qualifications, not even a middle school diploma, and you have no connections. If you don't work here, who will? Or perhaps you prefer I take your place? Ha ha ha. As he concluded his taunt, a wild laughter erupted from him. His words were laced with absurdity. For this so-called defective area had always been jointly managed by all the salespeople, given its lack of interest from customers. His intention to assign Lu Fian to this section was solely to exert immense pressure on her, compelling her to succumb to the dual burdens of work and reality under his oppressive influence. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Today, he intended to shatter her self-esteem before the eyes of all, transforming her into his obedient servant. Imagining the degrading scenario filled him with a twisted excitement, causing an unnatural flush to rise on his face. At that moment, Lu Feiyu had fully turned around, his expression impassive as he regarded the cackling Zhou Wenhui. Suddenly, he advanced with purpose, his shoulders sinking slightly, and with a deft twist of his waist, he coiled his body like a taut bowstring. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful arc with his hand, striking Zhou Wenhui's grotesque visage with a resounding slap. The echo of the slap reverberated throughout the Wanbao Pavilion, akin to the detonation of a bomb, startling not only the patrons near the restroom, but also everyone in the grand hall of the pavilion. Zhou Wenhui, caught entirely off guard, was sent reeling, as if struck by a missile, propelled several meters backward until he crashed against the wall, where his momentum finally ceased. Dazed, he staggered to his feet, a cacophony of buzzing filling his ears and mind, while the right side of his face had long since lost sensation, feeling as if half of it had been brutally severed. How dare he spit at me? Struggling to lift his hand to point at Lu Feiyu, he suddenly realized his mouth was filled with hard fragments. He bent over and expelled the foreign objects from his mouth. Upon recognizing their shape, a wave of dizziness washed over him. These were not mere stones, they were his own teeth. At that moment, his once even rows of teeth were reduced to a few precariously remaining, bloodied stumps. Speaking was no longer merely a matter of losing air. It was as if he had completely lost his ability to articulate. You're finished, intentionally inflicting harm on me. I swear. If I don't see you rot in prison for 10 years, I'll change my surname. Zhou Wenhui seethed inwardly, his fury rising as he glared at Lu Feiyu, vowing revenge. The crowd that had gathered, drawn in by the commotion, looked at Lu Feiyu with a mix of admiration and dismay, murmuring, how ruthless for someone so young. He seems like a fine, spirited lad. Why would he strike so mercilessly? Those who had been working at Wanbao Pavilion, familiar with Zhou Wenhui's true nature, exchanged hushed comments. That Zhou is shameless, constantly harassing young women. I know of at least 7 or 8 incidents. He treats them like disposable objects, leaving them in despair. It's disgusting. Well done. It's a pity for this handsome young man, though. Zhou Wenhui has connections. While he appears to be just a deputy leader, his uncle is the deputy manager of this branch, ranking just below the manager and store owner. How could he act so brazenly otherwise? Moreover, with injuries like these, even if the young man is in the right, he won't emerge unscathed unless he has powerful backing of his own. Upon hearing this, the once excited salespeople fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at Lu Feiyu. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. Soon, a robust man dressed in a suit descended, accompanied by a team of security personnel. Deputy Manager Su Xiu swiftly scanned the scene, his gaze lingering momentarily on Lu Feiyu before shifting to his nephew. Just one glance caused his brow to furrow deeply, internally lamenting, this fellow has truly gone too far. That half of his face resembles a swollen pig's head. Recalling his sister's concerns, Su Xiu felt a headache coming on. Upon spotting his uncle, Zhou Wenhui rushed over, clinging to Su Xiu's leg while wailing, Uncle, look at what that bastard has done to me. He must be punished. I want him to suffer beyond endurance. Hearing this, Su Xiu's brow knitted once more. How many times had he admonished his nephew to refer to titles while at work? How could this boy be so incorrigible? However, he was, after all, a kin bound by blood. He yanked Zhou Wenhui up from the ground and, accompanied by a retinue of men, strode toward Lu Feiyu. Su Xiu remained silent. Her brows furrowed tightly, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu, equally stoic, met her gaze with unwavering composure. Chapter 74, The Black Gold Card? Are you jesting? The two locked eyes for a brief moment, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Even the onlookers instinctively held their breath, fearful of drawing the attention of either party. At last, Su Xiu could no longer contain herself and demanded, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu cast a quizzical glance her way. "Is this ridiculous person renowned? Why on earth should I know you? It's utterly baffling." Seeing Lu Feiyu shake his head, Su Xiu's countenance darkened further. A sinister smile crept across her lips as she ominously declared, "No matter, you shall soon find out." This confidence, this unshakable composure, caused the crowd to gasp in astonishment, whispering among themselves to ascertain the identity of the man in the suit. Once they learned that Su Xiu was the deputy manager of Wanbage, their heads shook in pity, their gazes toward Lu Feiyu tinged with sympathy. Behind Lu Feiyu, Lu Fian fidgeted nervously with the hem of her clothing, her eyes filled with guilt as she looked at her brother. In her mind, she believed that had it not been for her, her brother would not be facing such perilous circumstances. Indeed, she thought to herself, "I am a harbinger of misfortune. My mother is, too, and so is my brother. Anyone who encounters me will surely suffer." Determined, she resolved to rescue her only brother by any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing her own dignity and integrity. "Bring this ignorant fool to me. Let him learn how to pronounce and write the name Su Xiu." Su Xiu commanded with a wave of her hand. Her many burly henchmen immediately advanced toward Lu Feiyu with predatory intent. Yet, before they could close the distance, Lu Feiyu coldly interjected, "I don't know who granted you this foolish confidence. Open your eyes wide and behold what this is." As he spoke, he withdrew a slender yet remarkably crafted card from his pocket. The pure black surface exuded an understated elegance and prestige. While the front bore the character inscribed in gilded seal script, the reverse side displayed the equally resplendent character. The edges of the black gold card were adorned with intricate, exquisite patterns resembling dragons and phoenixes, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. The moment Lu Feiyu unveiled the black gold card, the venue fell into an awed silence. Most present were oblivious to the significance of the card he held. After all, its rank was far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, let alone their comprehension. Yet, the confidence and composure with which Lu Feiyu presented the card were undeniably genuine, and the air of nobility emanating from it was unmistakable. In an instant, speculation rippled through the crowd. Could it be that this masked young man was truly the scion of one of Beijing's illustrious families? The tide of the situation shifted dramatically. Not only the onlookers, but even Su Xiu stood momentarily dumbfounded when Lu Feiyu revealed the black gold card. While others might be ignorant, as the deputy manager of Wanbage, she certainly recognized its significance. The black gold card, a symbol of the highest status at Wanbage. The bearer of this card was not only a distinguished guest among all at Wanbage, but also a figure of immense importance both in China and globally. However, Su Xiu quickly snapped out of her astonishment. Gazing at Lu Feiyu, her disdain grew increasingly palpable, and her smirk expanded into a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha, a clown. A mere clown. If you presented a gold card, I might have paused to question your identity. But you, in your ignorance, thought to forge a black gold card. Do you think such a card is befitting of a mongrel like you? Are you here to amuse me? Do you even grasp what the black gold card signifies at Wanbage? An unparalleled status, ultimate privileges. Such individuals are always accompanied by bodyguards. How could someone like you be so utterly alone?" "Ha ha," Su Xiu guffawed, clutching her stomach. Since becoming the manager of Wanbage, she had never encountered such a fool, brandishing a counterfeit black gold card to assert dominance. Watching Su Xiu laugh uproariously, Lu Feiyu's impatience became increasingly evident. To be frank, he had an aversion to foolishness, and the current display of the uncle and niece was exacerbating his irritation. At this moment, he felt as if swarms of ants were crawling all over him. Suddenly, his impatience morphed into icy resolve. With a flick of his wrist, the black gold card transformed into a streak of darkness, hurtling towards Su Xiu with alarming speed. The sound of it slicing through the air echoed like a whisper of death, abruptly silencing Su Xiu's laughter. Huqing University emphasized practical combat, training not only the combat abilities of beast tamers, but also the practical skills of the tamers themselves. The latter was personally overseen by the formidable Principal Xiongming, who had taken Lu Feiyu under his wing. Coupled with Lu Feiyu's innate cleverness, his combat skills had rapidly ascended even within a few days. He had become adept at various combat techniques. Thus, the black gold card soared through the air with remarkable swiftness and ferocity. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the encirclement of security personnel, whistling through the air as it hurtled towards Sushio's face. Sensing the naked malice emanating from the black gold card, Sushio instinctively turned her head to the left. The sound of flesh tearing echoed in her ears. The metallic scent of blood splattered into her nostrils, the overwhelming stench making her feel nauseous. Yet, a more intense pain surged from her right ear. Sushio writhed on the ground, cradling her head as if she were a writhing insect, overwhelmed by excruciating agony. Not far behind her, a semicircular chunk of her ear lay quietly on the ground, crimson blood staining the white tiles of vivid scarlet. Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Is this black gold card truly forged? Simultaneously, Lu Feiyu's cold voice sliced through the commotion of the crowd, clearly reaching Sushio's ears. The onlookers, stunned by Lu Feiyu's sudden ferocity, instinctively recoiled, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Even the seemingly robust security guards exchanged glances, quietly retreating. After all, for a few thousand yuan in salary, who would dare to sacrifice their well-being for wanbage? This young man was either backed by a significant power or a complete madman. Regardless of which scenario, neither was a confrontation for these mere security guards. Chapter 75. The trembling was not from exhaustion, but from fear. In that moment, everyone stood transfixed, silent as the grave, their gazes locked onto Lu Feiyu. The atmosphere felt eerily quiet, akin to a graveyard. Countless questions swirled in the minds of the crowd. The audacity and confidence of this young man is truly astonishing. Engaging in deliberate acts of violence, does he not fear the prospect of languishing in prison for eternity? At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps, more urgent than when Sushio made her entrance, echoed from the upper floor. An elderly man, distinguished by his tortoiseshell glasses and impeccably tailored attire, rushed down the staircase with great urgency, in stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor as the store manager. Huang Xinchuan descended in a series of hurried leaps, almost as if he were bounding down the stairs. Upon his initial glance, he did not acknowledge the cowardly security guard nor the visibly injured Zhou Wenhui, or Sushio, who had lost an ear. Instead, Huang Xinchuan's gaze was transfixed upon the black gold card that lay amidst the pool of blood. The prominent character for treasure inscribed upon its surface sent a shiver through him. Almost instinctively, he disregarded the blood and retrieved the card from the crimson puddle. A genuine yet abject smile, the most sincere he had ever worn, spread across Huang Xinchuan's face. He bent down, meticulously wiping the blood from the card with his hands, before hastening to stand before Lu Feiyu, bowing even lower, his head nearly buried between his legs. With his shoulders hunched and both hands raised high above his head, he presented the black gold card to Lu Feiyu, humbly imploring, "Esteemed Mr. Lu, our establishment has failed in its duty, resulting in my subordinate's offense against your esteemed self. I earnestly seek your forgiveness." This scene rendered everyone present utterly speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Lu Feiyu as if he were a deity. No one could fathom that a mere youth could command such profound respect from the manager of Wanbage's branch, to the point of utter subservience. Manager, have you lost your senses? How could a black gold card possibly be in the hands of such a young individual? This card must be a forgery. Even if it were authentic, it must have been stolen by this wretched brat through some underhanded means. Sushio, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly aghast. Ignoring the pain in his ear, he crawled desperately toward the manager, his bloodied hands clutching fiercely at Huang Xinchuan's calf, his mouth spewing accusations. Upon hearing these words, the already irritable Huang Xinchuan unleashed a powerful kick, sending Sushio flying several meters away. By a cruel twist of fate, Sushio's body tumbled through the air, ultimately crashing violently against the ground, his right temple absorbing the brunt of the impact. The injury to his ear, which had yet to staunch the bleeding, was exacerbated by this collision, the pain almost rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenhui, who had been lurking nearby, anticipating a harsh reprimand for Lu Feiyu from his uncle, was now overwhelmed by sheer shock. His eyes widened to an alarming degree, his mouth agape in astonishment as he beheld his uncle sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog. A wave of intense regret and disbelief surged within Zhou Wenhui. He glanced once more at Lu Feiyu and his sister Lu Fian. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend, he could not fathom how Lu Fian, who had always been treated like a punching bag, had suddenly acquired such a formidable ally. Was she playing the role of a naive girl feigning innocence, or a privileged heiress experiencing life? If she had held such status all along, why not reveal it sooner? Surely, we would have treated her with respect. The lucrative commissions in that area could have been swiftly arranged. What a turn of events. A myriad of conflicting thoughts raced through Zhou Wenhui's mind like a film unspooling before his eyes. Just then, a sharp pain surged through his calf, as if some creature were ferociously tearing at his flesh. Instinctively, he looked down, his eyes widening in horror as he struggled to comprehend the scene. His once kind uncle was dragging his injured body across the floor, leaving a long trail of blood behind, resembling a maggot crawling toward him. With a mouth agape, he ravenously gnawed at Zhou Wenhui's calf. Each bite tore away chunks of flesh, blood splattering in all directions, staining the ground in a grotesque manner. "It's all your fault. You've ruined my life. You wretched scoundrel. I want you dead." Su Xiu mumbled through clenched teeth as he gnawed on his nephew's flesh, his eyes ablaze with rage and madness. After years of struggle, sacrificing so much dignity to reach this point, he had barely begun to enjoy his success. Yet now, due to his nephew's actions, he had provoked a formidable enemy. His promising future lay in ruins. Perhaps even his life was at stake today. How could he not be consumed by hatred? How could he not go mad? This astonishing reversal of fate brought immense satisfaction to the sales staff of Wanbage, who had been watching from the sidelines. Zhou Wenhui had finally met his match. Humph. Those who engage in wrongdoing will surely meet their demise. His protector is bound to fall. A mere assistant manager holds no weight in front of a black gold card holder. Fian is truly fortunate. Where did she find such a powerful ally? I wish I could have one too. As for Lu Feiyu, he made no move to accept the black gold card extended toward him, seemingly oblivious to its presence. Instead, turning to face Lu Fian. In that instant, the icy demeanor on his face melted away like winter snow under the warmth of spring, replaced by an uncommon gentleness. "It's all right, sister. You've worked hard these years." Witnessing her brother's remarkable growth brought an immense sense of relief to Lu Fian, her long, slender eyes shimmering with emotion and gratitude. And upon hearing Lu Feiyu's words, so simple yet so heartfelt, it felt as if the happiness she had long sought but never found had finally come into view. In an instant, her previously taut features softened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Over the years, a torrent of thoughts that had been pent up within her surged forth. She looked at Lu Feiyu, took a deep breath, and revealed a radiant smile. Yes. In stark contrast to the warmth shared between them, behind Lu Feiyu, the manager's trembling hands raised high in the air betrayed his inner turmoil, as he unleashed a barrage of curses directed at Su Xiu and his accomplice. Heaven help us. I was managing the store perfectly well, preparing for a peaceful afternoon nap, when a call from headquarters came through, filled with furious reprimands. And worse than the scolding, the implications of their words shattered my drowsiness and filled me with dread. A black gold card holder, being bullied in my branch. Two thoughts raced through Huang Xinxuan's mind, culminating in a singular, overwhelming sense of doom. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed from the soundproof lounge. However, the scene that met his eyes chilled him to the bone, from his hair to his toenails. His trembling was not from fatigue, but from fear. Chapter 76. Pick up the ear. At this moment, Huang Xinxuan felt the black gold card in his hand, though it was merely a thin piece of plastic. It bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. This seemingly insignificant card encapsulated his future and indeed his very life. Should he fail to appease the young man before him, the repercussions would likely extend far beyond mere resignations and imprisonments for Su Xiu and the others. Even he, the store manager, would find himself ensnared in the fallout. As Lu Feiyu consoled Lu Fian, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Lu Feiyu turned around, his gaze directed outside the store, where an extravagantly designed sports car executed a perfect drift and came to a halt before the Wanbao Pavilion. Wisps of ethereal white smoke curled up from the tires. Concurrently, the car door swung upwards, and a middle-aged man, whose muscles seemed almost ready to burst through his clothing, leapt from the passenger seat. His hair was streaked with gray, his visage resolute, exuding a temperament that was both subdued and composed, unmistakably marking him as a figure of considerable importance. Yet, in his usually calm and weathered eyes, there flickered a hint of disarray. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man surged into the Wanbao Pavilion, resembling a lion forcing his way through a throng. The onlookers, intimidated by his commanding presence, instinctively recoiled, clearing a path wide enough for him to traverse. His gaze swiftly scanned the scene, ultimately resting upon Lu Feiyu, who still wore a frown, and behind him, the tear-streaked face of the exquisite yet pitiful woman, Lu Fian. At this juncture, the imprint of a slap still lingered on Lu Fian's cheek, the vivid mark akin to a direct blow to the heart of the middle-aged man. Shen Bufan, having traversed the complexities of society alongside the pavilion's master for many years, was subsequently appointed as a driver and steward for Wang Shiyao, the next designated master of the Wanbao Pavilion, ensuring his protection. In their daily interactions, Wang Shiyao exhibited immense respect and trust towards him. Thus, Shen Bufan had become one of the most esteemed individuals within the pavilion, second only to a few prominent figures. He prided himself on having witnessed countless storms over the years. However, upon seeing the mark on Lu Fian's face, he felt an overwhelming darkness cloud his vision. A surge of indignation welled up within him, constricting his throat with a sense of unrelenting frustration. Damn it, the connections the young master painstakingly cultivated, the cards and intel shared, have all been ruined by you worthless fools. Shen Bufan seethed internally, his face, lined with deep-set wrinkles, contorted with a mix of fury and malice. In an instant, a chill swept through the crowd, as if a razor's edge had been drawn across their throats. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence, the unspoken threat emanating from the middle-aged man evoking heightened trepidation among all present. Who was this man, exuding such an imposing aura that he could command a mere store manager with just a few words? Even Huang Xinchuan, who had been stooped over, his back turned to Shen Bufan, sensed something amiss. Lowering his head further, he peered through the gap between his legs. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, and a pair of impeccably polished leather shoes came into view. What brand are these? Huang Xinchuan mused, attempting to distract himself from his growing anxiety. In the next moment, a sharp pain lanced through his right hip, and he found himself staggering to the left as if struck by a dragon. This sudden assault took him completely off guard. Before he could regain his footing, the black gold card slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air. Such a worthless object. Yet it dares to touch the black gold card? Before Huang Xinchuan could steady himself, Shen Bufan's cold voice cut through the air as he extended his hand to catch the floating card. Mr. Shen, what brings you here? Huang Xinchuan stammered, still reeling from the shock of recognizing the individual before him. This man was one of the highest echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion, a close friend of the current master and the protector of the next. His status was both revered and unique. Even he had come for this matter. It seemed the identity of the cardholder was far more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Why are you standing there? Go retrieve that ear. Whose ear is it? Make sure it goes down your own throat. At the sound of Shen Bufan's furious command, Huang Xinchuan halted his futile attempts to soothe his aching backside and rushed to grasp the severed ear in his hand. He then forcefully twisted Su Xiu's head, one hand gripping her hair while the other pressed against her throat, compelling her to open her mouth. With a surge of strength, he unceremoniously shoved the bloodied ear into Su Xiu's mouth. After releasing his grip, he delivered a swift elbow strike to her face, shattering her will to resist. Su Xiu, like a marionette with severed strings, numbly swallowed her own ear as blood splattered around them. The gruesome scene drew furrowed brows from all in attendance, amplifying their fear of the middle-aged man. How could he, with just a few words, command a store manager like a dog? This identity was formidable. How would such a distinguished figure handle this debacle? Would he assert the dignity of the Wanbao Pavilion with overwhelming force, coercing the young man into submission? Or would he opt for equitable dialogue, advocating for a shared resolution to quell the turmoil? However, to the astonishment of all present, under the watchful eyes of the crowd and the cold demeanor of Lu Feiyu, this man, who resembled an enraged lion, unexpectedly bent his proud back, which stood straighter than a spear. He bowed deeply to Lu Feiyu, devoid of any explanations or complaints, his words imbued solely with sincere apology and intent to compensate. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you endured at the Wanbao Pavilion today. I assure you, in the name of the Wanbao Pavilion, I will compensate you with 20 million Huaxia yuan, hoping for your understanding. Furthermore, I guarantee that such incidents will never recur within the pavilion. Simultaneously, regarding the compensation for Miss Lu, we will discuss the matter and arrive at a resolution by 8 o'clock this evening. As for the staff who disrupted our pavilion's most esteemed guest, at this point, a hint of grim resolve surfaced in Shen Bufan's earnest tone. They will face disciplinary action in accordance with the pavilion's regulations. Tongues cut, all earnings confiscated, and hefty fines imposed. Those unable to pay will be dispatched to the wilderness, scouring for resources day and night until their demise. Chapter 77. A Generous Compensation. Upon hearing such a heartfelt apology, Lu Feiyu's expression softened. The Wanbao Pavilion and Wang Shiyao certainly possessed a certain allure. Offering 2 million as compensation right off the bat was impressive, given that he held the black gold card. With the accompanying discounts, that 2 million would effectively amount to 5 million. With this compensation, not only could he facilitate the evolution of the black scale, thus allowing the esteemed boss gene to undergo another evolution would undoubtedly yield favorable results. In fact, the savings accrued could very well suffice for half the resources required for the evolution of a beast. This individual is far more adept at generating revenue than he is at scouring the hidden realms for rare resources. Moreover, the Wanbao Pavilion is exceptionally considerate. The compensation extends not only to him, but also to Lu Fian. Although the specific nature of the recompense remains unknown, it is certain that, in accordance with the pavilion's customary practices, the items bestowed as compensation will be anything but ordinary. Most crucially, the punishment meted out by Shen Bufan was indeed immensely gratifying. Within the realm of beast taming, large factions often adhere to their own set of regulations. They operate in accordance with national laws, yet exist in a quasi-independent state relative to those laws. The rules of the Wanbao Pavilion impose stringent penalties on employees who compromise the pavilion's interests. If one were to assess the situation through the lens of Chinese law, Su Xiuzhou and Wen Hui would merely be guilty of causing a disturbance, meriting perhaps 2 to 3 years of imprisonment at most. Yet, how could that possibly avenge Lu Feiyu's grievances? How could it alleviate Lu Fian's pain from the slap she endured? However, the regulations of this faction are markedly different. They are harsh and brutal. As long as one does not directly cause death, nearly all forms of punishment are tacitly sanctioned by the state. The punishment of facial tattooing involves inscribing characters upon the face with a special ink that is virtually impossible to cleanse, serving as a mark of infamy for the most heinous criminals. It is also a means of humiliation and degradation of one's dignity. Once subjected to the facial tattooing punishment, the individual is destined to suffer the scornful gazes of society. Finding a respectable job thereafter becomes an insurmountable challenge. The punishment of tongue extraction, or tongue pulling, is even more gruesome and barbaric. As the name suggests, it entails the literal removal of a person's tongue. The agony associated with such an act is unimaginable. Many prisoners, unable to endure the psychological terror and physical torment, opt for suicide during the execution of this punishment. Nevertheless, the Wanbao Pavilion's punitive measures extend far beyond this. After the mental and physical torment, there follows the confiscation of assets. Everything earned during one's employment at the Wanbao Pavilion is seized. Furthermore, substantial fines must be paid. Yet, with their assets confiscated, from whence would they procure the means to pay these fines? As a result, without exception, these individuals are dispatched to the wilderness to forage for rare resources. And what are the conditions like in the wild? Starvation, exposure, homelessness, and a perpetual state of anxiety. To survive beyond a year is considered a stroke of luck. The majority succumb to the harsh realities of the wilderness within 6 months, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. One could say that the processes of facial tattooing, tongue extraction, fines, and exile seal the fate of these individuals, as if their lives had been preordained by the king of hell himself. If one were to inquire why individuals willingly subject themselves to such harsh regulations, the answer is simple. Those who comply receive wages 50% higher than those who do not. It is as straightforward as that. No one would forsake financial gain. Upon reflecting on this, Lu Feiyu's demeanor visibly softened. Uncle Shun, surely this is excessive. Please rise, please rise. In a faction of this magnitude, it is only natural to encounter some vermin amidst the ranks. I understand. He assisted Shen Bufan to his feet. As Wang Shiyao's personal bodyguard, Lu Feiyu was certainly familiar with Shen Bufan, having exchanged a few words previously. Recognizing this, Shen Bufan's previously taut demeanor relaxed slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Mr. Lu speaks wisely. However, at Wanbao Pavilion, we cannot allow the rationale to overshadow the discomfort caused to our patrons by our employees. At this juncture, I must also express my gratitude to Mr. Lu for identifying these few individuals who tarnished our reputation. Shen Bufan paused momentarily, then elaborated. The moment my young master became aware of this incident, he instructed me to take action. He is currently abroad pursuing his studies and is unable to attend in person. I hope for your understanding, Mr. Lu. Their conversation unfolded without an effort to lower their voices, every word resonating clearly for others to hear. The onlookers bore a striking resemblance to one another, as though crafted by the hands of Nuwa herself. They stood agape, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Good heavens! They had anticipated a grand confrontation between the middle-aged man and the enigmatic youth. Yet, what transpired was the opposite. The imposing middle-aged man appeared docile and humble before the young man. Furthermore, the subsequent words uttered by Shen Bufan left the onlookers utterly astounded. A compensation of 20 million. What an astounding sum. How many zeros followed that too? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They counted on their fingers. And it wasn't until they reached halfway through their second hand that they comprehended the magnitude. 7 zeros. The length of that bank deposit surpassed even the measure of their own lives. Moreover, the punishments Shen Bufan detailed sent shivers down the spines of all present. It was then they grasped that the chilling aura surrounding Shen Bufan was no mere facade. It was genuine. In a few succinct phrases, he had determined the fates of several individuals. When they heard the term young master, they were left utterly bewildered. So, it turns out that the uncle before them was not the highest authority. Rather, he was merely the steward of the truly formidable figure. Just a steward could instill such terror among all. What immense power must this young master possess, capable of silencing all with a single word? What kind of terrifying background does this young man, who commands such respect and acts with impunity, possess? They dared not even contemplate it. Their eyes repeatedly scanned Lu Feiyu's face, as if attempting to pierce through the mask to uncover his true visage. Meanwhile, Su Xiuzhou, Wenhui, and Huang Xinchuan lay prostrate in the bloodied ground, their faces ashen. Their wide eyes betrayed no discernible emotion. Were it not for the occasional rise and fall of their chests from breathing, they would appear indistinguishable from the deceased. They had become numb. The disparity was simply too vast, so great that they could scarcely muster the spirit to resist or fight back. They were resigned to their fate, and nothing more. The surrounding crowd instinctively distanced themselves from the trio, fearful of contracting even a hint of bad luck. Mr. Lu, would you care to witness the punishment of these individuals firsthand? Shen Bufan inquired respectfully, gesturing towards the three incapacitated figures, devoid of concern for their fates. Lu Feiyu, however, waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. You may proceed as you see fit. I possess a gentle heart and cannot bear the sight of blood. Upon hearing this, Shen Bufan, who had been leading the way, nearly stumbled in disbelief. He turned to Lu Feiyu, incredulous, then glanced at the blood-soaked surroundings. Good heavens, your gentle heart has certainly made quite the commotion, hasn't it? Suppressing his inner critique, Shen Bufan masked his flustered state with a smile. Mr. Lu, you are truly a pillar of the nation. Allow me to accompany you throughout your shopping experience today. Chapter 78. Next time for sure. Please follow me, Shen Bufan said. Bowing slightly and gesturing respectfully. Under his guidance, Lu Feiyu made his way towards the Wanbao Pavilion warehouse, with Lu Fian trailing closely behind. The three of them exited in succession, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a crowd of astonished onlookers. A true man should be like this. Mr. Lu, are there any families with the surname Lu in the capital? I've never heard of one. A young man with the last name Lu. Could he possibly be that SSS rank talent, Lu Feiyu? Well, now that you mention it, I think you might be right. No wonder even the higher-ups at Wanbao Pavilion treat him with such caution. The crowd buzzed with speculation, piecing together Lu Feiyu's background with surprising clarity. Their words reflected an increasing respect for him. After all, he was to become a pivotal figure on the battlefield for the nation's interests in just a few days. Meanwhile, the three individuals sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, sensed Lu Feiyu and Shen Bufan's departure. Their dilated pupils gradually focused, and their foggy consciousness began to clear. An opportunity, a thought flickered through their minds. Seizing the moment amidst the throng, they sprang to their feet, eager to slip away unnoticed. However, before they could reach the entrance, a group of burly men in black seized them firmly. Gentlemen, please accompany us, the leader said, flashing a set of gleaming white teeth that reflected a menacing light in the sun. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu and his companions had already exited through the back door and arrived at the exterior of the Wanbao Pavilion warehouse in a dedicated vehicle. The warehouse Shen Bufan referred to was no mere branch storage. It was the core warehouse of the Wanbao Pavilion's headquarters, housing only the highest grade special resources. Ordinary individuals would not only be barred from entry but even shooed away if they dared to linger nearby, due to the vigilant patrols of the pavilion. However, with Shen Bufan leading the way, the group moved through without hindrance. Perched on the hillside of a steep mountain, the headquarters warehouse was enveloped in clouds and mist, occasionally graced by the flight of birds, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Please, enter, Shen Bufan said, signaling to the guard to open the door, and then respectfully ushering Lu Feiyu inside. Without a hint of formality, Lu Feiyu stepped forward into the warehouse. His first impression was one of vastness, an immense expanse that seemed boundless. The interior was adorned in opulence, a dazzling sight that left a lasting visual impact. The second floor housed top-tier special resources, while the first floor contained high-level special resources. The true dragon blood you seek is located in the upper left corner. The fire attribute resources are in the middle left. The 5 elements spirit cores and other elemental resources are centrally positioned on the first floor. Each resource was accompanied by a brief description and corresponding value, readily discernible at a glance. Though Shen Bufan spoke little, each word struck at the heart of Lu Feiyu's needs. Lu Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Shen Bufan promptly said, "Please, take your time, I shall wait outside." Lu Fian, exhibiting keen perception, understood her brother was engaged in significant matters and refrained from following him inside, instead choosing to wait outside with Shen Bufan. Before long, Lu Feiyu exchanged a brief word with her before turning towards the center of the warehouse. The deeper he ventured, the more he could sense the vast energy within. It surged like a mighty tiger, flowing like tumultuous waves, an endless expanse indeed. It was, in fact, a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. He found himself silently marveling. However, the intensity of this energy paled in comparison to his beast mastery space, estimating it to be merely 30 or 40 times that of an ordinary external environment. There remained a considerable distance to reach 100-fold. Upon reaching the central area, Feiyu meticulously searched the shelves for the 5 element spirit cores. Soon, his eyes lit up as he raised his right hand, gripping a wooden box. Upon slightly opening it, the surging energy of the 5 elements burst forth, enveloping his face. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he activated his Ascension eye. No mistake there. Feiyu closed the box and tucked it into his bag, moving towards the left side. This 5 elements spirit core was of the highest quality, perfectly suited for the evolution of his beasts. Following this method, with the assistance of his Ascension eye, Feiyu could discern the quality of each resource with a mere glance. He sifted through the multitude of treasures, selecting only those of the finest quality and packing them away. With this, he had successfully gathered all the resources required for Black Scale and Boss Gene to ascend to SSS rank. The total expenditure amounted to 70 million Huaxia coins. Merely the true dragon blood of the 5 elements had consumed a staggering 30 million Huaxia coins. This was not merely for beast evolution, it was akin to devouring gold. However, with the generous discounts afforded by his black gold card, Feiyu only needed to pay 27,300,000 Huaxia coins. As for the remaining 200,000 Huaxia coins, combined with the 500,000 he had gained from this special secret realm, he had not set it aside but sought half of the resources needed for the further evolution of the White Jade Sphere. He had gathered 2 out of the 4 evolution resources, which was quite commendable. Had it not been for Su Xiao and the others, he would likely have gone bankrupt just trying to evolve Black Scale. Feiyu mused inwardly, reflecting on the notion of turning misfortune into fortune. Lost in thought, Feiyu unwittingly found himself at the entrance. To his surprise, he discovered that he was not just awaited by Shun Bufan and Lu Fian outside. There was another person. Lu Gu. Oh, I'm so glad to see you're all right. Upon spotting Feiyu, the ever-enthusiastic Wang Shiyao opened his arms, eager to embrace him. However, his current appearance was far from presentable. His hair was damp and plastered to his forehead, steam rising from his body as if he had just engaged in intense exercise. Feiyu could even faintly detect the sour smell of sweat emanating from Wang Shiyao. Thus, evading his embrace, Feiyu sidestepped him and queried, "Aren't you studying abroad? What brings you back? Studying abroad pales in comparison to your importance. Besides, I've brought back all the necessary materials," Wang Shiyao replied, his radiant smile unwavering despite the evasion. With a flicker from the spatial ring on his hand, he produced a leather document pouch and handed it to Feiyu, saying, "Take a look when you have time. It will come in handy. It contains the basic information of participants from other countries for the competition in 5 days. It may not be exhaustive, but it should suffice." Upon hearing this, Feiyu weighed the document pouch in his hands and felt warmth bloom in his heart. It turned out that the so-called study abroad was an endeavor to gather information on competitors from various nations. This gesture of thoughtfulness was duly noted by Feiyu. "Thank you. I'll definitely treat you to a meal next time. This is the first time my sister and I have gathered like this in many years. So it's truly inconvenient," Feiyu said, feeling a rare twinge of bashfulness. He suddenly realized that this marked his 3rd promise of next time for sure. Even someone as thick-skinned as Feiyu felt a hint of blush at this moment. Chapter 79, Evolution, SSS Grade. However, Wang Shiyao, displaying great understanding, waved his hand grandly and said, "What is there to be courteous about among brothers? We shall gather again when time permits." Turning to Uncle Shun, he instructed, "Please escort Brother Lu and Sister Lu to the Emperor Grand Hotel for dinner and put the bill on my account." Upon hearing this, Shun Bufan slightly bowed and replied, "Certainly, young master." He then gestured towards the siblings, guiding them along. Feiyu, not wanting to engage in further pleasantries, accepted the gesture graciously, recognizing the goodwill he had already received. To decline would be to feign humility. As the dishes were served and the wine flowed, Feiyu glanced at his elder sister, who succumbed to the effects of alcohol, her head resting heavily on the table. With a soft sigh, he reflected on his sister's circumstances, lacking the talent for beast mastery. She was merely an ordinary person, her physical constitution not matching that of a beast master. Moreover, burdened with her own troubles, her thoughts were a tumultuous sea, leading to her swift inebriation. Yet, from her ramblings, Feiyu gleaned the hardships she had endured on her journey from Changnan to the capital at merely 12 or 13 years of age, without education or connections, facing countless dangers. Observing the dark circles beneath her closed eyelids, he sighed again. He called Shun Bufan, requesting him to send Lu Fian home. During the drive, Shen Bufan also conveyed the compensatory arrangements made for Lu Fian, simple and straightforward. She would be promoted to the position of manager at the Wanbao Pavilion branch where she had previously worked, with an annual salary of 500,000. In addition to commissions and various bonuses, ensuring her total income would not fall below $1 million, given that the branch had recently experienced Lu Feiyu's firm hand. The employees, including salespersons, security, and managers, were thoroughly intimidated by him. Thus, there would be no dissent regarding Lu Fian's promotion. In fact, they would be eager to curry favor with her. The work environment would undoubtedly be exceedingly comfortable. $1 million, while not significant for Lu Feiyu at this point, constituted an astronomical sum for an ordinary person. He held no objections. However, the final decision rested with his sister upon her awakening. Even for his own blood, Lu Feiyu would not arbitrarily determine significant matters, a fundamental respect. After ensuring Lu Fian was safely home, he returned to Hucking University. Upon arriving at the dormitory, night had already begun to fall, a gossamer-like darkness enveloping half the sky. A faint yellow light mingled with the dark veil, casting the last remnants of brightness upon the earth. The first thing Lu Feiyu did upon returning to his dorm was to deposit various special resources into the Beastmaster space. He then closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink. When he reopened them, he found himself within the Beastmaster space. Having reached the Golden Beastmaster realm, Lu Feiyu could now facilitate the evolution of his beasts within this space. His Beastmaster space was larger and far more secure than the Breakthrough Room. Enriched with abundant spiritual energy, there was no need for him to specifically seek out the Breakthrough Room for his beast's evolution. That would be akin to taking off one's pants to fart, an unnecessary endeavor. Lost in thought, Lu Feiyu felt a slight dampness on the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw the previously formidable Golden Boss, now eagerly licking his right hand. The gleaming eyes of Golden Boss sparkled with joy and affection, his mouth curling upwards in an endearing manner. In his palm rested a bag containing the evolution resources meant for Golden Boss. "Look at you, so impatient," Lu Feiyu chuckled, loosening his grip slightly and tossing the bag of special resources to Golden Boss. It was understandable for Golden Boss to be anxious, as he was the eldest among Lu Feiyu's beasts, yet not the strongest. Despite every other beast possessing legendary skills, Golden Boss did not, which had left his young heart feeling quite wounded. Thus, he displayed the most eagerness when an opportunity for evolution arose. As a Beastmaster, Lu Feiyu was attuned to the psychological shifts of Golden Boss, which is why he had chosen him without hesitation for the second Beast S evolution to SSS grade. While it could be argued that Bai Yutong and Kongyu might evolve into stronger forms, understanding and empathizing with the feelings of his beasts was paramount. After all, in terms of age, these fierce beasts were but infants, requiring care and nurturing. With a playful growl, Golden Boss clutched the resource-filled bag in his mouth and promptly swallowed both the bag and its contents, emitting a triumphant cry. This eager child was truly in a hurry. Meanwhile, black scales shrank his body, coiling around Lu Feiyu's left wrist. The obsidian-like scales shimmered with brilliance, resembling a luxurious bracelet adorning his arm. "You take some too," Lu Feiyu said with a smile. Responding to his command, black scales swiftly slithered into the bag, expanding rapidly and bursting through the confines of the packaging. The torn remnants of the paper bag fluttered down like white silk, while black scales stood on end, piercing through all the wooden boxes. As the elemental cores and the essence of true dragon scattered into the air, Black Scale shook his head vigorously, devouring them all. Though slightly impatient, Black Scale at least had the decorum to tear open the packaging, displaying a touch of elegance. Observing the two beasts devour the evolution resources, Lu Feiyu, drawing on his experience, led by Yutong and Kongyu to retreat about 100 meters, quietly awaiting the outcome of their evolution. To Lu Feiyu's astonishment, although Golden Boss was the first to consume the evolution resources, it was Black Scale whose body exhibited the first signs of change. His once jet black scales suddenly shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Simultaneously, blazing flames, swirling vapor, sharp golden threads, and gentle green light emerged in a display of elemental phenomena. Lu Feiyu also noted that the ground beneath Black Scale seemed to come alive, undulating like waves. The earth cracked open, revealing chasms nearly a meter wide, then converged to form towering mounds. Such a myriad of elemental manifestations occurring simultaneously was indeed a spectacle to behold. Chapter 80, System Rewards. A new SSS grade talent. As a Beast Master, even though Lu Feiyu had anticipated the potential phenomena accompanying Black Scale's evolution, he was still utterly astonished by the exaggerated scene before him. The elemental manifestations intensified, and dark clouds gathered ominously in the previously clear sky, heralding the onset of a tempest. The torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens like a colossal iron sphere, wielding an unparalleled force. The humid atmosphere permeated every nook and cranny of the Beastmaster's domain, while an overwhelming vitality and boundless vigor surged within it. In that moment, a resplendent flame inexplicably erupted amidst the relentless rain. Lu Feiyu squinted to behold a sight. Amidst the ebony scales as dark as ink, a multitude of leaping flames soared skyward. The furious blaze ascended against the downpour, piercing the very firmament and utterly tearing apart the shrouding storm clouds. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to emit a violent roar. The dense clouds dissipated, as radiant golden light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the very spot where the black scales resided. Cloaked in golden radiance, the flames danced and shimmered, rendering the black scales even more dazzling and enigmatic. Simultaneously, the earth beneath began to rise, revealing a dramatic upheaval. Countless mounds collided and intertwined, with rocks and soil scattering in all directions, ultimately forming a colossal stone throne. This throne stretched an impressive 100 meters, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur that seemed far beyond human craftsmanship, resembling instead a seat fit for an enraged dragon king. At this juncture, the black-scaled form in midair elongated to its fullest extent. The scales, once a pure abyss of darkness, now retained their black foundation but were interspersed with vibrant hues, an exquisite blend of colors. Lu Feiyu rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. The colors of the scales were indeed difficult to articulate, a kaleidoscope of black, both opulent and mysterious. This was no mere jest, it was a striking reality. With a mighty roar, the black dragon unfurled its immense body, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, expanding to a staggering length of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Then, the black scales, previously suspended in the air, plummeted with sudden force. A massive black silhouette descended from the sky, and the sheer shock of the moment was akin to the shattering of daybreak, altering the very colors of the world. In but an instant, the colossal form of the black scales landed upon the stone throne, merging seamlessly as though it had been custom crafted for the dragon. The somber stone throne accentuated the black scales with an added air of dominance and aloofness, deepening its allure. Thus, the journey of the black scales' SSS level evolution reached its triumphant conclusion. Lu Feiyu welcomed his inaugural SSS level beast. As he prepared to utilize the Ascension eye to scrutinize its detailed information, a series of unfamiliar yet familiar mechanical sounds resonated in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has elevated their beast to SSS level qualification within 1 month of awakening the system. The previously scheduled talent lottery opportunity for Starry Beastmasters has been advanced, and the host may utilize it at any time. In recognition of the host's relentless efforts in the realm of beast mastery, another talent lottery opportunity will be granted upon elevating a beast to mythic level qualification. Upon hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Lu Feiyu's previously squinted eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! The talent lottery, originally accessible only at the Starry Realm, could now be drawn at such a critical juncture, poised for a chaotic battle in the secret realm. The prospect of acquiring an additional SSS-level beast talent promised an immense enhancement in strength. Lu Feiyu could hardly fathom the implications. What was there to hesitate about? Clearly, he would seize the opportunity. After all, was there any point in saving the lottery chance for future offspring? With this thought, Lu Feiyu promptly accessed his personal panel to utilize the lottery qualification. In an instant, a massive circular disc materialized before him. The disc was meticulously divided into 10 segments, each representing an SSS-level talent, symbolizing the pinnacle of Beastmaster abilities. However, at that moment, only 9 segments glimmered faintly, while one section had entirely dimmed. If he could acquire all 10 beast talents, how formidable would he become? Lost in this reverie, Lu Feiyu unhesitatingly directed his consciousness to the golden pointer on the disc. In an instant, the pointer began to spin with unrestrained velocity, so swift that even Lu Feiyu's keen eyes struggled to follow. Moreover, this time, the pointer showed no inclination to slow. It halted abruptly, leaving no time for Lu Feiyu to speculate. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the SSS level talent. Fate Convergence. 1. Bound beasts will always maintain the same level of cultivation, based on the highest level among them. 2. Beasts under contract will share vitality, with damage sustained collectively. 3. The Beastmaster can temporarily merge all beasts into one entity, designating a dominant consciousness for the fusion. Note, the fusion entity possesses all abilities of the bonded beasts, and its level will be elevated by 2 major tiers. Note, this ability will have some influence on the personality of the beasts. Please use it cautiously. Note, upon the end of the fusion, one ability of a randomly selected beast will be temporarily stripped. If the same ability is stripped twice, that ability will be permanently lost. Note, a bronze beastmaster can maintain the fusion for 1 minute. Each elevation of a major tier extends the duration by 1 minute. Upon witnessing the effects of the talent he had drawn, Feiyu found himself utterly speechless. It was truly worthy of being an SSS-level beast talent. Each of the 3 effects was nothing short of extraordinary. The first effect allowed Feiyu's other beasts to forego the arduous training process, forcibly elevating their levels to that of the strongest beast among them. What a concept! If the black scales were currently at the golden 7th tier, then all other beasts would be instantaneously elevated to the same level. Even if one had previously been merely a black iron level beast. In the blink of an eye, they would leap across 4 major tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Such speed was unheard of in all the realms. Furthermore, any future beasts contracted by Feiyu would similarly be elevated to their peak strength upon the moment of contract. Just imagine the time this would save. It was nothing short of divine skill. Merely this single effect likely surpassed the capabilities of countless S-level combat talents. The second effect, sharing of vitality and damage, was straightforward yet formidable. Feiyu currently possessed 4 beasts, which meant that each beast's vitality was effectively quadrupled. Moreover, the damage they sustained was reduced to merely a quarter of what it would have been. This quadrupling of vitality, compounded by the same increase in damage reduction, translated to an astounding 16-fold enhancement in defensive capabilities. While the actual effect could not be calculated so simply, Feiyu estimated that it would yield at least a 10-fold increase in defense. This effect alone eclipsed an untold number of S-level combat talents. As for the most terrifying effect, it was undoubtedly the final ability of Fate Convergence. Feiyu could only describe it with 2 words: unprecedented. Imagine a beast that simultaneously possessed the abilities of the Golden Boss, Black Scales, and White Jade, gathering attributes from 10 different elemental forces: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, light, charm, and special space effects. The range of capabilities would exceed a dozen, with the beast's level elevated by 2 major tiers. Feiyu's beasts were now all at the golden 7th tier, ascending to 2 higher realms, Platinum and Emerald, culminating in the Emerald-level beast mastery. An entity possessing a plethora of formidable abilities, an Emerald-level beast master. The effects of these abilities are complementary, seamlessly merging offense and defense while delivering explosive damage. It is likely that even the most common diamond-level beasts would find themselves utterly helpless against this fusion entity. To suggest that a group of students, still nascent in their awakening of beast mastery talents, engage in combat within the chaotic confines of the secret realm would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. One by one, should other nations become aware of Feiyu's extraordinary talents, they would undoubtedly retract the challenges announced earlier that morning without a second thought, retreating to their homelands like timid tortoises. What challenge? Such audacity does not exist. They lack the courage for it. Does it impact personality? Feiyu gazed at the minuscule print in the talent description, lost in contemplation, forcing the fusion of beasts into a singular entity, while allowing for a designated consciousness to preside, would inevitably result in the collision of the various consciousnesses and souls residing within the same body. Such a clash of thought processes would naturally influence personality, which is entirely to be expected. In more severe cases, the beasts may suffer from symptoms of mental confusion or even split personalities. Furthermore, aside from this negative effect, upon the conclusion of the fusion, a beast would be temporarily stripped of one of its abilities. More alarmingly, if an ability were to be stripped away twice, the beast would permanently lose that ability. The ramifications for the beast's strength would be nothing short of significant. Caution must be exercised, Feiyu reminded himself. Although the third effect of his destiny was immensely powerful, its negative repercussions were equally considerable, not to mention the potential loss of talent abilities. Even the impact on the beast's personalities was something Feiyu wished to avoid. After all, to him, each beast was akin to family. He did not want his beasts to suffer from poor mental states due to his talent. Boss Jin's vivaciousness, Black Scale's brooding charms, White Jade's aloofness towards others while being devoted solely to Feiyu, and the cold demeanor of Kongyu. Each beast possessed its distinctive personality traits, and Feiyu wished for them to retain their essence. Even with just the first 2 effects, they far surpassed the limits of SS-level beast talents. Feiyu felt immensely satisfied. At that moment, seemingly influenced by the elevation of realms, Boss Jin, previously still, let out a resounding howl, a whoa. Feiyu's attention was instantly captured. He beheld Boss Jin, engulfed in flames that surged like tidal waves. Within the beast space, the environment, which had been somewhat humid due to Black Scale's evolution, abruptly turned dry and scorching. Feiyu could even perceive the air before him distorting slightly due to the intense heat. Each breath he took felt like a searing torment. Moreover, he noticed that at the moment Boss Jin howled to the heavens, the sun, suspended high above, quivered slightly as if resonating with Boss Jin's call. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Lu Feiyu observed the sunlight above growing ever more fierce and blazing. Instinctively, he looked up, upon witnessing the strange phenomenon above. Even Lu Feiyu, with his steady composure, could not help but take a few steps back. In the azure sky, a colossal sphere, ablaze with fierce flames, bore down upon him with an overwhelming force. The sun, once high in the sky, had inexplicably vanished. Could this sphere be the sun? A terrifying thought flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind. In that moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. If the sun were to fall, where could he possibly flee? Lu Feiyu's thoughts raced chaotically, and the oppressive heat above became increasingly unbearable. He could faintly detect the scent of his own hair, warping and curling from the extreme heat, emitting a charred aroma. However, he quickly regained his composure. This was merely the manifestation of Boss Jin's evolution. Surely, Boss Jin could handle it. Moreover, this was not the real world, merely the beast space. The worst-case scenario involved him exiting the beast space and returning to observe in a few days. In his lifetime, he had never heard of a beast master perishing within their own beast space. Indeed, Lu Feiyu's intuition was correct. As the fiery orb drew closer, Boss Jin unleashed another thunderous roar, this time infused with an indescribable sense of authority. It resonated like the roar of a thunder god, commanding all in its wake. At the moment of the roar, Boss Jin slightly bent its hind legs before launching itself skyward with a tremendous force. In an instant, its elongated and powerfully built body shot forth like a cannonball towards the blazing sun. The howling flames and the fiery orb cast its silhouette into stark relief against the sky. Boss Jin's several-meter-long form appeared diminutive and powerless beneath the immense sun, creating a striking contrast that overwhelmed Lu Feiyu's visual senses. Despite his deep-seated confidence in his beast, he instinctively clenched his fists, anxious for Boss Jin's safety. Boom. At last, Boss Jin's head collided with the sun. Its tiny head appeared absurdly insignificant before the blazing orb. However, at the instant of contact, an unimaginable shockwave erupted, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent ripples of white mist radiating outward from Boss Jin's center. The surging mist resembled turbulent waves, swiftly cascading downward. The rushing air whipped Lu Feiyu's clothing, and he stood firm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the sky. Falling flames, disintegrating rocks, and swirling dust rained down upon the earth. A deluge of gases mingled with debris, clouding the sky in a murky haze. Suddenly, a familiar and resonant cry echoed through the air, a whoa. The sound, thunderous and resonant, propelled all impurities from the sky. There, Boss Jin extended its long body in the air, and from its back, a pair of crimson wings exploded forth. As the wings flapped, a fiery aura enveloped them. From a distance, Boss Jin now resembled a radiant sun. Chapter 82, The Unparalleled Might. Is old Jin trying to look so majestic? Lu Feiyu watched in awe as Boss Jin unfurled its wings, a glimmer of admiration sparkling in his eyes. He activated his Ascension eye to once again absorb its information. Race, Lord of the Sun. Attributes, Light, Fire. Talent level, SSS. Realm, Golden Ninth Stage. Skills, Solar Divine Might, Legendary. Solar Domain, Legendary. Wings of Light and Fire, Legendary. Sunlight Nirvana, Unparalleled. Solar Annihilation, Unparalleled. Daylight Divine Might, Passive Ability. The beast is immune to all light and fire attribute damage, as well as all control effects. The beast's physical attributes are quadrupled, and its attacks inflict the Daylight Scorching effect. Daylight Scorching ignores defenses, striking directly at the soul, causing immense damage and suffering, while suppressing all recovery abilities below the legendary tier. Daylight Domain. Daylight ascends, light and fire dance. Within the Daylight Domain, the beast can teleport freely. Furthermore, light and fire attribute attacks are significantly enhanced, while other attribute attacks are weakened. Wings of Light and Fire. Wings of Light and Fire, obscuring the sky. Upon unfolding, the beast's speed increases fourfold. Additionally, the wings can extend infinitely, carrying the Daylight Scorching effect. Sunlight Nirvana. Wherever the sunlight shines, the beast is immortal. Daylight Annihilation. Detonate daylight, leading to the extinction of all. Instantly kills any being within two major realms of its own. Note, this ability does not distinguish between friend and foe. Use with caution. Evolution Path. Lord of Daylight, SSS rank. Devourer of the Sun, mythical rank. Note, only beasts with mythical bloodlines can transcend the mythical rank. Materials required for further evolution. 10 top-tier special resources of any light and fire attributes. Evaluation. The pinnacle of light and fire. Golden Ninth rank. A combination of 3 legendary and 2 unparalleled skills. This information panel left Lu Feiyu momentarily speechless. Is this a bit too overpowered? This time, Boss Jean has truly experienced a monumental enhancement. What once was a non-existent legendary ability now occupies the lowest tier on his information panel. The two unparalleled abilities left Lu Feiyu in awe. Sunlight Nirvana bestows upon Boss Jean the gift of immortality. Although sunlight only shines during the day, one must not forget that Boss Jean is, after all, a top-tier beast of light and fire. The so-called daylight can be summoned at will. In other words, as long as Boss Jean desires, he can ensure that sunlight continuously illuminates him until his energy is completely depleted. To rephrase, as long as Boss Jean's energy remains intact, his life will never wane. Such a formidable, almost divine safeguard is undoubtedly worthy of an unparalleled level. Meanwhile, the other ability, Daylight Annihilation, is terrifyingly explosive. It delivers an instant kill to adversaries within two major realms. What defensive measures, what cunning schemes, are worth mentioning in the face of absolute power and explosive force? If it truly comes down to the wire, Boss Jean can detonate the daylight before his energy is exhausted, ensuring mutual destruction with his foes. Such fierce resolve. I may perish, but you shall not live. Not only are the effects of the two unparalleled abilities astonishing to Lu Feiyu, but the newly acquired three legendary abilities also demonstrate remarkable practicality and operability. Daylight Divine Might provides immunity to control effects and all light and fire attribute damage. Simultaneously, it quadruples physical attributes. With this skill, Boss Jean is undoubtedly the supreme assassin of light and fire beasts. Other beasts attacking him would hardly be able to scratch him. The wings of light and fire combined with the daylight domain significantly enhance Boss Jean's maneuverability in battle. Able to advance or retreat, his versatility is exceptional. After examining Boss Jean's information panel, Lu Feiyu turned his gaze toward the obsidian-scaled creature seated upon the stone throne. The Eye of Ascension activated, a mysterious light flickering in his eyes. Simultaneously, a plethora of text flowed through Lu Feiyu's vision. Race, 5-element Dragon King. Attributes, 5 elements, poison. Talent level, SSS. Realm, Golden 9th rank. Skills, 5-element Dragon Body, Legendary. 5-element Domain, Legendary. Dragon King's Pressure, Legendary. Devouring Heaven's Power, Legendary. Yin-Yang Dragon Fury, Unparalleled. 5-element Dragon Body, Passive Skill. The 5-element Dragon Body is immune to all abnormal states, with a minimum quadrupling of physical attributes. It possesses a 50% resistance to damage from the 5 elemental attributes: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. 5-element Domain. The Dragon King summons the 5-element Domain, where the power of the 5 elements proliferates. The 5 forms of attack, Metal Spear, Wood Prison, Water Dragon, Fire Whirl, and Earthquake, will indiscriminately assault any enemy, delivering instant death judgments. Dragon King's Pressure. The wrath of the Dragon King subdues all. The beast can unleash the Dragon King's pressure. Any being with a bloodline inferior to that of the beast will fall into a state of panic, suffering a 50% reduction in attack and defense, and becoming stunned for 3 seconds. Devouring Heaven's Power. The beast embodies the might of devouring, capable of consuming all and rapidly enhancing itself, elevating its realm. Yin-Yang Dragon Fury. Unparalleled yin and yang of the 5 elements, the pinnacle of the 5 elements, giving rise to yin and yang. The beast can enter either yin or yang state. Yin state. The beast extends countless true lines of yin around it, enveloping the enemy. When ensnared by these true lines, the enemy loses all abilities, with the duration based on the enemy's strength. Yang state. The beast enters a state of great fury, doubling its physical attributes. The effects of Dragon King's pressure are also doubled. Evolution Path. 5-element Dragon King, SSS rank, Indestructible Dragon Ancestor, mythical rank. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can transcend the mythical rank. Materials required for further evolution: 10 different elemental Dragon King blood essences. Evaluation: the pinnacle of the 5 elements. A glimpse into yin and yang. A combination of 4 legendary and 1 unparalleled abilities, equally formidable. The 5-element Dragon Body is somewhat akin to Daylight Divine Might. Yet it offers a more comprehensive response to domains, albeit with effects that are not as pronounced as Boss Jean's. While it grants immunity to 5 elemental attacks, the reduction is only 50%. Nonetheless, such a degree of mitigation is already commendable. Half-damage immunity. If this were bestowed upon any other Beastmaster-esque contracted beast, that Beastmaster would likely wake up laughing in their dreams. It is only Lu Feiyu, accustomed to the capabilities of superlative beasts, who finds it somewhat lacking. The 5-element domain is essentially a 5-element version of the Calamity domain, featuring similar effects but with significantly reduced usage costs, marking a notable enhancement. The enhancement of Dragon King's pressure is particularly intriguing. At first glance, there seems to be no change. However, Lu Feiyu noted that its target shifted from enemies with a bloodline lower than the Black Scales to those not exceeding the Black Scales bloodline. The pressure that originally only affected S-rank enemies can now impact all foes of SSS rank and below, a significant improvement. Moreover, the stun duration increased from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. While it may seem like just a 1-second enhancement in battles of this caliber, a single second of stun can determine the outcome of the fight. Chapter 83. 1 + 1 exceeds 10. Devouring Heaven's power requires no further elaboration. It remains unchanged, identical to before. What intrigues Lu Feiyu the most is the Black Scale's sole unparalleled ability. Although it appears to consist of just one skill, it possesses both yin and yang effects. The yin state, despite lacking combat enhancement, is exceedingly insidious. It directly nullifies all of the enemy's abilities. Anyone who has played games knows just how obnoxious the silent status can be. For beasts, it is. Once the ability is utterly obliterated, one's prowess can be said to be diminished by more than half, or perhaps even more accurately, 80% of one's strength is rendered ineffective. One would be left to rely solely on the most rudimentary physical attributes for combat. This scenario is akin to wielding a wooden spear against an artillery cannon, a sheer invitation to demise. The state of positive extremity yields an equally straightforward yet brutal effect, a doubling of physical prowess, with an already quadrupled enhancement. To multiply it once more results in an astonishing 8-fold increase. In such a state, even Black Scale, relying merely on its draconic form, can effortlessly crush adversaries of the same realm. At that moment, a mere sweep of its tail would elicit lamentations from all beings. Moreover, aside from the augmentation of physical attributes, the oppressive aura of the Dragon King also sees its effects doubled. The control over time extends to a remarkable 6 seconds, 1 second longer than the Barbarian King's ultimate move. In the throes of battle, such an extensive control duration is sufficient to ensure the enemy meets their demise multiple times over. Splendid. Lu Feiyu gazed at the information panels of Golden Boss and Black Scale, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears in delight. Although there exists only a single tier between the SS and SSS grades, the disparity in skill potency is astronomically vast. As if sensing the joy radiating from its master, the hovering Golden Boss unfurled its crimson wings with a sudden flourish. The entire canine figure darted through the air like a meteor, hurtling towards its target with blinding speed. The intense heat emanating from its wings caused the surrounding air to warp violently. Where it passed, a distinct white line shimmered, a manifestation of the rapidly vaporizing moisture in the atmosphere. Bang! In an instant, Lu Feiyu felt as if he had been struck by a high-velocity projectile. Stumbling backward several paces, the overwhelming force nearly sent him crashing to the ground. Not cool, my friend. I extend my goodwill for your evolution, and you repay me with treachery? Struggling to regain his balance, Lu Feiyu glanced down at Golden Boss. Its fiery mane flowed long and orderly, undulating without a breeze, further enhancing its imposing presence. Unlike Black Scale's customary black underbelly, Golden Boss transformed its fur with each evolution, exhibiting a remarkable variety. Seemingly aware of its blunder, Golden Boss lifted its head to look at Lu Feiyu, nuzzling its massive head against his chest. Its canine eyes sparkled with mirth and a desire to please. Spare me the cuteness, it nearly crushed me. Lu Feiyu swatted the dog's head, urging Golden Boss to leap down from his embrace. He peered into his collar, and sure enough, his chest bore a swollen red mark. After all, the weight of Golden Boss, coupled with its supersonic velocity, would have sent him crashing into the underworld if not for his superior physical condition. Just then, Black Scale also diminished in size. Its once magnificent 100-meter-long dragon form now reduced to mere meters. Despite its smaller stature, the unique pressure of the Dragon King remained undiminished. It circled in midair, its black gold eyes looking down mockingly at Golden Boss, seemingly taunting. You imbecile. You've injured the master. You might as well perish. Golden Boss, already feeling embarrassed, was rendered even more mortified by the disdainful gaze. Its fiery head drooped low, wishing it could bury itself in the ground, yet its rear end remained comically elevated, eliciting laughter from Lu Feiyu. At that moment, the air, which had been dry due to Golden Boss's evolution, suddenly became moist. Lu Feiyu sensed a shift and looked up to witness the formerly clear sky now engulfed by dark, brooding clouds. Within those clouds, thunder roared and lightning lashed about like serpents. The already rich spiritual energy and vitality surged even more intensely as the storm gathered. Is this a celebratory rain? Lu Feiyu turned to White Jade, his eyes alight with wonder. White Jade merely nodded demurely at him before hopping onto his shoulder to find a comfortable perch. Indeed, due to the intertwining of destinies, White Jade had leaped directly from the bronze tier to the golden ninth tier, a monumental leap across two grand realms. Thus, this celebratory reign proved to be far more ferocious and intense than the previous two occasions. My goodness, how many tiers will I ascend today? Lu Feiyu marveled inwardly. He realized that despite his best efforts to overestimate the formidable nature of SSS grade abilities, he had still underestimated the unparalleled enhancement brought about by the synergy of two SSS grade powers. This was not merely an enhancement of 1 + 1 = 2, but rather 1 + 1 exceeding 10. The Ascension I accelerated cultivation speed, while the intertwining of destinies forcibly ensured all summoned beasts were at their peak potential. With the addition of a beast like White Jade, capable of facilitating training, the pace of enhancement became explosively rapid, akin to exponential growth. In fact, such speed would be met with disbelief from other beast masters, should he dare to speak of it. Utterly outrageous. So far beyond the realm of normalcy. Concurrently, thunder rumbled like a true dragon's roar. In an instant, torrents of rain cascaded from the heavens, each droplet converging to form an immense curtain of rain, saturating every entity within the summoned beast realm. Lu Feiyu and all his beasts were completely immersed in this grand elevation. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Feiyu could hear the tremendous roars generated by his beasts as they transcended their realms. Platinum Tier 1, Platinum Tier 2, Platinum Tier 3, Platinum Tier 6. The ascension persisted until it finally tapered off at Platinum Tier 6. In truth, the rain had begun to cease upon reaching Platinum Tier 4. However, after White Jade ascended to Platinum, another celebratory downpour ensued, which continued until all summoned beasts achieved Platinum Tier 6, at which point the rain's percussion gradually diminished. Just a smidge more. Lu Feiyu sensed the state of his soul. Within his perception, another qualification for a contract beast had become available. Moreover, he was tantalizingly close to the next contractual beast slot. Just one, no, half a celebratory reign, and I could contract another beast. Lu Feiyu felt a tinge of regret. Yet soon, he rejuvenated his spirits. The progress made today was already ample. One need not be overly greedy. Chapter 84. In truth, I have already reached Platinum. When Lu Feiyu returned from the summoned beast realm to the real world, the twilight sky had darkened considerably. A slender crescent moon hung high amidst the myriad stars. The late March breeze in the capital still carried a hint of chill. Standing by the window, Lu Feiyu inhaled deeply. The cold air could not extinguish the fervor within his chest. Thus, disregarding the late hour of 11, he promptly retrieved his phone and messaged Principal Xiongming. Urgent matter. Come quickly. He sought to secure the S-grade beast egg awarded to the victor of the secret realm battle ahead of time. After all, he was now a bona fide platinum beastmaster, possessing the qualification to contract another beast. Not long after sending the message, the dormitory door swung open with a resounding crash. Xiongming, wearing a tense expression, stormed in, flanked by several summoned beasts, their demeanor fierce as they entered the dormitory. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping through the dormitory with keen precision before finally settling upon Lu Feiyu. To seek me out at such a late hour, I was beginning to fear you had encountered some peril, he remarked. With a deep sigh, Xiongming continued, Lu Feiyu, do take a look at the time. Even the principal requires rest. I am no longer as young as you, capable of enduring sleepless nights. Now do tell. What is the matter? Xiongming's brow furrowed deeply. Had it not been for the fact that Lu Feiyu was the most extraordinarily gifted beastmaster in the entire nation, a prodigy he had personally unearthed, and that Lu Feiyu was to represent the country in battle in merely 5 days, he would have been tempted to deliver a sharp reprimand for disturbing him at such an hour. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu rose with a smile, approaching Xiongming. In truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire if I might obtain my beast egg a bit earlier, as I have need of it. At these words, Xiongming's frown deepened further, his thick brows knitting together into a single line. Did I not just deliver an S-class beast egg to you today? Why do you require so many beast eggs when your level is not yet sufficient? Are you merely collecting them? He added, to speak candidly, Feiyu, do not take offense at my frankness. While your talent is indeed exceptional, the chaos of this upcoming secret realm battle may very well prove lethal. Should you perish with a beast egg in hand, it would only serve to aid the enemy, do you understand? Moreover, if you survive and secure first place, the official rewards will undoubtedly be abundant. You must trust in us. If you do not survive, then... Lu Feiyu raised his hand, interrupting Xiongming's impending words, and boldly declared, I am already a platinum beastmaster, without a shadow of a doubt. Upon uttering these words, an unrestrained aura emanated from him, the formidable presence characteristic of the platinum realm enveloping him. This sight left Xiongming utterly speechless, his carefully prepared retorts lodged in his throat, unable to escape his lips. Xiongming's normally robust visage contorted in disbelief, presenting a rather comical appearance. "Why you?" After a prolonged silence, he finally extended a trembling finger towards Feiyu, tilting his head in astonishment, clearly struggling to accept the veracity of what he had just heard. Yet the unmistakable aura of the Platinum Realm was irrefutable. Xiongming scrutinized Feiyu again, feeling the presence once more, ultimately confirming without a shred of doubt. Feiyu has indeed ascended to the Platinum Realm. And not merely at its threshold, he has at least reached the mid-stage of Platinum. Furthermore, his soul has been refined to such an extent that it rivals some Diamond Beastmasters. After realizing this revelation, Xiongming was momentarily rendered speechless, floundering for words. This reaction did little to reflect the stature of a top-tier powerhouse in Huaxia, nor that of a seasoned educator with years of dedication to the field. "Principal, do take a moment to hydrate," Feiyu suggested, handing him a bottle of Yibao, thoughtfully twisting off the cap. Feiyu had a particular preference for this brand of bottled water, finding others to possess an inexplicable astringency, gulping down the 500 milliliters of liquid in mere moments. Xiongming crumpled the plastic bottle and placed it on the table, his chest heaving. "You truly are," he stammered, grappling for the right words to encapsulate Feiyu's brilliance. He considered himself a genius, yet in comparison to Feiyu's experiences, his own seemed trivial. Akin to dirt beside the brilliance of the moon, entirely incomparable. Thus, he could only gaze at Feiyu with an expression of inexpressible astonishment, as if beholding a mythical creature. After a moment, he sank onto the bed, waving his hand dismissively. "I shall contact the higher-ups immediately." As he spoke, Xiongming retrieved his phone, his large fingers dancing across the screen, crafting messages that swiftly traversed social media to reach various influential figures. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside, and a multitude of high-profile individuals, rarely seen together, gathered in the modest student dormitory at this late hour. Their eyes glimmered with an almost avaricious light as they fixated on Feiyu, as if he were a priceless treasure they feared would slip away unnoticed. The intensity of their gaze made Feiyu feel slightly uncomfortable. In less than a month, Platinum Realm. Finally, one of the esteemed figures spoke up, nostalgia lacing his tone. "At this point, I believe I was still a mere bronze." Before he could finish, another prominent figure chuckled, "Old Dong. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Feiyu? Spare us the self-aggrandizement. He is the genuine article, a true genius. It is indeed a disservice for him to reside in this shabby place. To that end, I have a building near Hucking, should you not mind. You are welcome to reside there. I shall give you the keys, and you may choose whichever floor or building you prefer. If you desire a villa, that too is possible, albeit it may be a bit far from the school." Another influential figure chimed in. Feiyu was momentarily taken aback by such generosity. A whole building? This was property in the capital, specifically near Hucking, the city center. Each unit was valued at over 10 million. The entire building must be worth at least $1 billion. This was ostentatious to an outrageous degree. It was something Feiyu found immensely appealing. Chapter 85. The nation ups the ante, a stirring of reactions. Hey, what's wrong with my place?" Xiongming interjected, his displeasure evident upon hearing disparagement directed at the school dormitory. With a chuckle, the aforementioned figure continued, "This dormitory is indeed ample for an average student. But for someone like Feiyu, a true dragon among men, he requires a grand stage to showcase his talents. This place is far too constraining. Moreover, Feiyu's efforts could secure us 20 years of rights to exploit oceanic resources. Any reward would be insufficient." At this juncture, a previously silent figure's eyes lit up, and he addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, given that Feiyu possesses such formidable strength, and this matter is known only to us, why not seize this opportunity to make a significant wager? Let us raise the stakes from 20 years to 50. I refuse to believe that those challengers would dare to decline our request for an increased wager." The moment this suggestion was made, the previously lively dormitory fell into a contemplative hush. 50 years of oceanic exploitation rights. In the realm of beastmasters, this encompassed all resources of the public seas for an entire 50 years. To assert that 20 years would suffice for Huaxia to emerge as the undisputed global leader would be an understatement. If granted 50 years, the world would undoubtedly be painted in a singular hue, Huaxia red. There are no other alternatives. What are those eastern dogs? And the shameless eagle nation that prides itself on being the beacon of humanity? The arrogant stick nation and the sneaky troublemaker, the A3 nation. At that time, they were merely provinces under the jurisdiction of our great Huaxia, hardly worthy of any significance. With these thoughts in mind, even though the esteemed figures present had ascended to lofty positions, they were nonetheless shaken by this grand blueprint. For a moment, words eluded them. After a lengthy pause, it was Feiyu who broke the heavy silence, directly seizing the conversation. "I believe it's feasible. I possess absolute confidence in our success. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu's gaze swept across the faces of the distinguished guests. The calmness in his eyes and the confidence in his words seemed poised to overflow. This youthful spirit and audacity, which disregarded others, earned him the applause of everyone present. Excellent. To vanquish those wretched black iron and bronze adversaries is akin to a gentle grasp of the situation. The confidence of a young man like Feiyu made the older generation seem timid in comparison. Thus, the matter was settled. The esteemed figures exchanged glances and, with a few words, confirmed this significant undertaking. In their view, a platinum beast master confronting black iron and bronze-level beast masters was akin to an adult engaging with a child. No, the disparity was even greater. It was the chasm between a dragon and an ant. While an ant may swarm and overwhelm an elephant, no number of ants could inflict even a scratch on a dragon. This signified a qualitative difference. This matter must be approached with utmost caution, and not a whisper of it must escape. Otherwise, one would be charged with treason. The esteemed figure who initially proposed the suggestion suddenly adopted a stern tone. A chilling gaze swept over everyone, emanating a palpable aura of menace. In an instant, it felt as if a blood-red long knife were poised against each person's throat. Rightly so. However, no one dared to voice dissent. They merely nodded in agreement. After all, should this information leak, other nations would surely flee faster than a coward, rendering any notions of national dignity or credibility utterly worthless without a signed contract. Then, what of the beast eggs? Observing the shift in their discussion, Lu Feiyu spread his hands, reiterating the original purpose. Upon these words, the once fervent atmosphere turned awkward. The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, it was Xiongming who cleared his throat and awkwardly remarked, "Well, Feiyu, you must understand that the S-level beast eggs are exceedingly precious. Our nation does have some stock, but it is limited. This year, you've already taken 2. The remaining eggs include one with a fire attribute and another with a spatial attribute, both of which conflict with your existing beasts. There are also 2 eggs that, due to their age, have significantly diminished vitality, nearly becoming fossilized. However, the governor has already set his sights on one S-level beast egg of the time attribute. Its rarity speaks for itself. Nevertheless, it requires a bit more time. Initially, the 5 days plus your participation in the Secret Realm melee would have sufficed for the governor to acquire the beast egg. But your sudden appearance has created a time crunch. Of course, if you don't mind the overlapping attributes, you may take either the fire or spatial beast egg. Upon finishing, Xiongming cast a somewhat anxious glance at Lu Feiyu, fearing his displeasure. I see. If it is the time attribute, I am not particularly anxious. Lu Feiyu replied, his mood brightening, even expressing a hint of surprise. After all, a time attribute beast egg is of unparalleled value. The intricacies of time are profound. Any beast associated with time possesses formidable abilities. In summary, it is worth the wait. However, hearing that 2 S-level beast eggs had lost vitality did cause him some regret. Yet, this could not be blamed on the officials. After all, beast masters select their beasts, and conversely, beasts also choose their masters. The more powerful the bloodline of the beast, the higher the demands on its owner. S-level beast eggs are not something that can be bound by just anyone. Even some inherently proud beasts cannot be contracted, regardless of the master's prowess. While Lu Feiyu has a knack for contracts, it is due to his SSS level talent and the effects of the Eye of Ascension, which maximizes his affinity for beasts. Almost no beast egg can resist his allure. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's acquiescence, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, and the atmosphere regained its liveliness. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Feiyu found himself in possession of a large set of keys and elite membership cards for various factions within the capital. It can be said that wherever Lu Feiyu goes within Huaxia, he will be treated as an esteemed guest. Such a status is truly enviable. Simultaneously, a serious and formal challenge was swiftly produced by Huaxia's officials, working tirelessly through the night. The wager of 20 years had now transformed into 50. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the internet. Not only were the citizens of Huaxiao astonished by their government's audacity and resolve, but leaders from all other nations within the beast world sprang up from their beds in disbelief upon receiving the news. Their expressions grew serious, furrowing their brows to an absurd degree. Within mere half an hour of the announcement, leaders from all countries gathered through various means to devise countermeasures. After all, Huaxiao's move was something they had never anticipated. Chapter 86. The time has come. Damn it. Have the people from Huaxiao lost their minds to dare such a thing? The risks are too great. Should anything go awry, we cannot shoulder this responsibility. 50 years. I'm out. I refuse to participate. Where did they find such confidence? Where did their audacity come from? When heaven intends to destroy a nation, it first drives them to madness. Huaxia, you have chosen a perilous path. Within the Eagle Nation's Dark Palace, leaders from various countries convened. In an instant, those who once reigned supreme, commanding nations, began to bicker like vendors in a marketplace. Their voices loud and uncouth. Each one turned red in the face, devoid of any semblance of dignity or grace. Silence! Silence! What a disgraceful display! The supreme leader of the Eagle Nation, Zidane, pounded the table with his massive hand. The collision between his rough palm and the wooden surface produced a thunderous sound, silencing all dissent. Everyone's gaze shifted forward, fixated on Zidane's flushed face. Zidane surveyed the disheveled assembly of leaders, took a deep breath, and suppressed his impatience. He rose and declared, "Let me make one thing clear. We must accept the challenge. This is a challenge we proposed, and it is only natural for them to have their own demands. Our 93 beast masters attacking a single beast master, if they can accept it. What reason do we have to refuse Huaxiao's request? They have not altered any of the conditions we proposed. They have merely increased the stakes. Should any nation dare to withdraw from the alliance at this very moment, let it not be said that the Eagle Nation is lacking in courtesy." At this juncture, a shadow flickered in his eyes. A solemn aura of menace emanated from his being, rendering the assembly momentarily speechless. According to the traditions of the Eagle Nation, this was no mere threat. Should any nation choose to depart, the following day would see the Eagle Nation's army invade under various pretexts, plunging the world into chaos. Thus, the once boisterous Black Palace fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the gathered crowd. Haiden's light blue gaze swept across the faces of those present as he softened his tone slightly. "My friends, what is it that you fear? How can a beastmaster who has awakened their gift for a mere 30 days stand against over 90 contemporaneous prodigies, even with an SSS level talent? Such a feat is utterly implausible. Moreover, according to my intelligence, that prodigy from Huaxia is likely to possess a support-oriented beast mastery talent, which does not lend itself to formidable combat prowess. Friends, Huaxia is renowned for its cunning strategies. This elevated wager may simply be a smokescreen intended to intimidate us. Therefore, we must unite in unwavering solidarity. Do you understand?" With such declarations made, the others had little room left for dissent, echoing their agreement. Indeed, indeed. Huaxiao is truly treacherous. For a moment, they genuinely had me fooled. Ha ha ha. In the ensuing days, the 93 beastmasters could be assembled for concentrated training, clarifying their respective abilities. By working together, their chances of victory would undoubtedly increase. Agreed. The rights to exploit the resources of the international waters for 50 years. Caution is of the utmost importance. As he observed the rejuvenated crowd, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Haiden's eyes. His heart brimmed with confidence. In his estimation, while SSS-level talents are certainly formidable, it is inconceivable that a significant gap could emerge between them and their contemporaries so early on. One must recognize that quantitative changes lead to qualitative shifts. The disparity of 93 to 1 is more than sufficient to bridge the gap in strength that talent confers. Huaxia, prepare for your demise. Haiden began to envision the dismal expressions of Huaxia's leadership once they lost the rights to the international waters for a full 50 years. At that moment, he would take great pleasure in delivering the most sincere derision to his long-standing rivals. Time flew by, and before long, it was March 25th. Lu Feiyu had, a day prior, arrived at the international waters under the guidance of the leadership, fully prepared. At this moment, suspended in the air upon the back of the auspicious Qinghuan, Xiongming and Han Shoujing were earnestly detailing various matters. The Beastmaster from the Eastern Isles can swiftly gather other Beastmasters. Thus, should we encounter foreign Beastmasters, it will be a confrontation of 93 against 1. Exercise utmost caution. The Beastmaster from the Stick Nation possesses the ability to track targets over long distances. So we must maintain vigilance at all times, understood? And as for the Eagle Nation's representative, their combat prowess surpasses that of the younger generation of the Eagle Nation, hailed as the closest to SSS-level talent in a century. Xiongming and Han Shoujing, at this moment, resembled old women chattering incessantly, listing the more threatening beastmasters from a dozen or so nations. Lu Feiyu felt as though his ears were on the verge of developing calluses. During these past few days, aside from enhancing his own beast mastery abilities and familiarizing himself with the new powers he had acquired, he had devoted all remaining time to gathering intelligence on foreign beastmasters. He could confidently say he had memorized the details thoroughly. In Lu Feiyu's estimation, while these beastmasters each possessed distinct characteristics and strengths, the summary could be distilled into a single assertion: none of them are truly formidable. In conclusion, one must remain vigilant. Caution is paramount. Xiongming reiterated as the Qinghuan descended, bringing them to the entrance of the secret realm. Here, beyond the high-ranking leaders of various nations and the top prodigies, A throng of fervent media representatives gathered. Armed with cameras and microphones, they aimed at the sky. Upon spotting the figures of Huaxia's leadership, a multitude of flashes erupted from the cameras. When they glimpsed Lu Feiyu positioned between Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing, they surged forward like sharks sensing blood, desperately attempting to thrust microphones toward him for an interview. However, Lu Feiyu chose to entirely disregard these journalists from the foreign media. With the protection of Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing, he strode steadily to the entrance of the secret realm. Before the glowing circle, the 93 Beastmasters were already arranged in an orderly fashion. As Lu Feiyu approached, they engaged in light-hearted banter, appearing relaxed and intimate, as if this tumultuous battle in the secret realm were merely a leisurely spring outing for schoolchildren. After all, who could possibly foresee the prospect of a 93-1 confrontation? Thus, when Lu Feiyu stepped lightly to the entrance of the secret realm, the sounds of their jesting not only persisted but grew even more raucous. Simultaneously, unabashed mockery and derision wafted through the air, reaching Lu Feiyu's ears. Oh ho ho! Is this not the fabled SSS level prodigy? Is this not just a wide-eyed gaping mouth? I expected something far more monstrous.